In 1973, events of great significance unfolded in both the international and Xianjiang. Following the sharp plunge of the Xianjiang stock market, housing prices there also plummeted. Internationally, in addition to a sugar shortage, the price of refined sugar soared. There were also two other matters of immense importance. One of them was that gold began to soar in value. In 1971, when the US dollar was detached from the gold standard, the price of gold stood at $35 per ounce. The so-called gold standard refers to a monetary system in which a country's currency is directly linked to a specific quantity of gold. What then should one buy? Daily necessities, seasonings, kitchenware, textiles, electronic goods, and so on, items that were not easily purchased in the Soviet Union. Roman glanced at him and let out a cold snort in his heart. He had long since grown accustomed to the stares of outsiders. Only now did he realize that he was no longer as hypersensitive to their gazes as he used to be. Seeing Qin Hao vanish from within the bubble, Xia Duoduo knew they had escaped danger. She immediately retreated rapidly, turning 3 steps into 2 as she dashed backward. Seeing his companions all strike with full force, Han Paopao pondered briefly, then extended his hand and pointed. At once a dazzling flash of golden light flared upon the 9 flying sword treasures trapped within the mass of inky radiance. Their family was engaged in the business of producing raw materials for clothing and thus collaborated with many major international brands. Precisely because their innate Dharma manifestations were all of the Bat lineage, the Fong family and the Moron clan frequently formed marital alliances. It was said that the two families' ancestors shared a rather profound connection. Revisiting an old haunt left Lin Yiyan momentarily dazed. The faces and laughter of her former teammates and Luo Zhixiang resurfaced vividly before her eyes, and that last farewell seemed as if it had taken place only yesterday. System, how long will it take to build the airport? Ling Feng asked casually, entirely unperturbed in his heart. Being stuck with that thing would be no trivial matter. Lu Yusin hastily rolled across the ground, narrowly avoiding the range of the black net's attack. The dark clouds began to disperse, and the sky once again blue, with drifting white clouds gradually returned to its former clarity. The members of the Dragon Group were still somewhat dazed, staring blankly at everything before them, as though they had yet to awaken. You don't recognize me anymore. The middle-aged doctor smiled, yet there was a faint bitterness and nostalgia hidden within that smile. That's right, I'm opening the lion's mouth wide. You refuse to give it, do you? Then perhaps we should just let go. Then we all go down together. Su Yuntian said as he mimed, loosening his grip. Watching her father, you stand up with a darkened face and walk away. Yu Nuanyuan stood there at a loss, dazed for quite some time. Nightingale answered and hurried off to carry out the orders. Having witnessed Shen Ying's attitude earlier, she understood even more clearly that this young master of the Gu family held a very different place in Sister Ying's heart. A Su would never do such a thing, for if it were him, he would have discussed it with Hua Shihua in advance and reached an understanding. I believe what Jiang Liken experienced in that secret room was far from as simple as he claimed. He had drawn several different paintings from it. His aversion to the secret room also made it clear that that period of history was to him more terrifying than death itself. This was also the 3rd day of Xia Yishuan's captivity here. She was given only 1 bowl of water a day, enough to keep her from dying, yet leaving her constantly starving and parched. With the help of a Ya and a Xiao Yunuanyuan, considering there were only 4 people to feed, prepared 4 dishes. Qinglong's earlier attack had not consumed any spiritual power, so Situ Fengya had expended nothing at all. Qinglong had just taken 100,000 points of damage. This meant that a single blow could inflict 20,000 points of damage upon Situ Fengya, enough to kill him in an instant. Yet now that person was staring as though they had seen a ghost looking at him, as if he were a plague god desperate to avoid. Beside Zishi stood a slender-necked vase holding peony blossoms shaped like coral. Each bloom of the Yao Huang variety clustered together, their pale, tender, yellow seeming shy and demure, as though they had drawn upon the very spiritual essence of heaven and earth to attain such dazzling splendor. Lin Chun. No wonder. Du Gujian was utterly stunned, and what followed was a surge of emotion. In the distance, the instant the Taixian sword vanished, Qian Daoliu's brows knit together. From Qian Xian's sword he had sensed a peculiar, ineffable sense of danger. Yes, danger, which caused his expression to grow abruptly solemn. The angelic domain radiated a golden halo as it swiftly sought out the Taixian sword's position. Time had slipped into early June. It was June 8, 1973, a Friday. When Zhang Ting saw Li Fuzhao move the Far East Stock Exchange out of the Huaran Bank building last month, he had already resolved to relocate Galaxy Investment Company from the same building and move it into Kangle Building. After Zhang Ting mentioned this matter to Lao Shirley, she took it to heart with particular seriousness. She felt that the company's relocation was of great importance. He retrieved a stick-shaped explosive charge equipped with a fuse rather than a timer one that had to be ignited by flame. To deal with the Alliance's godson, we do indeed have to resort to certain methods, don't we? Running past Yuan, Su Velikio winked at him. What made Zhang Yin curse loudly was that although players from other regions could teleport into Wushuang City, Wushuang itself received none of the 20% teleportation revenue. There was no need for the old man to explain anything. Everyone threw themselves into chanting the detoxification incantations in their hands, for none of them wished to be trapped in this blank, empty space for the rest of their lives. Those weapons glittering with a cold gleam could chill one to the bone, even under the bright sun. Wherever the king's coffin passed, people there ceased their conversations and bowed their heads in silent mourning. Even though the Holy Kingdom had fallen into such chaos, their respect for the late king remained profound. And if the king had truly died in the struggle against the church, he was all the more worthy of veneration. I did not seek death. I have known all along that you were by my side. I am a medium, Wenru said. Still lost in bewilderment, Parker gazed at the sky where anomalies had appeared and could not help but murmur to himself. Jiang Chuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pondering what benefits this Shao family of three could bring him. At this point in the match, there could not possibly be a ward in the river grass, so he settled there with an easy mind. Qingguan swept his gaze over these people and now understood clearly that they all seemed to share the same idea. Among these people, only Kong Haoyan served as a local magistrate, so it was no surprise that he was the first to grasp Bu En's meaning. Seeing Kong Haoyan's face flush with excitement, Song Guogong, the right censor and master, Shinin, were all greatly astonished. Although the Yi family had been settled here for some years, they still did not know who lived next door. Those who riders galloped so wildly on horseback that no one could catch them. Zhao Si had no choice but to give up, leaving over 30,000 men to hold the position, while he led 70,000 eastward to join forces with Zhong Shizhong and finish the battle against Yan Zhongwang. His elder brother had a similar disposition, deeply brooding, keeping everything bottled within. Especially after the recent fight, having lost the coach's trust, his authority within the team had sunk to a low point. Seeing the incredulous look on Han Yi's face, Shin Xin continued, "However, if the United States really does file charges and Li Fei is found guilty in absentia, she will never again be allowed to enter the country. The Taishan Gaining Pian has only 1,600 characters. How hard can it be to memorize?" Qingguan said with a smile. Liu Yao was the son of Liu Lin, the current Duke of Wei, and his only son at that, which was why he had been established as heir apparent. This move was none other than a unique, formidable martial technique of the Revolutionary Army's leader Min Long. It was a fearsome set of claws honed specifically to crush tyrannical power. Any blade or firearm struck by Sabo's killing strike would be instantly shattered into fragments. Yet now her fundamental Tao of the Great Way had collapsed just as when Mingyi first descended upon Earth, and she could not probe freely at will. Thus she resolved to go first into human society to inquire, as she went, and seek a way to restore the origin within her body. June 10, 1973. Sunday. Today is Sunday, and Zhang Ting rarely gets to rest at home. When Zhang Ting was awakened by the glaring sunlight coming through the window, he picked up the Patek Philippe next to him and saw that it was already past 7 in the morning. The temperature outside is already quite high. Zhang Ting came down from the master bedroom and headed directly to the swimming pool. He first tested the water temperature and found that the upper layer of the pool was. Mou Jingchen suddenly spoke seriously. If Long Yuner and Mou Jingchen were to take action against him, the one he was most worried about was her. "Inin, your health is just getting better, why not have some kanji first?" The lady spoke in a timely manner. However, after wandering for so long, not only did he not see the old locust tree, but he didn't even catch a glimpse of the shadows of other trees. Wandering aimlessly like this is not a solution, so he might as well ask around. Before the doorman could respond, a familiar figure walked out from the door, looking down arrogantly at Ling Jiantong on the steps. Even so, it did not diminish their fascination with him in the slightest. After all, beauty is always hard to resist. Suddenly, there was a movement in the nearby woods, followed by a series of sparse sounds. Zhuotian had been training for a long time, so he was naturally sharp-eyed and immediately looked over. Although he was beneath the ancient sword mountain, he couldn't rule out the presence of demon beasts here. Braden did not turn around, yet it seemed he saw something waving goodbye to them, as if to bid them a final farewell. What about the 9 major spiritual powers? They were originally the 5 major elemental spiritual powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with the 4 secondary spiritual powers of wind, light, thunder, and ice. Moreover, as a fundamental force, it is impossible to reach the realm of Ziqi. Chen Fongjin looked at him again. The man's feelings for Tan Luo were probably not as simple as just gratitude. However, Yu Qianhua took the opportunity to snatch that gun away too. "That was the only one in the current world," said Zhang Daozhong. "Then what should we do?" "I can't just hold you back," Wang Yuan replied. Since he was Zhao Jingjing's father, he could only go and open the door. This thought simultaneously appeared in the minds of Hill and the deputy leader. Allowing Tang Chen to gain the right to act freely had a greater impact than they had anticipated. Tang Chen's ability to move without a trace was truly terrifying. Didn't they just see that the magic light prison released to such an extreme couldn't even lock Tang Chen down? However, at that moment, a mysterious light erupted within the night and waves of spatial fluctuations emanated from the tip of the Tianwen sword. As the two entered the courtyard, everything in the yard came into view. They saw Jian Fei with a flushed face, trembling hands as if he was struggling to control something. For someone like Yili, after 60 years, he still did not dare to mention that place. Should he still risk stepping forward? At this moment, he was a bit hesitant, but then thought if it was just to take a look at that place as long as he didn't act recklessly. At this moment, Lu Xian's entire body was already filled with celestial bones, and on those celestial bones were impressively imprinted countless wondrous Tao patterns. Feeling the gaze of the 5 beautiful nurses focused on him, Zhao Hongyan, feeling quite pleased with himself, held his phone to his ear, like a proud rooster with an air of superiority. Did you find anything? Don't tell me you spent the whole day playing cards. Bai Yuding asked. In fact, she had been standing beside Wang Yuan for a while, realizing she had slightly miscalculated. Seeing that guy's lecherous eyes truly made her feel an impulse to slap him. Bai Yuding asked. In fact, she had been standing beside Wang Yuan for a while, realizing she had slightly miscalculated. Seeing that guy's lecherous eyes truly made her feel. Yun Shui was taken aback. Lin Meiwen had never had such a murderous aura before. Just a few days ago, she hadn't shown any killing intent. Could it be that she had encountered some extraordinary event? A brand new office building. A brand new office. And a new personnel management system. The Galaxy Investment Company is indeed completely different from the Warenhang building and the current Galaxy Investment building. Zhang Ting felt that after the adjustment of the personnel management structure, the entire company seemed to be much busier. Of course, Zhang Ting was still like he was at the Warenhang building. In the morning, he simulated the stock market in country while checking the current situation of gold futures prices. Of course, he was also afraid of too many enemies. Dian Wei and the guard army fell into a heavy encirclement, and naturally he followed closely. As for Yang Feng, his scouts were all killed by him. When Murong Xiaoxiao saw an expressionless elder, her delicate body trembled, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Song Tianji took some precious insights and slowly went out to read them, then went to the pill room to collect his rewards before heading out. A hazy black mist instantly filled the entire living room, dimming the lights. I'm not bragging, with such a large vortex pressing down, I wouldn't even be able to let out a fart before being crushed into thin air. Hearing that familiar voice, the boy, surrounded by purple qi, seemed to awaken a bit, and the blood-red color of his eyes faded slightly. Old Chen Yun Longtian and Lu Fengqiang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with determination. They stood tall and saluted with the most solemn military gesture. After Old Chen set off, Yun Longtian also brought some soldiers to follow closely behind, considering it a training session to master the operation of the transport aircraft and familiarize themselves with joint operations between land and air. It must be said that fighting the Ghost King and the Night Walker is also a physically demanding task. This time, I was even taken down with my physical body. After such a long fight, I felt utterly exhausted, especially my right toes, which were numb from kicking the Ghost King and the Night Walker too many times. However, I cannot continue to engage in too many battles during the Warring States period, as using Susanoo consumes a significant amount of chakra at all times. He Qingfeng returned to his computer desk after getting water and saw that Ning Luo had already gone offline. He snorted. This Ning Gij is getting stranger by the day. Lu Kaidi suddenly asked, do you know which male rejected which female? Why did she cry so heartbreakingly? He began. Before refining the weapon, Huang Yu left a beast-repelling array around the tent originally intended to prevent magical beasts from attacking Li Moying and the others. Moreover, the two shops ensured fairness by having clear and fixed prices with no room for negotiation. Therefore, whether selling fabric or taking orders in their shop, they didn't need to waste too many words. Qin Xin initially wanted to shake him off, but in the end she couldn't bear it and reached out to grab his hand. Little did she know that Li Moying's expression remained unchanged, resolutely shaking his head. Qi raised his hand to rub his brow, feeling a headache. After all these years, at the last moment his son presented him with a century-defining dilemma. Duo nearly wanted to kneel before him, and he wondered how a soldier could make such a silly joke. At this moment, Ling Liu realized that Ding Miao was deep in thought, his gaze wandering between the trees. This trip was originally because Bai Mohan had exhausted his powers and everyone in the Guangling Palace was watching her closely, so it was a strategy to buy time. He looked up at the pitch-black sky, waiting for daytime, when the number of undead creatures would decrease, at which point he would disguise himself as one of them to blend in. People are like this, no one wants to be the first, but once someone leads they will join in the fun. Thus the conversation between Gabriel and Lucifer, the two six-winged angels, was heard perfectly by him. Yi Wei never imagined that although Fu Jingtian always fulfilled her requests, this romantic, yet straightforward man could sometimes do things that struck deep into the heart. In reality, many people may know that the two most famous television stations in Xianjiang are TVB and Asia Television. However, aside from these two, there was historically another television station in Xianjiang. Jiayi Television, known to have stood alongside TVB and Asia Television, unfortunately closed down too early. Nowadays, this television station has yet to emerge. Zhang Ting naturally would not consider this. Now Tang Yin is focused on these two. At this moment, Zhao Su is filled with thoughts of teaching Lin Yi and the others a lesson, wanting Fang Yuxue to truly understand who the real elite of high society is. According to Chu He's judgment, the average density of the Qianshan armor definitely exceeds 15 density units, lying between mercury and gold. What's wrong? Not shy anymore. Shang Jingtian, holding the clothes that had just been made for Bai Yu, lazily leaned against the door, admiring the beautiful scene before him, as if he had been there for quite some time. No matter how incompetent the Celestial Emperor is, these golden-armored immortals and Star Lords must still appear to be saved on the surface. If the Holy Realm behind the Celestial Emperor were to become enraged, these individuals would have at least made some effort. Even if they were to face punishment, how would so many people from the Heavenly Palace be punished? What is this? Only then did the Sea of Hatred notice that there was a thin silver chain around Bai Yes' neck with a jade the size of a bean on it. This item had been concealed under Bai Yes' fur recently, so the Sea of Hatred had not noticed it. However, after Bai Yu continuously shook his head, the Sea of Hatred picked up on the clues. The greatest difficulty was that the camera did not give a close-up of Zhou Bei's face. With a nearly fixed close-up shot, only his profile could be seen, and even in dim lighting it was hard to capture the changes in expression. Yet Zhou Bei managed to bring the character to life through such a shot. Where are the others? Why aren't they here? When Bansani asked this question, Hudson also quietly pricked up his ears. After all, Alian was his commander, and he could not afford to be indifferent. Is the treatment good after entering these units? Is the salary high? Is the development prospect broad? Actually, not necessarily. To put it bluntly, after entering these units, they have the chance to obtain the legendary Beijing household registration. However, this purchase of labor must go through the county office, and the reason is well understood by everyone. Just like now, the labor quotas have all gone to Qinghe Village, yet Qinghe Village receives not a single cent. It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad, righteous or evil. It's just that when encountering things one cannot tolerate, if nothing is done, Meng Qi will feel uncomfortable in his heart. He purely did it for his own satisfaction, at least that's what Meng Qi believed. However, if this were to cause immense trouble for himself, how could the numerous imperial guards who had just been humiliated by him simply let it go? Shui Churen's words seemed like a decree of amnesty as those few cultivators hurriedly left behind several spirit stones, leaving only Shui, Churen, and Yuan Wei with the three of them in the entire tea house. Qing Feng did not respond to her, remaining motionless, his face pale as cold sweat trickled down onto his chest. Then he would hug himself, amuse himself until he laughed out loud. Every time at this moment, he wasn't afraid anymore. He initially intended to return it to her, but thinking it might be useful in the future, he prudently pocketed all the antidotes. Next, it was time to check hands and feet, search for hidden pockets, and confiscate hidden weapons and poisons. However, no one would ever exchange high-grade spirit stones at a ratio of 10-to-1 for low-grade spirit stones. Without any accidents, I swept through the second floor, gaining a significant amount of experience. Unfortunately, the experience required for the next upgrade is far too high, and I have not yet leveled up. Mu Shichan was becoming increasingly impatient with the limited application of what she had learned, immediately rising to stomp on the crumpled paper. After a night of rest, early the next morning, Zhang Ting rose as usual. After exercising in the pool, he had breakfast with Lin Mingzhen. After finishing her breakfast, Lin Mingzhen returned to Xinjiapo. Zhang Ting arranged for someone to take her to Kai Tak International Airport, while he drove his Rolls-Royce to the Galaxy Investment Tower. Upon reaching the top-floor office, Zhang Ting had just sat down when Tang Yin walked in. The young leader of the Pishio clan had been slain by an outsider in the Forbidden Area, causing turmoil among the clan, and a powerful figure behind them demanded blood for blood. Zhu Qianying experienced a moment of confusion. It seemed that after her precious son had this nap, he had unlocked the knots in his heart. Just now, Qin Ming mentioned over the phone that he was still out of town and wouldn't make it back for lunch, suggesting that she could find Yin Bo to eat or just grab something for herself. Noticing the time was almost right, Ning Chun let out a sharp sound that echoed into the Shinfeng Hall. That person had only just arrived at the Immortal Court on the first day, and without even entering the Immortal Register, he was already his superior. Get up! Ning Chun suddenly shouted harshly, causing not only Liao Rusong in front of him to flinch, but also Xia Yao beside him to tremble slightly. Lai Hor looked at Madame Lofiaquai, who had lost her once voluptuous figure to the backlash of the illusion, and now resembled a mere skeleton half-olive, yet still weeping bitterly, while holding her child's remains. He sighed deeply. He carried an arrogant demeanor, his eyes filled with disdain. This was the heritage of the Sansheng clan, unafraid even of the Forbidden Zone, dismissing the so-called demons and evildoers. The gray-clad youth grasped a thread of rippling energy, closed his eyes to meditate, seeking to comprehend and pursue it. With the arrival of the follow-up logistics team, the infantry had the fortune of joining the slaughtering crew. At this point, those taking action were far more than the previous 1,000. The number of Song's forces now far surpassed the crumbling Liao army. However, if that were the case, Sang La could never truly grow the five elements source. Thus, under the vision of designing a new continent, he simply decided to relinquish control over the elemental powers to share with everyone, genuinely co-constructing a new world. Of course, he also wanted to possess it. Self-sacrifice was out of the question. Lin Yi struck out into the void, creating a door in space that connected to the cultivation continent. Within his Bai Li Ju gestured for Su Yu to enter, wearing a bright smile that was even more dazzling than the sun. The nine-winged flame dragon with its 9 wings had reached the peak of speed. Unless it was through teleportation or spatial jumping, no one could match its velocity. We have a very solid foundation. Alterank has a unique historical background. Although it can be quite contemptible at times, I believe it is beneficial for us. Amanda interjected, stating that Alterank had betrayed the human alliance and was now actively aligning with Amani, marking a good start. Lin Yi decided to test the power of this formation. With a shake of his body, a torrential wave of demonic energy burst forth, instantly enveloping the entire array. Zhang Wei began to cough violently, yet in his heart, he couldn't help but start to ponder. Where is the crystal? Sang La felt the chilling wind that swept in, shivering slightly. While harnessing the frost giant's powerful resistance to the cold, he scanned the valley he was in and asked Luo Ning. Earlier he had only made one move, but now Lin Shujuan could confirm that Qian Duoduo's skills indeed matched his rank. His opponent's left leg was still broken. However, the right protector guessed that the leader had been captured by Zhao Go. Now they were unaware of the leader's whereabouts. Everything had to revert for a new decision. The crowd dispersed. However, two middle-aged men in suits exchanged glances. One of them was Zhong Qiwen, the director of Lee's television station. Zhong Qiwen was born in 1917. He was a renowned figure in the film industry, serving as a producer. In 1956, the International Film Maya Company, abbreviated as Jianmao, was established with Lu Yuntao as the chairman, hiring Zhong Qiwen, who previously served as the factory director at Yonghua, as the general manager. Even though his subordinates had taken care of the overseers and guards, there remained one significant variable on this floor, where the Tianzi private room was located. Brother Feng, having both new and old loves in the same space, I feel like that's quite enough for you, Wang Huan suddenly. If this thing is transplanted into the chaotic space, it will definitely breed a lot. And in the future, when alchemy is used to create the soul refining pill, I estimate that a single pill could sell for as much as these mini Xian crystals, or even more. Just stay here obediently. I believe that before long your fiancé will come with an army of 10,000 to claim you. With that, David left the room with a smile on his face. Thinking about Higgins' earlier explosive use of secret methods, the long-browed old monk couldn't help but shake his head and let out a sigh. Such forbidden techniques are not easily wielded. Generally, they come at a cost, and that cost is extremely high, often requiring the burning of one's life force. Now the mystery surrounding the fat man has been fully unveiled. It turns out that he accepted that virus to save others, which can be seen as a sacrifice of self. Since seeing young Master Yunyang with Bai Tang, she has been somewhat deranged. Now hearing that her grandfather and father intended to bring Bai Tang back to the Duke's residence, she became even more furious. Yi Xiu's heart was increasingly struck by the formidable strength of the Ghost Gate, as well as the terrifying nature of its techniques and the myriad of methods it employed. In the past, he believed that having one's own company's sect and strength as depicted in movies was an exceptionally impressive feat. Can this shop be sold to me? I'm not beating around the bush, Chi Hua said directly. Although this place is considered indoors, it is not completely dark. At intervals, there are openings that allow sunlight to seep in. Yet Jiang Han found it incomprehensible that there could be sunlight at such depths underwater. Compared to Zhao Chunlu, who fought alongside him through life and death, it seemed that all the people in Xiangzhou combined could hardly weigh as much in Tianwai Shenjian's mind. At that moment, Lei Lao San was fully focused, preparing to defend himself, but unfortunately, he only saw a flash before Jiang Han had already appeared before him. Zhang Changgong was skeptical. He and Luo Lai had faced continuous troubles, yet Song Changjin seemed to have such good luck. It seems that the Five-Ring Tower is also aware of the dangers of exploring an ancient wizard's ruins. After conducting preliminary reconnaissance and understanding, the Academy temporarily slowed the exploration pace, but they still engaged in combat with the phantoms around the ancient ruins. Afterward, the heavenly Dao also descended immeasurable merits, and after these merits entered his body, Tongshan's physique began to undergo noticeable changes. The martial arts continent, along with his experiences and some protection, ultimately led to the legend of him becoming a great emperor. Although this legend might sometimes be exaggerated, the fact that such a tale exists indicates that something significant indeed occurred. Because she was too perfect. Although there was no soul residing within her, and not a trace of any soul ever having existed, her mere physical form was astonishing enough. Fushi took some stream water from the creek to taste, discovering a distinct flavor, the taste of sweat. Huang Shizhao is well acquainted with the developments of Lee's television station and holds deep feelings for it. However, he has always been powerless in the face of those white executives. Now that Mr. Zhang has become the major shareholder of Lee's television station, he knows that if any changes are to be made, it will depend on the young man before him. If he could gain the support of this young man, perhaps his own abilities could finally be unleashed. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialty. The elderly matriarch of the Chung family glanced at Chung Kailang, who was blushing with embarrassment, and then at Chung Kajia, who was brimming with enthusiasm. She gently shook her head. If this continues, going out like this would only tarnish the Wei family's reputation. Even though Li Yin could cover for her, it would ultimately be detrimental to her reputation. Do not show favoritism towards your sister, or else you will betray the principle of being straightforward and selfless. Stepping out of the east wing, Wei Luan let out a long breath. The sky had grown completely dark and lanterns were lit everywhere outside, casting a dim yellow light that made it increasingly hard to breathe. Murong Qingran cleared her throat twice to mask a hint of embarrassment, smiling as she said, "Let's go eat, let's go eat." She fixed her gaze on Song Shui only to see he showed no intention of moving, blocking her path instead. What are you doing? Yes, young master. Huaqiu realized that he was still needed and felt a slight uplift in spirit knowing that his life was temporarily safe. Just as people were murmuring about the spirit devourer on Chun Rui's shoulder, a voice that echoed like thunder silenced the somewhat chaotic square. As for the two guests you brought, they are the ones who saved you, right? Miss Chiu is currently having them searched for everywhere. To avoid offending the city lord's mansion, it would be best for you to send them away as soon as possible. Rosen did not want to dampen his enthusiasm as it was clear to him that Bai Siyuan and Sun Yingchen's feelings for each other were truly inseparable. Luke took one, Robert took one for himself, and Alice, Jill, and Carlos each took one. The remaining people could follow the others' commands. They'll go too. He and Xiao will keep an eye on things for you. The wine-nosed Ma Jun was eager to stir up trouble, once again volunteering himself. Chen Pingon placed a bamboo box on the ground and sat down on it slowly, taking out a sword, nurturing gourd, and sipping wine. Xingyan Nangxingzi suffered a backlash from the sword's destruction, her face, pale blood seeping from her mouth and nose. With the complex terrain and the long handover line, various strategies were deployed in addition to the frontal assault. Hearing Lu Zhan's affirmative answer, Su Qinghe realized that no matter how much more was said, there would likely be no result. Su Zimu was furious, her right hand resting on the hilt, ready to draw her sword and charge, but she knew she could not. If she drew her sword, the opponent would undoubtedly strike again. Li Chuanyi took over the conversation, his expression once again one of gritted teeth, causing everyone to laugh once more. Chun Xiang swiftly withdrew his wrist, and with a sudden flick of his other hand, his long sleeve wrapped around the sword like a soft whip. The morning light curled its lip under the veil at the vibrant energy of the group, realizing that young people from any country are the same, full of enthusiasm and simplicity of thought, easily seen through. For him, Ji Tianqing is currently the #1 genius of the outer sect, a future elite genius of the inner sect, and a pillar of strength. Just then Li Xinyue suddenly screamed, followed by a strong push that sent her crashing into Yilin. Originally, he had arranged to meet several landlords' agents and new property consultants to take a good look at the houses, but coincidentally encountered the reporting incident with Wang Long, which delayed everything. Now he could only go during this vacation. Lin Pingon is so young that no one finds him particularly reliable, which is an unavoidable situation. Shen Hao held his phone, seeing that the caller ID was Yin Xingdong. He stepped out of the house into the courtyard and answered the call. Niu Bijian is now just 39 years old, not yet reaching 40, but his appearance and attire make him look like he is in his 40s. The year before last, the head of Iha was still the third-generation leader of the Yusek family, and early last year the fourth-generation head Henry took over. Yusek had just become the new head. Unfortunately, he was young and ambitious, planning to let Xiangjiang real estate swallow milk without spending a dime by exchanging stocks. Who is this Kowloon that insists on driving them away, and how did Su Runing with her unremarkable identity become the... In the courtyard there is an old locust tree known here as the Tree of Fate, adorned with red cloth strips for those seeking love, swaying gently in the breeze, as if echoing happiness. Let's talk after you wake up, you need to rest now, Su Dinghua said before turning to leave. It is precisely because of this seal that one cannot achieve unity with the heavens. After the foreign race enters, only divine blood can preserve intelligence. The 100-fold odds made them lose their sanity, all eager to seize this chance of overnight wealth. In the morning, Song Siwei saw He Yicheng and several other doctors chatting in the changing room before arriving at the hospital. Su Jiujiu heard the weak voice of Bai Liu behind her. Turning back, she found Bai Liu's face pale, her lips devoid of color, in a state of near collapse. The blood forest giant rhinoceros was pushed back, then fell to the ground. Chen Tian looked at the surrounding ground. The blood forest giant rhinoceros had burrowed into the earth. With his divine pupils wide open, inspiration struck him, and he leapt into a backflip, dodging countless silver sand light beams and spheres. These people were all powerful, with the weakest possessing Dao Dan strength, while the strongest had reached the transformation. She initially did not want to concern herself with Shen Huai's matters, but when she did not see Song Siwei by the end of her shift, she returned to her apartment to take a hot bath and sleep. In the Tianren tribe, but the exact location eludes my perception. I told you it can alter many things in reality, and even I cannot pinpoint it accurately. The will of the starry sky spoke. In a flash, thousands of fists clashed, all masters of the transformation realm. If this scene were to spread, it would shatter the Dao hearts of many. Although he knew Liang Song was provoking him, Bai Yu couldn't resist his cheeks flushing as he agreed. Zhanlong, I didn't expect you to take such a big risk in the end. I will lead the Jinhai faction in clearing the way, and you only need to follow the path I leave behind, performing several jumps through the starry sky to significantly shorten the distance. Big Beard, Su Shintong said. Otherwise, he wouldn't have drunk less than a third of the last time and become so visibly tipsy. The cavalry loved their horses, and the hot-blooded officers and soldiers did not hesitate to seek revenge for their steeds and comrades. There was no tension or fear left in either side, only the repeated motions of slashing, with the advantage of the long spears becoming a burden. This time Fei Yibin clearly had the intention of preventing Han Yusin and Yi Ming from seeing what he was doing inside, so he removed the A key and took it into the room. As a director, there are many matters to attend to. A kindergarten may have hundreds or even thousands of children, and she cannot possibly attend to each child's situation. However, as the leading teacher, if she didn't even notice these issues, it would be their dereliction of duty. Jiang Qi was careless. I didn't expect the sword saint of the wild village to be so resolute, striking with lethal force right from the start. Someone said. Their group charged into the fog, and after a blur of white the scenery of Penglai came into view. Gu Naiqing squinted her suspicious eyes, wondering if the old lady was putting on an act. Were all these so-called good intentions false? I did nothing. Shrugging with a look that suggested nothing was wrong to others, she seemed somewhat innocently naive. Niu Bijiang, representing the Yihe Trading Company, the Jardine family, and the shareholders of Standard Chartered Bank, has decided to sell all shares in leased television station to Zhang Ting. The Su family and the Guo family each retained one of the shares. This means that Zhang Ting and the Galaxy Investment Company now control 98 of leased television station. As Niu Bijiang and the others realized that staying here was pointless and prepared to leave, Zhang Ting looked at them and said, Mr. Niu Bijiang. After Mu Tsunyo left, Mickey returned to her seat, intending to eat toast. About a minute later, Mu Tsunyo sat down opposite Dongfang Lingnai. Searching for a topic, a massive shadow loomed over them, and a terrifying scene caused this elite cavalry to completely collapse. With over 5 billion people on Blue Star, even if 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 100,000, a significant portion understands. Did they not see the expression on Liao's face before he spoke? The eyes of the 4 great family's disciples were all fixed on the 2 of them like searchlights. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion. Ling Muyang moved his wrist slightly, and with a clang the long sword was drawn from its sheath, radiating a brilliance that was indistinguishable from that of years past. He silently gazed at the long sword in his hand, feeling an extraordinary glare. He wanted to understand what kind of spatial artifact that ring was, and he could tell by examining the items that fell from her anomalous space. Ainin opened her mouth wide, then her expression changed and tears shimmered in her eyes. Ainin ate something dirty. She had eaten a candy that was tainted with unclean substances yesterday. As the second batch of leader-class monsters was about to be transported over, countless sharp arrows appeared on the longbow, each arrowhead extremely sharp and distinctly edged. Sang Sang hoped that through this blessing the loss of followers would slow down and the low tide in Hongya City would come more slowly. Soon all preparations were complete, and a messenger from Pang Tong came to invite them. Lu Yin brought Zhang Song to the main military tent. It should be noted that in the previous battle, Pei Min fought for nearly 2 years, mobilizing all the forces in the northwest with over 200,000 soldiers. In recent days, he had not left the ranks of the human prodigies, continuously absorbing the Yin Soul stones and mermaid tears he had previously collected. Yi Xiang was cultivating in her night-fragrant star palace when she sensed the aura of the Zhan Shun Lord approaching from afar. Feeling that the momentum was somewhat off, she hurriedly stopped her cultivation and awaited his arrival. As for how Chu Sherman felt, that was her own business. Unless she harbored thoughts detrimental to the third universe, appropriate jealousy would rather aid him in controlling her. However, her subordinates had all forgotten that the title of Shu Ho was something she had earned herself. She had often made hypothetical scenarios of what if I were a man. Compared to the Long Princess, she cared more about the title of Shu Ho. This life gem could sense the fluctuations of vitality from a distance, appearing as a mere decorative item, yet the life force it drew forth was immense. Just a slender thread of it could compare to the large amount of life essence refined in the past with all her mystical power. He Chuan smiled slightly, but that smile appeared to Su Kuan like a mockery, making him feel alarmed and not wanting to wait for He Chuan's questions any longer. He just hoped that He Chuan would bring up all his questions at once. Come on, that's because the person who captured him found him first, so he was taken away. There are many others looking for him, but until now none have found him. Tang Kuo waved his hand dismissively. Bai Rubing was on the podium talking endlessly, and the 4 of them weren't. After making contact, Tiger got out of the carriage and slightly bowed to Hans, performing a standard gesture of the Lest Empire, which was quite normal, neither flattering nor ostentatious. Ghost Lord, what should we do? The ghost generals, who had also been slapped down by the giant beast, and the 2 city lords approached the Ghost Lord with bitter expressions, blood hanging from their lips, their faces pale and haggard as they looked to their backbone. The Ghost Lord. In his previous life, Zhang Ting learned about the economic landscape of Xiangjiang, as well as the development of it. However, he was not very familiar with the history of Xiangjiang's film industry, especially before the 1970s. He only knew, like many others, that Xiao Yifu seemed to be a film tycoon in Xiangjiang. In reality, it was not so straightforward. It involved a crucial matter related to Lu Yuntao and international. Zhang Qiwen personally experienced this time. Your emotional intelligence is low, and your whole family's is low as well. After pondering for a long while, he finally devised 108 methods to deal with Yang Ming. He felt inexplicably cheerful. Snowflakes swirled around, and within a radius of several dozen meters, centered on Lu Zhan, the snow fell gently to the sides of the road. Her parents thought that Qian Man was heartbroken and unable to accept the reality of her grandfather's passing, and hurriedly held her back. However, if Yi Lungfeng were married, wouldn't his wife be lying beside him in bed right now? Many reporters had already received the news that the Huaxia traditional medicine practitioner Yi Lungfeng had identified the poison affecting these patients, and only Huaxia's herbal medicine could resolve it. Beside Xue Dozi stood a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe, surrounded by eerie howls and various ghostly beast shadows lingering. The black robe fluttered without wind, creating a bizarre atmosphere. This person was undoubtedly Qiu Lao from the Ghost Sword sect. I had just climbed onto the square platform when the two Triads over there had already been completely devoured by the corpse spirit. They swiftly swam towards me, following the blood that flowed from my leg wound. Uncle, you really came. Wei Wei said you wouldn't come, which made us so disappointed. Before Yi Lungfeng could find Ding Ningwei, Zhong Qiarong walked over joyfully. I'm sorry, but I'm not an emperor chosen by the electors. Karna's face was icy, and her eyes held an unmistakable killing intent. Finally, around 7 o'clock, Lu Feifei returned, and Imo Xian was coaxed back to sleep by Li Xinma. Wei Yin certainly would not allow him to kill Yuan Shao. Once Yuan Shao was dead, it would escalate the situation, and the Yuan family would inevitably seek revenge, dragging him into the turmoil. Chu Yiqin and Yuan Linjun looked like mortal enemies, fiercely staring at each other, neither willing to back down, until Yang Ning parked my 4 circles steadily beside me. Manqing Shengsheng is a newcomer, and it's her first time at such an event. As a senior, please take good care of her, Mei Xuelin symbolically reminded. Meng Han's visit coincided perfectly with Luo Fan finishing his training, and the matter of gathering the 9 sons was brought up again. The rice served in the lacquered food box was also quite particular, with 2 layers filled with eel meat. Relying solely on a transformed piece of land was insufficient for the perfect transplantation of high-level planar magical plants. When Su Ruru called him to accompany her for drinks, he knew that the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Shirlan charged towards the Qingma eagle, feeling a sharp aura approaching. Even before it arrived, she already sensed a stinging sensation. Seeing him looking desperate, Shirlan noticed a glimmer of malice in his eyes. With a beaming smile, she slowly extended her hands and suddenly pushed him away. Yi Changtian nodded. The imperial white jade could be considered a supreme treasure for cultivation, primarily enhancing one's spirit. Xiaowei looked at her phone, thinking how mercenary it was. Just a moment ago, it was Yu Ying, and now it was Yu Yu. Xinyuan Shangyi placed Liuli down and hurriedly began to meditate, while Nian Jingjing imitated him in sitting cross-legged. However, Yi Tian believed that as long as one persisted without giving up, there would eventually come a day to crush the skeleton society. Originally, Wei Zheng was not well liked among the officials. He was too upright and dared to speak out about anything, exposing various issues. Most of the officials in the court had suffered because of Wei Zheng. Number 41, A Jimbalan Road, Yizhilongtang. This place is also known as Chia Cottage. It was here that Bruce Lee moved in on July 29, 1972, and he lived here with his wife and children. However, he would also often visit Ding Pei's residence. Today is Saturday. After leaving Mr. Zhang's villa, Zhong Qiweng drove directly to Bruce Lee's home. In fact, he did not know Bruce Lee. Tang Huang swung the Qing Wang axe with a mountain-splitting force. The blue light of the axe shattered the heavenly horse, and both Tang Huang and the red-haired man retreated 2 steps. Perhaps it is accustomed to wear a thin construction helmet for the sake of safety, but in reality its protective capability is practically zero. Yet the blood arrow from Master Hu struck his chest, causing turbulence within him. After much effort to stabilize his breathing, he spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. It seems that there is nothing Wu Fan needs to do. He merely has to drift through this world, eating and drinking, and then wait for death and peace. The Holy Mother of Pure Land snapped her fingers again. The crisp sound exploded in Yang Diyang's mind, interrupting his thoughts, his ideas, and all his thinking. Although he did not know who the newcomer was, Zhang Xiaofei could be certain that this person was undoubtedly from the Witch clan. Their towering stature and thunderous voice gave off an overwhelming presence that only a witch could possess. Qin Chuan found himself in a desperate situation, battling against many, each one a top-tier young powerhouse from outside the domain, with dozens of them being formidable opponents, making his circumstances quite dire. No. How could I be afraid? Right, second brother, the sharp-nosed man said to another tall, thin man beside him. There is no need for unnecessary words. Just seeing that familiar glowing sphere makes it clear that this is yet another system. But why is there yet another system? When did he poke into the nest of a system? Why do systems keep appearing around him? What on earth is going on? So that's how it is. It makes sense. Even I, Sun Wukong, had to go through countless battles to gain my skills after leaving my master, and you master are right. Sun Wukong nodded. As he thought of this, a hint of crimson surfaced on the somewhat dark face of the old man in black. Figures of some big shots emerged over the city, their gazes shifting as they communicated. After a moment of hesitation, these big shots returned to their respective places, showing no intention of investigating further. Humans, for their own selfish interests, can indeed do anything. If the recurrent phenomenon of human wilting in schools is a previously undiscovered infectious disease, it could lead to terrifying repercussions in the human world. I believe what you say is true. Now I want you to take us to your camp, Dong Lei said to Guzi. Jiang Sinan secretly noted this. If it really was Rong Changjin's doing, he must not let him go. Ji Yunshin smiled faintly, appearing confident as he said, "Fellow Taoists, since I say this, I must have evidence." Just now Jiang Sinan erupted with dozens to hundreds of times the power. Have you all heard of such terrifying abilities in the true gang realm? Coming back to his senses, Yang Di felt he had perhaps gotten a bit too excited. As the saying goes, the common people do not compete with the officials. Even if the crazy girl's father helped resolve this matter, he would still need to deal with the various details with the Land Bureau. Guo Cho originally wanted to say something, but he found he had lost the ability to speak, only able to watch helplessly as the figure kept flashing, evading the devastating lightning strikes, and those white figures were finally revealed to be six-winged angels, their numbers likely in the tens of thousands. The entertainment industry in Xinjiang has been chaotic since its inception. It involves many aspects including money-making. Hence the glamour of Xiangjiang's entertainment world is not as bright as it seems. Historically well-known singers and actors from Xinjiang either committed suicide or died due to other reasons, ultimately stemming from their complicated backgrounds. The most terrifying of all was the owner of International Electric Media, Liu Yuntao, along with his 57 executives. What is the ecological environment here really like? Why does this alternating pattern between sunny and rainy days occur periodically? Is it merely a cycle of day and night, or does this alternation itself pose a certain problem? However, even the fool under the legs of He Yunshin could understand that this uncle wanted to have another baby with his mother. In an instant, recalling the battle he fought all night, just as he was about to push the uncle away, he heard such a response, feeling depressed. In the flower room, the moment the butler left, Gu Zishuan picked up the phone. In this world of all-encompassing sound, Luo Shi's face was pale, her hair disheveled. Although she wore a newly changed prison outfit for court, it could not hide the bloodstains from her torture. With a sudden break, she parked the car, abandoning those terrified. He Yuan Zhou Hui Mei, and he Xiaoqi inside. Clenching her teeth, she could no longer control herself. Finally, she grabbed a napkin to cover her mouth, turned, and dashed out of the restaurant, unable to hold back, and vomiting the wontons and soup she had just eaten. All right. The response came from the car roof. Cui Bin observed the two, feeling the insurmountable gulf between them, and after a pause, he followed them as they walked towards the city exit. Phantom would not engage in thankless tasks, and he believed others in the eastern region would not either. The diplomat sent from the Wild Country to the Xing Country was named Qin Lang, a newcomer in the Foreign Ministry. The leader of the merchant convoy was a man named Cui Li, who had good business acumen. Most of the people sent by the Wild Country this time were newcomers, partly to train them, and partly due to the scarcity of talented individuals in the Wild Country. As Shun Qingwa's noisy voice just faded, the nameless person in front of her promptly responded to her question, elaborating until the last sentence. While praying inwardly, Zijing opened the pet compartment, took out a contract scroll made of beast skin, and threw it in front of the sapling. Entering the grand hall, it was resplendent with gold and jade, with celestial maidens dancing, and the sound of silk and bamboo instruments creating enchanting melodies. Guests arrived and took their seats while a man sat on the gilded dragon-carved throne above, wearing a jade crown and ceremonial robes. The current Emperor Junyan. Du Ruashi, being a wood spirit root herself, would never give up easily. Perhaps she could remind Su Yunliang. Who exactly wants to kill you? Who sent subordinates to cause my brother's death? I need to have a serious talk with that Dragon King. Yu Feng's eyes were cold. He would not easily let it go. The De Lingwu Academy might be far inferior to the Royal Lingwu Academy, but since Shin Qinghong and Su Yunliang chose it, it must possess its own advantages. There were many fire whips, and while the audience was initially concerned about their power, they quickly realized their worry was unfounded. Under the bright sun, each fire whip displayed astonishing destructive force, and under the manipulation of the nine-tailed fox's super abilities, they showcased exaggerated uniformity, as if forming a protective shield that countered all attacks from the Dream Demon. Seeing Du Yan's puzzled expression, the butler realized he was unaware that Jian Shui was still alive, which made the butler very happy as he looked at him. At that time, finding the right opportunity without anyone noticing would allow the three to reveal the truth, whether it was coincidence or intentional closeness, and the truth would soon be unveiled. Li Xiao and his heart trembled as he saw the report in the Oriental Daily, feeling a quiver in his hands. Just now he was lamenting how Mr. Zhang managed to swallow up Xiangjiang land and the dairy company, pondering how that Mr. Zhang was truly making a fortune. Now he was astonished to see in the news that Mr. Zhang had quietly swallowed live television without anyone. After exchanging a few polite words and expressing the admiration of the Yida family for the Shangwa, the envoy inquired about the most pressing issue. Chao Xian, stop eating, that's not an apple. Until now I still felt that Chao Xian was confused. I hurriedly stepped in, but she was grabbed by Wei Qi. You have no control over your mouth, just wait and see how I deal with you. In a moment of embarrassment, the girl with the big braid reached out to tickle Wang Xiana. Guo stepped out of Miin's courtyard, and Yu Gong hurried to greet him. Guo remained silent, walking slowly as Yu Gong followed without a word. Suddenly a dragon's roar shattered the heavens, and the power of the azure dragon broke through the demonic flames of the Sin sword, surging towards the falling Zhao Sheng below. The young pinnacle master of the zone realm, the heir of the evil-eyed golden tiger from the Imperial Beast clan, was proud and would never allow those he viewed as ants to resist his will. Now the tiger young master Qi was ready to strike. Although Lin Wushuang and the others did not know what the holy son of Bishi had just said, they could tell from his eyes and actions that this battle was inevitable. The tavern was originally a gathering place for strategists and wanderers. In these chaotic times, life was as insignificant as grass. They had become indifferent to the daily loss of lives, but after hearing me use words, their hearts were stirred with a shared animosity. While there was no hope for a major conflict, it was still acceptable to act as cannon fodder against the forces of the Lusong Principality. Even if I were to learn some ghostly techniques now as a secondary skill, how much power could I truly harness from the 9 soul-capturing bell? Yao Bing took a deep breath and slowly approached Mo Shio's bedside, tentatively calling out her name. Ling Yuan stepped forward, gently knocked on Su Yuan's door, and said nothing. He is smarter, and I don't know if this counts as answering my question, so it must be one of these two. The two siblings chased each other around, causing quite a commotion. Of course, Min Weishio always controlled her strength. Otherwise a misstep could easily knock Min Weishi unconscious. The place where Swearin Shi invented fire is in Shangqiu's ancient wall. His descendants settled there generation after generation, engaging in the business of maintaining the fire. During this process, someone cleverly utilized the natural talents and created a wondrous fire that could scorch the heavens. Good. Tang Yuntian found the residence of the old man in the green robe according to the position given to him by the elder of the Lingdan sect. As the surrounding temperature rose to the threshold of his endurance, a faint golden light enveloped his body, blocking the scorching heat from the air. Hey, Sister Lu, what's the occasion today? Why are there so many delicious dishes? Jing Jigua said with a happy expression as he looked at the food on the table. The rain washed away the dirt, but could not cleanse the sorrow in his heart. Tears streamed down his face and fell to the ground, and as he cried, he broke down completely. Yichun did not expect that a situation that seemed evenly matched would suddenly turn into this. As he watched Wu Yunba's life hanging by a thread, his heart sank, feeling helpless as he could only watch from a distance. Hey, I say, you old men, isn't it a bit excessive to bully a young person? Besides, he is going to save his own sister. It's a bit too much to interfere in someone's family matters. At that moment, a figure in a black robe with a mask appeared in midair, speaking casually. Although the white residents and wealthy merchants of Xiangjiang place great importance on time, Xiao Yifu was delayed for more than 10 minutes due to an incident on the road, and the other shareholders of TVB did not dare to say much. In the conference room, Li Xiaohe, as the major shareholder and chairman of the board, sat in the chief position. Beside him was General Manager Yu Jingwei, and behind him were Chinese shareholders such as Tang Binyuan. On the other side were shareholders like Qi Dezun. Since all shareholders are present, it's fine, we live in a peaceful society. If I sincerely apologize and compensate them a bit, can they really kill me? And Zhou said dismissively as he walked step by step towards the car. Thus he had to helplessly watch this hidden danger enter the palace beneath the wings of Empress Xiao. To achieve this, the Spaniards crossed the ocean to South India, sailing for nearly 4 months. Just as Peng Yu was about to scold, he was interrupted by Sun Yu, who cast a sidelong glance at Peng Yu before silently following Han by, without looking back. Li Lei looked at the valiant youth before him, never imagining that within just a few years Lu De had already secured Hebei, making him one of the top lords in the world. On the second day after the snow, the 11th day of winter, the once silent, distant capital erupted in fervor again as trade and goods ignited the city's vitality, making even the harshest cold unable to dampen the enthusiasm of the citizens of the Shui family for shopping. In the eyes of many, including the former Yi Haojuan, those extraordinarily gifted, powerful geniuses were beings high above, disdaining to associate with others and existing on a different level from those mortals. This notion was initially meant to consolidate imperial power, but later it gradually became a political tool in the hands of politicians. He knew in his heart that Zhao Xian wanted him to become the villain, to completely side with the Southern Qi. In an instant, the news that AlphaGo would challenge the world's second-ranked player Li Xiangyue spread to every corner, and everyone was discussing this match set for 3 days later. You can do it. Son, you can definitely make it. Believe in yourself, you can do it. The zombie parents said, but they only grew farther away until they finally disappeared. This scene was not only displayed before the captain, but was also noticed by others in the cabin. At the same time, outside this spaceship, similar scenes were shaking the souls of the passengers on other identical ships. While talking Dongfang, I saw a crowd of familiar onlookers and glanced again at the still turbulent spatial barrier, immediately realizing why so many people were gathered here, because none of them could perform spatial magic and pass through the passage. Goss, what happened to you? Chun Shi turned his head in surprise to look at his left shoulder, and then he was astonished to discover that this black cat, who had always appeared cynical, was actually gaping wide, revealing an expression of extreme shock on its feline face. Introduction 1. The blood contains astonishing qilin essence, and consumption can greatly enhance physical attributes and true qi cultivation, but it will also infect the user with qilin beastly nature. When the beastly nature erupts, one loses all rationality temporarily, increasing physical attributes, fearlessness of pain and death, and significantly enhancing combat awareness. Huang Kong opened the LOL box, which displayed all the ranked matches that the player Qianming had played recently. The chubby man charged ahead as usual. This time he did not immediately scold after going out, which made Wu Yi feel relieved for a moment. However, before Wu Yi could truly relax, he saw that the chubby man suddenly covered his own face with his hand, as if making an extremely painful gesture. If this delay continues, there might still be a chance to turn the situation around. If I and my people send more, we will really be scolded to death. Since Zhou Wenhui left Xiao's film company, he has faced numerous hardships. In his most difficult times, he had neither money nor anyone to rely on. It wasn't until he met Bruce Lee that he fulfilled all the conditions proposed by Lee. This included providing accommodation for Bruce Lee's family in Hong Kong, making every effort to ensure they could stay. The contract that Bruce Lee signed with Golden Harvest was for films only, not for personal involvement, which meant that Bruce Lee enjoyed a significant degree of freedom unlike other actors. Jiang Jinsheng's face showed no signs of relaxation, his gaze coldly fixed on Yang Jujio. Yuan Hua noticed a change in Banxia's expression and stood up to inquire, but after a moment's thought she decided against it. Yuan Hua thought to herself at that time Banxia had greeted her saying she was going out to buy something, and she had asked if Banxia needed her company, to which Banxia replied no. Perhaps she was just seeing things and nothing would happen. Qin Yax's movements were heavy, and despite Yi Ming's prior preparations, he still felt a sharp pain. By the time Qiu Shaoza had imagined all of this, she ran, and Luo Yun had already left the original spot, their figures gradually disappearing. Lin Ye's soul condensed into a point of divine sense, involuntarily following that overwhelming power, tearing through the barriers of the universe and rushing into the crack. A pair of cold eyes glimmering with a sinister light fixed intently on her, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A man in black knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing a towering figure radiating an air of fierce authority. Banxia understood that Mama Xia's words contained deep meaning. She knew everything, and thus felt compelled to work hard to provide her mother with a good second half of her life. The ghostly messenger spoke mechanically, unaware that Bai Shui had already freed herself from the ghost chain and made her way deep into the underworld. She headed straight for the place where Gui Li was once imprisoned, and upon hearing the warm sound of a melody, she smiled knowingly. Naturally, she returned to her room, pulled out the pillow buried in the blanket, and lay down herself. Yet Mu Lingyun, just like during his time in the Crown Prince's East Palace, showed no intention of coming to rescue her. All right, you focus on dealing with Yi Yun. I'm leaving. Hua Tianzi reluctantly began to depart from Yang Han. After several rounds, even though Zhao Lei had great stamina, she was starting to tire, while at this moment Nanku wore a pleasing smile at the corner of his mouth. I say, big brother, why did you have to speak up? Qingqing looked at the camel helplessly, as she was truly at her wit's end. However, this fellow could be considered a man who, despite sustaining such heavy injuries, he merely gritted his teeth without uttering a sound of pain. Yuling, who only intended to order a dish of stir-fried mushrooms and greens, ended up ordering a dish of stir-fried pork with green peppers under Li Jie's watchful gaze, then silently looked at her, as if to say, see, I ordered 2 dishes. Jin Siqing observed her obsequious demeanor. Clearly she was not skilled at this, yet now for the sake of money, she lowered her head. It turns out that this act of taking clothes was the first test of entering the manor. Many newcomers would follow in right after arriving. This room belonged exclusively to Zhang Ma, who particularly disliked anyone entering without her invitation or permission. Xiao Yu silently followed Liang Mu to the employee cafeteria downstairs. Though she knew she was definitely here to discuss matters related to severing ties with herself, she was surprised that they weren't going somewhere else to talk, but instead directly to the staff canteen. Indeed, Ji Wanrong's attitude towards food was one of speak, and it shall be done, being even a little late was unacceptable. Those hit would immediately die and exit. If they could conveniently catch a sandbag, they could bring back one of their dead companions. Thus, even though catching a sandbag was dangerous, Zhou Zhihai and Feng Taiju inside desperately tried to catch them. I'm not a toy to be handed around. A surge of anger rose in Yi Yuxia's chest, as she could hardly imagine that Rong Jinya would toss her to Jing Haoyang. Was it because she had been following him like a shadow these past few days, making him feel annoyed that he wanted to discard her like a toy he had grown tired of? The variety show Zhang Ting referred to was in fact a martial arts competition, an idea that struck him only upon seeing Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee was a Chinese-language martial arts actor, cinematic icon of kung fu master, martial artist, philosopher, of martial ways pioneer, of global martial arts evolution, fight choreographer, founding father of modern mixed martial arts, MMA visionary, originator of the UFC, inventor of the nunchakus, contemporary combat application, and creator of Jeet Kune Do, the first Chinese martial art systematically introduced to the world. Yet at this time the UFC had not yet emerged, precisely the opening Zhang Ting seized. And just as Lu Tian appeared before him, no one knew when or how, he slowly extended a massive hand. They pressed forward together, uncertain how far they had traveled, until at last a river emerged before them. A river of deep crimson, its waters blood-like surging, with turbulent undercurrents and foaming waves rushing onward. Of course, prior to departure, the Ashling Guild had been formally notified, ensuring no awkwardness would arise. Only now in urgent need did they realize how invaluable guild points truly were, not only for clerics, but for many members alike who silently resolved henceforth to accumulate more whenever possible. It was as if Tofu had struck a blade had the youth in the yellow robe not instantly retracted his right hand and leapt backward. His arm would have been severed clean. Even so, his right hand bled profusely, the wound, charred black, intermittently, emitting the scent of roasted. Wang Mingwang suppressed his doubts. If Ing Si refused to speak, he could never deduce the truth. Even though his intellect far surpassed that of ordinary humans, the human heart remained the most inscrutable mystery of all, impossible to fathom through mere conjecture. Lu Ming and Lu Hao had both returned to the clan, each bringing substantial gains. Though Lu Ming departed third among the three brothers, he was the first to return, destined as the future young patriarch to shoulder immense responsibility. How could such weighty concerns be few? Zheng Ji's public announcement of his relationship signaled that his feelings for Lu had matured to a profound depth, making separation nearly impossible and leaving her ever-dwindling chances of reconciliation. Duan Xiu had reached the pseudo-heaven rank. Consuming the ice spirit sacred soul fruit would propel him directly to heaven rank 5th tier, an ascent urgently needed due to his steep cultivation requirements. Nodding toward Dana, he remarked, "This tailor possesses genuine skill. The garment fits remarkably well, accentuating one's stature and lending an air of refined elegance. These boots further elongate the legs." From the elder ancestor Li Tian learned much, that from birth his path was destined to be paved with tribulation. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyun uttered no word, only roared in fury despite his wounds, then led legions of immortal soldiers astride divine artifacts. In an instant, 10,000 beams of radiant light streaked across the heavens, vast and awe-inspiring, charging outward in all directions. Seeing Zhou Qing, Zhao Baogong's face lit up with satisfaction. Zhou Qing was his most trusted lieutenant in the county, intimately close, even sworn brothers with Wang Ke behind closed doors, binding their bond all the more tightly. Zhang Fang's maneuver stunned those attempting to intercept him. By the time they regained their wits, he had already soared over 20 meters away, prompting them to raise their luminous silk nets and give frantic chase. Li Sankai and Su Yun had departed to handle the Dark Sword Strike team, leaving Jin Yo responsible for Feng Xiaoyan's security. Bai Qiangwei accompanied them, as well entrusted with safeguarding Vivian's safety. Zhang Fang could never reveal the truth publicly. If the righteous cultivators present learned that Abbess Feng had perished within the 10,000 Venom Serpent Cavern, they would scatter like startled birds. These cultivators still battled the demonic sect for two reasons: uncertainty about the cavern's true conditions, and the firm authority of Yuzhen holding them in place. Fissures erupted simultaneously from 5 directions: front, rear, left, right, and above, engulfing Li Tian and his 2 companions. As boundless cracks descended, this seamless, all-consuming void swallowed them whole. July 7, 1973. Saturday. Today marks little heat in the lunar calendar, and the weather in Xiangjiang seems to have become even hotter. Since it is Saturday, Zhang Ting does not need to return to the company and wakes up naturally. Even so, he has only just awakened, and it is barely past 7 in the morning. Zhang Ting descended from upstairs to the swimming pool below. After warming up, he touched the seawater of the swimming pool and found that the surface had already been heated by the sun. Seeing her somewhat haggard face, a part of his heart involuntarily softened, and with great tenderness he stood up, gently picked her up, placed her on the bed, and carefully covered her with the blanket. As Xia Yulin approached, his gaze flickered incessantly, seemingly filled with fear and unease, yet unable to resist his curiosity about her. He shrank his body and looked at her timidly. The so-called preliminary ranking, or Chao Yuan, is established after the first examination to tentatively designate a top candidate. Chao Yuan refers to the temporary first place. Alright, today's martial arts practice ends here. Take a 15-minute break. Angus clapped his hands and announced the end of class. Lady Lu swayed slightly, nearly falling over. Indeed, something has happened to Mother Yu. Did she not confess to what she had done? Looking at her in such a beaten state, it is likely that she has been tortured and should have confessed. In an instant, it seemed as though a gust of wind swept by. Oh, where were the shadows of the black-clad men and the 4th young master? The black cat, however, showed her no mercy, its green eyes glimmering with frost, and with a single paw it scratched at her hand, leaving several distinct blood marks. Duan Miming's playful expression turned cold. With a gentle reprimand, Jun Qianshan's legs weakened, and he fell to the ground. Moreover, according to the descriptions of the elderly women, she was slumped on the ground, screaming in terror. Is this the behavior of someone about to commit suicide? Although she was eager for revenge, she had not lost her sanity. She would not entrap herself for the sake of vengeance. Yilu recalled that in the evening Zhang Hui had called him, saying that there were already over 300 people, and she planned to bring her brothers today. First, take over the territory from the one-eyed Lu. Xiaoyan smiled, just about to nod, when a flash of inspiration suddenly struck him, causing his body to freeze for a moment. The next moment he abruptly raised his head, his pitch-black eyes gleaming with intense light. Seeing that Ruan Qingming was determined not to open the door for him, Lu Ling placed his hands on his hips and glared at the door for a while before finally giving up. He rolled his eyes at the camera and left with a grand air. Is it only Su Jiangwo? Su Xing felt somewhat disappointed. Su Jiangwo was Su Xing's uncle from his past life, while Su Jinrong. No need to say more, he was naturally his father. How would I know? I heard it's someone from the south, and who isn't a big boss from the south. The little money you mentioned might not even be considered by them. Lu's father spoke loudly, which was typical of his temper. The Jiangning Grand Theater used to be comparable to the Kyoto Opera House, but its current state is closely related to General Manager Zhao Pinggan. Tang Seng nodded, his palm firming in front of his chest. The Buddhist beads made of purple sandalwood spun in circles as he rubbed them with his fingers. Then, fearing that things would drag on, he hurriedly handed everything over to Tong Mu. At Wang Wei's request, no one dared to cheat or play tricks. When chopping the mud blocks, they swung down with all their strength, and when they felt they were about to hit, they suddenly eased up. The teammates all looked this way. Guosu took a deep breath, wiped himself off, and emerged from the bathroom, not daring to bend down to pick up the soap. As for the Crane Immortal, after self-detonating his nascent soul, he had already lost all his cultivation and was swept away in the violent winds he had caused, leaving no trace behind. However, the violent winds he created were indeed in line with his intentions, causing great harm to Qin Guan, who now found himself at a critical juncture between life and death. Now Zhang Ting saw KFC. He thought of KFC's competitor McDonald's. Did McDonald's exist in Xinjiang at that time? No. Historically, it was only after KFC retreated from Xinjiang that McDonald's began to enter. On New Year's Day in 1975, a boat drifted into Xinjiang carrying a giant hamburger. At that time, people were discussing endlessly, and despite thinking for a week, they still couldn't figure out what was going on. Finally, it's relaxing. Brother Jean, are we going to start working on the base now? That evening in the living room, Li Ku asked. He raised his hand and directly cast a spiritual seal towards the nearby faucet, and immediately a gentle stream of water began to flow from it. Marshal Xiao was well settled, having his own spacious hut with a large furnace in the center that was warm and cozy. There was also a bed. The emperor, feeling anxious and skeptical, threw on a fur coat and personally rushed outside, only to be met by the biting cold wind and the snow swirling about. The soft light snowflakes fell thickly, as if countless jade scales were descending from the sky, resembling the fluttering of swan feathers. All right, Dad, don't worry. I will bring her back. Mo Ishan comforted, his tone carrying a firmness he himself had. He glanced around. As he stepped inside, he noted the attitude of those around him. Even though he was not the master here, his status was still quite high. Jing Kaiyuan was still wary of whether Ning Fan might be a significant figure from the Jinshin sect. Although the Jing family had a marriage alliance with the Jinshin sect, he still could not afford to offend a prominent person from there. Yin-Yang sect. Yin-Yang sect. The entire hall erupted in celebration over the Yin-Yang sect's rise, continuously uttering words of blessing. Suppressing the urge to try it out immediately, Ning Fan continued to read. The subsequent content detailed techniques for folding and forging during the 100 refinements, such as how to proceed during the 9 and 18 refinements, along with the techniques involved. Qian Shui took a few steps forward, intending to casually grab a coffee from the shelf, but accidentally leaned a bit too closely to Dan Xian, fearing he might fall. Playing. Of course I'm playing. The Russian's tone was filled with anger, and he agreed without a second call. Lin Xinwen made a phone gesture beside her ear and turned to head into the teaching building. It was late at night, and there were hardly any people on the street. But it didn't matter if for someone like me, walking in the darkness was the best way to hide. They referred to their father as the sect master and their grandfather as the old sect master. What kind of enormous existence would the 4 families scattered under this mysterious sect be? The king of Beiping harbored resentment towards the king of Jinghai, thinking, when it was your time to help, you did not, and now I am hurriedly entering the capital to take the blame, without even the margin to negotiate with the emperor for military merits. Although he did not know what his master needed the ring for, he still removed it and thanked his master before logging off. Before making a bold statement, one should first worry about whether they can even get out of here today, or it's quite ridiculous to think about revenge, I said calmly. Wanru hated her tearful self and despised the engine who made her sad. In a fit of anger, she kicked the Kong table hard, preferring to substitute the pain in her body for the pain in her heart. Get lost. You pollution sources, viruses. How could I possibly cheat? Don't think of me as dirty as you, I shouted angrily. Suyu stroked his goatee, smiling, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally sweeping towards Pang Ji. His words pierced Pang Ji's ears particularly harshly, and Pang Ji understood that Suyu was implying he lacked even the ability to be scolded. Since his father had a stroke, this meal should be the best one Bao Yongqin has had in the past decade. Zhang Ting noticed that the Western cuisine prepared by the foreigners here indeed tasted different from what the 2 chefs at home made. If one were to compare skills, Zhang Ting felt that the culinary arts of the 2 chefs at the villa were superior. Zhang Ting didn't eat much, he simply drank wine while watching the 3 women before him eat. From the eating habits of the 3, Kong and Wang Hui were no match for Bao Yongqin. Fortunately, she had cultivated for a considerable period in her previous life, and her level was much higher than it is now. Although she had to start over, her instincts remained, which was fundamentally different from her first cultivation. Although Su Yunliang hadn't interacted much with Yin Xuanji after seeing the portrait, she felt as if the earliest memories within her had been stirred, and the more she looked at the person in the portrait, the more familiar it seemed. On the day of Gu Jingfeng's birthday, after waiting for a long time, Luo Li finally found an opportunity to escape from Nanshui. She sneaked past everyone and mingled with the envoys who came to present gifts, following them all the way to Nanshui, planning to kidnap Shin Qingwu and sell her to the South Sea, making her a prostitute for life, ensuring that Gu Jingfeng would never find her again. No one spoke anymore, and the atmosphere was filled with shock, as it was the first time someone had been so skilled that they could gamble stones to such an extent. In just a few short seconds, Chun, who was stripped bare. Clearly the techniques of the Blackwater girl were very skilled, while Chun, who was subjected to systemic gender bias, with only one part of his body being pixelated. This sudden feeling of being forced would instinctively be resisted. His heart lake was tightly gripped by him, and her hand tried to push him away while her tongue forcefully attempted to expel his tongue. With a soft sigh, Madame Shun's heart was already filled with thoughts of Qingwu. Her words were full of a mother's worries and reluctance, and she recalled her own child Year, whom she had been with for the past few months, causing her nose to feel increasingly sour. Chun, who was taken aback, the Blackwater girl actually had the ability to cancel the task of capturing him, but the premise was that he must go back with her. It sounded nice, but if he went with her, he wouldn't know how he would die. In the summer of 2016, when a controversial team that had only been established for 7 years began their first season in the Bundesliga, not many people probably knew the source of their power. If you want to leave, then go. After all, you were originally picked up by me. Now that you want to go home, I'm happy for you. Heart Lake pouted and emphasized, but then raised her sleeve to wipe her face. The banquet was still ongoing, but Di Gio had completely lost interest. Looking at the scattered snowflakes outside the hall, her heart felt increasingly heavy. This made Jianing sigh. It was indeed not that the animals on Earth were weak, but rather that the spiritual energy was insufficient and the environment was poor. Just look at an ordinary water snake from the deep sea, which could be so terrifying if it were a lion instead. The unstable hero Yasuo needs protection from the Time Elder, with invisibility, displacement, and resurrection all at his disposal, making him no different from feeding. So does that mean there are more vehicles like this? Another envoy asked in surprise. She was so happy, she almost cried, letting go of all her burdens, and peacefully went into seclusion. To my left was a pitch-black statue with orange eyes. Looking further, their eye colors were like a rainbow, respectively red, orange, yellow, green, cyan blue, and purple. Qin Chuan speculated that other dwarf clans learned about the specific capabilities of his online shopping system after visiting the Black Steel clan, which made them want to get a share of the pie, especially since the food shortage issue was affecting the entire world. Xiaomu told them to wait a moment while he went to the trading hall to settle the transaction of selling the blood of the sea god for the exotic fruits received by Yuexian, giving Bei Xiao Kuang and Dong Liyang each 5 second-tier top-grade exotic fruits. Yin Ping spoke lightly and casually, hands behind his back, very pleased as this was a blood and flesh treasure sent to him. Why not take it? Bao Yongqin returned to her hometown's chicken shop, still feeling as if she were dreaming. The supervisor, upon seeing her return, was about to say something, but Bao Yongqin had already gone back to change into her work uniform, tying her hair neatly and donning her work cap. Having been out for only 2 or 3 hours, it meant that her hourly wage for this time would be non-existent. Now Bao Yongqin quickly fell back into the rhythm of work. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock at night that the chicken shop was preparing to close. From my experience, it was likely that Gao Fei was the leader of this gang, but the backbone of the group was undoubtedly this uncle. I hurriedly had Bao Yuanshan call Li Miao, indicating over the phone that he was ready to donate the money to the Gongji Charity Foundation. The phoenix, heavily injured by Emperor Shitian and others yet not dead, instead flew towards the Han dynasty, undergoing a rebirth. The sword master had a complex expression. Indeed, Fu Junzuo's eyes flashed with purple light, and in a daze he agreed, then directly broke through the window, soaring like a large bird across the river, landing on the left bank. This attitude further convinced Fang Qingfeng of his identity, so he finally decided to do something big with the wealthy second generation in his eyes. But for some reason, I just liked this place. I felt as if it contained traces of my growth. After a brief moment of darkness and light, Xia Qi opened his eyes, finding himself back in the place where he had stayed before entering the 6 paths. The sage, shrouded in black mist, watched in astonishment as the person he had been confronting for so long suddenly stumbled and hit his head against a stone, momentarily forgetting to express any emotion. The two of them were already inside the car, teaching Chen Modong how to drive, following the group until they reached the airport. They saw a business jet parked, and the two got out of the car to join Fengir Lancelot and Professor Schneider, taking off shortly after towards Western Castle. The term handsome rich guy had just become popular in this era, describing a man who is tall, handsome, and wealthy. The door was pushed open and the guards hurriedly restrained the frenzied Gong Yanxue, but her head still insistently banged against the wall. The guards had no choice but to shield themselves in between, allowing her to continue hitting. Yitanlia's expression while speaking no longer resembled that of a princess questioning a visiting official. It was more like a beautiful, yet strict wife angrily scolding her unfaithful husband. The surrounding soldiers ceased their attacks. Long Yuling lowered his gaze as a gentle breeze lifted the tousled strands of hair on his forehead. The crimson liquid slowly flowed down his sword, and even his dark blue robe was torn, yet he showed no sign of distress, exuding a very masculine charm. Gong Sun Fan was just about to praise Qin Miao's superb musical skills, but when he looked up at her, he was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Qin Miao's neatly styled hair had become disheveled, her face pale, and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, yet she wore a smile. After speaking, the sky-blue long sword was once again plunged into the ground, causing white snow to swirl as if a curtain was drawn up. The two respectfully walked out of the door. Taking a deep breath, it was evident that no pope was simple. "It's nothing, I just noticed that Shijie seemed to have something to say, and I wanted him to finish his thoughts." Duan Qixiao walked over with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the guards' vigilance. Among them were some individuals who ventured into the forest of the dead for adventure, using it as their training ground to continuously enhance their strength and levels. "As long as you can move me, that's all that matters." Kinkin stretched out her hand, holding it up in the air while chewing and making buzzing sounds. Therefore, Nanji understood that the reason Ma Da and Li Da had not returned to their hometown for a long time, stubbornly remaining in this dilapidated shantytown, was not only to earn more retirement money, but also to wait for the shantytown to be demolished. Kowloon returned to his villa on Taiping Mountain. Without exchanging a single word with his wife, he went straight to the study and called Lin Yongming and Hunter, instructing them to come to the villa immediately. Emerging from the study after the calls, Kowloon was met with his wife's puzzled question, "Dear, why have you returned so soon?" "The boss's instructions have been delivered. I naturally came back." Outside, the sun blazed fiercely. Kowloon sat in the living room, cooled by the air conditioning, waiting. At that moment, the Grizzlies' lead had dwindled to a narrow margin, and the whistles signaling the end of the first quarter echoed sharply. Tang Zheng glanced behind them again. Li Ji and Lan Xiaoza were followed not only by Jiang Wuyan, as expected, but also by Su Qingyan and Ning Yamo. Ying Zheng would need to wait 1 year. Yet for a cultivator, a year meant little. Gazing at the hundreds of complimentary delicacies laid out before him, he felt no appetite. His destination was Baker Street in London, the very address once occupied by the legendary detective. According to the script, the person he was to visit was a marquis. More significantly, the multi-tiered foundational industrial system proposed by Qin Kai 2 years earlier had begun bearing fruit. Component factories scattered across Guangdong and Guangxi were now supplying high-quality parts to upstream machine tool manufacturers and Nanyang heavy industries. Gradually, every blade of grass, every tree, every brick and tile of the palace vanished entirely, leaving only a vast crisscrossing go board 19 lines by 19. That oppressive atmosphere did not lift with those few exchanges. Instead, it deepened, like a misdiagnosis worsening a malady, until it bore down suffocatingly upon them all. Yu Yi merely chuckled softly, while Yi remained shy. After greeting everyone, Yu Yi took Yi's hand and dashed toward the Miluo desert. Hearing this, the blonde man surveyed their surroundings. They stood squarely in the center of the expressway leading to the airport. Yet minutes passed without a single vehicle appearing, and dense foliage cloaked the distant mountains on all sides. She would not refuse, and Yu Yi might not either. Such an opportunity was one the Xianyuan army could never afford to miss. Sun Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. His immense energy erupted into a violent gale, forcing spectators to shield their eyes. Once outside the music building, even more onlookers gathered, calling out to one another, rushing to witness the commotion, until the judo club's dojo was packed to overflowing. "Boss, shall we buy some seafood too? Crabs are especially plump right now," Lu Jinwei suggested deferentially. In fact, Jiangnan Television had invited in Liang solely to compose and perform a song at their gala. In truth, the principle Lu Hanxiang articulated was no mystery to those present. They were far from fools, fully aware of the delicate stakes involved. Should silver fail to materialize, the post-couriers might well conclude the emperor had deceived them, a prospect whose consequences were too dire to contemplate. Yet silver remained hard currency, impossible to conjure from thin air. After speaking, Tian Gua hurried forward and pressed Yu Xiao Tian's Renjong point. Moments later, Yu Xiao Tian slowly regained consciousness. Could it be that everyone is gathered here precisely because of this matter? Xiao Cheng asked, his expression grave. After all, the Erlin Empire's Grand Duke, Pu Tian, the patron of the Star Border Grand Duke, was no ordinary figure to provoke. For this reason, the Chongtong Stellar region had maintained peace for decades. Song Xiaodong shot the smoking man a disapproving glance and turned her body away, resuming her gaze out the window. From across the aisle came Li Erdog's voice, but no roar of artillery or aircraft. "Too late. I find it rather early. After all, he challenged me. Let him wait a while." Xiao Qin remarked coolly. Hunter arrived late. After Zhang Ting and Lin Yongming had a discussion in the study for over an hour, Hunter finally drove over in his Citroën. Hunter was led to the study on the second floor by the butler. After Lin Yongming opened the door, Hunter felt a bit awkward. Although he left the Kowloon family with Lin Yongming, they went their separate ways to their respective homes in Lychee Corner and Wanchai's hometown chicken shop. After buying a meal set, Hunter took his time savoring it before driving here. The bottomless abyss, according to the succubus Dongfang Na, is a realm where the residual battle waves can destroy an entire layer of the abyss. All right, mother has returned, hasn't she? Chu Feiyu bent down and patted his shoulder. Over the past 2 years, Chu Yang had grown quite well and was now half her height. Upon hearing that Xin Menglai had already left, Xin Mengchuan pulled Zhang Yuan away, not even uttering a single. Interestingly, Zhang Jibai did not seem to regard this person who was living under an alias as a potential threat. He merely smiled and accepted the fact. Moreover, Zhao Zhen heard a line that left him equally astonished. There are still some people whom I know waiting to see my misfortune, hoping I would fall into the sewer and believing that if I stopped writing Naruto fan fiction, I would achieve nothing. This aroused everyone's attention, and soon an elder felt compassion and wanted to take him as a disciple. When everyone was almost ready, the carriage was prepared and the interior had been set up early. Due to Song Sizuo's special circumstances, the seating inside was replaced with a layer of cotton padding and a mat for lying down. This scene was perfectly captured in Chong Hao's eyes from a distance. He did not know what Xin Menglai was saying to the vendor, but her smile always captivated him. This is a crystal embedded with flowers from the underworld, where the flowers are called red spider lilies. Ordinary ghosts cannot approach the wearer. If they encounter evil spirits, it will emit a red glow, alerting her instantly. I didn't know before, but now I do, Xiaqing has said as she pushed the door open, waving her folding fan and beaming with joy. Back in the cave on the back mountain, Yisu took out the broken Qianji order, wondering what her master was thinking, believing that someone capable of producing the Qianji order was just an ordinary scion of a mundane family. Once the store opens with errand running as a foundation, it can achieve school-wide delivery. In short, the potential for development is vast. If evidence is found, then Li Dai would find himself back inside before long. The light sword ruthlessly slashed towards him, and he closed his eyes, sealing his veins, while the will of asking heart pursued the evil spirit within him. Especially since she disregarded Tang Qing and the others' advice enrolling in college, she would probably be kicked out when she returned. Seeing Chan Ying and Sister Leopard leave, the fierce lynx's eyes flickered, taking a few steps back before suddenly following them. Not long after, Sun Jijian drove to Bai Weiss Villa. When he got out of the car, he suddenly noticed Mo Yong's Mazda parked nearby, realizing that Mo Yong was likely inside the villa. Old Yi, although the Yi family is very wealthy, I will cover the cost of Yi Xiao's treatment, Bai Wei added. As soon as Bai Wei's brother finished speaking, Bai Wei slammed her chopsticks down on the table, staring coldly at her brother. Under the pressure of her powerful aura, her brother couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He increasingly felt like he was engaged in a serious engineering project, shouldering both design and construction. Hu Taz was the client representative, and many decisions needed his or Klaus approval. Ling Linlin set the pearl gifted by Jean Ling into a piece of silver jewelry, creating a necklace to hang around her neck, prominently displayed. After changing clothes and exiting the door, Jiang, he concisely narrated the events to Lao San. Upon hearing this, Lao San was both shocked and angry, filled with worry and fear, and he couldn't help but hasten his steps, dragging Jiang swiftly to the scene of the Lantern Tavern incident. A young woman capable of attracting Mr. Zhang's attention is undoubtedly extraordinary in Kai Sis' eyes, despite the seemingly ordinary appearance and attire of this Miss Bao. Upon learning that her boss actually knew her from the chicken franchise in her hometown, Kai Si did not smile. Instead, she looked at this Miss Bao with newfound regard. Kai Si understood that individuals like Wei Li and Mai Li Si were personally chosen by Zhang Ting. Now one is responsible for the headquarters of Galaxy Investment Company. The Tyrone Empire showed little reaction, at most merely watching with interest and smiling. This is also reflective of the open-minded culture of the Tyrone Empire, largely influenced by His Majesty the Emperor. This statement is accurate. The Flower Capital has just experienced war, and the Tyrone Empire continuously engages in external conquests. Any resistance met with fierce massacres, with Jingguan being a prime example. This guy actually released gas bombs early in the morning, showing no fear of being beaten up, which he found rather admirable. Although the lightning tribulation continued to strike down, both its power and frequency were gradually diminishing, indicating that the might of the heavenly tribulation was waning, which drew a faint smile from Qin Ming. Bai Li had kept this matter buried in his heart and never mentioned it, causing him to gradually fade from view. Now reminded by Qi Liangren, his anger surged and blood boiled within him. This canceling is not good. How everyone was notified a week ago, especially the branches everywhere, with many matters needing to be reported to Zhuoling, and preparations must have taken considerable time. Adjust the course to a 2 o'clock position, charging power to level 10, accelerate. Shuka suddenly shouted. The formation master could set up alchemy formations, making the refining of any pill exceedingly easy. Ji Lang sat in the main hold, watching the battle above. The freshly brewed blood wine in his cup turned bitter and tasteless as an unexpected attack was launched against our camp with no clear target, but instead aimed at surrounding the patrolling forces of the winged clan above the Annihilation War Chariot. Amidst the fiery red and frost white blooming, like flowers, AIC Fa's robust form flew out, skidding several meters on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Alright, I'll help you with this. Think carefully, this matter is not just about eliminating the enemy, but also concerns yourself, Director Wang said, after which he took everyone away, including the reluctant Zhang Jiao. Therefore, at the beginning, everyone held no confidence in Li Tianyi's conference, but after he finished speaking, everyone's thoughts began to stir. On the eastern edge of the Sea of Chaos, there is a city with the powerful characters Chaos City engraved above the city gate. In any case, you should not have killed that spirit beast, nor should you have stewed it for meat. Guya disregarded all of Li Ji's explanations. General Wang Jin's swordsmanship is extraordinary. I admire it. I have matters to attend to today, and I must learn from you another day. Yi Ming once again activated the carefree divine travel, disappearing like a soaring eagle into the sky. Wang Jin was particularly sensitive to the smell of blood, able to detect it from 10 miles away, let alone within the general's residence. Yang Hui nodded vigorously, saying, "That's right, from the current situation it seems so. The reason Yin Zhendong could act with impunity in our Baoyi County is likely related to this. The gang, how's the place I asked you to find?" Chai Hua lit a cigarette and asked Zhou Bo beside him. Mo Shaoxing wasn't afraid of death, he just felt that fighting with Hype right now was of no value. Other than the destruction of both fish and nets and the burning of jade and stone, there is no other significance. 100 years to reach the 7-star realm is already considered a rare talent, while reaching it at 4,000 or 5,000 years is the norm. He simply sat quietly in place, believing that it wouldn't be long before the other party would come to invite him out, as he had no defensive measures at his disposal. Bao Yanqin's intelligence was evident from the little things. Next to her, Leona looked at the unassuming young Chinese woman with a hint of surprise. Zhang Ting's intention to acquire the electric fan company and enter the fan market was not solely related to the impending global oil crisis. A morning passed just like that. It was now lunchtime at Yinxing Investment Company. Taking another trembling step, although there were a few ancient stone steps below, walking felt awkward. If Yi Wudao were to take too large a stride, he might lose his balance and tumble down. Even if the mountain was only a few hundred meters high, the fall would be quite painful. However, the confidence in the Yulin left guard warriors did not last long before it was shattered by the thunder that filled. The arrows and expressions of the Yulin left guard were ground into dust by the thunder unleashed by the Thunderstorm battle group, and the thunder continued its relentless assault, striking towards the formation of the Yulin left guard like divine punishment. Once the situation in the Tang dynasty became unstable, it would inevitably lead to internal turmoil, prompting a series of targeted strikes and invasions at various borders. In a daze, Chen Xian felt his hand gripped tightly by a rough hand, and upon regaining his composure saw that it was his grandfather, whose face was glowing with excitement. Zhang Shilong continued to plead desperately, while Chai Xiao looked at him with disdain, turned his head, and gazed once more at the battlefield below the hill. Both armies stood in heavy confrontation, thousands of soldiers poised for battle, creating a tense atmosphere that rendered the scene as silent as dead water devoid of life. Is remaining silent and uninvolved appropriate? It is not, as the generals argued. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our side, fleeting and regrettable if missed. As the divine attack ceased, Huahua Guixiao and others glared at Shiliang with predatory eyes. Shiliang's skin prickled painfully, but he remained unconcerned. Then the two fell silent simultaneously, intently watching the video footage. It wasn't that the content was particularly captivating, but they sought clues to uncover the mastermind behind it. You must be visiting Jiqin Mountain for the first time, right? This is the immortal abode of Jiqin Mountain. Juju pointed at the dilapidated Yunluo Hall, feeling a sudden pang of disappointment. From a great distance, the top-tier powerhouses of the Holy Realm, who were still observing, sensed the wind and began to rush into the ancient ruins. Annoying. Yen Xiao spat out 2 words without looking back, his arrogant demeanor driving Lu Xia to the brink of insanity. This monster had the head of a cheetah and sharp claws, its massive size suggesting a height of at least 2 meters, even from the photograph. Wei Ming wanted to intervene. If this Feng Nan were to actually fight Wang Lu, it would undoubtedly be a one-sided beating. Thus, for the sake of the evening's operation, it was better to avoid it. Wang Lu wore a look of concern for the intellectually challenged, clearly realizing that the other party genuinely did not remember their previous conversation. It was understandable for Li Kei to act this way. After all, when Dong Zhuo ordered him to leave the camp and go to the Shiliang army's camp to fetch horses, he specifically emphasized to choose good horses. Having served under Dong Zhuo for so long, how could Li Kei not understand his intentions? So that's how it is. Shui Wuxin murmured, feeling as if she had uncovered a great secret. At this moment, Wang Lu had turned the wild boar outside into a mushy mess, a grotesque sight. Of course, he didn't use the blade of greed. Onion dealing with such a creature was simply too easy. Lu Tsang did not respond to his words, but simply said, "Follow me," and walked into his own room with a Xia Wanyu was uncertain if there were more dangerous entities behind the white mist. Thus, she found that there was only one path left for her. Zhang Ting has finished reviewing these materials. He knows that Wang Hu would never sell his fan company, and Lu Huarong is even less likely to do so. Now only a few other companies remain. One of them is the Taiping Fan Company located in Kuei-chong. This fan company has a 3-story industrial building covering nearly 100,000 square feet. Although I cannot defeat Lu Jiazi, I will make him suffer some pain. Hu Xiangdi and Zhao Liaming's deaths were likely orchestrated by him. Though I lack the ability to seek revenge, I am willing to fight fiercely. After a while, Rui also regained her focus, but she could only manage a bitter smile and gently shook her head. Clearly this is an extraordinarily grand wedding. Who would have thought that centuries ago, when the divine realm ruled over the heavenly court, there would come a day when demons occupied the heavenly palace, welcoming the bridal sedan at the southern heavenly gate. In a crowd of over 300, about 10 men near this side nodded and chuckled together. All right, it's all gone. Lin Shu shook his head. His originally drunken eyes regained their clarity, except for the fact that the 2 crates of beer he had just consumed had only increased the crystalline internal energy within him without causing any further effects. Zheng Zhong believed that the Tianxian Miexin sword should be able to break through the cave wall to obtain this mysterious crystal, but he had no intention of doing so. Suddenly a figure leaped out from the inn, jumped onto the rooftop, and with a limp leg ran for a while before leaping again onto another building. It was a Shui. How is this possible? Could this monkey also be a mutated one? Luo Yu was shocked and simultaneously activated his abilities, his body erupting with surging electricity. A Shui whispered, "Your sister has great kindness towards me. I haven't seen her in many years." The person he felt most grateful to was the Lotus Fairy Tang Tianxiang, whom he had not seen since parting at Wudong Mountain. At that time, he was full of ideals, wanting to return home in glory, dreaming of becoming a renowned hero upon returning to Wudong. Thinking of him, a sudden pain struck his heart. What is wrong with him? So weary, yet she could only wait anxiously here. 20 middle-grade spirit stones. If you want to sell them, take them. If not, we will leave. Qin Yuan pulled Ming Shi as if about to walk away. If it were him, he would have been struck by the tribulation lightning. How could he have the courage to fly up with a sword and confront it hidden? Indeed, this is the ambition of this lizard. It makes one tremble, utterly powerless from the depths of the heart. Pan Chong clearly had a low resistance to Qin Guangwang's mental attack, so he took the initiative to eliminate Qin Guangwang first. Yen Qiano silently gripped her long knife, blood-red energy enveloping her, driven by an inner urgency to charge once more. If one cannot hide, then they must swiftly assassinate without any hesitation or delay. This is to inform everyone that the selection is about to begin and those selected are entering the cities. You need to explain the events of that year to me clearly. Yi Wanyue questioned word by word, her gaze filled with a murderous intent as if it came from hell. Yes, it's the transformation of the divine dragon, the rising dragon. Oh, my husband is amazing. He has finally succeeded. Su Qian'er shed tears of joy, so excited that her words choked in her throat. Seeing the blade of Lang Hongxiang slicing towards him, this person felt no worry at all. With the formation he had already established, Lang Hongxiang had no capacity to break through. It was precisely because of this that Lang Hongxiang had suffered severe injuries before. Now if he attacked again, it was merely inviting suffering upon himself. When Chun Xinghai saw Wang Zishuan approaching him, he naturally dared not lose the respect due to a junior expressing his thanks as a greeting. Meanwhile, the people waiting outside the Yongchun Martial Arts Hall stirred when they saw the door open. Wang Jiqiang spoke eloquently. Zhang Ting listened intently, observing the expressions of the senior executives from Taiping Electric Fan and the actions of those around him, including Leona Tang In and Bao Yongqing. Although Leona and Tang In understood some Cantonese, they were not familiar enough, resulting in their confusion over Wang Jiqiang's words. What surprised Zhang Ting was that as soon as he asked the executives for their opinions, Bao Yongqing took out a pen and paper and began to take notes. Amidst a thunderous roar that felt like the end of the world, 4 towering pillars of the Tao stood at the edge of the sky, connecting heaven and earth like celestial columns centered around Shumi Mountain. Seeing this situation, Yuan Pei could not care about anything else and ordered the servants to forcefully support Li Hao, who was trembling to leave this place. Su Bangxia could not grasp Li Hao's specific intentions, but she felt capable of protecting herself. At worst, she would just return empty-handed, and indeed, she had no other options left. In a moment of deep emotion, Su Bangxia decided not to go home and obediently followed Li Hao back to his room. Rong Zihan's office was on the top floor, and Meng Tian escorted her to the door, pushing it open for her, forcing Yi Qingming to walk in. Initially, Hu Yishou found Su Wei to be a burden, but in town it was indeed more convenient for him to call for help. As a result, the nutritious meal prepared for Old Master Rong was not sent directly to Yi Qingming, but to the president's office. However, he was not favored, and his pride suffered a tremendous blow. As a seasoned assistant, he awaited the boss. A purple longsword stood vertically in the eastern sky, emanating an aura of destruction that cleaved through chaos and pierced through time and space. Moreover, during the Song dynasty, unlike now, the accounts could not be clearly tallied. Taxes were simply paid based on the transaction amounts. Looking down, he noticed various wounds on his body opened by the dragon's shock with blood flowing down smoothly. The demonic energy behind the demonic scale surged violently, emitting piercing howls as the demonic scale looked up at Feng Qingyang with a chilling smile. Thinking this, Jinsei flipped over and aimed to leap through the window towards the lotus pond. Boss, are you slandering? This will incur divine retribution. I have no time for romance. Moreover, Director Qiao has even less time. We are discussing the plan for Jinsi Noodle House to enter Korea. Deng Qiao said discontentedly. The Q skill of the bull's head was successfully unleashed because his flash position was precisely at the center of the 5 members of the battle gate. Your Majesty. Yun Xiao tightly clung to his arm, as if embedding her heart within his. In the days without his affection, she could only survive amidst sorrow and resentment. Now she wanted to hold on to him tightly, not wanting to let go. However, the storm was not yet over. Could he ensure the Yun family's safety through this turmoil? Yet again, Xianming had made his mother cry. He stood quietly behind the door, watching his weeping mother from a distance. Shang Wanhong had appeared behind him at some point, then embraced Xianming and took him to their garden. As the team gathered in the middle lane, Su Liken's misfortune occasionally aimed to hit the tower. This seemingly simple action was in fact fraught with peril. Jinsei felt a shock in her heart. If that were truly the case in the struggle for supremacy, the defeated side would face a fate worse than death, losing their lives would be a mere wish for them. Wang Xiu gritted his teeth and made up his mind. At this moment, leaving was the only option. Although this only meant escaping the monk, while failing to leave the temple, Wang Xiu had no other choice. As the second needle was inserted, Mo Sang Sang spat out a mouthful of blood, and the fullness in front of her rose and fell enticingly. Fa Jia was a carefully cultivated expert from the Fa family, and in terms of strength, he was definitely among the elite of his peers, so Fa Junxing felt at ease with him taking action. The Prince's Building. No. 10 Achatere Road, Central Hong Kong. This building is one of the 3 most valuable commercial buildings in Hong Kong, and currently serves as the office headquarters of the Global Shipping Group. In the office of the chairman of the Global Shipping Group, a man in a suit appearing to be in his 50s is currently reading and suddenly the landline phone beside him rang urgently. Bao Yugong had not yet picked up the phone when someone nearby. In the hollow space in the middle, a wave of scorching aura emanated, and Qin Feng could even feel a strong fluctuation from the mirror in front, as if it was exceedingly excited. You can't escape. One of Chao Yingdan's ghostly claws suddenly elongated, abruptly attempting to bypass Jiang Wei's defenses and grab at him. This claw infused a considerable amount of power from Chao Yingdan, indicating that he had been planning this ambush for quite some time. As the bell signaling the end of class was about to ring, the morning lessons were mostly over, and it was nearly time for lunch. Just then a white figure fell down from the stone slab above. The bound bodyguards were all terrified, their legs trembling, not daring to move, gazing at Zhui Yun, fearing that with a single command from him, they would all descend into hell. So everything from last night was premeditated by you. Zhou Meiqi raised her eyes, her gaze shrouded in mist. The entire action flowed seamlessly, just as Baijika described. Lance's movements in activating the powdered chip were remarkably precise and stable. Isn't it just a few thousand years? You've made us worry and fret for thousands of years. You must compensate us. With more wives, some naturally became bolder and shameless as people like Zhu Yin took the lead in shouting. The young master leisurely took the long spear, then grasped the end of the spear, lifting it to pry open a door of the luxury car. He then leaned in, and suddenly a cold, stunningly beautiful face appeared before him. Seeing Li Yang's rejection, Guyu was not surprised. After all, Qing Tian Peak was the least favored peak in the Qing family, and knowing this, those who chose to join would naturally not easily switch to another peak. In a few days, the quarry, gambling house, and brothels run by Lord Bai were all sealed by the authorities, benefiting Zhang Quanquan as a result. Other harmless establishments like escort agencies and restaurants were renamed by Lu Qinyang and continued to operate as part of the Lu family's enterprises. With one less bully, there was more safety, and everyone in Jingyang applauded this change. Just as Wang Xingxin was about to fall asleep feeling full of grievances, Daniel, who came to call him, saying that the uncles were going to take their leave. Wang Xingxin hurried up to see them off, during which there was another round of reminders and teachings. Zhao Tianming pointed out various details, such as how the snake on the back of the Xuanwu divine beast was coiled, and how the 4 legs were distributed, all of which were quite intricate. Fang Qifa clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, young Master Lu, for your assistance." He then took Fang La and ventured out into the rainy night. Suddenly, a gigantic figure stepped out of the void, appearing before the colorful, glowing blood point, releasing a fierce aura that seemed capable of shaking the heavens and earth, causing even the air to momentarily stagnate. Finally, after a few minutes of combat, the Qing gang began to show signs of panic and retreat. Once panic sets in, it becomes uncontrollable. After patiently waiting for a while, the increasingly dense fragrance in the workshop unexpectedly turned into a strange, pungent odor. At first, as the Daoqin manual operated, Li Yang's mind clearly sensed the basic structure and operational trajectory of this natural formation. The dangers ahead are unpredictable. If companions keep leaving one after another, everyone must plan for themselves in the face of danger. Therefore, the first step is to strengthen all the members of the Huashan sect to empower the existing individuals through two pathways, either by having everyone cultivate the Taoist treasure, the Zixia divine art, or by leveraging the heroic path cultivation system. As the king of the shipping world, the Bao family's carrying capacity has surpassed that of Greece and the European shipping tycoon Onassis, which fills Bao Yugang's heart with pride. Among the Chinese who does not recognize the king of the shipping world, Bao Yugang, aside from the world map and the map of Xianjiang Zhangting, also noticed the study. There is a family portrait. In the photo, besides the young couple Bao Yugang, their 4 daughters surround them. Master Chen, are you sure the 2 items you took are crucial to Yang and Su? Can they weaken his threat? Master Long asked with concern. Lu Yajun didn't know what to do and could only follow Chen Hao's words, saying a few random words before hanging up the phone. In a courtyard of Hongming Immortal City, the lowest ranked among the celestial beings, Guihai, cloaked in a robe, with a kind heart, righteous conscience, a willingness to endure hardships, a tenacious character, and a clever mind, Yunfeng cherishes this child, who seems to have no faults. Zhaoju Luo was quite puzzled. Could it be that this Jun was really problematic, always talking mysteriously? To her questions, Jun Yin paid no mind, his gaze fixated on the empty area ahead. Both were silent. Li Mo's thoughts were in turmoil, but there was no way to act. Su Yaoyao, pure as a blank sheet, had just learned to kill while following Li Mo. Close enough. Lu Yunting nodded firmly, and even Lu Jinkai leaned over. Li Mo was now very sensitive to laughter, always feeling that others were laughing at him, so he turned his head to look. Huajiu, draped in peach blossom petals, rushed between the Zolong residence and the returning Goose residence, leaving with flowers. Returning draped in snow. Time passed in a hurry over 2 years. The bodyguards and security personnel on site hurriedly stepped forward to block the way, isolating over 100 reporters to a relatively safe distance. Xiao Yingying gently shook her head, looking at Chang Wanyun, and upon seeing his bare chest, her face turned crimson, and she quickly lowered her head. The Earth Magnetic Thunder Bomb is a special item akin to black technology, and it is one of the treasures that fell to Earth with the meteors. At this moment, the distance was already very close. He could naturally sense the roaring sounds coming from there, which were not caused by a single powerful aura. As one of the earliest born beings, it possessed boundless wisdom and unparalleled cultivation, but due to its roots in the chaotic sea of fire, it faced limitations. If it could not absorb the energy from the chaotic fire sea for a day, it would feel depleted. Jin Qi's astonished reaction was evident, while Cheng Yin returned him a calm expression, indicating that he had long known this news. Only this Ma Lian, immortal emperor, has been cooperative from the start, otherwise they would have already become a corpse with their soul refined away. The He-Ji immortal laughed as he caught up, saying, "With you, this beast with 4 legs, you think you can surpass my elusive, ghostly steps?" Though he was talking about a horse, he was actually scolding Yang Qing. The Flame King scoffed, leading everyone out of the Great Hall towards the direction of the Nether River. Shangguan Yun, upon hearing this, urged his horse forward several lengths and threw the more than 3-meter-long flagpole towards Yang Yiji. In an instant, the air fell silent within the entire tent. Aside from the sounds of many breaths, only the hole created by Lu Yang remained, with the hunting wind rustling the fabric strips, producing a muffled sound. At this moment, he only needed to buy a few seconds. He could even envision the scene of a cold, formidable crossbow aimed at this mountain swordsman. A long and powerful body spiraled in the air, and the dark figure was covered with metallic, gleaming triangular scales, indicating its immense hardness, with robust limbs, sharp claws, exuding a fierce and terrifying might. Hashikawa Nobumoto waved his hand in disgust, signaling to throw this thing away, then raised his eyes to look at Yama Yashikuni. Su Haiwen is a Caucasian and often finds it difficult to understand what his father-in-law is truly thinking, especially when he sees those Chinese people laughing and chatting on the surface while potentially harboring a different agenda behind their backs. Currently, Su Haiwen mainly focuses on executing the tasks assigned by his father-in-law. Beyond that, he primarily interacts with white people from Europe and America. Now, having learned from his father-in-law that Mr. Zhang is purchasing an old ship from the Bao family, his father-in-law surprisingly refuses. It is evident that there is something more to this situation. My dear wife, is what you said true? Do you really regret marrying me? Being Imo looked at by Shishuan, his expression reflecting disbelief. The territory occupied by the Germanic tribe corresponds to what would later become Germany, Poland, Denmark, Sweden, and other regions. Thus, for an entire morning, Zhao Jing and others were in an empty studio where Zhao Jing personally taught them how to draw symbols. Drawing symbols is a tedious task that requires intense concentration, and the techniques must be honed over time. Only someone like Zhao Jing, who is exceptionally skilled, can start directly. Lu Qingze could no longer tolerate the greasy stool, so he placed a few paper towels on it before sitting down. Mother was completely startled by his words, and no matter how much her father scolded her afterward, she gritted her teeth and endured, no longer daring to mention the topic of divorce. After Xia Sisi left, Duan Mukin fell into a period of despondency, but eventually he became engrossed in his busy work, as only the heavy workload could temporarily help him forget his longing for Xia Sisi. Seizing the opportunity, many ancestors took action, unleashing their powers to shatter the formation, completely reducing the entire palace to ashes. If she did not leave now, what would happen if that useless person recognized her? Can this button be made from coral pearls or fish bones? Jean Xiaoqiao suddenly asked. At the moment of falling, she saw Wu Yi looking back at her with a panicked expression and reaching out towards her. Now a pair of transparent wings appeared on her back, and as she controlled the wings to fly, her noble and aloof demeanor became increasingly apparent. Entering the e-commerce platform, Lu Shaoran paused for a moment, then smiled and scanned the surroundings. Fortunately, high-level cultivators joined forces under the leadership of a loose immortal from a sect called Luoyun sect. They collaborated to begin slaying those mutated creatures. The conversation with the Tengu yielded no results. Even Bai Zhe could tell that if he were not a great demon, the Tengu would not have bothered to speak with him at all. Seeing the strange expression on Sister Tanqui's face, Xiao Dongshan felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. After reflecting, he felt no guilt and thus found peace. Shin Feng wanted to seek revenge on the Li family and even declare war on the Xuanwu sect, which was naturally good news for them. Yang Bing, it has already been a night. How did things turn out? Wei Gaoyi said coldly, and beneath him Wei Yangbing's body shook violently. Tang Yuanho's body also trembled. His outstretched hand awkwardly halted in midair. If not for himself, was there a major figure coming today? The governor bypassed him directly. Tang Yuanhao curiously turned his head, wanting to see what kind of person could earn such attention from the governor. She looked at her sister apologetically and said, Xianxian must be hungry. There's no need to go out. There's a lounge here in the center that I use when I work overtime, and there's food there. He'll be right back. As she spoke, she walked inside. 2 days ago, they were discovered by the people of the Qingtian sect, and the Qingtian sect was extremely domineering, threatening them to help scout the Demon King's grave. Lin Ranqing, after carefully observing the 14 resource stars today, suddenly recalled this peculiar sect. They all knew that a great battle was about to erupt. With such a conflict looming, they certainly did not wish to be. Zhang Ting had a rough understanding of the materials he reviewed, and he felt assured. The shipping industry in Xinjiang was currently thriving, with numerous shipping companies apart from the 4 major shipping giants led by Bao Yugong. Ultimately, the number of ships and their carrying capacity depended on the financial support one could muster. It was clear that Bao Yugong had significant advantages due to his collaboration with HSBC, which provided him with ample financial backing. That's because you are here. Lin Yulan recalled the beginning when that chubby guy was not very honest. He not only spanked her, but also seized opportunities to touch her occasionally. Beneath the bridge lay the nightmare realm of the immortals, the infinite sea. The origin of the celestial bridge was untraceable, yet the eternal flames burning on both sides could indeed intimidate the creatures of the infinite sea. Thus, many years later, this celestial bridge remained the optimal route connecting the 2 continents. As everyone rose, the chubby assistant curled his lips into a cold smirk, seizing a golden opportunity to pull the trigger instantly. To his surprise, this matchmaker was so afraid that Su Xing would disagree that she dragged Yang and Angela into the mix. If these 2 agreed to participate in the mission, how could Su Xing possibly ignore it? He would have to go even if he didn't want. This pair of senior brother and sister guarded the only passage from the realm of souls to the human world. Once sent here, those who arrived could hardly return. No, it's because my dad came to Shanghai, and there wasn't enough room, so I had to find a place, Yu silently explained, not wanting to provoke him. It was precisely for this reason that he agreed, but who knew why the boss suddenly changed his mind? He insisted he must poison someone. He had no choice but to comply, or a single phone call could leave him in a dire situation. The Ghost King sect, led by the ruthless Han Jiang, was infamous for its brutality, instilling hatred deep within the Hong Kong police force. Even though they were injured and not fully recovered, the few of them were still top-tier martial artists at the life and death realm. No one could question their authority or expect answers to their questions. In an instant, the scenery before everyone underwent a drastic transformation. Familiar teammates vanished one by one, and the original waiting hall morphed into a series of unfamiliar environments. Moreover, intelligence from the demon realm indicated that the calamities of the divine realm were inextricably linked to the person before them. Just as Xiao Jing pondered his future with Monaire, a faint trembling voice echoed in his ear. Damn it, no one had ever accomplished a 360-degree flip in place without external assistance. Meng Tian had always been a person of his word, repaying kindness. After Zhang Liang had pointed out his strengths, he remembered Zhang Liang's favor. There were only 2 players in the top 10 of the Divine Domain's rankings. Back when eternity was present, there had been 3 or 4. Feng Shui was well aware that she was a latest-stage profession, yet seeing her classmates effortlessly using shadow clones to skip classes, employing Mage's Hand to do assignments, and even unlocking gene locks to participate in sports events, she felt particularly disheartened. By destroying his spiritual power before the 9 Miao Divine Envoy perished, he would temporarily lose contact with the personal space he had created. This would afford Feng Zong, who possessed the spatial treasure of the Dragon Horn clan, the opportunity to seize the 9 Miao Divine Envoy's personal space. Hearing the cries for help from the Red Boy, Guanyin could hesitate no longer. Moreover, Bai Qian had been revived, and had turned misfortune into fortune. Not only had she achieved true resurrection, but her cultivation had also soared to a second transformation golden immortal. This was in fact partly due to the Red Boy's efforts. "No, you put sugar in the salt shaker and added a lot," Li Longzi said with a look of helplessness. Upon entering, someone was already serving tea, handing over clothes, and reporting everything that had happened in the yard during his absence. Wasn't this a bit exaggerated? The current Galaxy investment building known as Kowloon Plaza No. 1 was originally constructed on reclaimed land. In other words, there used to be a sea beneath it. Even after reclamation, it is not too far from Victoria Harbor. There is a bar not far from the Galaxy investment building. Generally, bars operate at night and close during the day. However, many Westerners in Xinjiang prefer to visit during the daytime. Since the next day is the birthday of Xieziheo's mother, LV Para Madame Chiu suggested that Hanjiu you take a rest and visit Xieziheo's mother to wish her well tomorrow. Xie Yuanxiao dropped them off at Xieziheo's villa and then left. There is no need to elaborate on Jun Yi's long experience in battle. Just now he mentioned that General Ming had spoken of a part of the Flying Bear Army assisting the vanguard, which is a highly regarded point. If we discuss forest combat, the Flying Bear should lead General Pang. Zhang, who a general like Zhang, he would not elaborate further and turned to face General Pang Da. "Lieutenant, the enemy troops have arrived." At this moment, several hundred steps away, a dark mass of enemy troops could be seen arranged in formation, orderly and imposing. Additionally, a large group of enemy soldiers was maneuvering to surround and attack the northern gate of King Touching. He could not dismiss Lu Xiangsong, not for any other reason. After all, wasn't the 200 million spent in vain? He realized that every time he ate food prepared by Shun Yiji, the operation of his cultivation method became particularly smooth, enabling him to achieve twice the result with half the effort during practice. Before Shun Yiji could speak, Huazhu suddenly stepped forward and knelt down before her, the sound of her knee hitting the cold floor echoing. The fish pond was divided into individual pools, each housing different species of fighting fish. Those who came to fight fish could either use their own fish or purchase them on site. LV Mu arrived at the horse farm and saw hundreds of strong horses, mostly chestnut-colored blood horses. One strikingly white horse stood out with a single horn on its forehead. If he truly had such abilities, he would practically be a human treasure-seeking device. Wouldn't he have already become? "All right, Sakeo, you have just recovered. Dr. Hua instructed you not to speak much. Go rest early, and I will invite sister-in-law over to take care of you." Lu Yi smiled slightly, stopping Shizakeo from speaking further. After all, this stubborn condition was considered healed, and there would be plenty of time in the future. "This matter does not concern you. If you intend to help him, feel free to use any means necessary. I believe he will be leaving in a lying position today," Lei Jun said in a calm tone. Those who knew him understood that he was quite angry at that moment. When the god of death was angry, the consequences were severe. At the hour of Su Zheng, Guozhong bid farewell to Zhu Jiming and led a team back to the military camp to prepare. It was precisely because of his absorption and operation that Bai Fu Ling and Li Luo Hua were able to stabilize and absorb these shadows. Similarly, it was because of his spirit vortex that Bai Fu Ling and the others could not absorb these dark shadow demon energies. Yuan Qing stared wide-eyed at Luo Shui, her clear gaze allowing Luo Shui to see her own reflection. Yuan Qing had never feared Luo Shui. She felt an innate trust towards this person in white. The old man was bound by iron chains, and at this moment, he gritted his teeth desperately, trying to pull the chains apart, blood flowing continuously. However, the four saints, having practiced for a millennium, would not waver in their resolve due to mere words. "The Son of Heaven need not flatter us, since we have promised Taoist one to assist the great Shang, my brothers, and I will certainly do our utmost." It was still Wang Yamo who spoke. Yes, Qinlong is indeed known as the strongest shield, but in the current Will Seal realm, hardly anyone has witnessed the terrifying power of his steel. Luo Feng, with a fierce expression, suddenly roared like a ferocious lion, transforming his black hands once again into several massive solid shadows of black palms, striking towards the two. Taizi Mansion. The office of the chairman of the Global Shipping Group. Bao Yu had just signed an important contract and handed it to his secretary for departmental processing. With still some time left before the end of the workday, Bao Yu picked up an international shipping newspaper to read when a knock was heard at the door. The female secretary went to open the door and saw Su Haiwen. "I wish to see the chairman." Su Haiwen walked in. In the company, Su Haiwen was still. In fact, she had woken up several times in a daze along the way, yet she was always unwilling to open her eyes, eventually sinking back into a deep slumber. It was not until the third day that she thoroughly awoke, but she had become unusually quiet. "Warriors, regardless of what changes have occurred at the Darkwing Fortress, our enemies are right before us. Do not hesitate. Use the bows and arrows in your hands to reap their pitiful lives." Elder Guangying shouted with a flushed face, and all the warriors were infected, their faces reddening. Yi Yu ignored her words and sat down to begin adjusting his breathing, not even glancing at Qing Ling, let alone speaking to her. He. Actually, I wanted to apologize to Xiao Mo. You see, I never expected Xiao Mo to be with my brother. So on the previous one, I naturally want to congratulate my brother and sister-in-law. Chen Yihue said awkwardly. The strength of the Huayimen was formidable, but even at their peak, they still had to procure supplies like at the Five Flavors restaurant, which hints at the true extent of their power. Li Ming couldn't help but explain it. She thought for a moment, likely due to her recent closeness with the Sui family, during which there were several occasions where she took the initiative to speak to Sui Zifeng, leading everyone to believe she had feelings for him, when in fact it was just for business. With the eruption of blood energy, a magical beast was torn to shreds by the powerful blood aura. During the previous battle with the overlord, Aunt Dongfang Xiao discovered that absorbing the blood energy of other beings seemed to enhance his own blood power, so he seized the opportunity to absorb some magical beast's blood energy in the dark forest. The power of the Wanqing domain was truly terrifying. Shuihao did not expect that the inheritance of young Master Shimin would be so domineering, able to unleash such an almost invincible domain. Taiga looked at Amy as if nothing had happened in the afternoon, seemingly unaffected. However, seeing Amy slightly divert her gaze under his watch, Taigu smiled, realizing that Amy was not entirely. Moreover, the existence of these 10,000 permanent teleportation arrays enabled players to rapidly conquer and occupy or destroy enemy bases. The man before him was undoubtedly the pinnacle among the finest cross-dressers, even surpassing the champion of a certain beauty pageant he had seen in his previous life. The helicopter had flown over, allowing a clear view of the pilot. The loudspeakers on the plane were shouting towards them, though no one paid attention to what was being said. Zhen Fan was unconcerned, and the two children were even less so. All they wanted was to continue climbing upwards. At that moment, screams of agony and explosions echoed simultaneously. Those with higher cultivation screamed in despair, while the slightly weaker ones spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing unconscious. Those with extremely low cultivation without any means of defense exploded into a bloody mist. Gu Tai evenly distributed the neural signals from the real world and the electric signals from the quantum network, focusing on observing the movements in both worlds. However, the glances directed at Chun Xiao also carried a trace of spirit-like essence. This master of talisman arts had surprisingly left behind such a hand at this moment, leaving a true immortal in the Xianhuang Mountain. The steward at the spirit separation stage collapsed to the ground, without a doubt his life force having already vanished. Early the next morning, Zhang Ting was reading the newspaper that Connie had just delivered. Learning from it that news about Galaxy Investment Company acquiring shares of the Cosmic Shipping Company had already spread to the outside world. Currently, the overall stock market in Xiangjiang is experiencing a significant downturn, making investors and retail traders highly sensitive. Especially a portion of investors who made considerable profits before the market bubble burst last year. Even the slightest positive news in the market could lead them to inflate their expectations infinitely. Like the Pingzhou public auction, the Yangon public auction also conducts transactions through both open and secret bidding methods, as the Pingzhou public auction is modeled after the practices of the Myanmar public auction. More than 100 divine pills. Even a divine being wouldn't dare to consume them all at once, would they? However, he did, because in his frenzied state, Feng Liuzai cared little for his own worthless life. The elder sister has arrived. A nearby old cadre who had just arrived not long ago reminded those in the room. It's getting chilly. Do you want to put on an extra layer? Ji finally regained her linguistic abilities, but ended up saying something quite irritating. Xiao Yao assessed that this pair of lampstands was even older than the square cabinet, and based on their design characteristics, they should date back to the Mid-Ming dynasty. Such fine items would hardly be used by an ordinary wealthy household at that time. They were likely from an official family. Among the various shades of red, pink, and white powders, there was a peculiar spice mixed in. However, as soon as Fu Yunxi closed her eyes, she began to fall into a dream. This time was different, as she found herself alone on an empty grassy field surrounded by ghost-faced monkeys, each glaring at her with a predatory gaze, yet none dared to make a move. With another loud bang, the fire that had been blazing suddenly froze, thick layers of ice swiftly extinguishing the flame. Sister Hong has water. Sister heard any rumors. Xiang Ro also raised her cup, concealing a faintly sinister smile beneath her lips. Qin Xiao was watching the opera on stage when suddenly he felt a chill on his back, as if someone were watching him. He turned around abruptly, only to see a Korean star, Kohan, eating white jade tofu, and next to him another nobleman, Lu Jingrong, was drinking wine. Moreover, this outing-like journey further relaxed everyone's spirits, as they had been fighting for their lives in a horror movie world for too long. Often apart from training, sleeping, and eating, there was no way for them to unwind. Not to mention, this single strike contained martial arts techniques that would make countless martial arts experts tremble. Everyone fell silent. They didn't speak, but they knew that the shadow was deeply etched in their souls, constantly tormenting them with fear, dread, and hatred. After about 20 minutes had passed, a group of nursing staff arrived at the ward to count the number of patients, hoping to find the one who had caused a commotion in the middle of the night. Just as Lin Xiaoyao was contemplating his scheming plans, a delicate sound akin to shattering glass echoed from it. Golden light enveloped the heavenly calamity king, who looked like a divine being, as he hurled a punch towards Xiao. However, regarding what had already occurred, there was no point in dwelling on it. When reflecting on the fact that he had been living here for 3 years, leaving like this wasn't bad at all. Shin Xiu was not a speaker, nor had he prepared a speech. He simply spoke whatever came to mind, wanting to say everything, yet seemed to veer off topic, expressing himself out of impulse, appearing quite muddled. The sound of the meteorite striking the Great Snake Wang spread through several cities, causing the entire Z city to feel a tremor beneath their feet, as if an earthquake had occurred. Su Qingyu calmly placed her hands behind her back, slightly tilting her body to evade the knife coming at her. July 13, 1973. Friday, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Ting had just finished work and was on his way back to the hillside villa at Repulse Bay when his Rolls-Royce car phone rang. Zhang Hua handed the receiver to Zhang Ting, who was reading the newspaper. Mr. Zhang, Miss Lao has arrived. Lao Shirley is here. Zhang Ting knew it had been some time since she last visited. Whenever she came over, she always brought something. Su Aihong, who was normally quite scatterbrained, felt a surge of anger at the police officer's doubts. Then, looking at the large screen in the room, they all assumed the laughter was coming from there, yet they saw nothing amusing happen. Gung Haosher glanced at the score on the scoreboard and then looked up at the ceiling. If they lost, would he still be able to go to America? At that time, there would be 2 impressive Gung Haoshis in my body. Right? Gung Haosher asked with anticipation. When she hung up, Xiao Baozu's eyes were still a bit red. It had been half a year since she last saw her grandparents, and she truly missed them. She thought that she must return during the new year, then she put down her phone and prepared to sleep. What do you mean by the barefoot, not fearing the one in shoes? Are you barefoot? Which of your brothers does not have a family to support? Even you probably support 2 wives in the alley. How can you ignore everyone and just talk nonsense like this while thinking about how to make amends? Lu Yukai said impatiently. Some things are wrong, and the whole situation feels strange, so my subordinate said it's a peculiar case. Lu Yukai said with a smile. Regardless of how it went, Sister Liu had indeed hit the 5th sister-in-law, and that was just after entering the door. If pursued, it wouldn't look good, so the old man meant to excuse Sister Liu. Who is she? Almost simultaneously, the other 4 roommates in the dormitory got up, curiously looking at Gung Haosher. Clearly, they had all been awakened by the noise and were now eavesdropping in bed. At this moment, he couldn't clearly tell his own situation and certainly wouldn't use lies to brush it off. Yi Tianyu took off his watch and placed it on the table. Before he could speak, Shin Mingjie directly said, "All right, well, take this model." She was not foolish and had realized that Yi Tianyu seemed to prefer this watch. Yi Tianyu suddenly froze, glancing in a certain direction. The curtain there was drawn back, revealing a pair of exceptionally beautiful eyes, captivating yet too cold. That face was even more exquisite and wonderful, but one could only wonder how her figure was. Also, during the commercial breaks, could the narration from the TV station be any less irritating? These true energies could not exert the powerful attack force of ordinary true energies, so although he had lost much of his powerful true energy, he still had enough confidence to handle everything with his current martial prowess. All my aspirations for love stemmed from the stories that Sister Lu Ning told me about her and Tang Changjia's deep bond through life and death. At that time, I also fantasized about a remarkable skilled man riding a horse towards me. The man scratched his head, awkwardly stopping his endless speech. At this moment, another man with a mysterious expression spoke up. Bogota is known as the Athens of South America, with many famous attractions bearing South American characteristics nearby. How Rin and the others had to wait 3 days, and they couldn't miss out on these sights. Princess, if anything arises in the future, feel free to ask Man Yao to find me. I shall take my leave now. Aunt Lu did not use any polite terms throughout, not even for her own reference. Her attitude was arrogant and rude, showing no regard for Lin Yue. Lei Gong was startled when Hao Rin mentioned the trapped dragon steak again. Earlier in his confrontation with Lei Zong, although he had only exchanged 4 blows, he had already exhausted most of his true energy. At that time, Lao Shirley had just finished junior high school, yet she vividly remembered her experiences. I was also studying at a prestigious private girls' school, and besides being at school, I could only return home. Reflecting on that incident, Lao Shirley still had a profound impression of it. In this event, Zhou Xinian's allegiance to Taiwan led to a loss of trust from the governor's office. Historically, it was also due to this Zhou Shi. When the director shouted cut, Nanshu immediately straightened his body, clearly different from his previous state. With a dark expression, Ling Gongxiu became a lone general, and the court's troops suffered nearly complete casualties. His heart was filled with hatred for Shui Fu. After hearing Gabriel's explanation, Bai Yu couldn't help but laugh, ignoring the 3-flavor true fire that was dying down on him. Your words are very sincere, and I appreciate them. My previous short-sightedness must have made you laugh. You have educated me well. Li Rui said earnestly, his expression relaxing considerably. Qin Ze's few words had opened up Li Rui's long-standing mental knot. I'm sorry I cannot cooperate with you. I've been suffering from high blood pressure and severe rhinitis lately, and am really not. Hua Zhanwu directly dismissed Tang Long, immediately changing the subject. Tell the Ronin to steady himself and not to take advantage of the situation to strike at Jiji Street. Xing Wentian issued the order in place of Wei Huli. To kill the burly Hu Guizha, it seems the suspect is extraordinary, Tang Long remarked as he looked at the deceased. For instance, Yu Mingchuan admiring the snow-covered mountains, galloping across the grasslands in the west wind, and fishing in the emerald lakes of Jiangnan. Everything felt so poetic and free. Qi Tianxian touched his nose knowing he was in the wrong and dared not retort. It's all my grandson's fault. I will accept whatever punishment my grandfather decides, and I will not complain. When Qi Tianxian spoke to everyone, he had already prepared himself for criticism or even punishment. At 18 as a second-level martial king, how many could there be in the entire empire? At this moment, who would still dare to call him useless? While the audience was embroiled in endless conflicts on such an important public stage, as the family martial meeting, the two of them unexpectedly collided. Could this be the legendary not being enemies yet meeting? He might not be his opponent, but this time he encountered a formidable challenge. Not only was his body unharmed, but he did not feel any pain at all, which left him utterly astonished. As Chu Cheng lightly landed on the ground, his demeanor remained handsome. His powerful punch seemed to have caused no harm to Chu Cheng. Do not be deceived by the unassuming appearance of this short sword. It is the relic of Dong Ling, the founder of the Taishan sect, passed down for nearly 300 years and has become the token of the Taishan sect's leader. With a surge of blood light, even the spirit of the blood python became excited as it felt a long-lost comfort, recalling the time when it dominated a region. The crimson light was its greatest source of energy. It seemed heaven had heard his prayers. General Li from the 5th War Zone of Shuzhou called, instructing him to prepare for organizing a counterattack on Taerswang. The horn of full-scale retaliation was finally about to be sounded. Not long after, Xiao Yifeng managed to fend off this maneuver, although he himself felt a slight impact. Cui Bin said nothing, glancing at the MCK tribe members already crawling on the ground. With Su Su present, they had lost their will to resist. From a distance, familiar auras could also be sensed by the MCK. He then focused on the Zixia divine art and the I Ching bone forging chapter. Another year had passed, and Li Mu had grown a year older. At 19, it was finally time to shine. This moment had finally arrived after so many years. Long Kuan thought that since his father no longer lived in this house, he needed to find a better water source for his distillery. Considering his sister Han Yu was suffering in the Wang family, it would be better to simply invite her to move in. That would amount to doing a good deed. From the perspective of the real estate development, in Xiangyang, the real estate industry possesses a cyclical attribute. Since 1968, the rental prices and sales of high-end residences in the mid-levels of Hong Kong Island, Repulse Bay, and Kowloon Tong have begun to surge with an increase of over 1.5 times within 2 years. Regarding commercial buildings, due to supply not meeting demand, rental and sales prices have also risen significantly. In the spring of 1973, the real estate market peaked, with land prices, building prices, and rents continuously climbing under the influence of stock speculation. I was somewhat surprised, and then felt a surge of anger. They killed Jin Shang. No wonder Lao Zhang's level never improved. It seems I shall take revenge for this today. Qi Yinyang thought to himself that it seemed the Thunder sect was determined to seize Tian Shang, having invested such significant resources. Could it be that they were also after the 10,000 Buddha lamp? He saw a middle-aged man with a thin, sharp face and 2 strands of hair falling by his temples, a straw hanging lightly at his waist. At this moment, Chu Xiu, lying on the couch, had slightly furrowed brows and rosy cheeks. If it weren't for her pale lips and the sweat on her forehead, one could hardly tell she was gravely ill. It seemed as if she were merely in a dream, and in that dream, she encountered some sorrowful matter, evoking deep sympathy from onlookers. As soon as his words fell, 2 figures approached from the archway, one an elder, who was Chu Fong, come to ask about Pingon Pulse. The other, a young man, was Shun Yu, intending to bid farewell to the matriarch. As soon as they stepped into the archway, they caught sight of the commotion in front of the dining hall and immediately exchanged glances, rushing over. Since you know Shun Yu left the capital without permission for Chu Xiu's sake, rather than with ill intent, then why are you still so wary of him? Xinjiang, puzzled, couldn't help but ask. Moments later, Tian Sheng finally opened his eyes, feeling that his body was no longer as weak as before, and the pain throughout his body had miraculously vanished. The Snake King was injured again, its eyes glowing redder, with only one thought in its mind: to kill the one who hurt it. While desperately urging the Tianyuan power within him to maintain the protective shield, Tian Sheng also made every effort to draw closer to the Red Child. This journey was not a private visit. It was as the commander of the Xia Corps, the highest authority of Juming Island, to visit the Grand Elder of the Diaohai Tower, the de facto strongest. Su Qing took a deep breath and walked in, immediately seeing besides Li Ilio and her 3 roommates 3 boys, one of whom he recognized as Zhang Zhan, a classmate, while the other 2 were unfamiliar, likely from other classes. Well then, let's walk across the grassland outside, William said, realizing that the reincarnated Lord God had such a trump card. The 2 fell to the ground in an affectionate manner, unaware of how many innocent trees they crashed into. He was not a player within the system. He could freely allocate his time, not having to suffer as much as Yao Ming. Perhaps the Lakers' outside line felt they couldn't burden the Shark with such a heavy load, so Kobe and Rice shot 13 times in the final quarter. Seeing Delum's look of disbelief, Qin Feng snorted coldly, but did not bother to engage further. Although the Pistons returned to the Eastern Conference Finals, they were defeated by their arch-rival Bulls, significantly diminishing their momentum, with local media leaning more towards the Red Wings. The game ended here with the home-fighting Pistons losing to the Heat, swallowing their first defeat of the season. The gap had reached 15 points with less than half of the fourth quarter remaining. If this continued, the game would lose all. The content taught by the gentleman has already been learned by the county princess, the girl said with a hint of grievance. Qin Pei looked at Song Anren with suspicion. Qin Pei expressed deep doubt about Song Anren's empathy and consideration for others. Bao Yongqin has just graduated from high school and has not yet attended university. Among the people present apart from Zhang Ting, she has the lowest level of education. Zhang Ting knows that in his previous life Bao Yongqin played a significant role in Lu Liangxian's path to success. The funds and management of that fan company were primarily handled by Bao Yongqin. Now seeing Zhang Ting and the others looking over Bao Yongqin said, "Boss, this is how I see it. There should be others in Xinjiang who also noticed this." I could only respond with a soft woo-woo to indicate that I understood what she was saying. Seeing my response, she nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased that I comprehended her words. As for the incident of biting the fat police officer, it was I who voluntarily went to his home to bite him. After all, they had no idea that I had a grudge against the fat officer. They merely thought I had gone mad to bite him. Upon entering the house, she hurried upstairs, pushed open the door to the innermost storage room in the corridor, and ran out onto the open balcony, leaning on the railing to gaze sideways. Even if Xikong Yanfei might become angry, possibly leading to Han Yue facing punishment, she still dared not gamble on this matter. Chen Sheng stopped in his tracks, turned to look at Bai Manjuan, then glanced at Sun Yifan, hesitating and unsure how to respond. Princess Minun sat at the dining table, finally, shifting her gaze away from her brother Ruatio. She fixed her gaze intently on the beautiful Wang Wan. It could be said that she had hardly encountered much tempering and had almost never faced any failures. However, what disappointed Shan Shui was that the team battle of the 5 big boys had been exceedingly poor. She struggled to sit up, a shameful pain radiating between her legs. Although it was not as unbearable as the first time, she still felt uncomfortable inside. Zhou Yu lay on the plush carpet, legs in the air, rubbing himself to relax. Being grabbed by the collar was an unflattering image, so he gently pushed the northern girl aside, and then straightened himself. After hearing the latest report, Fai decided to send 10,000 mercenaries away from Heizhou City to move to the open space north of the Black Swamp. The other captains believed this could effectively prevent Ludwig, especially since the joint military campaign between the Principality and the Winter Country was proceeding smoothly. The danger might no longer lie on the Eastern Front, but close at hand. The Academy Square was surrounded by several academic buildings, and in a shady corner sat Felistin. She had obtained the right to rest on the sidelines under the pretext of feeling unwell listening to the speech of the Academy head Dorjer. Otherwise, she wouldn't have obediently followed along when Qin Han suggested renting a house for Hashimoto Nana. The war suddenly broke out, and then abruptly ended, causing humanity across the globe to feel as if they had taken a roller coaster ride. Ordinary people would never know the myriad hidden dark reasons behind this war. At this moment, Hao Yu, after a series of battles, was already both physically and mentally exhausted, with his internal energy nearly depleted and numerous superficial injuries on his body. Although not serious, they still had some impact. At this moment, Jianshi walked in front of the giant tree, extending his hand slowly towards it. He wanted to use spatial magic to sense the existence of the space star, or perhaps this peculiar tree was an incarnation of the space star. Not good. Langyu Wolf gripped the giant sword tightly, commanding the followers below to prepare for battle. Everyone uniformly drew out their shimmering silver blades, exuding a murderous aura. Dongdao Lightning was not to be outdone, with his lightning scimitar displaying an imposing presence, the sharp blade gleaming with dazzling light. Although feeling slightly nervous inside, she had to maintain a calm and composed exterior. If she showed signs of tension, she would inevitably fall into a passive position. Senior Zhong. Lung Xian's expression changed in surprise as he slid his feet and rushed over to rescue Zhong Ping's primordial spirit. However, as he flew over to rescue, the Demon Emperor had already taken this opportunity to escape, disappearing into the thick night, leaving no trace. The Changqiang Industrial Group Building. Chairman's office. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Jiaqing had not yet finished work and was still sitting at his desk. At this moment, a knock sounded at the door, and it was Zhou Qianhe and Sheng Songsheng who entered. Earlier in the morning, Zhou Qianhe received reliable news that the old building number 8 on Hennessy Road in Wanchai was being sold to pay off debts. Upon learning this, Zhou Qianhe immediately reported it to Li Jiaqing. But when the apocalypse comes, I will only curl up in my shell like a turtle, for everyone in this world is my enemy, and apart from myself, there is no one else to rely on. Emma's voice was slightly grim. The Heavenly Emperor covered his nose and eyes with one hand, while reaching forward with the other, retreating repeatedly. Principal, what are you talking about? How could I accept your money? Rest assured, if it really is an infectious disease, I will definitely find a way to treat you for free. Jin Taihu patted his chest and assured him. 5 minutes later, Chen Tong and his group finally broke free from the range of the arrows, temporarily escaping the crisis. Jia Qin grabbed Yinger's hand, quietly took out a silver coin from his waist, and placed it in her hand, giving her a knowing look. Zhang Qian was about to speak when Tian Hun suddenly turned around. Seeing his movement, everyone was taken aback, but then they noticed that Tian Hun wore a sleepy expression, much like that of a lazy god. She slowly opened her eyes, but what met her gaze was a boy's blue jeans and a mail belt. Under the terrifying strength of Mo Shao, the bow made from the giant curved horn of the horned dragon let out a creaking scream, yet just as Mo Shao was about to release it, a light blue figure obstructed his lethal strike against the golden lion. Originally Tua Bai Jun had some fans, but now with Tang Ming in the picture, he had not a single one while enemies were everywhere for the male lead. However, he knew very well that for him it was stable and boring, but for the entire empire peace and stability was the best news. Of course I remember. Yukong said. That time while they were roaming outside the galaxy, they discovered a mysterious star island, which they named Lingxing Island. The undead created by the system not only lacked emotions, but were also controlled solely by Su Fan. However, it was the person who Yu Lianyi was responsible for defending who touched his back. Fortunately, Yu Lianyi had been keeping an eye on the opponent, so the surprise attack was ineffective. Su Fan said in a low voice, his gaze slowly sweeping over Mu Ziyuan, his heart surging with emotions. The four elders of He Mountain were experts cultivated by the Wind and Cloud royal family and would naturally not defy Su Shenjuan's orders. Beiji merely listened indifferent as if their debate had nothing to do with him. Although he accompanied Tang Sung on the journey for scriptures, his heart was not in it. Where is his heart? He looked up at the sky where the moon was about to hide its head just as the sun rose. Hailao, now that we are at this point, let's not just stand around. You and Haifeng bring the medicinal materials and we'll go inside. I'll help Haifeng repair his meridians first. Junlin smiled and spoke first. This young man was indeed capable of killing a Saint King. His mental strength was truly rare in his lifetime. Kai Junmo was not unaware that Ban Yang had been doing a lot of charitable deeds in the locality under the name of the Zheng family, but that was not enough. If you want to do business throughout the entire Song dynasty and establish a place in the capital, you need to engage in matters that can reach the heavens. We just met a couple of days ago. Have you really forgotten who I am? The figure emerging from the darkness was none other than the one-armed man in black who had intercepted Du Guming a few days ago. It's settled then. For the next 3 days I won't trouble you. Last night I did go a bit too far, but 3 days should be enough for you to recover. Binger, don't forget it's been 3 months now. You can calculate how much you owe me and I will collect it little by little. President Yuan said, his expression blank. August 10th, 1973. Friday. Since the discovery of counterfeit stocks of He Company on March 12, 1973, counterfeit stocks of Jardine and Hutchison companies have also been found. By August 9th, the police finally took significant action, breaking up the first counterfeit stock syndicate in Hong Kong's history in Causeway Bay, seizing equipment such as zinc molds and Kestyle printing machines used for making counterfeit stocks and arresting 2 individuals. On the same day in a unit on Chai Wan Road. It really looks weak and delicate, but this pitiful appearance is just for show before the prince. Ayili coldly said to her. The stern of the pirate ship was connected to the bow with steel ropes tethered to columns standing on both sides. Without hesitation, she drew a dagger from her body, only the hilt visible. The smile that had been restrained rose again to the corners of her eyes. Perhaps it was because the smile did not reach the depths of her eyes that the seemingly cowardly and fearful Xiaoho Chung appeared different. However, as the other party continued to advance, the pressure emanating from them surged forward once more, involuntarily causing everyone, including Chong Lu, to frown slightly. A deafening sound erupted, brighter than 10 suns converging in one place. A myriad of explosions shattered, and the unbalanced shockwave rushed through the air, stirring up waves. Immediately, unparalleled energy ripples surged downward in all directions. My Shah, do you think it's possible? The prince's subordinates would be audacious enough to assassinate him in the street leading to the prince's miscarriage. Do you think it's possible, eh? Luo Lianyi countered. How could Lu Yifan allow Yinger to suffer such a fate? Gong Qino was somewhat agitated upon hearing these words. They said the doctor was just in the room drinking tea, and by the time the servant went to brew a new cup, the person had already. After saying this, the guard quickly lowered his head, no longer daring to look into Yuan Ji's eyes, his back drenched in cold sweat, soaking his clothes. Qing Ti glanced and immediately recognized the triangular relationship. It was obvious that Xiaoho Chung was surplus, so he merely said, "You are such a fool." Then he waved his sleeve, leaving the others and heading toward the inn with Yin Yu following closely behind. But what if Su Yinger helps Lu Yifan regain his memory? What then? Li Liang was worried about this. Felix lured Rasputin to the famous Yusupov Palace in St. Petersburg with the alluring beauty of his wife, Princess Enlina. All the victims without exception had their hands and feet severed, even the fingers were not left behind, disappearing without a trace, with the remaining parts casually discarded in garbage bins of various universities. Even Shun Zhanghai himself did not expect such respect from the central television, as they arranged his position so well. During this time, traveling would become extremely dangerous, yet I fear nothing about this journey. Someone sneered, saying that now the stock losses were immense. To raise stock prices, one must either boost retail investor confidence to let more people in, or negotiate with those financial giants on Wall Street. With their help, perhaps they could weather the storm. It's not that he was trying to play big, he did have money, but most of his savings were tightly controlled by his wife at home. Chu Yang inhaled the intoxicating fragrance wafting from the pillow reminiscent of the familiar scent of his wife's body. Xian Yiji approached to inspect, and Sniper Dongxiang also came over inquiring how to use the gun. With Hu Da's departure, Hu Xiulian really had nowhere to hide. She walked next to Su Jin, shyly lowering her. This Hilton Hotel truly lives up to its reputation as a superstar hotel in Beihai City, who just the magnificent and splendid exterior far exceeds that of an ordinary hotel. Seeing the appearance of Wan Hongshuang, a glimmer of hopeful light flashed in Ziyu's painful eyes, gazing earnestly at Wan Hongshuang. With a voice trembling with deep sorrow and affection, Ziyu spoke. August 31st, 1973. Friday, 9 in the morning. Zhang Ting was in the top floor office of the Galaxy Investment Building. After providing Lao Na with stock information of Xiangjiang, he took Lao Na and Bao Yongqin to leave the building. Upon getting into the Rolls-Royce, he said go to the Taiping Fan Company. Since acquiring this fan company from Li Shangrong, Zhang Ting had taken the time to inspect it once, and now was the second visit. He still gave them the fish in his hand. After eating 2 of his grilled fish, he felt that this man wasn't bad. How could someone who made such delicious food possibly be a bad person? Indeed, he was so simply tempted. Huaya was displeased. Her current status was much more valuable than Lin Bei Weiss. She had no interest in the remaining items. Food truly is the best way to dispel worries. As long as she ate a little, all her troubles would vanish. And Ma Shi lifted her head and suddenly smiled. Not hearing her boyfriend's response, she thought that silence meant agreement, right? His movements were skilled and elegant. Every gesture exuded an aristocratic aura that was captivating. If I said yes, would you believe me? Lin Shiz rested her chin on her hands, her eyes somewhat dazed. She had no choice but to look at the sky, which was already getting dark. It seemed no one would come looking for her, so she decided to let it go. It's getting late. Let's go, Xia. She raised her hand to check the time, realizing it was already 6 o'clock, which was dinner time. Not only that, but the roads would likely be congested. By the way, junior brother Lu Yuanwei came looking for you just now. He mentioned that the fleet will set sail tomorrow. Should we inform Carlos and the king about the matter of Nanqing becoming the country of Nanqing? Ouyang Qin said to Liang Jijia. Since that's the case, why has he ignored us after we knocked for so long? Si Bao remarked. If Xiong Qi knew the thoughts of the young captain at this moment, he would surely be furious. I'm already so poor, and he still wants to take money from my pocket. Sometimes when looking at her face in the bronze mirror that was identical to her past life, Jin Qin couldn't help but wonder if heaven also thought it unfair, granting her a chance to live again. After lunch, Su Haochen Ziyi and Zi Hua accompanied Su Luoman to stroll around, appreciating the unparalleled natural beauty of Peach Blossom Source. As for the dark fire, she didn't dare to use her spiritual power to explore. Passing through the dark fire with spiritual energy. That wasn't courage, it was courting death. She still wanted to live well. To ordinary people, this might seem unremarkable, as such situations were common among the Xiongnu. The people on the grassland were often rough in temperament, easily at odds over trivial grievances. However, when external enemies invaded, they would immediately set aside their grudges and unite. The Hongzhou Hotel was right beside the department store, only separated by a street. Through the glass curtain wall of this room, one could see the top floor of the hotel directly across. If circumstances allowed, one could easily reach the hotel's balcony. No wonder the mission planners chose to wait at the top floor of the department store. Due to Zhang Yi's stunning performance in the Mu Mansion competition, he had gained great respect from these people. He had clearly become one of the most important figures in the team, second only to Ouyang Sun. His every move could attract others' attention. This time when he spoke again, it immediately drew everyone's focus. She had also seen the star chart in the ancient texts of the Liu family. However, she had not thought of this object before. Yet her brother Chang'an's spatial talent had not awakened. Yet he thought of these things at such a critical moment. The captain of the guards, Wei Chi Fong, who had been hiding in the bushes, felt a sharp pain in his heart upon hearing the children's conversation, making it hard for him to breathe. Zhang Ting remembered that in his past life, he had seen information about Lu Lianxiong, learning that besides producing electric fans, Lu also manufactured lighting fixtures, electronic insect repellents, and hot water stoves, among others. The most important product relied on electric fans, particularly ceiling fans, which helped Lu Lianxiong accumulate his first pot of gold in life, providing him with the capital to enter the financial market. Now Zhang Ting reversed the operation, making a fortune in the financial stock market, and took a portion of the funds to invest in electrical appliances. After a night of turmoil the next day, Rong Qinyan lazily stayed in bed until the sun was high in the sky. By the time she arrived at the hunting grounds, it was nearly noon, and the royal hunt was in full swing. Mu Qianga slept extremely soundly in the warm embrace of Gu Longqingshan, managing to sleep until dawn. To prevent further harm, she once armed her heart, focusing solely on revenge, and not allowing more people to enter. However, with Yun Zhan accompanying her all the way, she ultimately could not resist the man's persistence, and at that moment her heart began to stir for him. This young master has his own methods to ensure that those immune to poisons unknowingly fall victim to poison. If you do not believe it, feel free to test your luck. Dong Lingfeng smiled at the few people, saying, The siblings exchanged glances, feeling that something was off. Could it be that the prince was happy to meet the master? The prince always exhibited a particularly different demeanor when it came to matters concerning the master. Even his expressions of surprise were unlike anyone else's. As his divine sense entered the fragments, Yuan Futuo seemed to return to the ancient times where chaos reigned, a battlefield for gods and demons where the law of the jungle prevailed, and only those who survived would have a future. Yi Yun pierced the last person with a spear, obliterating their soul, when he heard murmurs coming from behind. The difficulty of mining high-grade spirit veins is significantly greater than that of medium and low-grade mines. Although Gonyang Ju has led his disciples to mine with all their strength, more than half of the spirit stones remain buried underground. Suddenly, a gigantic black claw descended from the sky, directly crushing the blade's light and pinning it down onto Nalan Xianren, shaking the city wall with a thunderous boom. All right then. Since the First Lady had said so, Shangwan Jingmei had nothing more to persuade. Among the survivors, the Eternal Dream Cocoon and the God of Destruction also narrowly escaped and chose to flee the battlefield. This was a war that had to be fought as outsiders to establish a foothold in unfamiliar lands. The most extreme approach was to eliminate all of the indigenous people or enslave them. If someone could now divert their attention from the flowers and plants, they would notice that everyone's clothes had suffered some degree of damage, which was due to the effects of spatial force. Speak up, Tianyu, how many people do you plan to trick? Lu Zhongling seemed to say with a hint of mischief. Due to Huang Rong's loud voice, quite a few people gathered around, all speaking up. Feeling a surge of energy, the true qi in his meridians began to operate automatically, condensing in his palms under Lin Ziqi's control. Since waking up from the bed a few days ago and seeing this familiar bedroom, she knew that Tong Rin had not. We cannot just go over there. That terrifying explosion was comparable to a sage's self-detonation. Even your divine dynasty's sacred weapon was destroyed. If it happens again, those who go will definitely face dire consequences. The holy son of Dian frowned. This was Yima's routine, a simple inquiry about why top experts came to the immortal realm or the spirit realm. Should we bring Mo Qingxian up? But she seems to have something to attend to, right? The message received yesterday said that Mo Qingxian was unavailable today, so reinforcements could not be summoned. At this moment, Su Chun had no energy to pay attention to others' thoughts. He was fully focused on the alchemy furnace, as every furnace had reached a critical point and the pills could burst out at any moment. On October 7, 1973, Sunday. As October arrived, the daytime temperatures in Hong Kong were no longer so high. When Zhang Ting woke up after a nap and drew back the curtains, he found the sky outside was clear and bright. It was another fine day. Zhang Ting had just finished washing up when Connie and Wang Hui came over. Mr. Zhang, there's been a fight. A fight? This morning these two women got up to tidy up Hong Kong. Old Master Xiao, with a gloomy expression, spoke in a voice filled with excitement that was hard to suppress. He had lived a lonely life, all thanks to the Dongfang family, and this feud could not go unavenged. As the sky dimmed, the servants of the Duke's residence began to light the lamps. With the surroundings brightening up, Song Yuan and Lu Ernyang quietly left the courtyard hand in hand. In the house, however, Lu Xianger and the others were completely unaware of Song Yuan and Lu Ernyang's arrival. After dropping Qin Feng off at the door of the Huo residence, Qin Erny drove away, without even entering, hurriedly heading towards the Wanhao Hotel. Unexpectedly, Qingchuan Tower had such a talented young man, a master of the 5 elements who had perfected all his skills. Not only that, Yi Tian could also perform thunder magic and wind magic. Only those with real strength would choose this contract, as it allowed for termination at any time. Aside from the audience's consumption, one could not gain any benefits from the platform. On the contrary, if their performance was lacking, the platform would not support them. When Lu Ernyang returned from the village chief's house, Lu Hong had already gone to sleep, so she did not wake him or Lu Xianger. Thus, early the next morning, Lu Ernyang went to the county again without having the chance to inform Lu Hong and Lu Xianger. At the foot of the nearby mountain, a troop of court soldiers arrived. Yushi could not be bothered with small talk. She pressed her hot lips down on Qin Feng's while a fillet of fish slid into his mouth. The two fish exchanged affection within his mouth. A wisp of smoke-like figure slowly rose from under the bridge, drifting towards Qin Feng, and suddenly a bright light flashed across the night sky, as if a bolt of lightning had struck Qin Feng's shoulder. It is said that the people of the Night Tower are extremely united. Although the night god is Loki, he is famously protective of his own, assisting relatives rather than reasoning with them. They have always faced more defeats than victories against the government troops, and acquiring some crossbows from them is no easy task. Up to now, Zhang Xianhong's subordinates have barely managed to gather less than 300 crossbows. Xian Yuan Qinglai held her face with one hand and tightly grasped her waist with the other. With a forceful tug, Nangong Jiao, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, was pulled onto the bed. At that time, the hospital was essentially deserted. Golgaf's subordinates had long since vanished without a trace, allowing Miibula's Jingwei team to enter without obstruction. As long as there are people, there will be interactions. And as long as there are interactions, attachments will arise. Just as Buddhism states, being in this vast world inevitably leads to entanglements of cause and effect. Sumimi kept her word. The next day, Su Manman sent a public relations representative from the company to Tungfei Company to report to Li Fei. After finishing up the bank matters, Lu Wei became busy again. Recent events had all piled up together, making Lu Wei wish he could split himself in half to manage everything. Just as the word stopped, hundreds of people trapped in the Wanhuan Star Formation suddenly saw the previously extinguished disciples of the Zhongshan Gate appear above their heads. The scenes of blood being drained were all played out. That man should be the Emperor, the master of Brothers Sufing, whom he had never met, but was aware of. These cultivators were already so thirsty that they sat together looking weak and lifeless. Fortunately, the temperature suddenly dropped, and everyone regained some vitality. How could a friend who had just been well and able to speak and breathe suddenly die? Just as the stock market plunged into decline, oil, long hailed as the lifeblood of industry and commerce, saw prices surge dramatically amid sudden geopolitical shifts. This dealt a crushing blow to industries across the board, plunging the global economy, and Hong Kong's stock market in particular, into unprecedented hardship. On that day, war erupted in the Middle East. After deliberating with Zhang Ting McLeish and others, they formulated their response. In the following days, Hong Kong's newspapers were filled exclusively with exhaustive reports on the Middle Eastern conflict. Could it be that the giant clan possesses only this single high-rank cultivator? Chen Yuxiang murmured to himself, a faintly peculiar expression flickering across his face. Chen Yuxiang's countenance darkened instantly. Crimson light flared violently within his pupils as he glared up at the scarlet lotus in the heavens and roared in fury, Xiao Wuqia, stop your charlatanry. What in the name of heaven do you think you're doing? He had watched Xiao Wuqia fly directly into the scarlet lotus with his own eyes. How could he fail to recognize that voice? Eric's. When Cold Shuanya laid eyes upon Eric's, he showed little surprise. Only an involuntary veil of killing intent settling over his features. What? Kuzue raged. So Li Hui intends to provoke a feud between our two families over this plot of land, while he reaps the profits. Wang Xinran found Hui utterly incomprehensible. Even after being subdued, the man dared speak so arrogantly. Was this truly the education of the Fan sect? The jailers of the Celestial Prison differed markedly from those elsewhere. Nearly all prisoners confined there were high-ranking officials, imprisoned by imperial decree. The jailers knew full well that while some inmates might perish within those walls, others would inevitably walk free, and upon release reclaim their former positions of power. Tiger Leaping Gorge resembled a colossal mountain cleaved asunder by a titanic axe, its jagged fissure forming the lair of the crack-scale sky tiger. It was also the shortest route to Torch Peak. Why hand me a comb? Ling Fan blinked, bewildered, his gaze wide with confusion. Cold Shuanya carried Yu Imo back to the bedroom and gently laid her upon the bed. Then, without granting her a moment to react, he swiftly mounted her. Hold! Mengde urgently intervened. Seeing neither Li Hui nor Pang Tong display the slightest fear, suspicion stirred within him. The entire inn had emptied, yet these two remained calmly drinking and dining in their private chamber. With such commotion downstairs, and so many soldiers, their utter lack of fear marked them as anything but ordinary. As for the reason, though Chung Li was undeniably handsome, she hailed from the countryside and worked as a railway laborer. She returned home scarcely once a year. Marrying him would be no different from living as a widow. Upon arriving at Old Master May's rustic courtyard, they found the elderly man wearing a straw hat and rolled-up trousers, squatting silently in the wheat field, lost in thought. Indeed, Qin Huairu felt this gesture alone sufficed to prove the sincerity of the man before her, a man whose reputation was far from spotless. Though she disliked others viewing her social feed, she herself secretly relished browsing others. Brothers Hai Yang and Hai Tao both nodded emphatically, fully endorsing their unreliable elder brother's claim. For that chilling aura was undeniably real and had descended upon them without warning moments earlier. First, Han Dong retrieved the 6 sets of materials for Holy Light Elixir freshly generated within the system. Then he adjusted the formula ratio to yield 2 doses of Holy Light Elixir and 4 of Basic Recovery Elixir. At this sight, Miao Jie and the others instantly grasped Zhou Yan's intent. He meant to divert Calamity eastward, luring the monstrous fish toward their location so he could slip away amid the chaos. Hearing Ian's words, Hai Tao instinctively opened his mouth, only for a fruit to shoot straight in. Yet why does a foreboding premonition linger relentlessly in my heart? Ziva felt as though a massive stone weighed upon his chest. His face darkened ominously. Mai Lihao was truly shocked. How could Zhang Ting's company solve the employment problems of tens of thousands of people? How did Mr. Zhang accomplish this? Mai Lihao wasn't very clear, but since he dared to say such a thing, Mr. Zhang must have his own methods. Mr. Zhang, if you can solve the unemployment crisis in Xiangjiang, you would be making a significant contribution to the region. I will certainly commend you to the royal family and 10 Downing Street for your accomplishments. Seeing the Queen nod Yang, he was quite speechless. This family was the most esteemed in the Ottoman Empire, yet they were so greedy that they treated the granting of nobility as a business deal. Truly bizarre. The Ma Dongfan family and the Gao family were originally the powerful clans of Lizhou, enjoying prestige here. For Su Ming had no objections. Being newcomers, they were unfamiliar with everything here, and if the old man with white hair genuinely wanted to help, there was no rush. In just 2 short weeks, while evading the Avengers and other national forces, it had surprisingly developed a robot army capable of directly suppressing a modern military. And it nearly destroyed humanity. Kong Xian could easily kill an enemy with a mere gesture, truly magnificent. At this moment, he was like a battle god incarnate. It didn't take long, at most a quarter of an hour, for him to arrive at Sun Quan's tent. Thinking of this, Gui Bao felt his body once again filled with spiritual power and hope, and he resumed sitting on the back of the eagle to continue restoring his energy and healing his wounds. In the original plot, the Survey Corps sought the cooperation of the merchant leader Demo Libus to oppose the monarchy, aiming to overthrow the royal regime. This greatly increased the enthusiasm of every soldier, allowing everyone to agree on this point and fostering a sense of belonging. V, if I told you that your sister likes you and wants to marry you, would you give up on Shiri Hong? Zhao Mei bit her lip, hesitating, yet boldly confessed to Long Fei. The hierarchy among the demon clan is severe, far exceeding human imagination, where even discussing the lord behind his back is a crime. Chen Kefa was easier to get along with than Lei Gong, as he at least didn't bark like a mad dog at everyone. Although the Prince of Longevity was dissatisfied with the weekend, he kept his word and subsequently shared the details he knew about Zhu San with him. Now Qin Hailang would not foolishly confront Thanos. He knew the opponent possessed the Soul Stone and could not get close. Alright, since you've made up your mind, I won't say anything more. Qin Fei felt he really shouldn't interfere, especially since Hassan was right. With 2 battalions of hundreds of soldiers encircling, even if there were over 30 elite mercenaries at Qinglong, they couldn't withstand the assault of 2 regular battalions. Enough. No need to say more, we should think of other methods. Xiaoming's face turned grim, and Tianqing also refrained from saying anything showing that he was suppressing his anger. The 4 of them still couldn't come up with a feasible plan, gathering at the foot of the mountain, unwilling to leave. Boom. Lilith could not withstand this force and was struck into the ground by a sword, unable to rise again. I currently have no intention of selling this technology. After all, it belongs to the core technology of the company. Generally, it is not for sale. However, if the stakes are high enough, I might consider it. But I have no time to think about it, Qin Hailang said with a faint smile. Weekend looked at the envoy from Jin, his lips curling in a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. The Chu army could continue attacking until the entire Jin state was taken, yet Jin state actually fantasized about negotiating peace. I really cannot understand the reasoning of Duke Ling of Jin. The third clue points to Hu Guizha, the man in the cloak. Comprehensive analysis concluded that Hu Guizha is the suspect. Zhang Ting met with Wang Jiqiang and Lu Jiaming discussing for over an hour before the 2 left by car. Zhang Ting stood in the yard, gazing into the distance. Night had already fallen. Zhang Ting recalled the conversation he had with Wang Jiqiang and Lu Jiaming about the sales channels for electric fans in Xiangjiang. Xiangjiang now has a population of over 4 million, and in some areas electricity is still not widespread. Currently, the demand for electric fans in Xiangjiang remains quite significant. Qin Jiayan picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the dish, unexpectedly discovering that Qin Xingli's cooking skills were truly impressive. In short, my current thought is that the more miserable Li Qin feels, the more comfortable I feel inside, for she had previously tormented me excessively. Zhao Yin always felt that she had worked her way up from the countryside, being a dragon among men in her hometown. Why was she looked down upon when she arrived at the Li family? Yu Qing blinked in confusion, staring at the suddenly serious being, Roa momentarily forgetting to breathe. A gust of night wind blew in through the slightly ajar door. By the table, the candle flickered, casting shadows in the room, reflecting Yu Qing's slightly flustered emotions. Aunt Zhang, how much did she give you, traitor? Suddenly, the old master Gust's breath became somewhat hurried, his shoulders visibly rising and falling. I am not joking. I have thought about it for a long time. Rather than constantly guessing his thoughts, I might as well talk to him directly and clearly. Even if I do not succeed, at least I can be by his side as a friend, Qin Jiayan said with a calm smile. I quickly turned my head and saw that it was Sister Ling Long who had thrown a flying knife, which saved me. At this moment, I let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Muyin sat beside the judges watching Chun Han on stage and couldn't help but sigh, realizing that this was a person born for the stage for dance. After leaving the demon tribe's stronghold, Ate Fan Si arrived here, gazing at the peaceful city of Fort Cheese with a furrowed brow. As she recalled the sordid things she had done with Mo Chuhua, she felt that Gu Han's concern for her seemed so precious at this moment. Mo Lang knew her mother, while realizing she must have seen someone else's grandchild, and was likely feeling the urge to push for marriage. Wu Yuanzi bowed respectfully to the void, then waved his sleeve, causing the law enforcement token in midair to disappear. Suddenly, the myriad spiritual entities across the mountains seemed to respond to some call, all simultaneously burrowing underground and disappearing. In a battle of offense and defense, there were no unique slashing effects typically associated with sword masters. It was a hard grind. The Black Dragon Society and the Snake Scale both watched with strained eyes, knowing this duel was crucial and could not be missed. They felt troubled, wishing the two could end each other at once. At a glance, Zhu Si seemed to be draped in a golden feathered cloak. Meanwhile, the bell within Pang Inan echoed, endlessly resonating across countless miles. Then do you know what miraculous aspects lie beyond the river of time? Zhongling continued to inquire. If it weren't for the fact that the other party possessed part of the Titan's power, he would have wanted to distance himself from this bomb immediately. During his commentary, he had been overly partial to James, stating that the Stone Buddha was not a superstar, which displeased non-James fans. Su Xian turned around only to see Princess Long Ji elegantly retrieving a ceremonial robe, an auspicious jade pendant, and a token. Two enormous star rings frantically drew energy from this celestial body, while all life on this celestial body had long been drained by the star rings converted into energy through mass energy transformation. Clearly, it was Gunyin who caused the trouble, and he was only standing up for his younger sister. Thus, he became even more obstinate, refusing to admit his mistake, kneeling upright. Qingyi, I feel that someone is nearby. Bei Chen Xiao's words almost made Ling Weichu curse. Are you still human? Do you have X-ray vision in your eyes or something? At the entrance of the international waterside, Xiao Mu repeatedly dialed Chai Mengji's number, but it remained unanswered. The villa at Qinshui Bay. It was past 9 in the evening. Li Jiaqing learned from Zhou Qianhe that Baijia supermarket had been sold to Galaxy Investment Company by Mr. Zhou's family when Tang and had already come to see Zhang Ting. Boss, I didn't expect that we just finalized the acquisition of Baijia supermarket with Mr. Zhou's family, and yet Li Jiaqing's confidant Zhou Qianhe also approached Mr. Zhou's family. Upon learning that we had already negotiated the acquisition with the Zhou family, he was astonished. He quietly slipped out of the military camp after his comrades had fallen asleep, using the cover of darkness to reach the crumbling northwestern city wall. He crawled through a dog hole concealed by withered grass and ran northward. Wei Qingfu sighed, but did not insist further. Holding a long sword, he slowly walked into the village. Esteemed one, please, I beg you, can you help me at? And Hui grasped the esteemed one's hand, her big eyes filled with pleading. The esteemed one's heart softened. Meanwhile, outside the house, both parties were on edge, anxiously awaiting the outcome of the negotiations inside, with no one able to predict what would happen next. After a while, everyone saw the Prince of Celebration and Bai Haohong emerge with smiles on their faces, and their anxious hearts finally relaxed. First, break the latch on Huang Wangmai's back window, then find an opportunity to place a sleeping potion inside the hidden compartment of the stepmother's jewelry box, while also stealing her shoes. Then, wearing those shoes, go to Huang Wangmai's back window, climb in, and after jumping down from the back window, return the same way. This way, there would be 2 sets of footprints left in the mud belonging to the stepmother. Mei Xingfeng was a practitioner of the innate martial realm, and the weight of this box was not insignificant enough to make him feel its heft. Qingyi, these people are so disrespectful, how can they call you by your real name? Su Yang whispered to Su Qing. Following Liz's instructions, the spaceship entered the right-side space-time tunnel, carrying everyone's hopes as it sped toward the future. After filming was completed, Ouyang Luo announced that he was treating everyone at Huanji 7 that evening, convinced she would not refuse a second time. Ru Qin quickly peeked again, only to find that the vast dark night sky truly had not a single star, and she suddenly felt enlightened. Shunji thought reflexively of someone she had seen last night, and she couldn't help but ponder whether the one who did this had truly accidentally overlooked her, or had to leave quietly due to noticing something. Noticing Murong Xian's gaze, Xiao instinctively reached out his hand, wanting to stroke Murong Xian's long hair. Meanwhile, Qin Xing lay there still blushing furiously, completely unaware of what was happening within her body. She only knew that she felt warm all over. Luo Yin cleared her throat, coughed lightly, her voice ringing clear and dignified. Esteemed ones, your kindness overwhelms me. Duan Muji thought for a moment. There's one more thing. If any of you wish to spar, go to the fighting spirit arena, where you can unleash your abilities freely. Do not engage in brawls in public. After saying this, Dean Duanmu meaningfully glanced towards Class 5. Xu Feng did not sense any resistance from. It should be known that many of the powerful beings he had forcibly transformed harbored resentment towards him and only became honest after suffering greatly. That voice was like the call of death, gradually leading people to lose their senses, abandon resistance, and ultimately surrender obediently. At this moment, the school officer believed he could handle the situation well, and some people and matters did not require his intervention at all. They didn't like him, and he didn't like them. This was all laid out on the table, no need to hide it. Continue the assault. I never thought the Vanguard was actually a madman, Mike said with a wry smile, shaking his head as he looked at Lei's figure. But you can't go on like this. You should step outside. Otherwise, your originally blissful university life will be as difficult as hell. Yimu said to Zhao Hao. The skyrocketing oil prices in Xinjiang have triggered a rise in the cost of living, leading to a decline in the stock market and real estate, affecting every aspect of the citizens' lives. Now it seems someone has ignited a fire that grows increasingly intense as more and more citizens of Xinjiang believe that the city must have its own oil refinery. Otherwise, Xinjiang will continuously face a series of problems caused by oil shortages. Song Jiwu nodded and said, we won. As he spoke, his eyes unexpectedly reddened. Not only Song Jiwu, but also Zheng Romei beside him felt a lump in her throat, nearly crying. Upon thinking of this, Yu Qing felt a bit anxious and hurried over. It was simply unbearable to look at, skin torn and flesh lacerated. At this moment, he was furious with Liao Shirshan for being so ruthless. This injury would take at least a month to heal. The man extended his hand, his limbs shackled with chains which he was required to wear outside and could only be removed upon returning to the cell. A coach came over to unlock the chains from the man. "Damn beast," Qing Wan exclaimed as she momentarily lost focus, watching Yan Wu scream only to be scratched by the snow cheelan's claws. Peng Demon King Xing Yunjia was temporarily holding back Zhu Meng. An ordinary person lacked the ability to obstruct the path of the immortal building, thus the immortal building fled with injuries. Xing Yunjia was no match for Zhu Meng. His defeat was merely a matter of time. Regardless, he was determined to ensure the safe departure of the immortal building, otherwise his sister Zhu Ke would find it difficult to reignite. Swish, swish, swish. Deep marks were left on the silver armor of the silver scorpion. 5 streaks of blood burst forth, splattering onto Ling Ying's face. It was said that he had not made any progress over millions of years. How could he still be stagnant after all this time? This made Tian Ying frown, contemplating the opponent's strength. Perhaps it was because he was about to get engaged to Yuer that along the way both he and Yuer felt too shy to speak. In any case, he was quite nervous and didn't know how to start. When Yuki's gaze struck him, and for a moment he couldn't escape it, staring blankly. Hesitation, doubt, worry, and pain passed through him along with an unexpected calmness and sense of loss that belied his age. In that instant, Xiaoho Chunxiao felt an impulse to kiss her. Bang! As Mu Yi rushed towards Gua Yi, the sword energy behind him and Mu Yi's spiritual barrier both erupted in explosions. He stole a glance, but did not pause for a moment, continuing toward Gua Yi. Naturally, Du Yuesheng had definitely never been here. What was so special about this place? Many of them believed that DeKale could not swallow this anger because he controlled nearly 200 ships. It was not easy to spit out the meat that was so close. At that time, Su Banxing only regarded it as a coincidence, as the Yongquan acupoint happened to be one on the left foot and one on the right, and the second change coincidentally aligned with Yin and Yang. Su Banxing did not connect the increase in orifices to the Zizai Ju itself. Faced with the threat of mutual destruction from their opponents, Wang Hongming and Fang Xiaoquan, who had completely taken the initiative, had to consider Fang Anxious demands. The other side also insisted on a response within a day, or they would immediately detonate the fusion reactor. Just then a crisp sound echoed from the robot. That Fei Hung was holding its pair of eyes glowing red quickly dimmed, and the body that had just been struggling went limp. It turned out that Fei Hung found the absorption too slow and directly yanked out its energy core. "We are fine, just the Black Flood Dragon Emperor, who was played a trick by the Emperor of the Three Emperors realm," the Lord of Jiuyo said. "If the secrets left by Lord Yin are involved beneath this cave, there may be incredibly precious opportunities within. Send me more people, I need 4,000 more bamboo," said irritably to Fei Hung. On the door, various patterns and reliefs intertwined, exuding an ancient and timeless aura. At the hillside villa of Qianshui Beizhang Ting, and Mai Lizi, having met with Governor Mai Li Hao, did not stay at the governor's residence for dinner and left directly. Before leaving, Zhangting had already discussed with Governor Mai Li Hao that if both parties were to jointly invest in establishing the Xiangjiang oil refinery, a 50-50 split was fundamentally impossible. Zhangting also knew that it was unlikely to reach an agreement with Governor Mai Li Hao so quickly. This meant that it had to be a delegation sent by the Galaxy Investment Company. In the eyes of the Grand Elder, Xian's realm was already far beyond theirs, and as a master he would disdain to use such lowly means to poison them. Annihilating their hidden clan would be a matter of an instant, which is why the Grand Elder had not thought along those lines until now. As the end approached, the outcome remained uncertain. People around were already discussing how in previous years such a situation would have led to a tiebreaker. She boldly looked into his eyes, still cold, yet a smile graced her lips. Although that smile appeared exceptionally cruel, it seemed to carry a hint of mockery. Yet even so, it struck deeply at her heart. According to the other party's claims, could it be that not only could the magical beasts not enter the forest, but humans were also unable to? Fortunately, Tai Su Yua's main focus was not on this light gate. In the next moment, her divine sense expanded, beginning to search for the primordial fetus of heaven and earth. To be honest, how could she not covet the primordial fetus? It was merely that the situation compelled her to suppress her own greed. At that moment, the fleeting beauty perfectly fell into the eyes of Chun Ying, the ceremonial officer of the Jianghuai Duda mansion, who was preparing to report to Gao Jingzong. Chun Ying, the young master of Qimen, was originally a charming rogue living a life free of desires. However, ever since arriving at the Immortal Exile Valley, he had been thoroughly stifled. Taking a concubine was not the same as marrying, it could be arranged simply. However, Gao Jingzong insisted on a grand affair. After all, the Jianghuai Duda mansion was not lacking in food, drink, or wealth at this time. Liu Yonghua allowed Gao Jingzong to make a fuss. Ji Kan wanted to use this opportunity to have more interactions with the other ghostly beggar army. Who was leading? Thinking of the Five Elements mountain which had already reached the West Neo Huzhou, who could it be that would come to rescue him amidst the towering mountains? Regardless of how futile and perilous this action was, the fact that someone treated him, a fallen prisoner, in such a manner still moved him deeply. Close to the dual realms transformed from the Lingyun ice fire lotus, some cultivators had been frozen into ice, shattering between heaven and earth, while others were burned to death by the flames of the sky. However, he did not expect that his reprimand would have no effect. Su Fan only heard the 2 words "and." Yet who was Cao Cao? Once something was in his hands, there was no reasoning to let it go. Ruadian White felt somewhat different towards 01, but he could not pinpoint exactly what was different. Donmei meaning to delay is not the same as the straightforward meaning of gong. Please do not bring negativity to our BL community. Ogun looked back at the old town chief with a smile and a nod before turning back to observe the group of tailors below. As Nanfeng landed on the peak, he could observe a barrier surrounding the area, shielding against any disturbances from the outside world. Moreover, the strength of this barrier was greater than any he had previously encountered. Sitting at the cashier, Shishi just happened to witness this scene, nearly falling off the cashier in fright. The sounds of voices shouting and warhorses neighing resembled a famous painting infused with postmodern artistic flair. What a bold statement. Are you implying that all of us teachers are incompetent? Yu Tsuanshi coldly scoffed as she questioned. But this is not a murder crime. After hearing the statements from those people, the police were equally baffled. With no hesitation, the middle-aged man turned and swiftly fled through the air, akin to a bolt from the blue. Kong and Wang Huai could not move any longer. Both were feeling seasick, and Zhang Ting suggested they rest here. Zhang Ting prepared to ascend the mountain to take a closer look at the island. Before leaving, he looked at Wu Kuan and said, "Captain Wu, let's have lunch here. Please have the fishermen prepare some fresh seafood." Wu Kuan then sent a brother to instruct the fishermen to get ready. Currently, the fishermen had caught mostly various kinds of seafood. However, there were not many vegetables. What the heck, has he really experienced a heartbreak? But the problem is, his disciple has been active in the club for quite a while. Who could he have fallen in love with? Could it be that he had a crush back in school, and now, having been away for too long, someone else has taken the opportunity? Platonini shot Hugo a glance. Oh, wasn't this considered a foul? Today the main referee did well. The decisions and emotion control were commendable, and this judgment was also correct without any errors. So, master, what am I supposed to do? Rin Zhuju asked Uncle Jio, as she was keen to stay and watch Wang Jin. Is my brother up there? Sherlon spoke up. Oh, she had long wanted to explore the mirage, and now it was really happening. But just not long ago, Gigi told me you would finalize the deal for Deco. Has he changed his mind? Mendez raised a... Aerith used a powerful crystal barrier, sealing everyone like amber, while also blocking the ascending force. This bastard. After escaping, Guarong was left with only a surge of anger, brandishing his gun and wildly shooting at the brain-eating zombie leader until the magazine was empty. His sense of smell could detect the stench of blood within a 5-kilometer radius, the scent of humans within 2 kilometers, and his hearing could accurately identify targets within that same 2-kilometer range. At night, if the pursuer approached, an ordinary person would hardly notice. The eccentric professor hurled bottles at the extinction star before Toby and Dai Paney's ultimate curse had... Bayun had already refined most of his blood into golden blood. When all of his blood transformed, that would be the day he attained Buddhahood. Unfortunately, at this moment, he could only use his blood to resist. Izhan was inwardly pondering, yet he did not stop Aoy's transformation, knowing that this tribulation was not something that could be easily passed. It was better this way, allowing the tribulation to continue until it was meant to end. While walking back to the dormitory, Yijejia took out her phone to log into the campus network and immediately saw a prominently marked post with replies already in the hundreds. Of course, I have been properly guiding my fans to approach matters with objectivity and calmness, never to act recklessly as it would benefit no one. Meng Tiantian felt proud, believing she had contributed to this, but unfortunately encountered some unreasonable haters who jumped to conclusions based on their own thoughts, making everything futile. Zheng Goen had been familiarizing himself with the feeling of flight, completely focused. No matter how Fire Dance acted recklessly, he remained undistracted. Upon arriving at the conference hall, most attendees were already seated. The honor stage in the northern part of the hall was 2 levels high. The upper layer had a long, wide table covered with a tablecloth, while the lower layer hosted 7 separate tables and sofas, with an additional set of tables and chairs placed slightly further west, presumably prepared for me. Now, with the addition of recruited and incorporated individuals, the total number at Qingfeng Village had surpassed 100, and in terms of weaponry, everyone had a rifle with some surplus. Several leaves pierced 2 security personnel, yet it had no effect. Gunfire erupted again, and the prince swiftly hid behind a pillar across. They're just those investors or collaborators. The truly important people wouldn't be here to meet. Shun Qian shrugged, appearing indifferent. Upon hearing this, Su Fei Luo sneered, sending them photos of Mu Yunxian and Wei Sixian from her phone along with their work location. In history, at the end of 1973 and the beginning of 1974, did Li Jiaqing directly swallow the Chinese Bank Tower? Or did HSBC swallow the Chinese Bank Tower? According to many materials seen by Zhang Ting from his past life, some sources state that Li Jiaqing swallowed the Chinese Bank Tower. However, this involves $27 million, which according to the exchange rate at that time was approximately 508 Hong Kong dollars. Calculating this amount of money, it comes to, how could a businessman possibly take such risks? Only a foolishly reckless businessman would entangle their contributions and future in mysteries beyond their control. For a moment, the second-in-command's head was left black and his entire body numbed by the powerful flow of energy. Fortunately, although he took the hit solidly, he managed to channel the internal energy to protect his head in time, otherwise he might have been killed outright. Before he could regain his senses, Hao Ian forcefully pushed her back, while at the same time the invisible and colorless stream of light coalesced into the shape of a sharp arrow. Work became her perfect excuse to escape, and indeed it was a way to calm her heart. After all being too close to Long Ye, it was impossible for her to think and decide calmly. However, without an answer from the Heavenly Emperor, really suddenly conjured a gigantic fire dragon. In an instant, the wave of heat rushed towards her, causing the cloud prison that trapped the ninth prince to disintegrate. Transcendence. Dizong, what do you mean by transcendence? Is your Buddhist shore the shore, and my shore the sea of suffering? The other shore scoffed and turned to leave. Ji opened her eyes to see luxurious curtains, as she was evidently sleeping on an even more splendidly Inside the carriage, Shuer and Beer were holding onto Lei Tian's arms, while Linger and Feier shyly looked at Lei Tian, listening to their lovers' experiences over the past month. Indeed, your highness, UFA, with this we can have many reasons for engaging in combat at the Zishuan Palace. Another concubine spoke up, inciting that once they silenced the matter, any reason would be at their discretion. Even a child must pay the price for their mistakes. Lioli the Ho Yi Bao will always follow you, and Xiao Yi must understand what is permissible and what is not, otherwise it will bring you significant trouble in the future, Hao Tian said coldly. Aside from the local powers of the Bloodline world, the various arrivals from the Wind and Rain Tower who had remained in the Bloodline world also gained substantial benefits. As the heavy seawater fell back onto the seabed, the force generated in that instant was indescribable. In Yi Chen's perception, the moment this large volume of seawater crashed down, countless fish and shrimp along with greyrobe cultivators were instantly turned into minced meat and blood mist, merging into the seawater. Due to the overwhelming power of the ammunition and its devastating lethality, the remaining troops of the Liang army were already in a state of panic and terror, not daring to linger in battle any longer, scattering like sand in all directions. He was indeed somewhat surprised he had not even had the chance to settle accounts with Chai Chi yet. Something had happened to him first. Angela's consciousness can actually be this powerful. You couldn't help but mumble. However, she had not yet had the time to understand what had just happened when she was stunned by the scene before her. This conversation left Yuan Mo speechless, feeling that the wedding day with this girl should be sooner rather than later. Her physical constitution was excellent, and even now that she was pregnant, there were no adverse reactions. However, she had indeed become more drowsy. Turbulence and potential bumps during flight could cause disturbances. With these interferences, a smooth operation was impossible. But now she was anxious. They only had Shijin and Delin, while the demonic sect probably had many people. They always liked to bully the few with the many, and she did not know if Shijin and Delin could defeat them. The Feng family, the Li family, and the Guo family of Yong'an, like other early established Chinese families in Xiangjiang, had deep-rooted strength before the 1970s. However, after the 1970s, with the rise of the new four major families, the Feng and Li families gradually fell into decline in history. Of course, the Li family is known as the last aristocrat of Xiangjiang, meaning that a scrawny camel is still bigger than a horse. However, Zhang Ting possesses deeper insights into these two families. Murongshang rarely takes action. The military campaigns are mostly led by Murongshang. To say it without modesty, his words are much more effective than Murongshang's in front of the Murong family's 300,000 troops. His obsession with pursuing perfection means that if he cannot defeat Chu Mu and break through, he will need to compensate not for his physical body, but for his state of mind. In an instant, He Tung felt a bone-chilling sensation, an uncomfortable feeling that pervaded his entire body. The white shadow was engulfed in black mist, suddenly emitting a piercing scream, frozen in midair. What happened, Lu Hu? Your face. At this moment, Lin Wei noticed Lu Hu revealing a look of terror. After replenishing his internal spiritual power, Yang Shang slowly awakened, sitting cross-legged on the bed, carefully experiencing the newly acquired human spiritual technique, Thunder God's Descent. It seemed to be attempting to find their exact location, not letting go of even the slightest possibility. Once the words were spoken, all the soldiers woke up from their light sleep and quickly formed a line with their high military discipline. Could it be that the crazy girl Xiao Yanran was not lying and she truly did not offend the respected Lei Zhan, but rather that they were partners? Elder brother, I am here. The Purple Emperor also shouted with joy, quickly running toward Jin Wuk. The entire 10,000 Buddha pagoda erupted with unprecedented radiance, accompanied by intermittent explosions, occasionally releasing bursts of boundless violent energy that made even the Supreme feel a chill. Impudent. My master's name is not something you can casually call out, the old man said angrily, launching an attack with a purple aura that covered the sky. The purple energy at its peak transformed into a divine spear, and the illusory spear recognized by the purple emperor bore a striking resemblance to the 100 birds towards the phoenix spear. Drunken Yifeng instantly sobered up upon seeing this cold energy and swiftly dodged to the side. The ancestral land of the Immortal Gate was shifted into a mysterious space existing within the Weiyuan continent, but wandering in different interstitial dimensions lacking fixed spatial coordinates. This force is extremely profound. Even Xia Moqia's current strength cannot evade it, as if being pulled into a time-space tunnel where both the powers of time and space are rendered useless, as if being imprisoned. I am called the Purple Emperor. I believe you have heard of the Chaotian Spear. The Purple Emperor revealed his name. This place was just as Yifeng imagined, though almost no cultivators chose to reside here, so the doors of these rooms were all left open. However, this was not the room Yifeng intended to choose, so he walked toward the more peripheral deeper areas. Seeing each skeleton biting towards his ice sword, Yifeng immediately activated his spiritual sense and maximized his own spiritual power, causing the giant flying sword to disintegrate in an instant, and in the process of disintegration reconstitute into countless ice swords flying towards different directions of the skeleton. What? Song Jiang has already taken Peach Blossom Mountain. What about that bandit leader Zhou Tong? Morong Yanda asked in surprise. Lu Yu truly felt speechless. Clearly the strength of the Kowloon immortal realm far surpassed that of the cultivation world in their great Xia kingdom. Su Guanzhong understood Jiang De's frustrations. Jiang De's reputation was currently not prominent, and no one was coming to his aid. This Liangshan was partly to attract talents to join, but attracting fugitives was easy. Attracting those who could govern a region or command an army was far too difficult. On December 14, 1973, Friday, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Normally Li Jiaqing would finish work around this time to return home and have dinner with his wife and 2 children. As Li Jiaqing was preparing to leave, he saw Zhou Qianhe rush in after knocking on the door. Boss, I have received significant commercial information. Bai Shaodi agreed to the night stay and naturally went to the outside of the Emperor's listening wind retreat to send a message. As for when he would receive a reply, he could not guarantee. No wonder Ding Buer had such doubts. The ghost car, also known as the nine-headed bird, is a legendary beast on par with the divine phoenix, a fearsome creature even more formidable than the three-headed hellhound. What appeared before Ding Buer was merely a dog body with a bird head possessing characteristics of both the ghost car and the hellhound, indeed confirming Ding Buer's speculation. Damn, it's so dark. If this old fellow is deliberately plotting against me, then I have truly walked into my own trap. I really should have checked if it was a trap before trusting his words and jumping down. Feeling quite regretful, I strained my eyes to look ahead, gripping the hilt of the north wind blade at my waist, preparing to feel my way forward. If Emperor Listening Wind runs out of power in the end, he won't be able to forcibly recognize a master. Moreover, the MOCS sword is a magical artifact that automatically recognizes its owner. Aren't you going to eat something? Perhaps the rumbling from Ling Feifei's stomach made someone unable to bear it. The one who was least inclined to speak closed their eyes to rest, fearing that too many troubles would arise as night fell. The deeper she sank, the higher the temperature became. She supported the isolated protective shield and had no idea how the spiritual energy here was, but seeing the speed at which the energy was being drawn away, she dared not rashly remove the protective shield. Testing it with my own flesh. Break for me. With a roar, Li Shi swung his iron fist, sending a storm of punches accompanied by a wailing sound that resembled a ghost's cry directly colliding with the dense sword shadows. Kelly was furious, instantly filled with rage. He was a person with a strong sense of pride, and he hated nothing more than others, saying he relied purely on his family, having no ability of his own. The 2 cats were said to have guarded the shop all night that evening, one black and one white, and many people saw them. She never expected to be rejected today, especially by a man. Unable to restrain herself, she touched her chest, and then her curvy rear. Now she truly began to doubt her. Only Yang Quan forgot that Long Ding Tian could single-handedly cause the White Dragon village to rise and fall, having experienced countless encirclements, yet standing tall for over 20 years. How could he be so easily defeated? At present I hold the highest authority in Teal Town, Han Nina said, glancing sideways at Ai Bolai. Your mindset is indeed quite good. Jishuan shot him a glance, not planning to pursue the matter any further. If you like it, I will build you a palace even more beautiful than this one when we return to the imperial capital. Emperor Xiaojue smiled at Bai Qianqi. Although it was said to be a lazy sleep, when Zhou Qing woke up at 8, Gu Beiwang had already prepared breakfast. Afterwards, a neighbor saw him eating fox and told him that it was bad to hunt foxes. He didn't care at all, and said that when he was starving back in his hometown, he had even eaten dead people, so why fear eating a fox? Afterwards, a neighbor saw him eating fox and told him that it was bad to hunt foxes. He didn't care at all, and said that when he was starving back in his hometown, he had even eaten dead. However, the final outcome still left them disappointed. Which link had gone wrong? The reason for using the whip today was simply that Li Kexia's momentum was too strong. Even Li Qiang felt a bit wary, which forced him to take tougher measures next time. He could not let Su Yuan leave, even if it meant letting Su Yuan know all about his past debauchery. He could not bear to see Su Yuan slam the door in anger, though it was the same heartbreak. The taste could not possibly be the same. He would rather choose the former than accept the latter. Zhuang Yuming's English is quite good, and there are no issues in communicating with Shenbai. As Shenbai lovingly held the golden watch, Zhuang Yuming knew the moment had come and said, "Mr. Shen, there are rumors outside that the Feng family and Li family are facing serious debt issues with their Chinese real estate. They are planning to sell the Chinese bank building in central Hong Kong to repay debts and increase liquidity." Shenbai had already heard about the Chinese real estate selling the Chinese bank building. He did not. Gu Ming and Ao Shui wanted to go together. Ao Shui believed that the two families might have some collaboration or project. Jing Xian's heart trembled. Could it be? This is a bit too unbelievable, isn't it? How could such a thing happen to him? Su Yunyin's cousin, both her uncle and aunt graduated from Beijing University. Her cousin Chong Ling studied fashion design and is in charge of the Su family's clothing business, while her cousin Chong Jing went to the military, inheriting his grandfather's legacy as a lieutenant in a special forces unit. Lin Daoluan hadn't been with his mother for a long time. This time, accompanying her to the vegetable market, they chatted a lot along the way, and both mother and son appeared very happy. There were over 500 people in total, 1 commander and 5 vice commanders. Each vice commander managed about 10 captains, and below the 10 captains there were around 10 disciples. Monitoring the extraction of spirit stone veins, many things could happen, so a convenient management structure is. Thus Yin Lu was responsible for cooking, while Pan Feng Wang and Lu Huaxing went upstairs to feed the dog, and Wang Jiaya sat gloomily watching television. The middle-aged man also bypassed the police and looked at Li Mu Yuan behind him. The two exchanged glances in the air and then nodded at each other simultaneously. As time passed, I slowly began to close my eyes, falling into a deep sleep. In my dazed state, I vaguely saw soldiers running towards us, and I breathed a slight sigh of relief. The 3 brothers were quite happy brainstorming ideas while Yin Lu listened attentively. However, since the 3 were still students, they were not familiar with the pharmacy business, and their suggestions were not on point. Yin Lu did not interrupt them, allowing them to continue. I secretly glanced at Zhang Yu's face and found his expression to be calm and unperturbed, so I pretended nothing was wrong and continued walking up the stairs to the 2nd floor. "Aren't you very busy? Why did you come here? I haven't seen you eat anything." Dragged onto the car by Qin Lang, Yili only then remembered that Qin Lang hadn't eaten anything all along, continuously serving her food. If he wasn't eating, why was he at a restaurant? The method of testing poison is actually quite simple. The Grand Tutor has his own way of determining if the antidote is correct, but this method can lead to criticism as outsiders cannot see any bias. So in the interest of fairness, a live person is needed to test the poison. "Are you awake?" Such movement startled Qin Lang, his voice somewhat hoarse. The warm wind in the room dried his lips, and Yili thought indeed he could also look so haggard. Heaven is truly fair. However, the heat on my body had not dissipated at all. I lay on the bed, unwilling to get up, waiting for Xia Haoyu to leave first. After a few seconds, he surprisingly remained by the bed, his bright eyes fixed on me. In fact, long before Wu Morong completed the ascending 9 seals, Zhu Sha had already felt a surge of eagerness. Now, hearing the inquiry from the Dao sovereign, his expression became serious and his body had already moved forward. Yili widened her eyes, feeling a bit confused by her mother's words. Her mother wanted her to go with them. She was abandoning her. Filled with helplessness, Yili looked up at her mother, but her mother merely turned her face away, refusing to look at her. Wu Yuanzi's gaze flickered, looking deeply at Shan Wujin, speechless for a long while, as if pondering the implications of his words. The villa at Deepwater Bay. The Bao family. Night has fallen, and the Bao family is bustling with activity, brightly lit. Tomorrow is the grand wedding of the 2nd young lady, Bao Peirong, and Wu Guangjing from the Wu family. On the 2nd floor of the villa, in the room that originally belonged to Bao Peirong, now Wu Guangjing has moved in, as well, making this their marital chamber. Inside the marital chamber, besides Bao Peirong, dressed in a white wedding gown. At this point, Gu Shui waved her hand, and a wisp of black gas emerged from her palm, slowly condensing into a black sword. Holding the sword, Gu Shui lunged towards the tulip. After some small talk with Meng Qiuxing and Su Ningbing, the 2 of them took their leave, leaving only Zhang Yuanhao and Li Yanhui was the last hope of the Fish Dragon clan. When the entire clan saw this boundless sea, sensing the density of spiritual energy comparable to that of the Star Soul, their earlier despair reignited hope. Li Yanhui then said, "Of course I will take you with me. Who else would I take? I just decided that, and you heard it just in time. Let's go together tomorrow night." Meng Yao nodded happily. Yu Jingyan still wanted to know how Zhao Zhen would feel about her relationship with her distant relative. The old man spoke earnestly, and Yu Jingyan found it hard to refuse. Moreover, the old man's request posed no disadvantage, so she agreed. However, because it was not so, Bai Sun almost immediately leaped up as he opened his mouth, stepping onto the top layer of the cave wall to continue flying. Even the strongest dragon flame must hit to work. The last time Chu Feng encountered Qin Fengyun, he was also flying eastward, but was forcibly captured by the old ancestor Su Meyer of the Hehuan sect halfway through. However, Bai Sun really wanted to pat his head and tell him, "Don't be too naive. This is not a charitable institution. Do you really think it's because your suggestion was good that I agreed?" That killing move was something he had spent decades refining to grasp the elemental power. With that burst of spiritual energy, he could sweep through everything, yet now it was shattered by someone else. How could he believe it? Brother Yin, seeing you this time you feel different than last time, as if. Ma Dong hesitated, a half smile on his face, sensing that some things need not be said too deeply. Some say crying in the rain is best, as others won't know you're crying. They can't tell if the droplets on your face are raindrops or tears. Have you absorbed the thunder element heart? Chu Yi did not answer Zhang Lingwei, but instead asked in return. Jiang Hao is a ghost living in the underworld, trading with the underwater people. He will neither come to the surface nor go to the underworld, existing in this anomalous space. Ghost Teru said. Clearly he knew the rules of the Wanxiang Tavern, so he remained still, calmly watching the play on. A great battle flattened the source stone forest within a 10-mile radius. The mountains and forest were constantly under siege, and in the sky countless paths spread out like an open spider web, vast and overwhelming. However, the next moment, the towering demonic dragon once again became frenzied, the space behind it violently twisting open to form swirling vortexes floating in the void like a series of gaping, terrifying maws. 6 king-level powerhouses were effortlessly knocked to the ground by Ma Dong. Just how deep was the strength? Lin Feiyu clenched his hand, hearing a cracking sound, realizing it was his own bones and muscles making the noise. Moreover, the information Zhao Yuan revealed to him was not a secret and could easily be found out. Since that was the case, he simply skipped the inquiry process and told him directly, making him feel that he was genuinely cooperating with him. Zhou Xingyan has begun to fall into obscurity despite still holding several titles. After losing the milk company, those remaining businesses no longer hold any significance. Now he is with Chun Baoqi, and neither the foreigners nor the Chinese wish to approach him. To Zhou Xinian's surprise, it was Zhang Ting who took the initiative to come over. Seeing Zhang Ting approach, Zhou Xingyan felt somewhat gratified. In his eyes, the future of Xiangjiang undoubtedly belonged to this young man. Tang Qian recalled that the crystal core of a supernatural being is located in the head. Does this imply that after a breakthrough, the energy of the supernatural power no longer disseminates throughout the body, but rather converges in the head? Moreover, with the erratic Tan Jinyang by his side, if the two teamed up, he wouldn't stand a chance. Truly formidable. The pressure on the middle-aged man increased. Even if he resorted to secret techniques to enhance his strength, he still couldn't match his opponent. What? The era of 3 obedience and 4 virtues is long gone. Right now I need to stay by your side and keep an eye on you. Otherwise, if I leave for a moment, you might end up with a vixen. Oh, what am I? I must say, this Snow Lotus really leaves you Meng speechless. You should head back. I will continue searching for Enyo. In fact, I still have no plans, by Hua said to Huang Zuiya, as the situation remains unclear. Just like usual, as soon as Lucier appeared in the hall, she immediately became the focus of attention among the surrounding employees. Upon witnessing this scene, even Yu Meng furrowed his brows tightly, as he could clearly sense that this was a manifestation of mid-stage venerable cultivation. To his astonishment, this old fellow had already reached mid-stage venerable, though fortunately, he could still rely on the 18 bronze men array to hold his ground. Bai Lian was indeed ruthless. Not only had she disfigured Mo Xinbei's face, but she had also poisoned her. Even if Mo Xinbei underwent plastic surgery, it would be useless. In no time her facial skin would rot away. However, there was not a trace of emotion on Su Feng's face, as if this were as ordinary as breathing. What? Jean Yi slammed the table and rushed out, unsure if he had clearly heard what Ji Shuhua had said. Of course, at this moment, even with sufficient resources, the editor would still be unable to produce 9-star level items or beings. As Chen Xinghe examined the 3 dough balls of varying colors, he pondered how to maximize efficiency, but an unexpected incident still occurred. After their tour, they went to a bar to drink and dance, playing until late into the night. Then they had dinner at a nearby. After dinner, Daquan took the other students back to the Marriott Hotel, but brought Gao Chong and Chen Jun to his new house. If such a person were to be allowed to grow unchecked, he would undoubtedly become the second rocks on the sea. Lan Fian and Chun Xianxian knew nothing about banquets and were not much help, so they sat on the steps watching the people in the courtyard busily coming and going. Simply because the reward for this task was relatively low, it was rather unpopular. Many celestial beings with a bit of strength looked down upon it. Mu Qiqi and Xie Mufeng followed behind, Fu Yuni also bowing, and many young nobles returned the gesture. Concerning this currently unique divine-level talent among humanity, a treasure worth tens of billions of Dao coins, he had been paying a bit of attention to it these days. The first ray of sunlight in the morning dispersed the vast morning mist as a steamship with a tall chimney docked by the riverbank in the outskirts of Chonglu town in Nantong. A dense forest nearby had already constructed a barracks, and the soldiers along the road had begun to get busy. Seeing the look in his master's eyes, Wu Jiao could already picture Lan Fian and Chun Dashu exhausted like dogs. He sighed, recalling how they endured the same way back, then otherwise how could they have such exceptional martial skills now? On the road, they encountered villagers from other settlements who were also pushing the harvested grain towards the military camp. Thus, more and more grain transport teams merged together, and the blazing torches split the night, creating a bright red seam that kept expanding. Bao Peihui wanted to have a private conversation with Mr. Zhang because of what her father told her last night. This morning she took the time to read various reports about Zhang Ting and realized from those publications that Mr. Zhang was indeed extraordinary. In the case of the two sons-in-law of the Bao family, the women are strong while the men are weak. Although it is an official marriage, it does not match in terms of family background, leading to quite a bit of gossip in Xinjiang. To those people it was merely. When he finally succeeded in his cultivation and awakened his body, he saw an exit within the stone coffin and smiled, for she did not die by his side. She had left alive. Early this morning, just after finishing her cultivation, Yunqing, feeling refreshed, was about to go out for a meal when Lei Wanting pushed the door open and entered. In the center of the raging flames, their leader inexplicably transformed into a cloud of ice powder. The Golden Crow clan cultivators below felt a chill in their hearts, and all the cultivators focused their divine senses on the white-clothed man standing in the void. How does it feel to kill your closest friend with your own hands, eh? Oh, Fengxiao laughed heartily. Perhaps due to his injuries, a fresh stream of blood spurted again from the concealed space between his fingers that belonged to Ling Tianqing. It has been less than 10 years since Hushi became part of the Han Dynasty's territory. For this narrow strip of land, there are very few who truly understand it thoroughly. Well done. The mystical frog grass dealt him a fatal blow. Sunny Flame, seeing the three-unknown magnetic monster hit by the hypnosis powder, Alice praised it before hurriedly issuing another command. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Jin Zhongliang felt his blood surge, the sweet taste of blood rising in his throat. Under the stimulation, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, then wiped it away and fixed his gaze intently on the spot where the virtual leaf fell. Huatang nodded solemnly. Although she did not understand why Huaguang was so painstakingly teaching her these things, it was undoubtedly a sign of closeness and trust. In just an instant, the battle department was completely at a disadvantage. Jin Zhongliang no longer hesitated. The Desolation Tower radiated light as the spiritual energy was pushed to its limit, and the opening of the tower resembled a black hole aimed directly at the sword formation of the Tianxian sword sect. After a brief moment, seeing that everyone was ready, Yunqing moved her thoughts and summoned the Yellow Springs clone. With a slight wave of her hand towards the distance, the four figures of Yin Shi, Yin Mei, Yin Wang, and Yin Ling immediately occupied the four cardinal directions, fully focused and not daring to be careless. Luo Qinghua bit her lip tightly, trying her best not to make any sounds that might provoke the man's imagination. However, she could only blame herself. Since she decided to give someone a birthday gift, she should have investigated earlier to find out when Xiao Qi's birthday was. Xiao Qi couldn't possibly have told her months in advance that her birthday was in a few months, could she? Zhao's mother picked up a book and glanced through it. She quickly closed the passbook, rubbed her eyes, then slowly reopened it, her eyes widening in surprise. Shui Miao knitted her brows and could only walk slowly towards the back door of the studio in her high heels. Chu Daner caught sight of a hurried figure approaching from a distance. The corners of her brows gently lifted. After a while, seeing Xiao Yang so anxious about Lin Mohan, Xiao Feifei felt a tinge of sourness in her heart. However, she actually understood that among all of Xiao Yang's female friends, no one could compare to Lin Mohan. Yuhu Mountain is indeed a royal hunting ground, inaccessible to ordinary people, so when wealthy families go hunting, they mostly come here. Firstly, the game is plentiful, and secondly, it is considered a way to benefit from the royal family's aura and spiritual energy. As someone from a later era, he certainly understood that before airplanes became the definitive weapon of the battlefield, tanks were the kings of the battlefield, much like cavalry in the cold weapon era. Late at night, Zhang Ting has returned to the hillside villa at Qianshui Bay from the Lao family. In Zhang Ting's eyes, Lao Mainong's ability to become the second-generation wealthy tycoon since the opening of Xinjiang is undoubtedly impressive. His capacity to speak those words to him signifies that he regards him as an important junior of the Lao family. Early in the morning, after getting up, Zhang Ting noticed it was already a bit chilly. After having breakfast, he took a car back to the Galaxy Investment Building, just arrived at the top of the building. However, the despairing fact is that Zhang Ruofeng has no talent for basketball. He has spent the last 2 days correcting his shooting form. Having been a higher biological researcher for many years, it is in Lu Kiki's nature to assume that humans are above all else since arriving in this world. The words they spoke in Lu Qiqi's view are undoubtedly a provocation. Maintaining copyright is the most important thing for any website. Naturally, no one in this world dares to violate copyright laws unless they want to face penalties that could lead to financial ruin. After walking a few miles, he arrived at a riverside filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. It was the height of spring, with grass growing, orioles flying, and willow leaves dancing. Normally, this place would be bustling with tourists, but recently no one dared to approach this riverbank. It wasn't exactly a costume, just 2 relatively normal t-shirts, albeit a bit large, with designs that are quite rare nowadays, meant to match the time period of the story. Finally, the upper part of Qiongya Hongmei fell down, revealing a face through the torn fabric. The path that Yang Guang walked was the only lifeline painstakingly chosen among many dead ends. With only 3 fingers left, the bride ghost's hand sprang out, tearing apart a demon soldier that lunged at her. On the other side, Yu Rong stood up unsteadily, holding a long sword in one hand and an ancient mirror in the other. The ancient mirror, which was originally dull, suddenly shone brightly. It turned out that a dragonfly had reflected in the mirror, causing it to temporarily lose its sight. He didn't know why, but ever since he saw Qiu Zhihao and Yi Yao Yao together at the Yi family, his mood had soured. Thus, after bringing Yi Yao Yao back to the villa, he suddenly found himself unsure of how to face her, leading him to abruptly change his mind and attend a dinner party. Although Duanmu Shui currently ignores and even feels some aversion towards Su Ling, he believes that in the days to come, he will surely make Duanmu Shui see him in a new light and fall in love with him. Miao Ge's headphones emitted a sound. This indicated that Alida had detected something. Therefore, Miao Ge gestured for the person behind him, Guazi, to stop. I noticed that he gradually slowed down with his chopsticks, seemingly lacking interest. Though the smile lines at the corners of his eyes hadn't faded, there was no trace of joy in his gaze. Immediately, he called for Zhuoyu to bring wine and personally poured a cup for him. The Golden Light Guardian technique is a divine power for protecting the teachings, magnificent and boundless, embodying both immense strength and unyielding firmness, possessing an indomitable divine might. Having finished speaking, Long Fei no longer paid attention to the contemplative Kakashi and walked out of the tent, leaving Obito and Rin looking at Kakashi in confusion. Then tell me, whose spiritual energy aura of the second layer of Foundation establishment could it possibly be, if not his? Duanmu Qingtian laughed. Brother, oh, you are being too modest. Junior brother, Yao merely has a slight advantage due to some magical instruments. In terms of cultivation, he truly cannot compare to junior brother Nya, and the fact that junior brother Nya could face 3 opponents alone speaks volumes about his strength. After comforting Sa Rong, I went downstairs to Duan Ming's room. It seemed like a long time since I had been alone with him in that room. Upon entering the chamber, I was greeted by a familiar scent that brought peace to my heart. Zhang Zhongzhong and Feng Hongjian merely waited coldly for Guibao, their expressions showing no reaction. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhijin looked at Guibao with a serious face that carried a hint of a smile, though after all he had already met Guibao before and showed no surprise. The villa at Qianshui Bay, halfway up the mountain. Zhang Ting had just returned by car. The butler Zhang Jinrong approached and said, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lin and Mr. Hunter have arrived. Lin Yongming. Hunter. Since July, Zhang Ting had met Bao Yongqin at the KFC hometown chicken shop and began establishing a large hamburger fast food chain. However, this large hamburger fast food chain had not been publicly announced. During this time, it was all about Lin Yongming. It would also cause her to miss the opportunity to find Si Luan and Yin Yi, so she really couldn't afford to waste any more time. Not just me, but all the ruffians among us were dumbfounded. After all, they all knew Su Ming, some through me, and some knew her as the former Big Flag Meng Jia from the last year's senior class. At this moment, facing Wan Feng's complaints, Lung Lingyun finally noticed his own disheveled state, and a sense of emotion surged within him. Another piece of information entered Feng Bei's mind, as if he had known it all along. Although these real estate developers carried the risk of financing, he knew even more that the connections introduced by Wu Qinglin were quite powerful and reliable. Seeing that no one wanted to answer him, Mo Yin approached and whispered a few words next to Yin Yanjin. In the Longjiang group, Long, she still held the position of CEO, but everyone called him Long Out Yin, Young Master Long. This title was something Long Out Yin greatly enjoyed. However, when Lin Tianya absorbed another flame, he was stunned. Why was he stunned? Because when Lin Tianya absorbed an equal amount of flame again, the time he took was even less than an hour. Zhuang Yi, this is the place to learn in the Kareem district. Now that you have mastered the language of the empire, communicating in daily life is no longer a problem. August spoke to Zhuang Yi in the language of the Wyman Empire. Quan Shaoqian gently went upstairs, placed Su Yiqing on the bed, pulled the blanket over her, and slowly walked out of the room. In fact, Xiao Xiaoza was also hesitating whether to go up or not. If he didn't go up, would the food made by Shang Mingxi really be edible? If he did go up, then it would be unfair to Tanlang. Right now, Xiao Xiaoza was still considering Tanlang's thoughts, which shows how much he valued his brother. During the meeting, the current God King unexpectedly stepped down to become the acting God King, but only for one day. After a day, he would be the God King again. This meant he merely relinquished the position of God King for a day, leaving many divine families who were ready to continue troubling the divine emperor dumbfounded. Originally thinking he had encountered a plague god today, the old man was overwhelmed with joy when 3 silver coins appeared before him, for he had only lost a maximum of 2 silver coins earlier, and now he directly made a profit of 1 silver coin. However, just as the old man was about to come and thank him, the man in the white suit stopped him with a glance. After sending off guests from various sects, she breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to sit down and rest properly. These days had worn her out, leaving her with a sore waist, back pain, and leg cramps, but unfortunately, there was no calcium supplement here. Then let's see if you have the ability. The 8-headed emperor realized he was going to fall today and took the initiative to attack me. This was his final struggle, wanting to take someone. Then let's see if you have the ability. The 8-headed emperor realized he was going to fall today and took the initiative to attack me. This was his final struggle, wanting to take someone down with him, even in death. While promoting and advocating its own principles, the Academy also aims to distill the essence from various scholars' viewpoints, imparting their insights and meanings to its students. A strand of my thoughts extended outward as if reaching out was as natural as extending an arm, like an instinct long forgotten now awakened once again. After several futile attempts, I despondently realized that the vastness surrounding me seemed endless. December 25, 1973. Tuesday. Today is also the Christmas day for Westerners. In fact, many people in Hong Kong have already started their holidays since Saturday. To those white people, their Christmas is actually akin to the Chinese New Year. Besides Saturday and Sunday, there is also Christmas Eve on Monday, and today's Christmas Day sees many companies in Hong Kong closed except for a few. Zhang Ting was present in the morning. Streams of spiritual energy flowed through his limbs and organs, cleansing the filth and impurities buried deep within his flesh. What's going on? As he looked at Hua Wuye, the devil cultivator, Hua Wuye swallowed hard. Then came a barrage of curses, but I didn't pay much attention. Seeing her like a drenched chicken with her ponytail, I took off my clothes for her to wear and asked if she was cold where her dormitory was and if I could escort her back. Hey, Jiang Long informed Yu about the situation between him and Yu Hao. Although it seemed a bit unmanly, finding Yu who was missing was the priority. No matter how Jiang Tianxiong struggled and resisted, he could only spit out blood in the end, flying out in a horizontal manner, nearly falling into the Luoshi thunder pool behind him. Yun Tianbiao could not defeat Guansheng and pretended to be defeated to escape, attempting to turn the tide with a trick, but Guansheng was also an expert in feigned defeat. How could he be fooled? He decided to play along and planned to use the secret killing move Songlong In Hen from the Guan family's Spring and Autumn Blade technique to teach this imposter posing as Guan Gong a brutal lesson. He knew Zhang Long was a disciple of the Divine Cultivation Hall, but he also understood that the Divine Cultivation Hall was merely a new force established by the Divine Domain in the Wandering City. These individuals were simply pawns of the Divine Domain, and such pawns dared to offend Dongfang Chu Dao, Yin would not let him off easily. At the green wave pool of Chaos Stone Mountain, Li Yuanfeng stood with his hands behind his back, fully merging with the fragment of the Master of Inner Demons. He couldn't help but raise his head, 10 bird-like figures gathering like a ring behind him, 20 pairs of eyes piercing through, looking towards the Bujin Zen Temple. Because of her father, she had cursed Liu Baichuan and once wished for his immediate death to comfort her father's spirit in heaven. The eternal sword and dragon form fist, after being enhanced by the secret technique of Do and the cycle of life and death Dao, increased in power by more than twofold, causing a massive impact in the center area of the Calamity Cloud, making the Calamity Cloud thin out. Su and I was taken aback, but did not refuse. Even now, he did not understand what kind of scheme the first floor was selling, but he decided to accept the benefits first. As for whether to stay in the end, he would discuss it in detail with Elder Ling after this matter. He was currently consumed with issues of great significance concerning the overall situation and could not be careless. If he went in the wrong direction, it would truly be too late for regrets. This was the true form of the Great Serpent. Although it appeared to be motionless, only Qin Zheng knew the truth. Its surroundings were dissolving into silver threads, and just as it began to dissolve, Qin Zheng moved his abilities to continue binding it, resulting in this appearance. As soon as they made contact, Qi Bao felt Dong Qingling's entire body tremble, her delicate skin tightening, then gradually relaxing. Taking the initiative to greet Li Xiaolan, Yeti Tian was amused to see her, a tall and imposing figure, suddenly turn beet red. Hearing Xiao Luozhua speak about Zizi's condition, everyone felt disheartened, but Luozhua remained calm, leaving everyone puzzled, as they all hoped that Xiao Luozhua's miraculous hands would revive the seemingly doomed Miss Ruan. A head of black wind moved autonomously, flailing wildly like a sword, its sharpness piercing the sky. It shattered illusions, and the Tao cauldron of the Purple Mansion's golden core trembled violently, generating waves of dense and pure spiritual power surging and flowing. In front of the Dahan Burger fast food chain on Pak Tai Street in Causeway Bay. At this moment, aside from a makeshift stage set up in advance, the only attendees were Lin Yongming, the general manager of Dahan Burger, deputy general manager Hunter, and several senior executives of the company. This time, Zhang Ting did not attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. The general manager of Galaxy Investment, Mai Lizi, and deputy general manager Kai Si were invited to represent both Zhang Ting and Galaxy Investment at the event. I mean, should we continue the chase? Lu Fei rolled his eyes in exasperation. Such a person in power would bring harm to the region. Being in the center would delay the state and its people. Thus, the French had to immerse themselves in the study of perfume. Perfume was first invented in ancient India and Persia, and in Europe it was the Italians who inherited the legacy of ancient Rome that established the first perfume workshops. Lord Bai, I apologize for my unexpected visit and for causing you trouble, Ji Bao said, earnestly bowing with great respect. At that moment, Shui Ryue only felt a heavy dizziness in her head, but she knew she could not fall. If she did, it would be over. Killing a member of the enforcement hall would lead to severe consequences, and a brutal punishment awaited her if she were to return. She could not die like this. His shout was powerful, unintentionally revealing the full extent of his golden core peak cultivation, startling the scar-faced man who dared not linger any longer. This was a character who had taken laziness to the extreme. Even possessing ability, he did not enjoy doing much. He had no interest in becoming a leader or anything of the sort, as it was simply too troublesome and did not suit Poseidon's character. Zhou Quan watched his chubby son continue to pout with an unhappy expression, so he had no choice but to keep explaining. Su Ji shouted loudly, leaping in front of Magistrate Wu's horse, and with all his strength struck the horse's belly with a palm. The horse reared up, bucked, and threw Magistrate Wu off. Descending less than 100 fathoms, she saw Long Ping adorned in palace attire, standing gracefully in the water. Her clothes floated gently with the current, resembling a fairy in the wind. The black centipede collided with Yin Ning's corpse-refining ghost cry. The black centipede of an unknown demonic species was extremely hard, and it was able to withstand the strike of the great halberd wielding the power of 2 dragon spirits, only being pushed back a few steps. In that moment, Aunt Sun realized that rather than letting Yang Xiao explore on his own, it would be better to share everything she knew with him, allowing her brother to avoid some detours. Perhaps he could achieve what she had not discovered. The situation of the two's initial test shocked everyone who was watching, not because of the sudden appearance of this peak powerhouse, but because of the originally half-saint realm of Qingtian. This was also Yang Chaos' current thought. Thus, after obtaining the 5 kills, he immediately returned to the mid lane to regroup with his teammates. Gong Sun Yong, after showing a hint of surprise, silently took the storage bag, opened it, and with a slight scan of his divine sense discovered that it contained 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, making him instantly joyful. King Shin's gaze was fierce, emanating a terrifying aura of slaughter. A long pattern suddenly appeared on his right arm, resembling the outline of a sword. The first to retreat from the battlefield, Yuan Qingshu, felt quite excited. This time he had held his ground for 35 minutes, and his defensive capabilities had visibly improved compared to 7 days ago, proving once again that his previous enlightenment was no trivial matter, having not only developed a special skill, but also made breakthroughs in hacking technology. As for the reason, Liao Yanin had already mentioned it before. Yang Chao currently had no fixed fighting style, and his operations were highly variable, sometimes sharp, sometimes skilled, sometimes steady, making it difficult to discern any patterns. Thus, there was no talk of any habitual behavior. On one side stands a newly opened large hamburger fast food chain, bustling with activity. On the other side is a KFC hometown chicken that has been open for nearly half a year, yet not a single shadow can be seen. 6 months ago, the chairman of KFC Group boasted in front of numerous reporters that they would open 50 to 60 branches in Xinjiang. However, only 5 branches have been established so far. After half a year, none of these 5 branches have achieved normal profitability. I'll all rely on the parent company. This is the first floor lobby. The luxurious decoration style exudes extravagance with soft blue lighting as the main tone and numerous potted plants sprouting lush greenery from every corner. It gives a refreshing feeling. The Jade Emperor would not relent. With a golden bow, he shot an arrow that shook the heavens, arriving instantaneously beside Mengyu. Base pricing. What does that even mean? Zhao the shopkeeper asked with a smile. Hearing about the pricing from Yang Guang, he felt his mood settle, having already made up his mind to take on this business. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. I still need to go bask in the sun. Seeing Zack in deep thought, Uncle Fong waved his hand and slipped away. Everyone was curious to know how Yang Guang would respond in this absolute dominion of Ling Yi sect's leader. Temporarily settling Yao Nianyun in the second-floor ghost inn, he turned around to knock on the courtyard door of Lord Mist Owl at the back. Qin Fei also noticed that the old emperor found it somewhat strenuous to speak, yet he still couldn't figure out why the emperor wanted to see him. The lively venue added a lot of heat to the summer, yet even so the grand stadium was still packed to the brim at that. Previously, it was Su Yiyun and Fong Rui doing this, but now she was busy going to school every day, and this job transferred to Su Yueling. Entering the backstage, they were greeted by the main producer Hong Tao. After exchanging a few polite words, Hong Tao began to explain the process to them. Do Chun had no way to express her feelings, as she felt that her daughter-in-law did not treat this as her in-law's family, speaking to Do Jia as if addressing her mother and sister, not feeling like part of the family. It is quite normal. For such an expensive item, one must look at it more than twice and consider it carefully. One must know that a large warship reaches a height of at least 250 meters. In front of it, humans can be likened to ants. 2 of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school have already entered the Fengshen Bang, becoming transcendent figures within the list. It truly echoes the old saying that a teacher leads us to navigate the ocean of knowledge, yet in the end the teacher leaves the shore and the students are drowned in this vast knowledge. The man in her family is just too adorable. Oh, she wants to pinch his face and give him a few kisses. He recalled that he had promised Song not to tell Song Ning if it ended like this. It would not be good to offend his future sister-in-law. No, I can't wait any longer. If I do, she might have more time to take the ring out of the hotel. Manager Chui called the security immediately right away. Qin Mu Yu looked down at Lin Xin, who was desperately pleading at her feet, and remained unmoved. After all, in ancient times the greatest enemy during long journeys was the various diseases caused by unsuitable climates. They all hailed from prestigious families, and were used to flattering words. I Chung Wushuang's dismissive remarks towards them instantly enraged the three. At that moment there were no sword shadows in their eyes, nor any human figures. What was seen instead was a scene as overwhelming as a flood. It was evident that although these items belonged to class power levels, some still rushed to compete for them. Arriving at the back of the towering tree, he picked up a jagged stone and etched the indistinct characters, because the middle-aged man's strength was not particularly formidable regardless of how the light collided it could not break through the purple-golden radiance. In the office on the top floor of the Galaxy Investment Building, Zhang Ting arrived for work at 9 in the morning. While delivering the stock information of Xiangjiang to Kai Si at the Xiangjiang Investment Department, Leona suddenly received a phone call, feeling both surprised and delighted. "Boss, I have good news," Leona said over the phone. "What good news?" "Just now all 5 KFC stores under Xiangjiang have closed down, as had been anticipated some time ago." Su Hongguang remained uneasy, his brows tightly knitted as anger flickered in his gaze towards Meng Wanong. Chu Ziheng felt a headache coming on. Did these bandits really come up with such fresh and casual names? Although the waiter was accustomed to seeing super-rich individuals and tycoons, it was still rare to encounter someone willing to pay double the price for a meal. During Ziyilian's discourse, Xi Cheng's brief interjections were omitted, making her speech somewhat lengthy. Bang Imo never expected to earn much from this job in such a place. He came only to fulfill a task assigned by his wife, aiming to produce a satisfactory result for her. "We should ultimately cast aside all past memories, sailing relentlessly towards the horizon under the morning sun, even if we still carry yesterday's wounds. It seems more promising than weeping while clinging to those wounds." Xi Cheng never imagined she would effortlessly win the gold medal. The 5,000 yuan prize fell into her hands so easily that it felt like a dream. After dropping that line, Tong Jia decisively turned and sprinted away, not looking back as she dashed into the room on the second floor, slamming the door shut with a bang. Back then she could have killed Jiang Shihan, who stood in her way. Now she had 1,001 methods to make Chu Yiru suffer, leaving her in a state of neither living nor dead. At that moment Fei Guping was even more enraged, shouting angrily at the 2 security guards who had been standing there. These 2 security guards were as useless as a telephone pole. Even after witnessing the humiliation inflicted upon themselves, they still failed to retaliate, which was truly infuriating. The immense Pango void filled one corner of the chart. He could wield his axe to cleave through countless forces, compelling them to gather immense power to suppress them. After greeting Sun Siming and Fong Kaling, the BMW had been serviced. Not only had it been repainted, but its license plate had been changed, as well, making it almost entirely unrecognizable. If it weren't for the familiar keychain, even Lin Jie would find it hard to believe it was still the same BMW. Upon hearing the words "love the people" and "help the world," Empress Lu fell silent. Just before Zhao Cheng took her pulse, his last words were not clearly heard by others, but she had grasped them distinctly. Mu Qingge almost cried as she leapt into Qin Yebo's arms, who propped himself up against the wall while she nestled. After numerous battles and heavy losses, the forces of the Bright Paradise at the Phoenix City defense line had dwindled to under 30,000, while the armies of Phoenix City and Huaxia Dragon City combined also numbered 30,000, with super strong experts at the helm. This mountain was not particularly famous, nor had any reports of demons or monsters been heard. Therefore Chen Yuan and the others believed that the trap set to deceive Jiangmin and the precious whip must have been laid by humans, not demons, making it relatively easier to deal with provided the opponent's cultivation wasn't too high. As soon as Jin Wuk entered, his gaze was immediately drawn to the purple emperor wrapped in a blanket, who looked just like a large monkey sitting there. "Pucci!" Jin Wuk burst into laughter. The purple emperor quickly signaled him not to laugh, fearing it would wake the sleeping purple phoenix. This is indeed a way to make money. It's surprising that the Nangong family thought of it. That single invitation card is likely not something ordinary people can obtain. Liang Chun smiled bitterly once again. At this point, everyone was in an uproar. Those 2 chairs in front were originally an old rule in the feng shui community, with no one allowed to sit. However, no one dared to remove them, and Liang Chun, having just assumed his position, kicked aside those 2 chairs that symbolized humility and politeness. What did this mean? January 11th, 1974. Friday. Zhang Ting finished his breakfast, and while on his way to the Galaxy Investment Building sat in the car flipping through the newspaper. He had not finished reading. He learned from the news that Bruce Lee's film The Way of the Dragon had achieved remarkable box office success last year. Historically, Bruce Lee had 4.5 significant works in his lifetime, namely The Big Boss Fist of Fury, Way of the Dragon, and The Game of Death, which was only half completed. "You are quite nimble, aren't you?" The mantis monster suddenly let out a strange laugh, and Ing Luo then noticed that there was a man's face on the creature's chest. "Let's talk about it next year. Who knows if there will be a place to plant cabbage, or if I will even have the time." Pei Qin, "The hackers from Ryukyu have struck," said a middle-aged officer with a captain's rank as he looked up and reached for a switch above. This switch controlled a vehicle-mounted signal terminal used to enhance communication strength with the combat. The 2 walked towards the cave halfway up the mountain, but But on their way they encountered Yin Jingdao, who was coming down from. Before long, Jiang Yuanzhou heard a light tap on the car window from outside. He lowered the window a bit, but the person outside could not clearly see inside. They simply shoved something into the car. It must be said that as time passed, Long Qingling was no longer as resistant as before. Her gaze towards Jun Yi now carried a hint of tenderness, and she had long realized that at some point Jun Yi had entered her heart. To this day in the Fengli Heavenly Dynasty there is only this one prince, while the other princes have been granted fiefs far from the imperial capital. After enjoying a good meal, Lu Wei walked out of the private room, feeling very satisfied. He never expected to gain so much today. A Wang Xian, who had been unable to enter the capital for several months, finally opened her heart. Captain Lang, do not be soft-hearted. As Lang Zhan was being led out by Zha Balatin Ding Run, who was guarding the door, whispered to him in the Ringwa language. Coconut Island's political model has always aligned itself with the United States, with the so-called president being the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. The implication of the Coconut Island defense minister's words was clearly that he would also apply for retirement. And Pin had almost exhausted all her strength. Her clothes were already loose, and with this effort her outer robe opened to reveal large patches of red marks. When you have been unreachable for more than 3 days, your best friend comes to check on you and finds you trapped in a deep sleep. The doctor determined that you had become a vegetable. Looking at Lin Liar, who had her glasses fogged with water and her hair tousled, Fang Yifan felt both amused and exasperated. Upon discovering that a value on a template had changed, he pondered, an increase of 6 in emotional aspects. Does merely seeing a passerby kiss generate such high data on love? It was not until Tony Stark crafted a rudimentary suit of armor that he fought his way out of the terrorists' cave and found the military successfully returning to New York. Perhaps the smell was too overwhelming. Even Bai Ji and Hung Wu changed their expressions. They exchanged glances. One hurried to prepare hot water, while the other quickly helped her change. As a toy designer, Na Lan Yi often needed to go out to gather inspiration and had many contacts with Uma Lu. If this were a month ago, Zibalai would undoubtedly have flown into a rage upon hearing this, but now he had severed ties to right and wrong, and after drinking the dragon blood gifted by Li Qingqian, he appeared to be a qualified tool. On the official road, the sound of hooves echoed and dust flew up wherever they went. Suddenly, the leading man pulled the reins with a woe, bringing the entire troop to a halt. Princess, do not be amused. My father is worried about my brother's studies, but cannot free himself, so he sent me to check. I wonder what brings the princess here. Jizi was indeed a bit curious. After all, everyone present was a relative of a scholar, and the appearance of the grand princess here was quite strange. Now that she thought about it, Song Ling also somewhat understood. How could a great formation that could trap a Dongtian realm expert with a blood array stronghold be simple? Jackie Chan's original name is Chun Gongxing, his stage name is Chun Yuanlong, and his real name is Fong Shilong. The name Jackie Chan was given to him later by Law Wai. In history, after Law Wai left Golden Harvest to establish his own film company, he was confident that he could make Bruce Lee famous and thus could do the same for others. He signed Chun Yuanlong, who was preparing to change careers to become a chef in Australia, and changed his name to Jackie Chan. At this time in Hong Kong, there was only Chun Yuanlong, not Jackie Chan. These body-refining warriors and the M134 Vulcan cannon are simply a perfect match. What is heavy and cumbersome for ordinary people is no different from wielding a fire stick in the eyes of the body-refining warriors. As the situation unfolded after 5 days, he raised his troops. Upon arriving at Zhongli, he said the Liu family is loyal, heaven and man bear witness. He then surrendered calmly. Yun led the flying cavalry elite troops renowned in Jianghuai. Although the army wanted to intercept him, Yun commanded them to return to camp and none dared to obstruct him. His authority was established. The sect leader, the fairy of Shaoxiang, had long declared that she would no longer accept disciples. To go back on her word would undoubtedly damage the sect leader's prestige. Yang Guang never imagined that he would have a good outcome, as he had already died once and fallen into the depths of hell. He did not care. What he cared about was not dying as tragically, helplessly, or unfulfilled as Yang Guang did. Yet his mind was recently filled with another voice. Sitting on the large sofa, he appeared quite lazy. For more than a month, he had completely adapted to the lifestyle with Chen Weijing. In this house, she increasingly felt like the master. The director hurriedly complied. Now Zhang Ma's condition was extremely critical, and she might lose her breath at any moment, hence he dared not delay. Jing Yi's expression was somewhat gloomy. Although she didn't want to admit it, as Shui Rou said, if Lu Tian really had that level of strength, she was evidently not his match, and this result was clearly not what she desired. Garrosh commanded the 8-eyed hell toad to open its mouth wide. Several people entered the belly of this giant toad and descended into the sea. Tang Ling was also very sensitive to spiritual energy. She looked at Li Feng in surprise, as if her man had changed in some way, though she couldn't pinpoint it, feeling it was very special. Haha, what nonsense, just take Zhou Lanlan away, said Zhou Deshang, who suddenly smiled at Lu Tian and grinned. At the same time, the opposing side of the Xinu Divine Army, the Celestial Demonic Army, would also suffer a similar blow. If they could find out how the residual spirit emitted its imposing battle aura during the battle with the residual spirit, they would have a way to annihilate it in one fell swoop. Even when going out, she did not forget to bring her crossbow and glass lamp, for these were her most precious possessions. Upon arriving at the newly constructed main hall at the peak of the sect, which was usually the place for the Wanfa sect to discuss important matters, Wan Qingping entered the hall with several Foundation establishment cultivators who had come as well. Luo Hanyan looked at him, nodding hesitantly. This is also acceptable. She found it hard to refuse, as if rejecting this request would make her conscience suffer immensely. 3 days later, a group of people rode the Vermilion Bird to the front lines of the battle. A day earlier, the invading army had launched a strong attack on Sizhou with countless evil spirits, strange beasts, and soldiers. If it weren't for the formidable power of Fazheng, Sizhou would likely have fallen by now. The moment his palm touched the stone slab, what seemed to be an ordinary stone slab suddenly shone with a brilliant light. In an instant, Ling Chun clearly felt a surge of tangible power flowing from the stone slab along his arm into his body, crashing heavily into his sea of consciousness. Zhang Yunru was startled awake by the deeply affectionate Zhuiyue in her dream. She suddenly opened her eyes to discover that it was already dawn outside. She rubbed her somewhat aching head, wondering how it was already dawn. Why did she feel like she hadn't slept for just a few hours? Zhang Ting understood that people are all the same. When it comes to projects and funds, many times it's about spending exactly what you have, and very few can practice restraint. Zhang Ting originally wanted to privately allocate funds to Ikixin, but he felt it would be better for Huang Shijiao to allocate them in the name of the Asian television station, and he couldn't give them all at once, but needed to do it in batches. Those who are accustomed to spending lavishly find it very difficult to save. Ikixin was both excited and moved. After a moment, a flash of white light passed through the house, and the souls seemed to vanish as if they had disappeared. What's the difference? Qin Hai was momentarily confused. Tang Jin, as the heir, was undoubtedly a figure of authority within the royal residence. How could the guards of the royal residence not be his guards? Yes. Is there a problem? Lan Xiang nodded in response, looking at Qin Jian with some confusion. Qin Jian merely frowned and did not overthink it. Perhaps Su Xian was indeed exhausted, as she had to take care of the farm, while also helping Gu Shui gather several thousand pounds of crops. Shi Xia and Gu Junlin sat in the back seat of the car, one staring out the window in a daze while the other closed his eyes indifferently, pretending to sleep. Du Fu once said that to entertain oneself one would rather let the leeks fail to produce than to rebuild a stove. I admire you, Titan Thunder Giant Ape, your divine strength dazzles me. However, I must turn you into my soul ring, this is my mission. I admire you, Titan Thunder Giant Ape, your divine strength dazzles me. However, I must turn you into my soul ring, this is my mission. If you have any last words, feel free to tell me now. I will carry your will and fight on. Ning Feng said loudly. My identity card in Area C is to be taken back by Lu Feng and handed over to someone else. If that happens, won't I lose my right to reside in Area C and have to return to that filthy and chaotic Area D? The G Group incurred costs while the television series being filmed was fully sponsored by the G Group. Meanwhile, the D agency exposed a more attractive artist scandal to shift the focus of public attention, which was effective. On what basis are you blocking the road? Hurry up and let the car go, we want to go home and see Dad. Lu Laodao pointed at the truck and said excitedly. Looking at Li Muir before him with snowflakes adorning her hair, she wore a peach-pink coat that resembled a plum blossom, delicate and dripping with beauty. He could not help but sigh. The girl's mind is pure and untainted, yet she encounters an emperor like a Qo, who is kind-hearted and does not forsake the world. The path ahead for both seems fraught with difficulty. Knowing that artists are very busy, Yin Jian said nothing, but asked where Gao Sun was. The two had agreed to meet at a coffee shop near Chongdamding, and Gao Sun arrived early to order a cup of coffee while waiting for Yin Jian. The series of measures taken by Zhongqing Mobile caught other mobile phone manufacturers off guard. The lawsuits regarding patent infringement did not greatly impact them, as such cases could last 1 or 2 years, or even longer. However, they had no defense against the new brand Nomi. However, the ball that Bei Rongji shot directly hit the face of the leaping Sakuraji Hanamichi, and the basketball rebounding off Sakuraji's face flew toward the hoop, scoring directly. Beside him, a tall young man wearing a basketball jersey, chewing gum and looking a bit careless, asked nonchalantly. Since martial arts enthusiasts no longer cared about the name Dog Bastard, what else could they say? One could only silently admire Gu Yong daring to play like this. Perhaps among writers in various fields, only Gu Yong had the audacity. Looking around, Feng Yun stood up, feeling a lingering fatigue throughout his body, his dantian still empty. The energy consumed in eliminating the human skin ghost tree was truly immense, and it might take a day or two to recover. Hong Kong had yet to embrace the hot pot culture. In this cold weather, it was indeed pleasant for Zhang Ting to enjoy hot pot. It was evident that Niu Niu quite liked it. After Zhang Ting finished eating, the old lady and the other two were still slowly savoring their meal. Zhang Daniu had finished and drove away. After resting for a night, the date arrived at January 14, 1974. The 22nd day of the 12th lunar month. Star. The mage controlling the skeletons was actually a type of necromancer capable of skillfully and precisely manipulating several high-end skeletons to combat the enemy, making it an indispensable profession in necromancy. One day it was heard that a shop in the town was up for transfer conveniently located near the hospital, and the transfer price was quite reasonable. With a keen business acumen, Long Bao wanted to take over the shop. If he could establish a foothold in the town, it was only logical that he would profit from it. Upon hearing Huolade's words, the surrounding villagers gradually calmed down. However, as they looked at the flaming dragon that was about to charge at them, fear was evident on their faces, and many villagers could not help but cry out in alarm. Everyone had already understood, but no one could speak. They seemed to be petrified by the scene before them. Even before the bomb exploded, they felt as though they could already smell the strong scent of gunpowder. Although this was an opportunity to take advantage of, Yi Bai disliked being deceived, and even pretending to be deceived was not to his liking. However, from Long Ling's perspective, the gatekeepers seemed even more advanced, as they did not engage in direct combat, but hid and used the power of nature to suppress their enemies, truly redefining the boundaries of the Western world, surpassing those mages who relied primarily on magic. He understood that the 10,000-year medicine garden was a creation painstakingly sought after by the world's spiritual beings throughout history. Each time it was discovered by spiritual beasts or humans, it would unleash a bloody storm. To occupy this medicinal area in the God Medicine Valley without anyone noticing was already a rare opportunity, and hoping to find a second one was simply impossible. Near the southern border, He Wuchang was still wandering around. Gradually, he noticed something outside a cave. Bones occasionally walked and seemingly controlled by some force, and the miasma appeared to be emanating from within. What an ominous occurrence this was. From that moment on, every winter Huang Zichao carried an additional owl. It let out a piercing scream as it was struck by the claw of the azure dragon, crashing into the sea with a thunderous sound, creating towering waves. Oh, here we go again. All right, pull yourself together. Don't you want to inquire about her life? They'll go prepare some snacks for you. As the old man stepped out of the room, Wu Shuquan sensed that the more normal things seemed the more abnormal they truly were. During such a critical period, any semblance of normalcy was suspicious. Something must have happened. Rare treasures and exotic beasts, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, while not ubiquitous, were still considerable in number, hidden within one mountain after another, waiting for fated individuals to unearth them. After all, he was going to die anyway. Whether he was taken back to be judged, and then killed, or executed on the spot, the difference was minimal. At least that was how it was for Zhouan. Something's not right. He's injured, and it's severe. I heard about the battle from 2 months ago. He was already exhausted and his foundation damaged. He definitely hasn't recovered yet. Thus back and forth we fell in love. Later, she said she was sent down the mountain by her master to train for a year, leading to our earlier encounter. To deceive even with this kind of money, the scammer is too wicked. It truly disgraces the people of Jujin Prefecture. Chen Yunyao exclaimed, fuming. However, the chaos caused by the bandits did not end there. News of attacks continuously emerged from the villages surrounding Qingyang City, plunging the entire city into inexplicable panic. At the entrance of the Copper Drum Bay UFC Fighting Arena is the ticket sales center. The news that the first match at the Copper Drum Bay UFC Fighting Arena will feature Bruce Lee against Li Jinquan has just been reported by Asia Television, Lee's Voice Radio, and several media outlets, instantly attracting the attention of many citizens. In addition to the local Chinese and Xinjiang, people from Europe and America, as well as East Asians, are also quite interested in Bruce Lee's upcoming fight. As a result, now the young commander said, "Shall I lead a death squad to attack and destroy the enemy's catapults?" Tian Dashan is a relative of Tian Luo. Orphaned at a young age, he was raised by Tian Si and is very loyal to both Tian Si and Tian Luo. During the farewell, Xiao Yi, the governor, offered encouragement to those embarking on the expedition, such as Shang Kushi and Geng Zhoming, but when it came to Li Tianyang, he only had a few words to say. Upon hearing Shui Jian's words, Ernyang suddenly became excited, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is this really true? Even before coming here, she had been half-heartedly believing what Xin Yang had said. The hard asphalt road caused the young man to grunt in pain as he fell, his face turning red and white in patches. Wu Jesse had been the assistant to the governor of Guangdong province before resigning, holding a position at the departmental level and enjoying a deputy provincial level treatment. If placed in ancient times, he would be at the level of a ministerial assistant, a third-rank official. Bai Etienne opened his mouth to say something, but hesitated, nodding in agreement without opposing. In fact, he also wanted to settle this matter regarding the return journey, otherwise it would be better to keep it hidden. Seeing the next student directory being passed around again, Jun Lin couldn't help but twitch his brow and turned to ask Su Han. Li Yong no longer engaged in idle chatter and sincerely expressed his gratitude to the county magistrate on the spot. At this moment, by the deep pit, there were two figures. One was Shun Haoshuan, and the other was Ouyang Feng, while the so-called Lord Wu had long since disappeared. Yang Mu served through the reigns of the emperors Su Huangjun and Wei and was highly respected, revered even by the highest officials. However, upon receiving the imperial decree from Murongjun, he was filled with trepidation. On the battle platform, amidst wild winds, the two suddenly exchanged blows in midair, and the shockwaves spread out, causing Yang Tian to be propelled backward. This figure was incredibly eerie, silent, and seemingly non-existent, exuding no aura whatsoever. Watching Elder Qin ascend the stairs, the guests in the hall began to take their leave. This was an internal matter of the Qinghe gang, and they as outsiders had no need to involve themselves. Moments later, he managed to pull a motorcycle from the wreckage, mounted it, and bid farewell to Tang Feng once more before heading south. How did photos get leaked? Sister Su spoke, her tone tinged with a hint of frustration. The Wind Killer sword seemed to have understood his words, swaying up and down in front of him, as if nodding. Seeing this, Long Tian secretly harnessed 70% of his strength in the Tian Huang's decree, eager to discern the true strength of this fire Qilin. Not dodging the fire Qilin's attack, he raised the Tian Huang's decree to meet the creature's dual claws. Chen Feng had just made a move against him, and now he had made his disciple Xiaomin cry. If he didn't believe that Chen Feng was a descendant of Tian Yi, the ghost doctor would have already used formations to trap Chen Feng and torment him rather than wasting time talking here. Only after entering the governor's office in Nanjing City, where the 10,000 Imperial Guard soldiers stationed there had been the last hope and backbone for Yao Jin, did he finally feel freed from the anxiety that plagued him day and night after bathing and changing clothes, but he still had no idea what to do next. "I didn't drink and am not too confident in your driving skills," he said as he pulled me towards the parking lot. Our outer towers had been pushed down while they had only removed 3 outer towers. Xia Xin estimated that the economic gap had widened by at least 7 or 8,000. Zhang Ting is in the study on the 2nd floor. The old lady, a middle-aged woman Nyonyo, as well as Connie and Wang Hui, are watching Asia Television on the 1st floor. Currently, the Chinese channel Under Asia Television is broadcasting a martial arts match between Bruce Lee and Li Jinquan at the Causeway Bay Fighting Arena. At the Causeway Bay Fighting Arena, nearly 10,000 spectators are watching in person. Many citizens of Xianjiang at this moment are at home watching the live broadcast on television or listening to it on the radio. After Fu Cmo left Shiranqi's hospital room, Ling Yuan walked to the bedside, checked Shiranqi's breath, and let out a slight sigh of relief. Seeing the intimate figures of the two for a moment, it felt as though something was blocked in her heart. Xiao Mu, who was troubled and seeking an escape, quickly nodded and pushed the chair, taking the initiative to walk towards Song Xiangwan. She was annoyed and refused to drink. When forced to drink, she would be forcibly fed mouth to mouth. After several attempts, she could no longer distinguish between dreams and reality. With no other choice, she sat back down on the sofa and casually picked up a magazine from the coffee table to read. Mu Nani, seated in the back, spotted Su Kes' smiling face as they arrived at the entrance of the Italian restaurant. Having said that, she lunged forward, wrapping her arms around my neck. I allowed her to push me to the corner as that familiar figure leisurely walked in through the door. After all, encountering someone who had been dead for 10 years suddenly in front of him required some time to process. "I understand, then I'll take my leave." As Hu Jian stepped outside, he saw Hu Tinger and Bai Lang sitting there like children waiting for their parents to pick them up. His first reaction to this endless darkness was to call out brother. Then he reached out to turn on the light. For example, someone like Nye Dale, who definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Jiang Ziyu, was merely relying on his family's wealth. "I can play badminton too, how about we have a match sometimes?" Qin Qin became proactive. A cold snort flashed like lightning across the silent sea of consciousness, illuminating the bewildered face of the lost soul, brightening the bare blackness of the mountain's surface, yet failing to clearly illuminate the situation at the mountain's peak. When he arrived at Jingzhou, a monumental piece of news reached his ears. Li Shimin was launching an attack against Liu Bi. Her forehead, already marked with numerous crow's feet, became even more pronounced with her anger. Lin Yixu's expression stiffened. Was this not a mockery of her? Initially, she was quite happy to see her grandfather and wanted to go down to greet him, but unexpectedly she heard him say this as soon as she came down. With Peng Ye's applause, the expressions of the 3 big shots turned slightly serious, thinking that Peng Yi was about to take some action. In the past, the emperor wanted to maintain a good reputation, mindful of how he was perceived by others, and thus was somewhat cautious. She was puzzled. Gui Fei was living comfortably. Why did she insist on coming to work? It turned out she was thinking about her own secret recipe. The so-called valley within a valley is not a branching path in the valley, but a hollow hill formed inside the valley, located at the very center of the entire valley. Even if a carnivorous demon beast were to invade the valley, it would not harm a single hair of the divine sound spirit's young. "Wait, don't worry, I will return to Chang'an City now and invite grandfather out. You will be fine then," Cheng Hao said loudly. "I have already looked at that test paper. With no university-level content, it must be of a very good standard, otherwise I wouldn't understand it. Currently, the only reason for someone to come over and talk to me is for their so-called future." Ha, how naive they are. The two bent their bodies in gratitude and walked down. Their dance had consumed a lot of energy, and it seemed they would need to rest well tonight. Now, recalling the uncle who meddled in romantic affairs, Bai Qingyin realized that he was the most unreliable person. In 1971, Shun Bai assumed the role of general manager at HSBC. Historically, in 1977, after Sanders' retirement, he officially succeeded Sanders to become the chairman of HSBC, thus becoming the new leader of the bank. At this point, it was early 1974, about 4 years since Shun Bai took on the role of the bank's leader. If during these 4 years Zhang Ting could not achieve a favorable collaboration with the other party, just then the Book of Futu suddenly shone brilliantly, as if the red clouds had been significantly dispelled. Is this how your master taught you to act? Or did you do this yourself for the sake of profiting excessively? A cold glint of murderous intent flashed in Yi Xiu's eyes. If the Ding family truly remained obstinately foolish and continued to bring disaster to the nation, he would not hesitate to eliminate them and unleash a wave of slaughter. At that moment, Chi-Chi was still pushing me from behind. When I suddenly stopped, her two large apples collided forcefully against my back, clearly causing some deformation. As the gunfire ceased, the shadow was forcefully yanked to the ground by Yin Lai. The thud echoed, shaking the very earth beneath our feet. Because of my significant contributions to the isolated island providing not only a source of fire, but also precious food, I am now revered wherever I go. If the ambush on Ma Chao was unsuccessful, it could only mean that even if Peng De's coup succeeded, both he and the 11 special forces he sent would be in mortal danger. At this moment, with life and death uncertain, he had no intention of embarking on another emotional journey in this foreign grassland. After all, he was ultimately a Han person, and the Han had deep-seated hatred towards the Wuhuan. Zhang Tianxing did not criticize him. After all, this was also a goal, albeit a rather insignificant one. However, if this goal could ignite his fighting spirit, Zhang Tianxing was willing to let it be his guiding light. That day when you and Master Yusu tried to awaken me, attempting to lead me into the realm of cultivation, was it because of this stubborn matter? His mind became clear, instantly grasping the crux of the matter. The Ling Xiao battle chariot transformed into a streak of light, swiftly catching Ling Tian, and the three embraced each other in excitement. Upon hearing this, Yu quickly drew the sword from her waist, swinging it to shake off the snow accumulated on the tree branch. Some people excel in fighting while others are skilled at gathering intelligence. It was the latter who interacted with Yu Yao. Listening to the soldier brothers praising his roasted suckling pig, Su Qin felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Duo Yu, still a bit confused, nodded and summoned the vengeful spirit to block the corridor while simultaneously picking up the flute to begin playing. The shop did not require much renovation. Yu Yao simply tidied up the main hall, adding a few sets of solid wood tables and chairs, each set separated by screens to ensure private space. When problems arose on Su Qin's side, Gu Xi naturally could not remain oblivious. Upon seeing the relevant news, he cast a calm glance at Sun Feng, indicating for him to handle it. At this moment within Feyre, it was pitch black, resembling a vast universe. Suddenly the dark cosmos lit up with countless points of light. Unlike last time, this time the perpetrator left no warning, only this note that risked their life again. Moreover, Sun Hu and others were also placed on the wanted list of the Pingyun sect, ordering all disciples of the sect to execute them on sight. However, if we were to speak of a tea plantation that encompassed an entire hill selling tea, it would likely be the only one within a 10 to 20 mile radius. Zhang Ting rode back toward Qinshui Bay. He pondered who had killed Ding Pei, yet he had no answer. In a sense, Ding Pei's death meant Li Xiaolong was now safe. Thus at this moment they would rather strike Ding Pei than dare harm Li Xiaolong now. A hillside villa in Qinshui Bay. Li Xiaolong sat waiting for Zhang Ting's return, and when he finally saw Master Zhang approach, he rose to his feet. Master, wasn't Dao cultivation extinct long ago? Li Qiangyun spoke with evident astonishment. Du Siming exhaled deeply, lowered the hand resting on the table, and gently, ever so gently, reached sideways toward his still slender, supple leg. Though two elders surrounded him alone, he showed not the slightest hesitation. His mountain-splitting axe swung wide and bold, matching them blow for blow without yielding an inch. Are we being followed? Bing Xian, seated beside Jiang Chun, murmured softly, her delicate brows knitted in dismay. She recoiled inwardly from this sensation, nearly ready to erupt, yet found no target for her ire. Certainly, she could not vent it upon Jiang Chun. Chun Yidao instructed his men to eat and rest inside the vehicle, while he himself went off with Xiao Ao and the others, not merely for leisure, but to gather intelligence in preparation for tonight's operation. A faint wry smile curled one corner of her mouth, an expression that conveyed not doubt, but outright disbelief. The old rogue parked the car along the rear street of Telecommunications University of Science and Technology, then led Lei Yu to the campus canteen for dinner. Wang Wanru moved her lips slightly, yet words failed her. Silently she seethed at the patriarch's cold indifference. What did family, or our own people, truly mean? When Fang Chuanxi's household convened to discuss urgent matters, why had they never extended an invitation for her family to attend? It wasn't that Zheng Hao truly feared the sword-annihilating sect, but rather he refused to let his family suffer collateral consequences. Later the old rogue roused her and seated her upon his lap, and together they played. Yet as the caravan entered Bilefire, that water-splashing cart broke away from the main group and headed southward, ultimately halting before Wu Di's residence. Nor did the provocation by Qi Jingzi merely stir their zeal, it intensified their devotion to the forbidden arts. Countless palace maids perished in the harem, drained of essence and blood by the three cultivators. That tale, however, belongs to another time. Lu Yun's eyes widened, his heart torn by indecision. Remembering that Lu family had carried its lineage through 3 generations with only one heir per generation, he knew that to ensure future prosperity, to multiply heirs, he must rely upon this treasure. With a deep sorrowful sigh he declared, "For the sake of my ancestors I must accept it." He tucked the medicinal jar carefully into his chest, handling it with solemn reverence. Time spares no one. Brocade Ma Chao, now silver-haired and aged, had become old Ma Chao. Yet even now to slay him would take no more than a single breath. Wang Yitong dared not utter a word. The shadowy figure remained silent as well. Clutching a golden lock fragment, he sat at the edge of the bed, lost in quiet contemplation. All were breakthrough realm cultivators, most having drawn upon energies refined within their own law realms, reserves painstakingly cultivated over long years intended for golden core formation. Yet they released such power without hesitation. Ugh, what an awkward sleep. Sleeping clothed is utterly exhausting. At home, I always sleep completely bare, rolling freely in bed. Ba Hongshan also sat up and stretched lazily, speaking without restraint. Such grandeur summoned the thunder god and lightning goddess down from heaven itself, accompanied by countless celestial generals. Upon beholding the nine heavens' true dragon, the divine pair prostrated themselves before Zhuang Wangu, declaring, "Congratulations, Lord of the Northern Peak Heaven, on obtaining the nine heavens' true dragon." The celestial generals flanking them echoed the felicitations. Chui Fengxian, who normally wielded only his bare palms in combat, now gripped a single-edged saber, causing the boatmen present to blink in mild surprise. Lao Chun and Lao Lin, having known him for decades, exchanged subtle nods, recognizing that second master was about to unleash his full strength. Her hair was not merely silvery white, but near blinding snow white, like her skin luminous, sacred, untouchable, radiating an aura of inviolable purity. Zhou Zinian's father Zhou Zhuofan and his uncle Zhou Shaoqi are both prominent figures in Xiangjiang, while the esteemed lawyer Zhou Junian is his cousin. They are considered elite Chinese residing on the peak. In his early years, Zhou Xinyan already owned a Rolls-Royce with the number 3 license plate, cruising through Central, and he was among the wealthiest businessmen in Xiangjiang, presiding over more than 50 companies and founding a Chinese bank, also serving as the chairman of a dairy company. Zhou Xinyan not only served as a non-official member of the Legislative Council, but also held the position of chief non-official in the same council. Though this time was fleeting, Zhuang Xiaoli knew that despite her terminal illness, she had not passed away, and she could still reminisce about the days spent with the person she cherished as she realized that heaven had been kind to her. Instantly, we exchanged glances, pondering what it meant to join the demon clan. Would we transform into demon monsters, allowing us to slay him for experience later? Test my Dao heart. Yang Nan smirked coldly as his spirit ascended to a singular thought. In that wondrous state of growth, he cast aside all illusions perceived through his senses. Gazing at the sparkling ring on his middle finger radiating brilliant light, it felt as if it mocked his ignorance and foolishness. Ling Xuewei twirled the ring, but ultimately couldn't bear to take it off. She seemed in high spirits, humming a tune as she led Long Moxuan out of the gym. Long Moxuan's steps felt as if he were walking on clouds, unsure of how he followed Ling Xuewei back to his room. "Are you there?" "The matter has been settled," Lao Su called out in a low voice at a corner of the yamen. "I beg you, boss, please stop quickly. You may not fear embarrassment, but I do." "Is it done yet?" "Let's go if it's done." After waiting for a moment, sensing that Xue Li was gradually halting her movements, Luo suppressed his laughter and asked. Gong Shu mused, realizing she had likely deduced the third prince's reasons for not allowing her near the Hanyan Hall. It must be due to the numerous traps within, for where there are traps there are secrets. The third prince must be afraid she'd enter and unravel the mechanisms, revealing the secrets hidden inside. Stepping forward to shield Luo, the old man bellowed loudly, his tone unusually serious. Without even a greeting, he lunged at the two men in black. With Yang Jiu's assistance and Yu Yin's reckless fighting style, they subdued the two in under a minute. Even if he could never see again, she would willingly be his eyes, remaining steadfast by his side forever. But you need not grieve for the departure of the sixth. The one inside is merely a vestige of him remaining in this world, and he has his own mission. The great shark continued, speaking to Zhang Fan. The cabin was eerily quiet save for Shun Enya's calm voice and his shallow breathing. "No need." Imo Bougie lowered his gaze, suddenly looking up at Lu Chun, his eyes revealing a complex expression that was hard to decipher. "You drink." Luo Yebwa immediately stood up, passing the seat he had just occupied to Morton. Because writers are the loneliest, they always hide in their rooms with a computer and a keyboard as their only friends. In truth, Mi Chuyen was somewhat taken aback, but her surprise did not stem from the intimidating identity of Ning's relatives, but from the fact that Ning Chengsen introduced her in such a manner before his family. Tang Hongdo was devoted to goodness, and her belief that the world was a beautiful paradise filled with birdsong and flowers had already been ridiculed by Gu Xiaoyang more than once. "Wow, big sister, how can you guess everything?" Su Mushi laughed and sighed, showing no signs of sorrow. The Dragon King clearly understood Qin Yang's character. Upon receiving his call, he could roughly guess his thought. February 4th, 1974. Monday. Government House of Xianjiang. Conference Room. Governor Macliho's Secretary for Administration Lo Pishi, Financial Secretary Ha Tinky, and the head of the Petroleum Policy Committee Qi Liantong were present. In this meeting, they discussed the matter of the 6 major oil companies from the UK and the US applying to the governor's office and the Petroleum Policy Committee for another oil price increase yesterday. This made Governor MacLehose and Chi Lien feel troubled. "From now on you will truly be unmatched," Bai Chun said softly, raising his right hand as the spiritual flames surged and swept away. There was no need for the host's jokes. This evening was entirely Li Ri's world. Whether host or guest, everyone revolved around Li Ri. One leg stretched out, kicking towards Fong Ming's lower body. Fong Ming loosened his grip and bent down, gliding past him. As her back collided with the ship's railing, she did not stop. One of Fong Ming's hands had already moved in close. The bloodline fluctuation from the Silver Dragon King made Zhang Weiqiang's heart stir. This was already beyond his bloodline level. As a result, Yi Xingchen delivered a kick, causing Nyo to stagger and roll towards the mobile phone. The lighting technician faced a bit of trouble. He had to redesign the stage lighting according to Li Ri's solo performance mode, which was equivalent to starting over since Li Ri notified the company of her decision. "How is that possible? My poison." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a series of spiritual swords shot out by Zhang Hao. Bang, bang, bang. Not knowing why he thought of this, Claude's heart suddenly began to race violently. He then intentionally coughed loudly a couple of times, as sure enough as the cough echoed, the noise upstairs immediately ceased. Claude smiled satisfactorily, pulled the covers over himself, and continued to sleep deeply. Eilina stopped plucking feathers from the crystallized spirit, nodding, as if she had made a certain resolution. Pan Yong believed he understood Zhang Yunbing very well. She was impervious to other matters, but badminton and her brother were her soft spots. On the other end of the phone, an anxious voice came through. It was not Xiao Mingya, but rather Xiao Lily, who had called him earlier. A spar. Lin Quan was unconvinced. He couldn't gauge Bing Quan's true abilities and planned to probe for information during the spar. Meanwhile, Zhao Zilong had experienced various twists and turns before finally entering the residence of Yang Zhentian, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. The place was kept remarkably clean and was decorated in a simple yet elegant manner. "He has a few questions for you. Do just answer truthfully." Lin Feng suddenly spoke up at that moment. At first he thought she was simply unable to hold back, but upon hearing nothing that defended herself, she was filled with thoughts of her 3 children, and Wei Chenglan felt sad as well. The power of Eva's heart was undeniable. Even the force released from a shattered heart could make her explode in an instant, let alone those rotating gears, so what she had to do was quite simple. The next day, both the princess and concubine Dong's faces had swollen up, burning with pain, and they had no choice but to summon the imperial physician. The aura from the demon halberd made the fire dragon sense a threat. Its instinctive sense of danger prevented it from taking risks, otherwise it would have charged at Chu Xinghan long ago. His primordial spirit was still with Sun Piaoyu. Although he was currently using the heavenly immortal technique to reconstruct a primordial spirit, that spirit was no longer important. Even if it melted away, it would not damage his main body in the slightest. The chef was not as perceptive as Huang Pizzi and did not immediately understand what he was referring to. As for the soldier Abel, although he felt some implicit hostility towards the suddenly appearing Mr. Carl, he had to admit that Mr. Carl made a lot of sense. Wei Gongda knew that the prince was still behind. Several times he turned back to check if Dong Huangtai was following, but he only saw that slightly thin figure gradually submerged in the endless rain of arrows. Deepwater Bay. Li Jiaqing woke up early as usual at 7 in the morning. After having breakfast, he returned to the head office of Changjiang Industries. His 2 sons attended a prestigious private school in Xiangjiang, but they were usually dropped off in the morning and picked up in the evening, allowing the family of 4 to have dinner together and strengthen their bonds. Now the maid was busy preparing breakfast, while Li Jiaqing sat on the sofa propping his feet up. Nostalgic for the past. "This is not your style. Just tell me your intentions. With such a grand display, you can't possibly be here to celebrate my birthday, can you?" Evelia said. As Zhang Taibai spoke, he also glanced at the red tank. Upon hearing his words, Red Tank seemed to revel in the flattery, wearing a smug smile on his face. After dinner, Lu Li went upstairs, and I followed shortly after, unexpectedly, finding him curled up in the storage room, making a phone call. Su Feihong, upon hearing this, didn't mind who was doing it for him, as he trusted Tian's abilities. At the same time, Su Feihong also got to know Elder Xiang anew, realizing he was a reincarnated being across 3 lifetimes comparable to his master, and was astonished by Elder Xiang's prowess. The only regret was that the person he had promised to walk across the Naiha Bridge with could not fulfill that vow with her. Yu Yu hurriedly covered the mouth of the swordsman. With an angry shout, he kicked the man in the groin. Though it wasn't an attack with equipment, the pain was no less severe. "Then thank you," Lin Feng expressed his gratitude, also eagerly anticipating the extent of the blessing's power. Lin Feng turned and rushed toward the village chief, leveraging the advantage of his wind step, allowing him to nearly ignore all obstructing players. Zhang Yun nodded, having witnessed Tian Si's strength, which surpassed that of his own master. Such a person Zhang Yun was determined to cultivate a good relationship with. Even within organizations like the S.H.I.E.L.D. that regularly deal with extraordinaries, very few knew about Professor X's existence, limited to a select few senior agents. Chief Xin, since you're in charge of collecting the debts from the Zhongtian thermal power plant, how much can you guarantee to retrieve from them? Bao Feiyong calmly lit another cigarette. Kill them, and then we can discuss the matter of the Queen Nine Lotus. The two presidents of Wubohai also stated plainly. May I ask why can I still not moved? It goes without saying. The injuries on Jinfu had indeed healed, but he felt that they weren't fully recovered. The most critical issue was that he still could not move. However, since those reincarnated beings from the Kratos side had already revealed themselves, they would certainly not cease their attacks due to this situation. After being counterattacked by Chun-In, the opposing reincarnated beings intensified their assaults. The martial arts arena was not a grand tournament stage, but a semi-divine artifact that surpassed the limits of spiritual tools possessing partial divine might. A tool used by an ancient strong clan to select their strongest members. For a long time, he had been unclear about the origins of that evil Buddha. At this moment, even though he did not turn around, he vaguely sensed some changes. If he was not mistaken, that evil Buddha must have also been a celestial being before the ancient times. With a shake of his right hand, the 8-star lantern magic staff emitted beams of peculiar light from the 8-colored magic crystal orbs of sin, intertwining to resemble a colorful umbrella as the light flowed over its surface. Wu Yong transformed into a merchant with a large suitcase, and then stuffed him into it. This Wei Qiong weighed over 100 pounds heavier than a pig, yet Wu Yong had no choice but to carry him downstairs and into the merchant's pickup truck. Time slipped by quietly until Han Yen felt utterly exhausted, as if she had no strength left, at which point Qin Tang finally released the final energy of ZG. Li Jiaqing knew that Mr. Zhang's greatest strength lay not only in the wealth he possessed, but also in his exceptional ability to manage people rivaling his own. My Lizi Ma Shimin Wei Li and even the young Chinese man Lin Gaoyan. After studying the executives of Galaxy Investment Company, Li Jiaqing realized that Mr. Zhang was indeed remarkable in his use of talent. Now with Mr. Zhang's vast fortune and his adeptness in utilizing people, Li Jiaqing found it impossible to compete with him for business. In other words, brother-in-law, have you perhaps inherited the legacy of the human butcher god? Moreover, is it the most powerful kind? Yun Zheng clutched Qin Ringshan's arms, eagerly asking. The display cases in the shop were fully stocked with potions ranging from level 1 to level 4, including both commonly used and rare ones. Almost everything was available. As Liu Xian stepped out, he appeared alongside the white tiger in the clouds, his aura concealed, masking their presence from the divine senses of the many celestial beings around, making it impossible for them to detect Liu Xian and his companion. Two similarly aged young men walked shoulder to shoulder, enjoying the gentle spring breeze, their figures harmoniously intertwined. Zhang Jing was unsure whether Yu Liang was aware of his whereabouts, but he felt he had no choice but to act this way, otherwise those people might tear him apart the next moment, so he had to proceed and do it well. Impressive, it's only been a moment, and someone is already causing trouble. Sua Dao couldn't help but exclaim. 10,300,000,000 spirit stones at once. Is there a higher bid? Hong Fei's beautiful eyes flickered with satisfaction at the price, prompting her to inquire further. The butler standing next to Yachong Sakura appeared to be a true gentleman, bowing to her and delivering the aforementioned words. As the card pressed against the handgun, the M1911 in his hand vanished, and a beautifully crafted blue handgun appeared before Yui's eyes. Perhaps it was not intentional on his part, but merely a result of having experienced much and grown accustomed to grand events. Instinctively, he had become stronger, leaving former acquaintances feeling alienated. Moreover, Zhao Xiaoyuan had not used her own ID to open the card, making it a completely untraceable black card. He had long since let go, yet the calm demeanor of the man before him belied a turbulent heart within. This also reveals that Sun Dashing had extensive friendships back in the day with countless deities from all corners of the world, most having some connection with him. Even those without a relationship still recognized him, showcasing his wide circle of associates. A strong smell of blood made him retch repeatedly. He coughed a few times and sat up. Something slid off him, and when he looked down, he found it was a thick, pure white bear skin. Gathering the Ha bandits marked the first step toward his goal. However, Xiangzi did not feel any joy. Instead, his face bore a look of worry and unease. Now that he had become the director, Xiangzi found himself with Sundays off. With nothing to do at home, he went to check on the southern courtyard, which Musa was currently renovating. Xiao Anhao fell silent, pondering whether he should investigate other familiar people around Dongqi. Mo Bai was trapped beneath dozens of kilometers of glaciers with over 100 icebergs pressing down. Under the influence of Zhou Fan's extreme Yin power, Mo Bai felt as if his profound energy had been completely drained, making escape nearly impossible. Lin Yixuan arrived at the president's office alongside assistant Chen, only to find it empty. Everyone knew that Xu Yin had first used the rainfall technique before turning to refresh the Canglong and unleashing the second phase of rainfall. Why didn't the refresh effect overwrite the rainfall cloud flight? A sizzling sound arose as the ice spikes were split into 4 pieces, scattering to the ground, while the demon sect practitioner simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. As the figure in the Taoist robe vanished, the three approached the cave into which the tall, slender figure had entered. Peering inside, they saw nothing but darkness, yet as cultivators they could discern faint outlines. However, the figure had already disappeared. What Su Haiwen thought about was how to compete with Zhang Ting's cosmic shipping company. Bao Yugong was considering whether to call Bao Peihui, who was far away in New York, back to Xiangjiang, thus increasing the chances for his daughter to connect with Zhang Ting. It was evident that nothing was more important than this matter. Su Haiwen was unaware of what his father-in-law was thinking. Haiwen, we have more experience in the shipping industry than Zhang. Although he was Zhao Jingyi's elder, the martial artist had always admired this former Grand Marshal of the Northwest, and due to their familial ties he felt a deeper gratitude towards Zhao Jingyi. All the way Zhuge Liang sat in the bridge laughing secretly, having finally outsmarted Xiao Laoqing. As long as De Qiao was rescued, they could abandon this tiny place of Wanqing, and he would no longer be trapped here, freeing his hands to expand his territory. In the dead of night, amidst the swirling snow, Shirsi had fallen asleep. His steady breathing brushed against my ear, warm like his body temperature, like the warmth of his lips and teeth, as if he still lingered inside me. I, like a climbing vine, could only take root and grow tall because of his presence. Having fought in battles for a long time, he felt different from before, with a bit more roughness and wildness, nearly taking my breath away. A series of muffled sounds continued to echo around, and with their fierce attacks the energy shield began to tremble. One of his arms was now completely immobile, and he had broken ribs in his chest. Even now, due to a sudden increase in intracranial pressure, his vision was blurred. The doctor said it would take at least a year to recover, during which he was strictly prohibited from using electronic devices, needing to wear sunglasses, even to look at a lamp, making him feel no different from a useless person. Finally, in the year 11 of the new era, the Muripus Empire constructed ships capable of crossing the ocean. They then headed east and discovered Lingian continent in February of that year. After more than a year, the expedition fleet reached this continent. Zhuge Liang, the emperor has deep-seated grievances against you. He must not know you are in Shuzhou. To avoid complications, you Zheng Daking should endure for a while. Xing summarized the situation concisely, while Lin Chen listened in silence, not thinking of Huang Zhe or all the past acquaintances. He was still wearing the shirt soaked with sweat from the fire scene, and after getting on the plane, he simply washed his face and started his new job. Kai Wei looked at the two of them with difficulty, hesitated for a long time, but ultimately obediently retreated. Seeing Wang Bing's expression, Baihu chuckled softly and glanced at Xue Ping before diving back into Wang Bing's body. Meanwhile, Chun Xian, who had been waiting outside for a long time, hurriedly stepped forward to wrap Qing Feng tightly with his long robe. At that moment, King Feng's eyes had already lost focus and her consciousness became blurred. Before, he couldn't see Jane Foster. How could this not worry Thor? At this moment, Thor also sensed some strange aura around Jane Foster. Thank you for the reminder, sir. I naturally understood the reasoning behind his words, but what could I do? No matter how powerful, I still had to charge forward. This was my destiny. Xue Ping calmly said, don't worry, it can still be used. Besides, I have plenty of those things. My bench and table are all made of ice jade, so I'm not short of that. After all, Jiang Cheng was an outsider and wouldn't care about such matters. As long as they could behave properly, they were. Yesterday, Lu Jingyan colluded with Xiao Zhe to publicly embarrass Zhang Siki. With her temperament, she would definitely not let it go easily. The major powers on Earth were shocked in an instant. With Earth's current technological capabilities, it was impossible to establish a global defense. After confirming that the situation was not a fabrication spread by enemy countries, they all entered a state of super-level combat readiness. Putate Island is quite spacious. Without any development, the boat owner Wu Kuan led Zhang Ting and others along a small path for a tour. Zhang Ting is in good health. Unlike others like Xia Dingji and Qi Liantong, who are slightly out of breath, he seems unfazed. This is mainly because they usually travel by car, lacking physical exercise. Moreover, Zhang Ting is only 22 years old now, still at a very young age. However, due to his wealth, many people tend to overlook him. Nonchalantly twisting his body, Clayton's body crackled with sounds, and then he slowly walked towards the second tier, Hall Hong Wan. Lu Ye's eyes flickered as he looked up at Gu Ming in the mecha control room, his face filled with hesitation and conflict, his fists clenched tightly. If the situation weren't so special, Avalon would not have suddenly chosen this moment to announce its presence. Preparing for such things is never sufficient. Wednesday is broadcast day. The plan for that day includes Summer National Tour 2020 and fantasy broadcast featuring performances with senior NEI, Jini Akamoto Manatsu, and Kubo Shirori. Trey seemed to see something incredible standing there without any intention to evade, murmuring to himself in a day. Unfortunately, reality does not align with wishes. With all his scores failing, he couldn't even meet the basic requirements for enlistment, let alone talk about joining the military. What should I do? Yanbin Lianjia's mind raced, feeling as lost as a student suddenly receiving a home visit. Although he had no confidence that this would work, and it might even lead to Yang Xiao's mental breakdown, rather than escape, time was of the essence. Rather than passively waiting for death, it was better to take a chance. The middle-aged mage in the carriage on the right raised an eyebrow, while the young mage in the carriage on the left showed a hint of relief and confusion in her eyes. Watching the mysterious person take away Nash's tooth, Chun Yi's vision gradually faded into darkness, sinking into a void. Peter could no longer hold back, suddenly standing up and pointing at Andrew, sternly reprimanding him. Hearing this news, Zhang San immediately felt joy. It was equivalent to having a base of over 10,000 people. With this experienced group, he no longer needed to start from scratch. It was just right to first use Dali Village as a sacrifice, and then consider the next steps. Lafra looked at me in a condescending manner that annoyed me, as if I were a piece of cargo being sentenced. Ning Shuangshuang was very thoughtful. Before leaving, she prepared these newspapers for Chun Yi, allowing him to catch up on the events of the past few days. No, we can't start today. Wait for me. He'll come back tonight. Clutching those drawings, designer Zhu rushed out of Zhang Guangqi's office. He had intended to start work today, but how could he let the rare inspiration slip away? After being shocked by high-voltage electricity, Xiongqi's body trembled violently, shaking uncontrollably. In reality, this bit of electric shock would not cause such a great bodily reaction for Xiongqi, but in order to appease his future mother-in-law, he had to put on a cooperative performance. However, the wine did not turn out as expected. It was not spicy or irritating, but rather had a sweet and rich flavor with only a hint of alcohol. She had always worried that her brother would be overshadowed by her own genius. It turned out this was merely her imagination. Normally, Bai Li Yanyu would have been ecstatic, but at this moment her expression combined with that sweet voice made him feel a sense of despair. No matter where she is the center of attention, with her exquisite beauty and ethereal demeanor, making her very popular. With a cunning smile, she gently lifted Shi Lingjing's hand, deliberately placing it on Xuanmeng's chest, even giving Shi Lingjing a gentle squeeze. The villa at Qinshui Bay. After Zhang Ting and Mai Lizi met with the Wu Kuan brothers, Mai Lizi Leuna and Kaisi left first. Zhang Ting remained in the study of the villa, examining the map. At 6 in the evening, Zhang Ting was still studying the map. A knock came at the study door, and it was Zhang Jinrong who entered. Mr. Zhang, Congressman who is here to see you. Who, Congressman? At first Zhang Ting was puzzled. Ji Zihuai seemed taken aback for a moment before her expression darkened. Instinctively, she shot a glare at Li Mujuan, who suddenly glanced back at the ink painting, as if realizing something. She did not worry that Xianyuan Mountain Villa would be attacked during this time. Currently in the Divine Realm, apart from Xianyuan Mountain Villa, only the forces of Luoyue sect remained, and Luo Yunyan of Luoyue sect would never harbor any ill intent towards Xianyuan Mountain Villa. Mo Yunyu quickly consumed a pill to restore his spiritual energy. 2 puppets protected him, and whenever a beast attempted to get close, it was swiftly killed by the puppets. Xiaolei raised his hand and slapped her across her flawless face, forcing back the words that were about to come out, and the intensity even made Zeus furrow his brow in silence. Finally, after just 8 days, over 50 individuals had all attained spiritual cultivation levels matching their realms, becoming true celestial experts. Yearly Kong, right? I want to know why you hit my son yesterday. Zhao Donghai had completely lost the arrogance he had when he first came out and began to reason. The people in the tent were all stunned, looking up in unison, and the next moment, they saw Shengguan Yuanfeng stride in after lifting the curtain. The military government was taking action, and the long-dormant landlords and gentry in Anhui also began to mobilize. They regarded the establishment of the advisory bureau by the military government as their victory, each of them smiling with excitement, rolling up their sleeves in preparation to secure a position in the advisory bureau. At this moment, she carefully observed the hall and noticed that the ministers were all acting differently, as some approached chatting about trivial matters, while others remained silent, observing solemnly with an air of respectful seriousness. Within this scene, she did not notice any dark guards or the like. Xue Fuwai and the others had never seen such a scene. When the arrows shot down, people would be pierced through like a sieve, and it was inevitable that some would panic. The powerful demon race, threatening with violence, received the news, and his expression darkened. In this situation, he found it completely difficult to take action. I won't play with you. That's what I said, but the two of them didn't change their steps as they huddled together. We still have things to do later. If you eat again, I'll leave you at the hotel. Ing threatened Paimon viciously. The deputy principal placed great importance on the so-called Xiangyu state and seemed inclined to cure the tourists deeply entrenched in it. Being so ungrateful, Fu Siyue should be left to die from the poison, rotting here with no one to care. The power of the curse was gradually strengthening, permeating every corner of the campus. It was uncertain how long this new rule could last. The leader of the flame demon race was somewhat angered. If one was so afraid of death, what was the point of cultivation? After living for such a long time, shouldn't they have grown up? In the outside world, news from the prince's mansion had circulated that the crown princess was fine, but the news of her death still spread rapidly in secret. The phone in the discipline inspection hotel could not make outside calls, so Luin and the others could only go downstairs to borrow a phone from the front desk. Yucheng spent her days at home, eating, drinking, binge-watching dramas, and playing with cats, living a leisurely life and feeling relaxed, yet she was inexplicably made anxious by their countdown. He decided to quickly finish with the model and return home to burn it, then go find Song Guang to buy cigarettes and alcohol. Zhuang Zhirun was assigned to the Taishue, and among the group of 19 and 20-year-olds, he was considered quite old. Today in the underworld, some antique enthusiasts gathered once again to hold another antique exchange seminar. Zhang Jinxian seemed somewhat ticklish. When Zheng Yun's hand rested on her shoulder, she gave a slight shiver, but said nothing further. In Xiangjiang, who wouldn't want to be a legislator? Being a legislator signifies a position of power and influence in the political arena of Xiangjiang. Historically, Zhou Xinyan was in such a position as his uncle and cousin successively served as non-official members of the Legislative Council and the Executive Council, even rising to the ranks of chief non-official member of both councils. Zhou Xinyan's background implied a different status, and it was precisely because of this that he was forced to resign from his position on the board of the Xiangjiang Jockey Club that day. "Ah, son," Yunshan called out to her, softly reminiscent of past warmth. That gentle voice akin to his flute's melody mesmerized the heart. "Your Highness, today is a significant matter for the royal house, so I hope you will speak with caution." Chu Chaoyang stood up, cupping his hands, his face serious and commanding, his cold gaze sweeping over, exuding an unusual authority. Originally thinking that Xia Hongmong would obediently stay by his side, he was unaware that despite his every effort to please her, she remained sullen and business was declining day by day, getting worse with each passing moment. Pressing her hand against her abdomen, Chu Liangrao thought to herself, no matter what, she must focus on nurturing her pregnancy and wait for the child to be born. Then she would wait for Huatainan's return. Zhishan cast a faint glance at Zhizhen with her deep black eyes, her sharp gaze causing Zhizhen to lower his head, instantly pretending that he had said nothing just moments ago. Hua Weiluo was startled, thinking she had been discovered by the guards, struggling fiercely with both hands. Lord Zhou maintained a calm expression, cupping his hands. "I apologize for the intrusion." As he spoke, he left behind some silver, lifted Ding Er up and dragged him out of the tavern. The old minister respectfully seized off the 10th prince. Although Lord Hua was still confused, he respectfully followed behind the 10th prince, escorting him all the way to the entrance of the Hua Wangfu. Just as he was about to sit down, he suddenly remembered that he had left the patient with expert Lu, and in a rush he stood up only to hear voices coming from behind. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiangquai hastily called for someone to fetch the outfit he wore yesterday, while he himself was drenched in cold sweat. Did they gather so many stones to remind themselves to continually strive for effort? This was quite similar to the ancient tale of hanging one's head on a beam, but while that involved hair hanging from the rafters, they were balancing stones atop their heads. Watching the tear of the void silk grow larger, as if it could fill the entire room, Qi Huan hurriedly cast a spell in an attempt to stop it. As the tear of the void silk had not been refined, her spell was completely ineffective, and it continued to expand. At that moment, Lung Tai and Zheng Yubai descended from the rooftop, one returning to the Special Affairs Bureau for interrogation, while the other hurried back to the gym to reunite with family and friends. Not far from the Rongwei Tower, in an office building, Murong Ping dropped the telescope he was holding and left in a hurry. "In fact, they did not disappoint me. Even before the demon soldiers appeared, hundreds of thousands of system monsters were already sufficient to turn the situation into a tragedy." Standing quietly above the frost-laden sky, I narrowed my eyes slightly, smiling down at the peculiar gatekeeper on the ground, Xing Tian. Danger? What danger? Although I was quite annoyed by his disdain, I remained much calmer. He was right. Aside from a slightly stronger mental force, I had no value worth threatening or exploiting. However, such words could only be shared privately with close confidants. I could not voice them in front of Su Bai, who stood before me, her skin like ice and snow, adorned with jeweled hair, yet filled with grievances. Clearly, the gun that was assembled and retrieved directly from the sand posed no issues whatsoever. Suddenly, the brilliant light of Buddha burst forth from Guanyin, rushing towards Mo Tian, accompanied by an immensely powerful soul force. Zhang Ting could not ascertain whether Boris was the KGB agent sent by Su Lian in Xiangjiang. Now that Su Lian had noticed the change in Mr. Zhang, he began sending people to make contact with him. Zhang Ting met with Boris, but did not discuss any cooperation, knowing that it was not yet the right time for collaboration with Su Lian. After Boris left, Zhang Ting stood in the garden, gazing into the distance. With the rapid increase of his wealth and rising fame, his reputation and titles grew ever more. He was about to turn 17, yet why did he still possess such an innate charm when acting spoiled? Meng Fanlang feigned exhaustion, hoping that Yang Yang would treat him with the same care as she did with Quan Shaoqing, saying, "You've worked hard." As if sensing a burning gaze, Qiao Yi glanced back only to meet Su Yiking's eyes filled with resentment. Ding Shimal, worried about Wen Jiren's health, closely followed Mu Qian into the castle and entered the elevator together. I panicked and grabbed onto something, my body swaying sideways. The plane stabilized again, followed by another brief ascent. After a few seconds of ascent, there was another jolt, and then another. I felt like I was not sitting in an airplane, but rather on a tractor in the countryside. "Shut up, you deadhead." Fong Bai glared at the bloodied head that fell into his hands, wishing he could just throw it away immediately. He had had enough of severed heads. "Perhaps you should go rest. You are welcome to visit any time," Fong Bai said kindly, as the view outside returned to the bustling commercial street. The one who had just spoken was indeed the one who had laughed the most at the beginning and had cried the loudest after Ji Yui's death. No wonder his voice sounded so familiar. My mother and I lived in the old house for a year, then she passed away, and I transferred schools, leaving there. Li spoke with a hint of sadness in his tone. I once stooped to the level of an ugly monster humph. Calabos flicked her nails across Sherlock's face, clicked her tongue, and then swayed away. Upon hearing this, Chu Liangrao looked at the old lady, in surprise, not expecting her to stand up for her. Warmth surged in her heart. Chu Liangrao lowered her gaze again, as if the one who had just sought justice was not herself. Miss Feng, you are still quite weak and ill. Where do you think you're going? Qinglu immediately excitedly stopped Feng Ling. The emperor is truly something. It's rare to have the opportunity to chat with you properly. She Fei-sighed softly, stood up, and of course Qing Wan followed suit. You are not to touch him. He is my child, my Tuya shouted in terror. In anger, she threw a knife, slicing the entire red rabbit in half with a crisp sound. Li Sangqiong naturally agreed. Not to mention that he also wished to give Xingyue a perfect wedding. He didn't dare to say anything more in front of such a powerful uncle of the emperor. Hua Weiluo reached out to touch it, soft and warm fur leaning against the tree hollow, and gradually fell asleep. Li Kairi sat in the dining room waiting for the two to arrive, recalling just moments ago when Yao Xiaodan had acted. Could it be that Yao Xiaodan also knew, intentionally helping Yuan Xiao to hide it from everyone? Li Kairi was startled by her own thoughts. At that moment, Yuan Xiao and Yao Xiaodan were laughing and walking over. In the dim world, Yi Zhen saw a blurry red in her vision, as red as blood. Black liquid bubbled in the pool with a sound resembling a demon drinking water. Wang Long tossed the evening primrose into his mouth. It melted instantly, transforming into an incredibly sweet liquid flowing into his belly. Lin Yao leapt to catch her knife, gazing at Cheng Shun, who had fallen to the ground, gently shaking her head, before jumping over Cheng Shun's body and rushing forward. The years I spent with Lu Qingqing felt like ancient history. I couldn't possibly know which part Jolene was referring to. I couldn't just admit to everything, could I? After Keisai had someone open a U.S. stock account. 9 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Ting provided Keisai with information on stock investments in the Hong Kong market. In Zhang Ting's view, the maximum profit from the Hong Kong stock market could reach 1 million Hong Kong dollars daily, which would amount to around 10 to 20 million Hong Kong dollars in a month, not a significant sum. However, Zhang Ting understood the significance of the Hong Kong stock market would reveal itself next year. When the market dropped to a certain point next year, it would be his opportunity to pick up companies. The sound of a fierce explosion echoed in Gao Wu's ears, illuminating the dark space for a few brief moments. What astonished Gao Wu was that after becoming puppets, the two actually showed no signs of retreat in strength, and their martial arts could still be executed flawlessly. This? Li Yuqing tilted her head, contemplating. She truly did not know how to explain Sun's question, as it was Sun who wanted to plant them, and whether to plant more or less was up to her. Asking Li Yuqing how to respond left her in a dilemma. Saying too little was not good, and planting too much would also be unwise. For myself, for my family, for the ones I love, and for everything I wish to protect, Go Chun said earnestly. Upon hearing Li Yuqing's words, Lu Chanyu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. He hadn't expected that the strong-willed Li Yuqing before him once had such an experience. As for Fodeo, it was a presence that even Xiaozhe had not uncovered. After all, Bai Luo had not mentioned it voluntarily, and Bai Qiong had not allowed Bai Liao and Bai Muliang to leak any information. Wait a moment. Huang Yu glanced at him, then turned to leave. Huang Chong and Yin Zhenao exchanged helpless glances, their eyes full of sympathy for the assistant. Han Yuejiao, however, was somewhat displeased with the assistant's tone, pondering whether to reveal her skills and let them know she was a cultivator. Yet Gao Wu discovered a more peculiar issue. A second-rate expert needed to open all the acupoints in their body, which truly puzzled Gao Wu. Theoretically, this was indeed a beneficial and harmless affair, but Gao Wu did not agree immediately, merely stating that he needed to consider it for a while. In terms of relationships, the few true disciples from the Fury Peak were much closer and had a higher level of trust. Those individuals felt somewhat disheartened after hearing Li Yuqing's words, yet they became hopeful again after her subsequent remarks. Even though he had greatly overestimated Lin Xingwang's talent, he still believed it would take at least 1 to 3 months. The phone bug began to recite this passage somewhat skillfully, and after a moment a clear understanding came from the other side, restoring everything to normal. The three individuals who arrived later couldn't help but laugh at the expression of the old foodie, silently cheering. Yes, that's the expression. This very look had once appeared on their own faces, and had been mocked by others for quite a while. Jiang Chunyuan gazed at the finally revealed Jiang Ran, feeling as if he had seen a shimmering mountain of gold, his eyes sparkling with light, almost eager to pounce, like a hungry wolf. Since both parties had no objections, it was time to announce the results. Zhang Mingshu took out the microphone and immediately declared that all 5 contestants had qualified for the next round. He had once worked as a bartender and security guard in Guangdong province. He understood that being at the bottom in domestic entertainment venues was quite unfortunate, as those wealthy individuals often presented a facade of kindness and positivity, but once drunk their tempers flared, acting as if they were kings. A flicker of astonishment crossed the old woman's face. Even though she longed to kill the malevolent serpent, she did not wish for Lin Xiaolu to perish. However, this did not prevent Luo Fan from examining the next level of dishes available for research. The next unlocked category was tofu, with the dishes available for research being stinky tofu, mapo tofu, and homestyle tofu. He took out his phone and dialed the number, which rang for a long time without anyone answering, creating an awkward atmosphere. Behind Li Hongfei followed a group of elders from the Wanjian sect. Among them were 2 kings, with the rest being spirit realm experts. The Han army, which had just retreated a month ago, once again stepped onto the lush and strategically vital land of Hushi. February 15, 1974. Friday, 5:30 in the afternoon. Zhang Ting was on his way back to his villa at Repulse Bay when the car phone rang. He picked it up to answer. Mr. Zhang, Miss Lin arrived half an hour ago, said the butler. Miss Lin, is it not Lin Mingjin? On Tuesday, Zhang Ting had already called Lin Mingjin to inquire in Siam whether there was such a functional drink as Red Bull. No. Su Yiting dared not agree. Agreeing would be tantamount to selling herself. If he wanted to play, she would have no choice but to accept. Boom. A huge crash echoed as my Xianyuan sword collided with the massive ghostly head. The thunderbolts from the Xianyuan sword crackled and surged into the ghost's mouth. If they were to hear this, the immortal source would surely be disturbed. So many immortal bodies represented what? How could they possibly not understand? Seeing this scene, the chubby man could only shake his head helplessly, though his expression was slightly pleased. It was known that just moments ago she had taken advantage of him. Now, looking at her, it seemed as if she was the victim. She did not hide her intention to entice him, her eyes filled with seductive and mature smiles. After not sleeping well last night, she had risen early today, taking a morning flight, and then sitting in a car for the entire afternoon. It was clearly abnormal not to be tired. She was indeed very fatigued. Feeling this aura, the Yugu Dai's face turned slightly pale. The intense sense of oppression made her feel as if the heavens were about to crush down, leaving her breathless. All she could do was close her eyes, passively grasping the bedsheet, relaxing her entire body, and surrendering to the man behind her. No matter what, she would leave it all to him. I'm sorry, I'll go chase after him to clarify. I lied, sprinting away, but the further I ran, the more I could not see. Xiao Changshan's dagger gleamed coldly. It was a treasured heirloom passed down from his ancestors. Throughout his life, countless beasts and enemies had perished beneath this dagger. While holding the dagger, Xiao Changtian had never felt afraid. He Sanlang said nothing about her actions and reached out to finish off the remaining crust she had left. Ling Jian's eyes were bloodshot, filled with cracks, and the ferocity on his face made Gui Wei feel a twinge of fear. In truth, Yuan Wei had no confidence in forging the wind core iron, as he had no prior practical experience in forging such spiritual materials. If it weren't to please Zhu Wanchong, he would have never wanted to disclose his secret of being able to forge spiritual tools. It was not that Chun Chao was delicate and couldn't eat the cold steamed bun. If it were just her, she could manage, but now with a child, just gnawing on a cold bun was simply not feasible. She originally had little milk, and eating this nutritionally void cold bun meant the child would be left hungry waiting for her milk. Pei Yingshi was momentarily stunned at that moment. He could not describe his feelings. He had waited too long for this day, yet when it arrived, it was a mix of myriad emotions swirling in his heart. There was ecstasy, sweetness, bitterness, sorrow, and also resentment. The three of them felt joyous. Since Chu Lian wanted to open a restaurant, there would inevitably be signature dishes. If that were the case in the future, if they wanted to enjoy such exquisite meals, they wouldn't have to shamelessly seek out He Chanchi the blockhead. In a few days, it would be the day Dia got married. Chun Chao had long prepared a wedding gift for Dia, a set of gold jewelry that she had designed herself, incorporating modern design elements, unique and elegant. Upon seeing it, Dia was enamored and insisted on wearing it on her wedding day, taking it away directly. Sunan did not rush to speak and turned to look at Jin Huang and the other two, wanting to know their opinions, but they showed no intention of speaking. Sunan also did not want to speak for the time being, falling silent to digest it all. Zhang Ting purchased the Tianxi pharmaceutical factory at a high price, primarily valuing the research formula regarding Red Bull and the related technical personnel. Otherwise, Zhang Ting wouldn't need to spend nearly 2 million Hong Kong dollars to acquire a pharmaceutical factory that currently holds little renown. Boss that Su Shubiao was initially unwilling to sell his pharmaceutical factory. He felt that he had invested over 10 years of time and substantial effort here. Jian Yang casually flipped through, but his expression grew increasingly somber, his brow furrowing tighter. However, the boss Yi, who was known for his reasoning, did not realize that he was also part of this group, differing only what hurts. Still seemingly unaware of his displeasure, she smiled with a calm and caring expression. Yet now, with a beauty in his arms, someone he had already begun to fancy, even knowing it was a form of manipulation, he still felt his palms grow sweaty. Yan Zhengxi had sorted out the matters of returning home, and after bidding farewell to Qianqian and Xia Nanfeng, she set off on her journey back. What awaited her she did not know, but she believed that one day she would be free. Luo Mo was a playful fellow, always thinking of new and interesting games to play, making the atmosphere lively. Qi Juanjia remained silent, watching her drink milk. He accepted her provocative glance with a smile, appearing to indulge her and comply with her wishes. The man who had fallen to the ground looked at the two bickering with a confused expression glancing between the big yellow duck and Chu Yun lost in bewilderment. Later she sold her sister and brother into a government kiln, subjecting them to the scorn and humiliation of thousands as a means to repay all that Su Xia had once endured. At that time Su Xia did not realize how things were. During those days in the valley, or later traveling the world with her master, she had deeply understood where her senior brother surpassed her. Yang Jian immediately denied Jiang Ziya's speculation. Although he was unclear about what had transpired, as the foremost of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, Guang Qingzi would not choose to act in such a manner. Walking at the front, Empress Chui exuded grace and poise, her demeanor striking, her beauty radiant, carrying an air of authority that came from long-standing power, accompanied by the two exquisitely adorned beauties Li Fei and Wan Fei. "Madam, have you risen? The time is nearly upon us. We must depart." After getting dressed, Si heard a knock at the door. It was Mian coming to call her out. This fellow might really have some connection with Old Ban, otherwise why would Old Ban say he was protecting her? Especially in the first class. "This matter has nothing to do with you. It would be best if you refrain from meddling. Furthermore, we are currently in an adversarial relationship. If senior brother can leave now, everything can be discussed. If you remain obstinate, do not blame your junior brother for taking action against you." Yuan Shi Tianzun clearly did not wish to continue this discussion with Laozi and uttered some harsh words. After they had all left, Bai Qingxing kept Lin Xiaoge behind and spoke with her for a long time, unrelated to important matters in court or romantic affairs, merely commenting on how splendidly the plum blossoms had bloomed in the imperial garden today and how new buds had sprouted from the branches yesterday, bringing life back to the withered wood. In the end, the two strolled leisurely back to the classroom as if nothing had ever happened. Although Cici was happy that so many people liked her child, she felt a bit of a headache thinking about how her child would be spoiled by so many in the future. Wei Xian looked at Lin Qing in the distance as she skillfully took out a cigarette and handed it to a nearby youth, silently sighing. I don't know what to do." Song Ning was more anxious than anyone, but this was her first encounter with such a situation, leaving her complete. Just as Ning Yi was pondering the questions that had been lingering in her mind these past few days, that enchanting voice rang out again. This time Nangong Luojing finally saw the true face of that person. On March 11, 1974. Monday. Around 3 in the afternoon. On Baijianxi Island, Hong Kong. At a villa on the hillside of Jardines Lookout. Now Bruce Lee, bare-chested, was comfortably lying in the yard basking in the sun. Since last year he had joined Universe Film Company, leaving his 2-story villa at 41 Kimball Road, Kowloon, Hong Kong, and moving to the hillside villa at Jardines Lookout. This place was initially arranged for him by Chung Kai-man. "This Qingdao friend, you are too excessive, aren't you?" Sima Zhan unwillingly said, with 2 latest-stage golden core cultivators beside him, exuding an intimidating aura, one of whom was ready to strike at the slightest command from the ancestor. "Do you think you are qualified to let me see you? However, considering your obsession with entering the city upon detecting this formation, just tell me your purpose for coming here, and I might still allow you to enter." As he spoke, a faint blue light emanated from the location where Yi Feng had struck earlier, and a middle-aged man. The waves of divine light brought them immense shock, leaving everyone blank, staring foolishly at the scene, completely losing their ability to think. Early in the morning, after finishing a set of punches, Chunjun asked the dog whether that guy named Gao Luz had been dealt with. He skillfully took the towel from Yuer, wiped his face, and returned the towel. Yuer made a super cute face at him and lightly floated into the house. The many who had fainted were carried away, and the opinions of those present regarding Fangqing also saw a significant shift. "Look at this third line. The midday sun is so bright, isn't this, Zheng Hao? Just like the sun at its zenith." Qin Bingbing analyzed to this point, and when examining other verses, she simply couldn't derive any other meaning. However, Yi Feng's actions indeed left the hundreds of cultivators in the imperial palace baffled. Some even thought he was trying to evade, while a few supported Yi Feng, though they were in the minority. Si Chi was speechless, yet not overly concerned, but he was carefully observing all the audience above the clouds in every direction. "Football team." Li Shishir was briefly confused, then recalled that Kuju was just 2 feet chasing after a ball. Although Shui Wanhua said only his master knew, wasn't Tian Yuan Junren aware of it now? Thinking of this, they stopped talking and began to diligently search for nearby openings. "I am your principal. Among my many students, I only value your talent and potential the most, so of course I care about you," Cameron said with a smile. Could it be that Zhen Fei really has a problem? Leng Xiao was quite skeptical. The internal situation of the mansion was turbulent, causing her much concern, yet she couldn't find the reason and could only observe secretly. "I understand, don't worry, I will find a way to handle things without exposing myself." Although Zhao Feng didn't know what Xia Tian intended to do, she believed in him. The divine transformation celestial monarch could be considered a semi-mortal in this world, yet they still live. Before Coral could finish speaking, Luo Sheng's mechanical arm squeezed hard the steel scale. Young Eagle let out a cry, and then its trachea was crushed, killing it instantly. The sculptor's pupils suddenly dilated. He had no free hand to deal with the flying long knife, and could only helplessly sidestep to avoid it. Of course, the Xintian sect withdrew weaker disciples, likely thinking that in the final moments it would be easy to abandon Jiang Town and retreat without concerns. At this moment, Yan Ryu deeply felt the resentment that Su Jinyin had just experienced, and Meng Nanlian couldn't help but glance at him with sympathy. After all, she had seen some of Imo Qingye's power. Anyway, any maid who had ever shown her face in front of Imo Qingye walked sideways in the mansion. Bruce Lee punctured the can of Red Bull directly with his finger. After taking a big gulp, he felt that the taste was a bit strange, completely different from that of Coca-Cola and other drinks. After a while, he felt that the taste of the drink was indeed quite good. He was ready to puncture another can in front of Zhang Ting and the others and drink another bottle. Excess is always to be feared. Xiaolong, considering your own physical condition, it's fine to drink occasionally, but I wouldn't recommend you do so regularly. The ZY Emperor not only utilized various resources within the League of Kings, but was also inherently not weaker than Dao Waya in combat power, so it was quite normal for him to secure solo kills. Thus, he hurriedly got up, pried Guojia's hand open, and stored the broken sword into his spatial ring. It's fine, as since I want to learn the Dao techniques from you, Uncle Jiao, I must show the necessary sincerity. Ha ha ha. Fang Chun chuckled politely, and under the guidance of the disciple from Tianqian Sacred Land, he arrived at the seats belonging to the Shana sect. An hour later, the spiritual light on the incense burner began to dim, and the strands of starlight in the night sky and the light from the surroundings also came to a halt. Yang Xiao carefully observed these subtle changes, yet he remained puzzled. Wanna? Simple. If you help me this time, I will give you lots and lots of candy beans. Ling Feng said. Li Zi ignored them, focusing intently on military affairs for a long time before she connected to Jun Yi's shipboard channel, bringing Jun Yi's avatar to life on the screen. According to the rough plan devised by Shi Yi, they would attempt to split the Yu Kingdom into two halves by today, and then begin to consume the southern part. Ha ha ha. Ling Feng smiled politely as he was led by the disciple of Tianqian's Sacred Land to the seats belonging to the Shana sect. If the source is not sorted out, perhaps when he merges his spirit and flesh, refining his spirit back to emptiness and refining the false into the true, he will inevitably encounter great problems, indicating that entering the nascent soul realm will present significant obstacles. Of course, the main reason is that he is the son of Wu Sangye. Due to his father's glorious achievements, Wu Yingxiang's first impression on others will not be very good, and the usual shortcomings seen in ordinary people would be magnified 100-fold when applied to him. Eagle Team Rest, Peng Team, and Tiger Team Support, Bear Team Advance. Ouyang Xiao directed with ease. This was originally supposed to be Zhong Tianya's task, but he was temporarily captured by Beidou to serve as a negotiation strategist, so Ouyang took over. Su. The Pale by Mu Chen gave Su Zhu a heartfelt smile. However, due to the overwhelming pain, this smile appeared even more unsightly than crying. Qi Tong personally felt the power of the thunderous heavy artillery, and many thoughts flashed through her mind as she recalibrated her combat strength. Tom was already late. Li Jie boiled some hot water, and the two soaked their feet before lying down on the bed. Get lost, stop trying to tease me. Wang Lin felt that the relationship between Lin Shifan and Feng Ru was somewhat strange, but he could never believe that Lin Shifan had started a relationship with Feng Ru. Although the aura on Pumitas was still somewhat unstable and needed time to solidify its current realm, yet his powerful aura and fierce attack power unmistakably showed that he was a genuine 12-winged archangel. Hearing the pleading of the three elders, Wei Yin couldn't help but recall the earlier scene. In comparison, he couldn't help but sneer. Song Dao, you may I boldly request you to help me eliminate one person. The old man with the surname Ho spoke earnestly, and a spark of hatred immediately appeared in his eyes. As the situation grew more tense, the over 50 fierce henchmen surrounded Lin Feng. Earlier at the abandoned steel mill, aside from taking that one shot that killed Ing Huatam, had not made a move. Aside from noticing the striking Red Bull advertisement featuring Bruce Lee in the newspaper, Zhang Ting also observed that the Hang Seng Index had fallen to its recent low. The news even reported on the disappearance of the owner of a certain listed company, leaving uncertainty about whether he was dead or had fled to Southeast Asia or Western countries. In Zhang Ting's view, this was not yet the lowest point, as the Hang Seng Index still had over 300 points. The true low should be when it falls below 100. Many fragrances wafted through the air. In other words, Jiang Jieshe bestowing Yi Tian with the title of colonel is undeniably a significant honor. However, Zhu Yuanzhang was aware that if his military order reached Hu Dahai, it would take a long time, during which many events could unfold. You won't be easily defeated. The captain of Sky felt very conflicted, harboring hopes for both victory and defeat for the Yuan battle team, making him quite anxious. The coach in his 30s was surrounded by these professional players, most of whom were under 20, resembling children, albeit older children. If it weren't for the fact that everyone present had already reached a certain level of cultivation and possessed decent Dao body qualifications, they wouldn't be willing to risk their foundation for this fleeting opportunity to change their Dao body. They would likely have already sought out Duan Cho to ask for a spirit pill. But he descended from the battle realm, and was under the watchful eyes of the void heavenly eye of that realm. In such circumstances, he dared not disrupt the rules established by the battle realm on the Shinjo continent. Not just tomorrow, but every day thereafter will become harder, Lin Xian said with a slight frown. Qi Bao was about to step forward, but was pulled back by his master, and then he heard Situ Shan's serious inquiry. It's not entirely the coach's fault. They had just returned from a secret closed training session and were unaware of the recent developments in the streaming community. As for the EC battle team, they lacked the funds for closed training. The sponsorship money was mostly spent on food and essentials, although they could still watch streams to pass the time. The battle was about to commence, and after the war, regardless of the outcome, it would be difficult to find another opportunity to gather. Wouldn't you seize this chance? Seeing her in this state, Fu Lin smiled and said, "My dear, you must be hungry. Here, this dish is called Dragon and Phoenix Affection. Give it a try." Fu Lin personally served her the dish, and she eagerly accepted it with her chopsticks. Fu Lin smiled again as he served her more food. So what exactly had happened to his body that allowed him to trap a sword master despite his Tao foundation being on the verge of collapse? And how had he gained his current strength after surviving such a near-death experience? These matters Qin Yin could only slowly piece together the memories and make plans. He then held his breath, focusing his mind forcefully, suppressing the agitation within him, and silently continued refining pills. You step back first. If you want to settle accounts with me, you must wait until I've dealt with these guys. Be good and listen. Luffy turned back, pinching Henlini's cheek, causing her to feel as if she was being gently pushed away by a soft energy. Jia Qianqian naturally praised it, while Long Jia felt quite annoyed and displeased, yet he had no reason to intervene. One of my most trusted generals has also been killed. This general possesses extraordinary talent and is likely to surpass the Transcendence realm in the future. Such a significant loss. How can I not be angry? But now we must prioritize the bigger picture and not act on impulse. The old man's voice was icy, and he glared at the middle-aged man. Han Shue's face turned pale in an instant as she felt despair. However, she stubbornly bit her lip, unwilling to acknowledge the realization she had come to. In the face of love, she was a strong warrior determined to fight until the very last moment. He withdrew his gaze, and in his line of sight were the soldiers of the new era marching briskly down the street. They hurriedly conversed in the Chudi language, and Yuan Bao Jing could not fully understand, but could barely grasp a few words and short sentences. At the end of this day, Zhang Ting, Lao Shirley Kong, Ni, and Wang Hui were all outside. Prior to this, although Zhang Ting commuted daily in Xianjiang, he mostly traveled between his villa in Repulse Bay and the Galaxy Investment Building. By the end of today, he realized that the skyrocketing prices in Xianjiang had exceeded his imagination, and on top of that, the unemployment rate was becoming increasingly severe. Moreover, the deceased were the twin soy sauces who had no economic burden. They merely needed their elder brother. Now the priority was to protect the elder brother. A deep-seated worry had lingered in his heart. The words of Shi Muin in the stone pavilion resurfaced at this moment. Over time, the great monster had developed a profound understanding of Yihan. Throughout history, hosts had always followed the path the great monster pointed out, but ultimately none had met with a good outcome. They all ended abruptly. Just as the story reached a thrilling point, Jian Lu strode in, picking up a wine jar and gulping it down with a band. Huang Tao, seeing Gue Tianji's condition, understood that Gue Tianji was gravely injured, so he supported him to his seat. Once seated, Gue Tianji closed his eyes and began to meditate to heal his wounds. Revenge was a must, but they did not wish to cause turmoil within the alliance. Regardless, the facts could not change. They were still members of the alliance, deeply rooted within it. This was the continuation of a bloodline bond, a root that could not be severed even after countless years. After a while, a long convoy appeared in the distance with a luxurious carriage at the forefront. The carriage had an elaborately decorated compartment, instantly revealing that the occupant was either wealthy or noble. Seeing her forgetfulness, Sikong Mushing felt an intense urge to grab her and give her a good scolding. If Bai Qing were to learn that he was of the human race, would she not be able to control herself, her killing intent surging, and eliminate him on the spot? Tang Xian could feel a sudden expansion of his Danshan's Qi Si, which seemed as if a tremendous force was compressing it, making it significantly larger. At the same time, he sensed an energy in his mind elevating, leading him to a state of clarity and enlightenment that felt incredibly profound. Was that possible? If there were not a reason aligned with his plans, would the young man really linger in the 34th domain? No, you are clearly Yenner. Why won't you admit it? Do you truly hate me so much that you would rather pretend not to know me? Nangong Yin fixed his gaze on her, trying to find a flaw in her demeanor. Although his subordinates were baffled by Ran Fei's actions, he had issued a death order. Anyone who dared to defy it would meet with dire consequences. You need not concern yourself with who I am, just know that I am here to speak with you, Ji Dan said with a faint smile, not intending to disclose his identity. She did not understand why she felt so anxious, nor why she felt some oppressive emotion brewing within her, complex and overwhelming. The existence of the spirit vein was merely to maintain the protective formation outside and to ensure the energy supply during the construction of the Underworld Emperor Tower. I will book a room for Xiao Xiao next to the hospital. After all, let Tang Nua handle the matters in the afternoon. Yunbai said, noticing Xiao Xiao's poor complexion and fearing that something might happen. After Ji broke through, his mental strength became so formidable that he could perceive the surroundings without relying on his senses, making everything crystal clear, far beyond ordinary observation. This child's strength far exceeded theirs. Even if they employed powerful artifacts, they might not be able to handle him. Presumptuous. Who do you think you are? How dare you come to interfere with me? I am the human commander personally appointed by His Majesty, possessing the cultivation of a perfected sword spirit. That is the highest cultivation level allowed in this human-demon battlefield. The man with a square face spoke. Under the bustling streets of central Hong Kong, in the governor's residence, the sun shone brightly on this Sunday morning, the weather just warm enough. Normally, the governor Sir Maclehose and his wife would be enjoying their morning tea in the garden of the residence. Now, however, it had become a source of headache for him. With the stock market in Hong Kong plummeting, the city faced a crisis triggered by the global outbreak of the first oil crisis, leading to a severe fuel shortage. Suddenly, Yi Zheng spoke up. Of course, if you are not entirely satisfied, I have another option for you to choose from. As Chun Longjia's frail figure faded from view, a mystery began to form in Chun Zujian's heart. Who exactly was Chun Langjia? This guy seemed to always provide unexpected surprises. Chun Zhujian was almost certain that the individual who had just acted was none other than Chun Langjia. Wang Xingxin, trembling as he walked into the barracks to rest, had barely laid down when Haiwa arrived with 2 laborers, each carrying a large basin of ice. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Ming shook his head with a wry smile. Once on Mingluan Island, what was the use of coming back? Brother Xian, what are you all doing? Zhuo Monair's frantic voice echoed from the entrance. Chun Feng once again unleashed 2 swords, which were clearly the second-tier skill Moon Shadow Meteor, leaving shallow marks on the rusted armor of the skeletal swordsman leader. In any case, the replies to the post were diverse, covering everything. Most were inquiries about Yi Zheng's detailed circumstances, while some players had astutely noticed that the battle time was not long ago, prompting them to rush over to witness it themselves. Introduction: an ancient forest guardian sealed by the king of the undead, with the powerful ability to contain the Holy Spirit's heart, began wreaking havoc on the forest. The king of the undead used Ghost Cry to transform it into a bloodthirsty being, initiating a massacre against humanity. Mother, I feel that those shopkeepers are a bit strange. They said they didn't want it, but right after I left they chased after me. Such inconsistency is truly bizarre, LV Hong said, holding LV Xiang next to LV Ernyang, his brow slightly furrowed. To be a worthy opponent of the disciples from the Holy Land, that person was evidently extraordinary, especially given that it was 3 against 1. Particularly the expressions of the laughing lion Arhut, bagged Arhut, river crossing Arhut, and sitting deer Arhut, who had previously clashed with Su Mu, were utterly beyond words to express their complex feelings at this moment. With speed pushed to the limit, after a few breaths, Jiang Mo's figure appeared in that space. Just as Qin Ming had anticipated, Han Zheng had not left, but stayed behind, while Han Zheng's sister and her family left, smiling broadly. Hearing such childish words, Zhang Yi felt adorably foolish. He did not wish to kill anyone at that moment. One was hiding from Zhang Xiu out of fear, while the other simply did not want to expose his strength too early. After this thought crossed his mind, son Zhao Hua became agitated. He simply got out of bed and headed once again toward. Thus he had to maintain a facade of skill. At that critical moment, he heard a voice rise, that of the person hosting the wedding, who was quite renowned in Zhangjia village. Then let this old fellow open his eyes once more. With that, Jiang Mo forcefully stomped his foot on the ground, his figure soaring, and his nirvana wings unfurled, summoning a howling wind around him. The man's voice was deep and magnetic, and upon hearing it, Fu Xiaomei felt an undeniable sense of comfort wash over her body, gradually relaxing. Within the icy belly of the cold breath, ice towed the oppressive force from all directions, dissipated completely with the deep slumber of its body. He had already warned Wang Kaiju not to lay hands on those around him, yet Wang Kaiju was still so reckless, daring to touch his bottom line. Today's events had already made him furious. Zhang Ting wore a calm expression. Mai Lihao looked serious, unable to discern what Zhang Ting was thinking. He handed the newspaper to Zhang Ting, who took it and discovered it was a news report about the recent deterioration of public safety in Xianjiang. During this period, Zhang Ting had been reading local newspapers in Xianjiang. He noticed the emergence of a wave of unemployment that triggered a series of public safety issues. Fights and brawls have increased, and theft cases have also risen. After Xin Yinxiu left, Wu Yan activated all the restrictions around his cultivation room. He also set up some formation discs, releasing all the earth armor ants, and placing a large amount of food for them outside before entering the Immortal Pearl. Only those with a bit of capital would purchase lethal moves to fight, but those who use martial skills have yet to be seen. From a business perspective, the 3 television stations each have their own strengths and weaknesses. However, in the realm of solo variety shows, they fiercely compete with their own exclusive programs: KBS's Music Bank, MBC's Music Center, and SBS's Popular Songs. After speaking, Wu Yin gazed at Elder Wang. What? You can help me break through to Golden Core? Really? Elder Wang's expression instantly filled with delight. Qilin, still shaken, anxiously watched the man before him. He had been overly self-satisfied moments ago, and now his heart was filled with just one word: strong. A multitude of yellow earthen walls erupted from the ground. Layer upon layer there were as many as 7 or 8 layers. Intertwined, they ultimately resembled an inverted eggshell completely enclosing Tu Wunyan within. To please the second emperor, Zhao Gao ordered the construction of a massive royal garden outside Xianyang city, filled with countless exotic birds and beasts. To feed these animals, the grain supplies in Xianyang were insufficient, prompting Zhao Gao to command the collection of grain and feed from various counties. Your Majesty, your grandeur is as impressive as ever. Always so heroic and full of pride. Upon seeing her, the emperor smiled and approached warmly. However, now Eugene surprisingly did not kill him, and Sinbai certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to seek death, so he chose to give up resistance. Huoboheo drove the car, hearing the faint roars of ferocious beasts echoing from the wilderness. His arm trembled slightly as he couldn't help but ask his son sitting beside him. Principal Chun learned that Xiao Mukin was looking for Bai Guo, and he immediately went to the class where Bai Guo was. Since his debut, his various achievements had been extensively highlighted by the Wild Realm Chamber of Commerce. Coupled with Yi Xiao's recent success in passing the 9-section tower, Yi Xiao was now undoubtedly in the spotlight. She was merely expressing her intention to marry him, not declaring her love. Could it be that his understanding was that marrying him equated to loving him? At that moment, from the human side, a resounding kill echoed like thunder rolling from the heavens, striking fear into the hearts of all. Casting a sweeping glance, Li Jing furrowed his brows tightly. It was then he realized that he had already lost over half of his subordinates. Fortunately, those he valued, Qi, Xiamorwen, and Nioer, were mostly unharmed. Wow, such a beautiful color. It looks so delicious. Yin Yishuan held a cup of light purple drink, wafting a delightful aroma that captivated Chu Shiyu's attention. At this moment, he felt no joy of rebirth after calamity, only a raging killing intent and an urgent desire for revenge. Is this your new factory? The person who went there turned out to be a member of the Central Committee, said his father, astonished. Lin Yan did not remember when he had passed out. When he woke up, it was already evening, and Ming Lan was wiping his face. As he awoke, Lin Yan immediately asked, "Ming Lan, where are my 2 friends?" Lin Yan's voice was somewhat urgent. March 18, 1974. Monday. Early morning. At the bus stop near Causeway Bay, Hong Kong. Today is a workday marking the busiest start. Now, aside from a few individuals still going to work, many others are forced to wait around the bus stop for scattered opportunities due to unemployment. The once already diminished number of rickshaws has suddenly increased again recently. While everyone was still speculating whether Zhuang Guiyan would cause any trouble, he remained silent, restraining the hospital below him without uttering a word. In the face of this charismatic and seemingly invincible Brazilian lad, even the Liverpool fans could not harbor any animosity towards him. However, Benucci charged ahead, and Perlo did not follow. He turned to Arsenal's midfield core Wang Chuha and friendly handed him his jersey. Hearing the Anning King call him, Su Jun shyly lifted his head, glancing at the Anning King, and discovered that the emperor before him was not as fearsome as the legend suggested, resembling an ordinary middle-aged man. "Well, how about it? Shall I accompany you back? I can make it fun for you." Han Bo proposed his plan. Fan Mang found it unlikely that Optimus Prime and the others had returned from his understanding of Optimus Prime. If they truly came back, they would have greeted him. He considered himself no gentleman, unable to repay grievances with virtue, so those who offended him should be prepared for the consequences. The officer beside him loudly saying yes, then turned and left. Before long, Han Bo and Captain Shijian were also called down from the city walls and returned to the fleet in the southern lake, leaving much of the city walls suddenly empty. The chaotic battle between the 4th Army and the 5th Army erupted, but the 4th Army, while pretending to scold another, still had the Phantom Riders on their side. Besides, Gao Chong and Yu Daio had a close friendship, and the Phantom Riders supported the 5th Army, joining the fray against the 4th Army, which put the 4th Army soldiers at a disadvantage in morale. The boss also displayed a delighted smile for him, giving a thumbs up in praise. Chi Chu lifted the pig trotter in his hand, grinning as he walked out. The journey from the mountains to Lulin City was a long one. Meng Ling walked intermittently, hitching rides along the way until she finally entered Lulin City, using a fake ID to check into a reasonably good inn. By this time, darkness had already fallen, and she picked up the phone. If the immortal platform were damaged, it would harm his Dao Foundation, resulting in a loss that would not be worth it. Su Yuhan retracted his neck. Having lived together for so long, this girl had become increasingly sensitive. As soon as she was held by Li Xiang, even the slightest intimate gesture would make her feel flustered. They waited until they had gone through security before Soldier Brother and the others reluctantly returned. This farewell leaves uncertainty about how many years it would take to meet again. Seeing the man in green so effortlessly by the items left Zhang speechless for a moment. What did you mean when you said Feng Lushui was fickle and climbing the social ladder? Teacher Lu had heard Zhao Lihong mention how Feng Lushui had secretly harmed Song Yao, but she was not concerned about this matter, for she had more important things to inquire about. This kind of situation, like last night's blunder, would only worsen with each elaboration. Moreover, Mu Fei was not particularly good at explaining you for him. It was simply too difficult. At this moment, Niu Kuei was also quite angry. He was someone who enjoyed straightforwardness, and encountering someone brave enough to fight him heated and excited him. But unfortunately, this opponent was akin to a flea. Indeed, in his eyes, the current opponent was just a flea, harmless to him, yet impossible to catch, which was simply annoying. Indeed, in his previous life, it was due to her excessive kindness and amiability that she was ultimately harmed, and in this life, she would no longer allow herself to be slaughtered, she would make those who had hurt her pay the price. March 22, 1974. Friday morning. In the past week, Galaxy Investment Company and its affiliated subsidiaries have been fervently recruiting staff, creating a significant sensation both in Hong Kong and abroad. However, everyone praised Zhang Ting's sense of social responsibility as commendable. Today was still supposed to. Zhang Ting received a notification yesterday from Hu Baichuan, the chief non-official member of the Legislative Council of Hong Kong. One wonders, for a young man in the prime of his youth serving a man who could be his father must surely be for power, as no one would willingly accept such a position. He would definitely not give anyone the opportunity to threaten him. This guy, despite being a monk, is ruthless and practices a perverse martial art. Jia Zixin mentally reviewed all the events seemingly without any omissions or inappropriate actions. Xiang Shui, upon hearing that Lu Yu would seek revenge for her, immediately knelt before him. If Lu Yu truly avenged her family, there would be no issue, as although the Qingqing sect is powerful, Lu Yu has already reached a congenital level and could certainly destroy the Qingqing sect. With a wave of his hand, tea and fruits appeared on the table, the fruits glistening and exuding a tempting fragrance. "Did you go yourself?" Cleaning the rice grains off his chopsticks, Gu Weilin put them down and asked. After a long time of ineffective treatment, a solution finally emerged, bringing great joy to Madame Li, who bestowed many rewards upon Yanling. The Princess of Yizhu leaving her seat during the palace banquet was not a rare occurrence, so the emperor was already accustomed to it. However, Man Chongqing was different. As a mere minister, he could not act as recklessly as Yizhu. Watching Gu Weilin and Ho Dagwan laughing and chatting as they entered the prison, Lu Huoming, led by the prison guard, went inside to fetch someone. Especially at this late hour, many people were too tired to keep their eyes open. When Yi Fei fired those 3 shots, everyone's hair stood on end. As soon as they reached the stairway on the second floor, 5 young men who had been beaten black and blue by Xinchong immediately surrounded them with eager eyes. This house was not large, a 3-bedroom home, but the courtyard was well kept with cherry blossom trees that were rare in Jiangnan planted on both sides. When the breeze blew, flowers and leaves danced. Having kept a hand, the Qinglian purifying heart thunder should suffice. Presumably the other party would not harm him. Even the vice-captain, who previously spoke of defecting to the Gui Kingdom, felt this reasoning was indeed valid. Defecting to the Gui Kingdom might lead to future harm to his family. After walking in for a while, the vice-captain had not returned. Sensing something was wrong, I quickly signaled for Yi Ning and the others to follow. As a result, once we entered the white mist, we were left dumbfounded. The vice-captain was fine, but instead he seemed infatuated, leering at the scene ahead. However, now was not the time to worry about those matters. The main concern was Li Jiayu's hand. Yi Ning's eyes suddenly showed a hint of grievance, and upon seeing this, I fell silent. Suddenly, I recalled the events that transpired when Yi Ning left Laohua town. It seemed Yi Ning was serious. I felt a wave of disappointment, as previously Li Xian also mentioned that without an array or array guide, it was impossible to open the formation. To date, the slick moss on the stone steps was the greatest problem they encountered, as long as the stones still supported them, waving their glow sticks and pink balloons. Today's youth could never experience such tragedies as before. Regardless of what truly happened as SONE, they continued to support and cheer unchangingly. They are guiltless. After so many years a leader from a foreign faith, the Archbishop of the Reformation from the West, finally entered the Taiji Hall. Luo Guixiang looked at Zhang Ting, his face pale, unable to utter a word as he pointed at Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting continued, "A single oil company can drive the employment of thousands, even tens of thousands of people. An oil and petrochemical industrial chain can even stimulate dozens or hundreds of industries, leading to the employment of hundreds of thousands or even over 100,000 people. This not only represents the strength of a local industry, but also brings a substantial amount of GDP and tax revenue. Now, ever since Guzi recognized my mother as his godmother, his relationship with me has improved significantly, and he has also grown closer to Brother Lei, as they share a common enemy, Liang Bin. Seeing Bai Chenxi in such a pitiable state, I hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward. I initially intended to wipe away the tears on her face, but worried that such an action might be too intimate, I ultimately just pushed her lightly and handed her the tissue I had picked up from the table. Observing the situation from the cold mist above, a thought arose in my mind: as long as Yi Lin is killed, the rest are not to be feared. Then they could complete the operation of this formation with peace of mind, and once Fu Zhuang breaks through sacrificial cultivation, everything else would become easy. Yi Lin looked at the Chinese knot hanging from Lan Xin's jade pendant, and his heart stirred. A hint of ambiguity took root in the softest part of his heart, as if something had been touched, slowly starting to grow. In just a short while, I had already been beaten to a pulp by more than 10 people. Even though I protected my vital areas with my hands, I still felt intense pain all over my body. A blue sword light shot out, and the sharp momentum startled the five-colored demon wolf. Song Zheng shouted loudly, gripping the blue-patterned long sword, tightly applying force to his feet, and forcing the five-colored demon wolf to retreat, while a high-level fireball talisman immediately appeared in his hand. While Zhou Tong and I were politely refusing each other, Su Qingqing suddenly shouted loudly. I thought the coffin had been prepared, but then I saw the look of pain on her face. She then transformed into a blue light and entered my body. Su Qingqing kept staring into my eyes. Although I couldn't speak, I wanted to fully express the feelings I had for her. I had known for a long time that I had fallen in love with Su Qingqing. Even though we were intertwined due to this strange relationship, what did it matter? AI glanced at the Prime Minister's guard Xiao Li, whose face showed disbelief and somewhat helplessly admitted that it felt strange to have such a sense of unease while speaking the truth. Su Chun sternly shouted at the warriors behind her, while secretly making a discreet gesture to the leader. After inquiring, it was learned that Mei Chaofeng had returned to Peach Blossom Island and chose to disable her own martial arts. Huang Yaoshi then personally helped her channel energy to dispel the poison, and with the presence of spiritual energy, Mei Chaofeng barely restored her appearance to that of a normal person. Shiro Utanamiya, who led the way, felt his face flush red upon hearing the commotion inside, finding himself stuck at the corridor, unable to advance or retreat. Forcing him at this moment could backfire if he sided with Lao Jun. Everything done before would be in vain. From last night's push-ups, my endurance had noticeably improved, but regarding other aspects such as physical resistance to impacts and the skin's tolerance, it remained unknown. Since the news broke, the secluded cave in Huangfeng Valley's marketplace had seen an increase in wandering figures, while the hyacinths in the marketplace also reaped abundant profits. Raising my hand in the air, a teacup appeared out of nowhere. After taking a sip, the teacup vanished. The waves propelled by each other leaped higher. With each wave pushing another several miles away, the towering waves could rise dozens of meters high, surging violently, sweeping across the land and breaking the trees on both banks, dragging them and adding threefold ferocity. 627, Xiangjiangyu Province Road, Yao Mati Police Station. From the outside, the police station is a three-story building with two wings forming a hook-shaped structure. The second and third floors of the old wing of the police station feature open corridors supported by pillars with a floor made of teak and walls adorned with Western-style decorations. The top-level room in the center of the hook structure has a ceiling height exceeding 10 feet, believed to be the banquet hall and dormitory for senior officers. Facing the streets of Zhongfang and Yu Province Road. The mournful sound of a bugle echoed through the night as Xiao Yunqi exited the city to greet the incoming troops, led by the town guard retreating from Xiangzhou, bringing thousands of men. Feng Chu pressed on without pause, traveling day and night to finally reach Yetsong City. Fortunately, Liu Bian did not hold too much hope for the confrontation. After all, the opponent was none other than the formidable Cao Cao of Wei. A legendary warlord is not so easily outmaneuvered. In the past, Temujin and Wanyan Zhongwang had caused Liu Bian considerable trouble, compounded by an overwhelming display of strength, which ultimately led to their defeat. Skilled in battle, when dueling with others, martial strength 4. When commanding troops in battle, personal command 3, and the overall combat strength of the soldiers increases by 20. The overall military strength is not affected by any terrain. Even in any battlefield, the combined strength of oneself and the soldiers will not diminish. Have the troops been dispatched? Xiao Yunqi took another glance at the pouring rain outside, feeling an incredulous emotion as he began to reminisce about the recently delivered news. Zhang Yang prepared the ingredients for the live broadcast, even grooming himself and changing into a new outfit before starting the broadcast promptly at midnight. Absolute bravery when dueling with generals whose base martial strength is greater than one's own martial strength 5. When dueling with generals whose base martial strength equals one's own martial strength 4. When dueling with generals whose base martial strength is less than one's own martial strength 3. How she had previously quibbled so skillfully, now she faced a resounding slap in the face, along with those villagers who had earlier accused and Yuning, completely believing in Zhou Wazi's innocence. Luna leaned on her sword for support, blood spilling from her mouth. Suddenly a figure soared through the air. Luna looked up to see Arthur descending with a sword strike. She shut her eyes, relinquishing her resistance. It's me. A figure stepped in from outside. Was it not Dong Ju? She had come here with the henchman who kidnapped Qi Yuan, and without this, she would not have found her way up the mountain. Entering the quality square, Li Tianyun, as before, bounced and jumped onto the wing of the broken airplane. Obtaining the blood of the gods might be as significant as launching an attack on the Tianwu continent, yet Li Jiang's expression grew even more serious. Qian Duo truly lived up to the nickname she had given herself. Having money makes things easier. She was not after anything else. All she wanted was money, the more the better. As long as she stirs the pot, it will suffice. As long as the wolf demon's proud heart rises, that will be enough. No matter how many resentful souls there are, they won't stir up much of a storm. As for Xiao Wanlong, it seems that since leaving the office there has been no news of him, and no one knows where he went. This place used to be a barren mountain, without a single tree. He asserted. So the blossoming plum trees that manifested are also a matter of the past 46 years. We are still in a cooperative relationship. Before our cooperation ends, you'd best not cause me any trouble. This cooperation is led by me, Li Jiang said coldly. Although the black shop owner had only left for just over a minute, he had long been familiar with the surroundings and terrain of the chaotic city. By the time Xiao Yunfei and the others chased him out, he had already vanished without a trace. Many students hurriedly rushed about. One by one, flying array devices appeared on their backs, whoosh, 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 as figures soared into the sky. Looking at Wu Qingfeng wears the previous air of invincibility. His handsome face instantly flushed red, and as he gazed at the surrounding mocking voices, a surge of anger from being looked down upon erupted from within. The Chinese detective Yan Xiong from the Oilma District Police Station. In his past life, Zhang Ting had studied the stock market and economy of Xiangjiang, and he had indeed paid attention to these so-called Chinese chief detectives in Xiangjiang. Yan Xiong was one of them. These Chinese chief detectives held great titles and had a significant influence among the ordinary citizens of Xiangjiang. In reality, their positions were quite low, but their actual power and influence far exceeded that of inspectors. Zhang Ting did not expect Yan Xiong to be so bold now. After 10 years, he finally returned, arriving at the gates of the royal palace, where Li Gong reined in his horse, gazing up at the towering palace walls. The strength of a domain master could shatter continental plates with a single punch, easily triggering mass extinction. As she spoke, a swirl of golden spiritual energies surged into the talisman in the void, and the invisible pressure immediately forced the elder of the White Dew Temple to bow down on the arid desert. Thank you, Dr. Li. After everyone finished looking, Lu Jinyan handed the box in his hand to the elder. This tacit understanding made both of them realize that the other was likely to be a body immune to all poisons. It doesn't matter, we'll talk about it later. Ruan Yinyan didn't take it to heart at all. After all, secretly pawning it off wouldn't be too bad. Lu Qian was restless, tears in her eyes, seemingly close to spilling over, yet she stubbornly held them. Everyone agreed to continue playing. To ensure the plan went smoothly, Chi Su took advantage of the excuse of accompanying Song Yi to the restroom to pull her out of the private room. Yu Qi truly could not hold back. He never expected that Gong Shu Xian could say something so utterly. They did not know that Wang Songrong understood the situation in Class 5 very well and wanted to change the first impression of Class 5 in Wang Qingrong's mind with their own words. A warrior swung his sword with great force, and Su Zhe raised his hammer in response, only to feel a tremendous force rebounding. Han Jia took a bite. Unlike most roadside stalls, the donkey meat was incredibly tender, leaving a fragrant taste on his lips. Recently encountering some matters in the battalion, as Su Zhe raised his hammer in response, only to feel a tremendous. Xie Jingyan went to wash up and change. By the time he returned, he had already changed out of the bright red wedding attire, but he still wore the lotus jade pendant at his waist. He Yuzhu listed the 8 dishes he planned to prepare, and then went to the procurement department with the signed note from Deputy Factory Director Li to collect the ingredients. But upon reflection, Han Jia's confession to his mother was sincere. It did not seem like a joke. After the old ox left, Su Miao smiled and met with his new subordinates, assuring them not to be too nervous. He was not that kind of harsh person. As long as everyone followed his orders, everything would be easy to discuss. Of course, the premise was that they had to obey and do whatever he told them. Next door, Huawei quickly negotiated successfully with the operator and planned to push the U8200 as a contract phone into the domestic market, while also launching multiple custom contract phone RD plans, aiming to release several mid-range custom contract phones next year to seize the operator's channels. Once these matters were settled, business affairs became easier to handle, as they were all trustworthy people. He just needed to let them do their own thing. Tian Xingbang was surprised. He originally thought Qin Jin hated him the most, and begging for mercy would be of no use. Today, he truly determined the fate of his second half of life. Unexpectedly, under his plea for mercy, he only implicated his brother, and he instead escaped a calamity. In fact, the decline of Dota has its reasons. First, it focused too much on the competitiveness of the game, neglecting the vast majority of players. This is a case of losing sight of the fundamentals for the unimportant. Of course, one cannot simply cater to the players. A balance must be found between the two. Perhaps seeing that he had a point, Yi Guling shook her head and briefly summarized the situation. At this point, the meaning was quite clear. I must give them an explanation today. I now understand that seeking compensation for injuries is a matter of the righteous path. The other party is here today for a bloody confrontation, and any negotiation is just a facade. Now all they want is for me to stab myself. Even if the grievances are settled, it is already the greatest compromise. On March 24, 1974, Sunday, Zhang Ting woke up to find that it was already past 7 in the morning. When he came down from upstairs, he first went to the swimming pool to swim. After getting out of the swimming pool and changing into a set of casual clothes, he went to the dining hall to prepare for breakfast. At that moment, Connie and Wang Hui brought over the already prepared newspapers. From the newspapers, he learned that most of the news was about Detective Yan Xiong of the Oilseed Police Station being arrested last night. Now the world of the demon realm hides countless secrets awaiting exploration by players. Among them, the skill system is a typical example. Under normal circumstances, the skills used by players are all defaulted to the Demon Realm system. Of course, compared to the 3 days before the Lantern Festival, the final sales total seems to have declined slightly, but this is normal. After all, the new year has passed, and the demand and novelty for fireworks among the citizens of Daxing City have returned to a relatively normal level. After so many years of being online friends, he felt that his relationship with Yukino Shida should be quite good. But why did it suddenly change like this? I know what to do now, thank you, Xiao Langjun. After saying this, she rushed out of the room like a gust of wind. On the 3rd day, school finally started, and the students, having been assigned to their classes, lined up in order to enter the Precious Beast Hall. As soon as he entered, Lu Qi quickly headed for the highest floor. Through conversations among the people, he learned that the strongest series of precious beasts were all on the top floor. Halfway up, he saw a map displaying the distribution of precious beast species hanging on the wall. Yibai was also left with no choice. Under normal circumstances, she would certainly cover for her brother to sleep, but the problem was that the next class was not a regular one, it was physical education requiring outdoor lessons. The people around gradually detached from Lu Qi's fusion power. In the entire venue, only Luo Long and Lin Qingxi were still persevering, which allowed them to enjoy a richer fusion power from Lu Qi. Shui Ringgui then picked up the gun again, cradling it in his hand, giving it a slight roll before it snapped in two. Upon hearing a shout, Shui hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Although the old woman was of advanced age, one could tell from her gait that she was quite robust. The overwhelming aura pouring forth made Tuanzong, who had just regained his confidence, feel somewhat uneasy. In this time and space, I, along with Sasuke and the others, should have a happy childhood, right? Naruto sighed gently. Taking advantage of the one-eyed giant using a large tree to block the arrows ahead, he struck at the creature's thigh with his sword. A magnificent sword shadow flashed by, and Arthur's great sword struck heavily against the thigh of the one-eyed giant, causing a spray of bright red blood. Upon hearing this invitation, the 3 great warriors turned to look shocked by the island owner's actions. A few minutes later, Zhenhuan drove to the front of the maintenance police station, glancing inside to see some people still busy, possibly on duty. Lin Yin still held the military power in his hands. If he were to take down the opponent, it would require careful planning, ensuring that not a single detail of his strategy had any flaws before he could proceed. Otherwise, it would turn a relatively small matter into something immense. The side effects of the punch template seemed to begin to manifest as she felt her emotions becoming increasingly dull. It was not due to a lack of feeling, but rather that the things capable of provoking emotional fluctuations had begun to diminish. Thus, this Yuan Law person could be said to be Yi Xinhuai's child, but Qin Hongjun had concealed Yi Xinhuai's genetic information. However, this trick wouldn't fool the mercenaries for long. If they could not catch her, they would eventually realize that she had added a disguise. The host's awareness fell into self-sealing after failing to sense the body. It should awaken by tomorrow morning. The subsystem replied through the system. He withdrew the stone, turned around in place, and kicked the already opened beast trap beside his foot. The large-scale development of Putai Island and Luozhou Island represents a significant engineering endeavor for Xinjiang. Among them, blasting and land reclamation constitute a massive project. Starting from March, the recruitment of 5,000 individuals continued into April, with Xinjiang Petroleum Company and its subsidiaries still hiring. When the number of workers reached 8,000, it was already considered a substantial engineering project. May 2nd, 1974. Thursday. The students of Class 8 began to march in the playground below, demanding the dismissal of the training supervisor, Su Qingjie. The treachery of human hearts is truly alarming. Fang Yen felt a chill run down his spine. The benevolent and steady Taoist Haichuan, who spoke of saving the common people, was secretly plotting against his own mentor. The grace of nurturing, the duty of teaching, and the appreciation of talent were all overshadowed by a single ambition. Brother, I'm exhausted from fighting. Could someone help me loosen my belt? Shouted Shi Laoqi, stretching his neck, which indeed resembled a rather comical posture. She was aware that she was dreaming, thus she could conceive that in a dream anything was possible, which she knew. Returning home, it was pitch black. Turning on the light merely brightened the space, without any hint of the warmth of home. Staying in Fengming Courtyard every day feels stifling. Today is a rare opportunity to go out for a walk, so of course I must relax properly. Poppy gazed into the distance, smiling brightly, her eyes sparkling with something. That pervert Murong Yun seems to have vanished. Oh, what happened to his promise to protect her? Damn it, a man's words cannot. How Yaotiao's eyes widened in surprise. Did her brother-in-law bring back an army? Does this mean Murong Qi has driven the forces of the West Wolf Kingdom out of Linqi Pass? Yenner was not worried about her own safety. Worrying was futile. She had previously faced dangerous situations alongside Nangong, Yin, infiltrating and gathering intelligence, and she had done so without fear. What was more dangerous than that? Thus, she did not worry at all. Even the King of Hell was unwilling to accept her. During the appraisal process, Xiao Yao noticed how Yao Yao sitting quietly in the corner and walked over to pat her shoulder. Master Lu Dan, how can it be so expensive? Did you miss here? I want to refine a 3rd grade 6th year golden core. Zhuo Xiaoya was anxious. After spending 3 million to bid for the golden leaf grass, she only had 200,000 left. Xian Yuan Li and Xian Yuan Ting, along with the elder of the Xian Yuan clan, were also filled with sorrow, as many of their clansmen had perished. Although many in the Black Scales camp had previously faced punishment for violating military regulations, today marked the first time they witnessed someone beheaded, leaving many with a chilling sense down their spines. Even so, every 20 years, countless people madly flock here, hoping to stumble upon chance encounters, maybe even discover a treasure. At this distance, Tong Hu's shooting accuracy was already relatively impressive. His shot hit the native's head, causing it to explode like a watermelon. The native fell backward, and as he released his grip, the gun dropped from the earthen wall. However, in contrast, for most others, the extent of their depths was generally within the estimates of the ancestors, and Zifeng, even if all cards were laid on the table, the differences would not be too significant. With Qin Feng's current strength, even facing a mid-stage true spirit cultivator would be a matter of effortlessly slashing them down, let alone the newly entered true spirit level god of 5 elements. Using 2 level 9 undead knights to buy time, Augustine swallowed the last mouthful of hot spring, his face displaying a morbid shade of red. The subsequent battles were quite smooth, as many robust natives had been killed by cannon fire near the stockade wall. However, during the later battles, the militia discovered several Western-style swords and knives, clearly weapons that had also originated from the Spaniards. The Yudalai Detention Center, also known as the White House of Mo Sing Ling, is located at the intersection of Yudalai Road and Missouri Sing Ling Road on Hong Kong Island. The White House was completed in the early 1950s, occupying part of the site of Silver Jubilee Battery, covering an area of 1573 square meters with 4 two-story buildings. Anyone suspected of engaging in espionage activities in Xinjiang or intending to overthrow the governance of the governor's office would be detained there and subjected to interrogation. Do you think the third generation doesn't want to take a step closer? The problem is that taking a step closer would lead to war between Konoha and the daimyo has hundreds of times more troops than Konoha. Yin said. Suddenly a peculiar light exploded, and in an instant countless blades fell from the sky, surrounding the space within dozens of meters, leaving Yihan no time to escape. As the intent to kill emerged, both the ancient Tian behind Long Tian and the members of the Tianlang clan felt an unprecedented fear, a fear of the Supreme Emperor faced by subordinates. It seems that the situation in the Rule's Palace is deeper than I thought. Both palace masters are powerful beings at the late stage of the creation supreme, and now there's a creation holy sovereign appearing who is one of the rulers in the Rule's Palace. If the palace masters can reach the realm of creation ancestor, the Rule's Palace will immediately ascend to become the 9th major power. When Huang Zuanling's purple elixir fused with the remains of this divine infant, it acquired many fragmented memories left within the remains. With some speculations about these remains and the entire matter, hearing Abrala's words provided a more detailed understanding, hence, she did not seem overly surprised. General, I was wrong. I am willing to clean for a month, Chiu Lei said after his face turned red. With money being able to move mountains within 10 minutes, all the dishes ordered by Qin Yin and his group were served. Not a hassle. Not a hassle. Don't worry, we won't force her. She will definitely marry you willingly. Wu Batian and Gue Tianji assured simultaneously. Zheng Shuang often spends the night at Mingyu's place, leaving behind many of her clothes in the clubhouse. When will this Xiao Yu be able to have a meal with the big star, the beloved Yuan Shunan, who has millions of fans? Turning to look at the cold moonlight outside the window, the branches rustled in the night breeze, and a few cool breezes brushed against He Qinghuan's arms, which were resting outside the blanket, giving a slightly chilly feeling. This spear, made from the trunk of the world tree, contains terrifying power, possessing the characteristics of piercing and certainty of hit. Sure, Ening secretly curled his lip. In his previous life, his stock trading account indeed had a fee of 30,000, but that was when he opened the account in 2019, and it was in the capital. This can't even be called competition. The two only completed their own tasks, while Pei Yuding, working overtime, not only exceeded her tasks, but would also unceremoniously finish the tasks assigned to them ahead of time. Xianingyi believed in her, she always complains like this, but wasn't she always able to produce a large number of rotten? Would have you been in this cave for too long and lost your sense of situation? This is the 3 realms, not the chaos world. Someone like you obviously needs to be taught a lesson to experience what the heavenly punishment of the 3 realms is like. Ji Kao said as he raised the Emperor's staff. If Princess Ronghua can create grenades with great power and stable performance, she can surely produce other lethal weapons as well. With firearms far surpassing the current level, they would gain absolute advantage, making the Tartars and other external enemies no longer a threat. The entire human realm is engulfed by spirit capture, shrouded by spirit capture insects. If we are to save them and eliminate the spirit capture insects, Mo Yuan, who belongs to the fire element and is a lamp of light, is most suitable for this task. The Yudoli Detention Center. At the intersection of Yudoli Road and Moxingling Road in Hong Kong. 9 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, besides several officials from the Hong Kong Royal Political Department, many heads of the detention center were also waiting here. What they did not expect was that Councillor Zhang, in his capacity as a justice of the peace, would choose this place for his first inspection. In fact, this is quite a sensitive area, and few people usually come here. H-City is currently in its peak tourist season, and the government has introduced new projects. The city center has implemented traffic control due to the large crowds, and even well-known hotels have no vacancies. The tea must be too hot to handle. Let minister when drink it later. After saying this, she had already set it down. Therefore, if she wanted to care about Gong Rui's past, she could not overlook the man in front of her who was engulfed in madness. Chi Chizu had run a bit too much and was caught by Yin Xian. In a moment of panic, Chi Chizu suddenly grabbed Yin Zin's hair. Chi Chizu's mind suddenly flashed, didn't monks have no hair? Lin Manqing's business trip to Pingcheng was known to Xiao Xian and Zheng Ruoshui. Today, recalling the day of Manqing's mother's burial, he concluded that Lin Yishan was employing underhanded tactics. He was a workaholic spending 360 days a year in the hospital. Hearing that he had been relatively quiet at home, he was somewhat surprised and learned afterward that he had caught a cold after staying up late several times. Later, she settled for a second choice, disregarding whether he personally wielded the whip, hoping instead that he would ask someone to punish her on his behalf. Hence, the steward Jean was invited in. The wild girl who once fell for a piece of food had now transformed into someone so sharp. This was a result she could never have anticipated. Back then, the second lady had used some tricks to bribe those around the old lady, allowing her and Lan Ju to be smoothly selected by the old lady and sent to serve the eldest young master. You actually pushed me, you Chu-Chu. Yu Biqing pushed herself up from the ground with both hands, crawling up like a dog. When they reached a distance of 79 feet within the sword refining pool, Yuan Chen's mental energy struggled to advance another step. Reaching the foundation establishment stage in Qi cultivation allows one to sink Qi into the Dantian, establishing a foundation for breath. With prolonged practice, Qi warms and vaporizes, naturally circulating through the heart and body. Focusing on martial arts techniques, each strike merges with inner Qi to unleash unique power, thus achieving mastery in martial arts. Once in the BMW with the door closed, Zhao Sierra flicked her fragrant hair and her beautiful red lips soft. At this moment in the snow valley by the edge of the unfrozen lake, he was wielding a heavy iron rod, continuously battling against the hands manifested from demonic energy. At this time, the demonic energy had already transformed into 4 giant hands relentlessly swinging toward Yi. Yin Zhen, where is Wan Qing? Cui Hao and Louis walked in side by side, looking around anxiously for a long time, eagerly asking. Shen Mingze did not recognize Xing Yu and the others, and he also glanced at Xing Yu with a dismissive expression. After all, Gao Tianlong had run into trouble because of them, so Lu Huixing did not oppose. After hearing this, he was not short of money. Indeed, the one who saved them at this final life-and-death moment was the second highest-ranking cadre of the 7 sons, Meng Xinglu. At that moment, Xinglu also sheathed the deadly scythe in her hand and focused on the currently weak Lin Yin. A few days later, Dan Tai Minghua finally received a reply from her elder brother, Dan Tai Moli. She saw that her brother fully agreed to negotiate and authorized Dan Tai Minghua to represent Baiming in deciding all matters regarding the negotiations. With the trust of her brother Dan Tai Moli, Dan Tai Minghua finally felt relieved. Since arriving at Crown territory, the farthest she had traveled was to the moonlight forest beside the camp. The rest of the time, she had been wandering near the camp. Alright, you can just help me assemble a merchant group. I've just sent someone to the trading house to buy people who can be used. You can see how to arrange your people. Lu Ruoling understood his intentions. May 18, 1974. Saturday. Early in the morning. The temperature in Xianjiang had already begun to rise, and Zhang Ting was swimming in the pool. Still in the pool, Zhang Jinrong approached and said, Mr. Zhang, a white gentleman named Liev is here to see you. Zhang Ting found the name quite familiar. Suddenly it dawned on him that this person was the current director of the PR department of the ICAC. Gu Qingli waved his fist, clearly full of strength. However, upon seeing the slightly bulging arms, his expression froze. At this moment it was getting late, and Lu Huasheng called everyone to have dinner first. Lai Yi and the others strolled around and arrived at the administrative office building just in time for dinner together. Jiang Qian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded and took his leave. As the eldest grandson of the main branch, he was indeed very busy during the New Year and festival seasons. However, thinking about a certain challenging blacksmithing game also created by Miyazaki Hidetaka, and recalling its rising reputation along with the phrase Miyazaki Hidetaka has fallen from grace, which somehow spread and gained popularity on forums, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of laughter. While the explosive potential caused no harm to his body, Fong Hao did not tell Yasuo and directly lay on her soft back, feeling incredibly comfortable. Rob, is this thing called a gun? Li Jing pointed at the gun he had thrown on the ground. Just then he saw a beam of light charging in, directly entering the courtyard. Looking at the increasingly beautiful and better village, the sense of satisfaction was as if written all over his smile. Xueming, the vice captain of the Tianying team, was startled. This guy was too powerful, and the other members immediately picked up their rocket launchers to fire at the mutated creature. The afterglow of the setting sun lingered over the rice fields while the moon on the other side joined the fun, slowly rising and adorning the sky beautifully. Lin Muzin walked down the road with his impressive wooden figure, exuding an air of authority, attracting the attention of some tourists. The eyes targeted not only the reflection of Chu Lai, but also included an attack on him. Pei Banqing at the pinnacle of the celestial realm felt like he was with an invisible person, wherever he passed others couldn't help but sigh. Today was not only overcast, but also a bit windy. If it were about the scandal of Fei Ranchu, wouldn't this opportunity allow him to turn the tables? Later the three gathered together, and unsure of what they were discussing, Daoist He Ming and Shun Liang began to argue, almost coming to blows. Then he brought back a lot of things. He asked me if I noticed anything last night, and I said no. Because I was extremely scared. Later I realized that if I had said I noticed something, they would have killed me without hesitation, since the foreman was holding a dagger behind him. Maybe Siya would be willing to listen. One spreads poison while the other goes mad. They are indeed a perfect match. In fact, Vance was not unreasonable, but he couldn't get past the mental block deep down. Now seeing the other party made him very flustered. Since it was impossible to forcibly expel the Chaos Flying King, he could only actively avoid it. Zhao Yufeng silently held the blackened item, thankfully, finding a sip of water among the leaves, swallowing it in one go. Shu Ling's lips curled into a slight arc. Unexpectedly, the Qiu Sha gang remained undeterred. It seemed she should sound the alarm for them. It can be said that with a substantial body, Chu Lai's Xingyi fist was definitely as powerful as Tai Chi. Pei Shiju smiled slightly. The high official had fought battles all his life, and such matters could be arranged perfectly. The Han army could only travel 500 miles. They couldn't cover 550. You need not worry about that side, but can your naval forces find a way to turn back midway? Zhang Ting, Mai Lizi, and Kai Si came down from upstairs. Upon seeing Lao Shirley, Zhang Daniu had just... After finishing dinner, Mai Lizi returned to the Taiping Mountain Villa first. Zhang Ting and Zhang Daniu went to the study on the second floor, while Kai Si stayed for the night and would return to the company tomorrow. Now chatting with Lao Shirley in the garden of the villa, "Brother, I brought the materials." Since the day he was detained, at that moment the door of their residence was suddenly smashed open, and a lively figure bounced in, displaying remarkable agility, much like a nimble monkey, as she leaped into Lan Yuming's embrace. The speaker was Hao Ran, one of the 18 black-clad figures he had previously taken note of, cloaked in a black robe that exuded a sense of oppression. Then the entire Vatican hierarchy surged forth, with paladins, clergy, and judges closely following, placing their lifelong faith steadfastly upon the already crowned great 13th Holy Son. The first memory of a second-level sorcerer must be treated with great seriousness. Shirley's voice softened increasingly. The stronger Lan Yuming became, the happier her heart felt. After all, Lan Yuming was her husband, and with each bit of his strength, she felt she was one step closer to her revenge. The National Security Bureau, once wiped out, finally received funding from relevant national departments in the year 2023 and began to re-establish itself. Chinchi City stood tall and majestic, located at the very center of the Red River wasteland, covering an expanse. Ihan tightly grasped the prison bars, his eyes filled with unwavering determination, firmly believing that Nansheng had a place for him in her heart. Otherwise, why hadn't she sought revenge on him yet? Who was that guy really? Go Chaos' mind was continuously whirring, analyzing countless matters. It was quite embarrassing that they had already started fighting, yet he still did not know the guy's name, his background, or what he intended to do. At this moment, Ami and Fang Jia had finished their discussion. Afterward, Fang Jia wanted to arrange accommodation for Ding Hua and the others, but Ami refused, not out of concern for Fang Jia's sincerity, but simply as a necessary measure. The nameless girl's eyes brightened, revealing the sweetest smile, outshining even the bright moonlight, instantly creating the most beautiful moment in Xiao Feng's heart. Moreover, he understood that Qin Feng might one day become a key protected figure of the state. Anyone who opposed him likely faced a dire outcome. If that guy dared to snatch the spiritual artifact from his hands, it would be as easy as pie. This is why Yuetong insisted on remaining outside the competition stage before revealing this information to them. "Second brother, if you dare to kick my, but you're dead." The third brother exploded in anger, rolling up his sleeves. "I regret a bit. Had I known, I would have accepted Li Yi's request the night before and helped him solve his problems. However, on second thought, I felt I had truly fallen, lacking ambition, to want to use such clumsy means to keep a man. In the ruins, there are countless crystals of life used to enhance physical strength, and the space is filled with energy that can bolster mental power." When the wording reached this level, even if Harry felt guilty, he had to stare wide-eyed and stop this momentum. Only her son Long Tianwei completely misunderstood his mother's good intentions, staring wide-eyed and motionless at Su Jiling. After speaking, the rat kicked the thug 2 to 3 meters away, crashing into the bar counter, causing his head to bleed. Although he was unclear on how the opponent knew or had uncovered the truth, since the incident had already occurred, his only choice now was to kill the opponent. A small town on the outskirts of London. The Earl's estate. Zhang Ting is in the car as Zhang Hua drives away from Heathrow International Airport, not heading towards downtown London, but rather towards the suburbs, taking nearly 40 minutes. "Mr. Zhang, we have arrived," said the butler Zhang Jinrong. As the car door opened, Zhang Ting and Bao Yongqing. At first glance, Zhang Ting saw that aside from the sparse, surrounding houses, the place resembled a castle. It was unexpected for such a genius to emerge from Xinghe University, yet this was the situation. She felt anxious. Why did all the focus of today's event skew towards Wei Guifei? Just as these superpowered individuals were bickering by the seaside of Earth, the waves of the ocean suddenly surged, and amidst the rolling waters someone approached radiating a green glow. It's no wonder that when she first met him she strongly urged him to join the Xianin Palace. Talent is the foundation of any sect. Without the thirst for capable individuals, how can a sect develop? The old lady is quite wealthy. A few years ago during the earthquake in Sichuan she donated 200,000. Having long engaged in philanthropy, the total amount of her donations has exceeded 1 million. The city even awarded her a certificate and trophy, and she was recognized as a model figure for charity for several consecutive years. Lung Muyao decided to keep the matter of the queen inquiring about the illness of the Jing Tai Fei a secret, only mentioning the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet. The song indeed ignited the atmosphere with the audience swaying their glow sticks to the rhythm, but the online viewers had a different feeling. Inside the villa while the battle raged outside, Yi Xiang's attention was entirely focused on Yiying. The tents spread across the ground could possibly belong to the Tatar royal court. The scouts had not discovered any large armies numbering over 10,000 within 100 miles. Gao Deliang had not used grenades as a greeting gift. The royal court had Tatar nobles, and capturing them alive would be ideal. In fact, as soon as Song Xian pushed open the door to this room, he sensed something, but he simply did not want to get out of bed yet. After stepping in for 2 or 3 meters, I began to feel a strange odor wafting in. The smell was very peculiar, somewhat akin to that of rotting apples, yet it also had a slightly pungent quality. I know this. The old butler informed me. Luo Yi sat on the edge of the bed, while Chu Li sat in a chair by the floor-to-ceiling window. Neither could see the other's face. I wandered around the door for a couple of circles, took a deep breath, and knocked loudly on the door. If Lu Dagon was unable to extricate himself inside, at least knocking on the door outside could attract Liang Yan's. Due to preconceived notions, Kong Fangtian did not bother to introduce anything. The performance of this group was simply atrocious, the worst he had ever seen. Realizing this, Su Yunxi, under the prevailing circumstances, began to entertain thoughts of becoming Chu Shinji's official wife. Hearing Tang Yisan throwing a fit, he secretly rejoiced on the other end of the phone, enjoying seeing him lose his composure. Thank you, General Chun, I will definitely complete the task well. The man nodded, repeatedly bowing as he retreated. Wan Han had long arrived at the pre-booked presidential suite upstairs, having specially sprayed perfume mixed by the Liankai laboratory. Many people are familiar with dragon eggs, and in various places some have made dragon eggs for certain rituals using earth, copper, ceramics, and other materials. In the hearts of many ethnic groups, dragon eggs symbolize fertility and the continuation of life. Among them, her husband held a wine glass in his right hand, smiling at her, while kind-hearted in-laws stood beside him, their faces beaming with happiness. Ao Ming saw that Yi Yang had agreed and couldn't help but feel distressed as a spatial traverse disappeared from its original place. Report. A soldier riding a warhorse swiftly arrived in front of Wang Tianjia and the others. His expression revealed a sense of urgency. On June 2, 1974. Sunday. This morning London was bathed in sunlight, but the morning temperature was still only a little over 10 degrees Celsius, and it was too cold outside the manor. Zhang Ting and Bao Yongqin were taking a walk. Connie and Wang Huiyi were following behind. It was 7 in the morning London time. Zhang Ting, Bao Yongqin, and Leona were preparing to have breakfast. Zhang Jinrong walked over and said, Mr. Zhang, the deputy commissioner wishes to see you. After Vivian received her punishment and left, it wasn't long before Jing Sudong received a call from Sean. There's no need to thank me. After all, I don't have much fondness for the headquarters. If it delays your weapon purchasing time, then it would only benefit the headquarters. Lucifer said. Today is the birthday celebration of the old master Yi Weigua. Apart from those who have already arrived and were on the guest list for the banquet, anyone requiring a greeter must be a person of some standing. After Qin Yuan killed the blood demon that had existed for 80,000 years, although the process was quite unpleasant, he reaped considerable rewards. Yang Jueshan stomped fiercely at the foot of the mountain and leapt into the air, but the boat he had been fishing from for 3 months was smashed to pieces by Yi Fan's charge. Everyone saw the boss had finished and hurriedly took money out of their backpacks, genuinely wanting to take more, but they simply couldn't carry it. In the end, they all took 1 million and pushed the motorcycle into the cave, tidying up the vines at the entrance before dispersing. Inside were modified military off-road vehicles, all bulletproof, and there were firearms stored within. The sudden voice startled Kuei Lang. He was also a practitioner, yet he had failed to notice that someone was hiding. He suddenly awakened from his sorrow. At the same time, he saw the enchanting face of the peacock, which instead of showing any fear was adorned with a satisfied smile. From the moment Yi Fan appeared, defeating Yang Tianxing and effortlessly receiving his strongest sword strike, incinerating him with the celestial technique, Liuli Golden Fire, it all happened within a few minutes, shattering countless imaginations. Jiang Yueying climbed onto Lu Fei's back, pressing closely against his spine. She held onto his shoulders tightly, as if fearing she might fall. Whenever Chu Su thought of Lao Ci's character, he became infuriated, his face turning red. He had previously been forced by Lao Ci to watch him eat, and that scene was utterly brutal and bloody, practically devoid of humanity. Such matters, of course, are only known among friends. Ordinary people would not discuss each other's family situations or health conditions. After saying this, the old man how angrily hung up the phone. Tianqing knew that even though the old man didn't explicitly say it, he was still quite concerned about the deaths of a few people. In an instant, the entire stadium came alive. All the Chinese spectators on stage stood up, waving their 5-star red flags in protest to the judges. She cast a suspicious glance following the red-clothed Ghost King looking towards the lower abdomen of the other party. When Lung Yu brought Yuan Fengji and the other two up to the 4th floor, they arrived at the office of the Demon Clan president. That was the pinnacle of the D Association, the place where the most powerful individuals of Hijiria resided. Master said that her poor chess skills had made no progress over the years, truly a waste of having such a renowned chess master as her teacher. At some point, the cave suddenly stopped shaking and Lang Fei and the others were astonished to find that the stone statue had actually changed. If today's incident with Lung Yi were to be reported to Mu Ningyo, she might very well take his life directly. Reporting to the general, to see your beautiful smile, I would even be willing to gouge out my own eyes. Su Qi blurted out. In the Chelsea district of London, the Swan Palace apartment. Today is Sunday. Dennis and his wife are rarely free from work, enjoying afternoon tea in the large living room and reading the newspaper. Compared to his wife Margaret, who seems to be an unstoppable force, Margaret is a natural-born strong woman. Now, as the spokesperson for environmental affairs in the Shadow Cabinet, she has even become the 3rd most important figure in the Conservative Party, aiming for the 2nd position. Xia Hao understands why a Mei has entered the palace. He looks at Xia Lanyin and says, "A Jing, do you want to enter the palace?" He cannot continue. How could a Mei have thought of this? Xia Hao finds it unbelievable. Even at this moment, these two have not forgotten to fight. They belong to the type of people who are carefree and reckless. All right, Xieji readily agrees. Let's make a large kite first, and then fly it with the shang. Xieji adds, but if there is no wind, it won't take off. Flying a kite also requires favorable conditions. The summer night is beautiful with a few stars twinkling in the sky, everything so peaceful and serene. Lung Yu returns to the Bihua Palace. She dares not directly give the pregnancy-preserving medicine to Bai Yuhua, so she secretly mixes it into the pastries to trick her into eating it. The pregnancy-preserving medicine proves to be remarkably effective. Bai Yuhua falls asleep shortly after eating and wakes up the next day looking spirited, showing no signs of trouble. Only then does Lung Yu feel relieved. Soon Yunli appears. They gaze at each other in silence. They are no longer teacher and student, but rather blatant rivals in love. Yunli's gaze is filled with excitement and anger, while Zhang Lan's is cold. Lu Shihua smiles heartily, saying, "He, Captain Wu, you truly are a clever person. Please continue with your work, I won't disturb you." After some polite words, he hangs up the phone. Empress Lian has decreed that anyone caught privately gathering snow lotus flowers will be frozen for 100 years. As the words of the moon consort fell, she emitted white light from her hands, securing her position as the demon queen. She would leave no opportunity for anyone who posed even a slight threat to her. This was something I acquired unintentionally. Then Lei Tian recounts the scene of his battle with the 1,000-year tree demon in the Peach Blossom Land to the deep white soul. Upon receiving the order, Xiao Yao, momentarily stunned, quickly regains her senses and lunges towards Lu Shi. Aunt Chen watches her husband by her side. She knows his thoughts very well. Although they are living in seclusion here, her husband still hopes to have a successor to his skills. Without the free-spirited pride and composure admired by the male lead, wouldn't her brilliance become tarnished? Suddenly, the entire Wuliang mountain trembles, and even the chaotic space shakes, as if some extraordinarily powerful existence is about to emerge. Somewhat better off, she pretended to be a white lotus flower, initially basking in glory and favor, but ultimately unable to escape the fate of being abandoned. In terms of cultivation, Xia Mao has already surpassed the original self on this timeline. While he cannot reach the realm of the monarch who is one with the world, he has made significant progress compared to himself. Looking at the completely demonized world and subordinates, there is basically no suspense in the fight. Victory is guaranteed. Humans are truly emotional creatures. The grand words of "wish you happiness" at parting still linger in memory, but when reality unfolds before their eyes, it is hard to express the nod in their hearts. You may leave for now. Come back later to pay respects to your master. Xia Mao holds the forbidden bottle, showing no intention of returning it to Lu Xuan. Lord Xiao Qiao wears a peculiar expression, as if saying, "I don't understand what you're talking about," as she sizes him up. After sending away those troublemakers, the remaining ones at least know how to be accommodating. Thus, when Qin Fengyi invites them to the Wangfu, everyone is quite agreeable, and no one puts on airs as relatives of the royal family in front of her. Yi Jiaro, who is accustomed to putting on a show in front of outsiders, now stands there looking wronged like a child being punished. 10. Downing Street is the official residence of the Prime Minister of Y Country. It serves both as the office and residence for all Prime Ministers of Y Country. Currently, Wilson and his wife, along with their children, reside here. Wilson is tall and embodies the typical Anglo-Saxon features. At this moment, upon learning that Zhang Ting has arrived at the doorstep, he calls his wife Mary to come out and greet. As the Wilson couple steps out to the entrance, they spot a Rolls-Royce. The hunchbacked creature's army arrives by the lakeside, and the high priest waves his hand, causing all the hunchbacked creatures to halt. Lu Jiping from the White Tiger Division, I wonder what brings you to me. Chun Fan lifted his eyelids to glance at Lu Jiping, speaking softly, yet with an undertone of coldness, as if keeping others at arm's length. Daozi suspects Imo Xiao is pretending, as seeing this he couldn't help but snort coldly, turning his face away and deliberately ignoring Imo Xiao. Hey Imo Xiao-san, I'm not saying this lightly, but the robots from the Suang military district only stand out in terms of durability. Their other performances cannot compare to my mechs. The Lord of Lime raised his hands, showing a lack of optimism regarding the mechs from the Suang military district. In an instant, 3 tortoises shot out, resembling cannonballs, crashing through countless plants. Sister, is it time to leave work early? Shen Lingxian asked from the other end of the phone. This indicates that the tomb of the general from Songgong Miao is likely located just east of the village. At this moment, suddenly the Shoto charged towards him, exuding a murderous intent. Source Saburo felt a shiver in his heart, fearing he could not withstand this Shoto. With the sound of the attack horn, the full-scale assault on the Anzi Mountain defense line commenced. The disciplined Manchu 8 banners soldiers marched forward steadily towards Anzi Mountain. On the other side, Yu extracted the White Dragon Emperor's wings and its soul from Valley, infusing them. Although there was a strong rejection reaction during the fusion process, Yu forcibly fused them, achieving a compatibility rate of 100%. Though she did not wish to pay attention to Cheng Yin, she was somewhat concerned he might see her entering the welfare institution. After giving birth, it had been a full 7 days, most of which she spent drowsy without discussing her marriage with Su Qing. Baiman had already left the space yesterday and returned to normal, gazing at Feng Yunran with deep emotion and repeatedly expressing his admiration. However, Zhang Kui still could not ride a horse and was too embarrassed to admit it, so he had to request Zana to call a carriage. If in a single game all the troops capable of crossing the river perish in battle, what use remains for the officials and scholars who cannot cross? Reflecting on this, Hong Shinhao clenched his teeth and took out a spirit talisman, forcefully activating it. With the troublesome odor gone, Zhang Yiren felt significantly refreshed. At this moment, immersed in the clear stream, admiring the beautiful scenery along the riverbanks, she still felt an unreal sensation, as if she were in a dream, recalling the events that had transpired not long ago. Yes, Secmaster. The 3-leaf tree is native to the Wuwang Forest Sea and some overseas islands. This tree has 3 leaves, is entirely leathery, and its leaves remain evergreen throughout the year. In the narrow alley paved with bluestone, Qin Yuchuan and Su Qing laughed and embraced, running out of the alley. The frustrated driver in desperation pulled out a bundle of 100 yuan bills from his bag and scattered them onto the side of the road. The high priest remained silent, glimmers flickering in his dark eyes, and even the transmitting raven sensed a surge of pressure. He also wished to accompany Jiang Lin, but this topic had finally been approved, and he was genuinely happy. If it weren't for the concern that his hands would soil her clothes, Jiang Lin would have wanted to embrace her. Moreover, having encountered such a phenomenon as time travel, he did not believe that heaven would grant him such a precious opportunity only for him to die young. Luo Bai returned to London, this time to represent Governor MacLehose of Hong Kong in the Hong Kong Governor's office in bringing Gubo back to Hong Kong. Now the mission is complete, far better than he had imagined. As the Deputy Secretary of the Hong Kong Governor's office, he cannot stay in London for too long. Mr. Zhang, being able to bring Gubo back to Hong Kong means I have exceeded my mission. Before returning to Hong Kong, I plan to visit Buckingham Palace with you tomorrow morning to meet the Queen. As his divine sense scanned the area, Mo.U suddenly spotted a familiar towering tea house bustling with activity in the city. Mo.U let out a long sigh, secretly circulating his technique, and his black hair instantly returned to its true form, turning as white as frost. The distance from the Earth Demon Star to the ancient God Star is extremely far. It took Mo.U over 20 years of flight to traverse this stretch of starry sky. 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Looking at the number on the check, President Liang and Zheng Mingyuan exchanged glances. The people in the palace were of high quality. Upon seeing 2 strangers, no one seemed surprised. It should be known that in the global film realm, kung fu films are not considered mainstream, even though later Chung Long successfully broke into Hollywood. Kung fu films still only hold a secondary position there. Everyone glanced at the man supported by Sang Yu. His jade-like countenance made them involuntarily lower their heads, not daring to look further. Until hundreds of years ago, a strange human came here and took a look at him. After a few words, he hurriedly left and never returned. Shi Fifan looked at Zai Yozi in confusion, wondering if it was truly wise to expose one's identity as an immortal with magical abilities in front of so many people. After Jian Shao ascended to the throne of the Shu King, he initially planned to take action against Jian Lu directly, but considering Jian Le's connection with the Yen King, he ultimately left himself a way out. Guan Jinlin seemed to forget that it was the scorching summer. Despite the heat, he pulled the arm of the man from Jiushan town and began walking along the edge of the waterlogged pond. As for the older generation of cultivators, they could only sigh helplessly. Due to their cultivation level, they could only watch from the outside. Even if you possessed heaven-defying treasures, it had no bearing on them. He cast a sharp glance around the void. The 8 ancestors of Hun Yue and Chu Linger were aware, as were the ancestors of the Xiong family, the 2 ancestors of the Shangguan family, the ancestor of the Sidu family, the ancestor of the Dongfang family, the ancestor of the Shimin family, and the ancestor of the Beiqian family, all of whom he recognized. The only regret is that compared to Madame Shangguan, Madame Xiao Chuan's beauty is still somewhat lacking. You? Yang Lioli waved her hand to shake off the grip of the man in sunglasses, angrily striding away. After taking a 7 treasure fish essence pill, Guan Jinlin felt much better and surprisingly sat at the offering table to talk with everyone. Being struck by such a peerless artifact, the immortality ability of the realm master seemed to be severely sealed. On such a morning amidst such an ambience, Su Ranran slowly extended her hand to welcome the sudden and unexpected event. Initially, the decision-makers of the company were considering whether the terms of the contract were favorable. After all, Chen Zian is a very talented newcomer. Following yesterday's Good Voice program, many entertainment companies were eager to act. From his first encounter with the issue of not being able to retract his sleeves, it was at least beyond all the treasure. Lu He looked at Lu Yu helplessly. This benevolent and loyal gentleman of the 3 kingdoms had governed Yuzhou for years with benevolence and kindness, winning the hearts of the people, yet in other respects, he seemed overly pedantic. However, at this point, if they do not let Dr. Zhang leave, they truly cannot think of any way to prevent another. Su Ran also became curious. Yesterday, Zheng Xia mentioned that it was she who found Han Yike wanting to discuss her. This time, the list of honors announced on the official birthday of the Queen includes nearly dozens of individuals, primarily from various Commonwealth countries, as well as from Europe and America. Among them, there is one individual from Xinjiang, the only name on the list awarded the MB, which displays the name. In addition, there are extensive reports about Zhang Ting that naturally attract much attention. Apart from being very young, Zhang Ting is now also associated with Xinjiang land. Xiwen dried her tears and walked to the brass mirror in the room, picking up the lipstick in her hand to carefully retouch the makeup that had been smudged by her earlier tears. Xiang Fei also knows what the Queen feels and why Yin Shen acts this way. If we discuss this performance, he would never tire. Yet even if it is a mere act, the Queen cannot help but feel some discomfort in her heart. On the other side, Li Wei was busy distributing candied hawthorns to her younger siblings and aunts, completely unaware that Li Yu had gone to see Li Chengqian and Li Tai. His Majesty appointed by Yu as Pearl concubine, praising her beauty, fair skin, and gentle demeanor, which deeply won his heart. She would soon be brought into the palace to bear him offspring. Yinshin suddenly straightened his expression and explained to Li Chunlan with an extremely serious demeanor, as if discussing matters of state. At this moment, the previously impenetrable light of the blade lost its supporting force and could no longer be maintained. At the foot of Wulong Mountain, there were now a dozen black cars. Under the illumination of the lights, the originally eerie and quiet environment became extraordinarily lively tonight. Tang Lu was fine with important matters to attend to, striving to control that wonderfully exhilarating feeling, but what about Zilwan? At this moment, on the first floor of Chunfeng Tower, a stage 30 zhang large was set up in front of the gathered crowd. Astaroth frantically searched and even delved underground, but the enemy had not truly entered the depths. They reached the underworld through a connection point. Astaroth could not find the connection point, as it would not be open to outsiders. Everything she did in the mortal realm was in vain. Of course, his entry-level BMW is worth less than 200,000. It could barely buy a tire for a Ferrari. How can it compare? Lin Yuan spoke while driving. ITM went up. Oh, what about Kijani? Gao Zhiling exclaimed, veins bulging, shouting at Fang Jingqi. Su Juanhao had the merchant rode to accompany him, so he played and rested together, naturally not bothering Su Wanyang. After thinking for a moment, he glanced at the surrounding wall, lightly stepped, and followed the outermost wall to the rooftop. Lying on the rooftop, everything around was clear at a glance. Ha, if it weren't for you 5 saints helping, I really wouldn't have been able to capture the hostage. The ancestor Kunping certainly did not expect our actions. He had no time to seek help from the Heavenly Emperor, and 5 important disciples were already in our hands. The great immortal Yang Mei rarely smiled. If we talk about Lin Shaifeng's actions, they were indeed swift and seamless, leaving the remaining student dumbfounded. Night had fallen, and Shi Yingying brought a sumptuous dinner for the two, saying little before heading back to the hotel to busy herself. While it is true that there are many con artists in such times, he believes that he should still hold a reserved view on what Lin Xiao. As soon as the words fell, a creature with a fish head and a human body emerged from the river, looking like a wild carp spirit rather than a formally organized entity. As soon as the words fell, a creature with a fish head and a human body emerged from the river, looking like a wild carp spirit rather than a formally organized entity. His heart. On the plaque, several gilded characters read Lock Cloud County, exuding a magnificent and grand aura, seemingly possessing the ability to swallow mountains and rivers and stand apart from the world. The vast army of underground dwellers was neatly lined up, resembling a series of long dragons coiling upon. Various illusions depend on the individual. This is a method laid out by the predecessors of the Divine Sword sect, targeting each person's attributes. It not only tests combat strength and talent, but also assesses great willpower, determination, and perseverance. Sima Luyun said softly. Pierce of the Concord. Zhang Ting felt a sense of familiarity with this person. Butler, please take him to the manor for coffee. Ooh, I will join you shortly. Zhang Jinrong went to usher Pierce in. At that moment, Zhang Ting recalled that this Pierce was indeed significant. If Lin Feng knew what He Ting was thinking at that moment, he would wholeheartedly support her proposal, yet he would certainly have a thorough inquiry with He Ting regarding the question of who repairs whom. Had already partnered. If Lin Feng knew what He Ting was thinking at that moment, he would wholeheartedly support her proposal, yet he would certainly have a thorough inquiry with He Ting regarding the question of who repairs whom. Taking advantage of Gui Ling's nap, Zhou, he went out to buy a large bouquet of flowers whose names he did not know. In any case, apart from recognizing roses, Zhou, he was quite familiar with other flowers though he couldn't name them, so he simply asked the shopkeeper to wrap a few of each and bought them. In such a short time, he has subdued Chu Ran. It seems that Shura is indeed stronger. Wu Qi remarked as he watched the intense battle between the two in the distance. All right, let's go. There is a hot spring behind the house. We should go soak in it. Feng Li boldly carried Yun Ruoxi towards the hot spring at the back of the house. Wang Xian was no fool. With a single gesture, he blocked the 7 finger points, utilizing divine escape to merge with heaven and earth, disappearing from his original spot and reappearing at another corner of the True Spirit Tower. Chun Ru Shui made effective use of the precious 2 seconds. Her left hand glowed green, while her right hand radiated blue, summoning a massive tornado that descended from the sky, perfectly shielding Tang Hao, while the blue light transformed into countless ice spikes colliding with Blanky's magic. When the news spread across the Emperor, Star Wang Xian was at the peak of a mountain cultivating fortune, chaos primordial, and a native half-ancestor from Emperor Star arrived at the mountain peak, where Wang Xian was delivering the news. Duke Jingwo realized that no matter what he said, he could not dissuade his wife, so he could only smile wryly. He hoped that his wife would know her limits and not create a situation where their two families would completely sever ties, leaving no trace of kinship. The smug expression on Yin's face grew stronger, while sisters Hui Yun and Hui Ru clenched their teeth, secretly forced to confront the tragic reality that once Bai Fu Ling appeared, no matter how they dressed up, they would only be relegated to the role of supporting characters. You were so brave just now, haha, I love you for it. Ouyang Xiang playfully stuck out her tongue at Huang Xiang, growing more fond of this tall figure. As a subsidiary family of the Qin clan, they were also invited to attend the pre-engagement banquet. This discovery made Tang Xiao's heart sink, for Huang Yongqiang had uttered that phrase before leaving, implying that he intended to make Tang Xiao's life a living hell, indicating that this guy must have employed some means. Ancient meteorite products you will naturally understand when you meet Xiao Diwei there. Your energy perception can not only see through the human body, but also discern the concentration of earthly energy within jade. The energy within that ancient meteorite product is very rich and will aid your energy cultivation. The robot replied to Qi Go. The other party snorted coldly before bursting into laughter as if they had heard a delightful joke. After handling the matters, everyone tacitly withdrew, leaving Mei Lingyun and Lu Yao with their private space. Zhang Tao sighed, no wonder our luck is so poor, this client was already a done deal. But what happened to you? Recently, Fukong Group has experienced a series of employee suicides, and Huaxia TV has conducted special follow-ups on this series of events, producing several themed episodes. For the people of the Wu Mo sect, the fact that Shen Feng had just slain Zhang Chupeng was already a miracle. They could. After acquiring the bag, Qi Ge did not immediately return it to Qin Yan. After confirming that the yellow question mark was following the bag, Qi Ge opened it and searched inside. In a small town on the outskirts of London at the Earl's Manor, Zhang Ting and others emerged from the Chanel boutique. As it was lunchtime, he decided to return directly without dining outside. Back in the Manor's dining room, Zhang Ting and Bao Yongqin had lunch. After Connie and Wang Huai returned, they were concerned that Mr. Zhang might have been deceived by the young white woman in the Chanel store, having borrowed 3,000 pounds. When he first saw Diana here, he found it strange. Upon inquiry, he learned that Agatha had taken the initiative to find Diana to take care of him, simply because Agatha had been very busy lately, while Diana had more free time and was willing to do it. Hong Lu looked up in shock, seemingly unable to believe my words. However, I had dragged Hong Chaos Corpse here and destroyed his body right in front of Hong Lu. After all, they were descendants of the Gong clan. If their bodies were revived, it would mean facing another terrifying enemy. I supported Lu Xine back to her room as she kept mumbling incoherently, and I couldn't make out what she was saying. Sun Tianyue was dressed in a deep black trench coat, wearing a hat, his square face looking resolute and imposing. Is this set of martial arts really that difficult? Chun Hao, looking somewhat doubtful, was just an ordinary person and naturally did not know the hardships of the martial arts path. If you want the treasure, come and take it yourself if you have the ability. Yang Tian sneered, his vigilant gaze constantly scanning the golden great sword. He knew very well that even if he handed over the treasure, he couldn't escape the assault of the golden great sword. She crafted herself into a vulnerable figure of unrequited love. The promises made by Fu Tianzi just a moment ago were so beautiful that the pain she felt at this moment was equally profound. Her ideal romantic world had been utterly destroyed by Fu Tianzi and she begrudgingly conceded, wanting to withdraw from this hopeless battle. "Lady Maya, please calm your anger, and do not forget your identity," Lady Alice's gentle voice rang out. The furious Maya immediately retracted the energy sphere, regaining her former wise and composed demeanor. Before Chen Feng could answer her question, Ling, you could not suppress the urge to touch the body of the purple lightning snow ferret, unconsciously reaching out to touch it despite the master-servant boundaries. The land of despair erupted with howls, attracting the attention of many. Some powerful beings attempted to break in, but ultimately retreated, fearing they would be trapped inside. During this time, Lin Yong and Tu Ying took turns driving. In just 2.5 days, Lin Yong accomplished something significant in the cycle. What a joke! Fu Ermin have been prominent in the royal ranks for decades and have never feared anyone. Fu Ermin said with an expression of pride. Having accepted the commission, I was also ready to use this opportunity to practice and try my hand. The procurement of materials was naturally essential, but first Lin Liang planned to exchange some pre-prepared materials for material points here. A few days ago, Dong Zi had been in the hospital, which was under police lockdown, and these people couldn't find any opportunity. Lin Xian was very angry. Lin Liang's words had nearly insulted the most valued thing deep inside Lin. What was frustrating was that this alchemy room was completely sealed, unlike the ruins, which had secret passages. If there were indeed 3 layers, as Wu Gu said, there should be a clear passage. The gentle breeze of early summer brushed across the wide street, where the bright lights mirrored the dazzling starry sky. The streets were still bustling with traffic, a scene of prosperity that added vitality to this vibrant city that never sleeps. Old Fong was exasperated they were about to win, but who knew what unforeseen circumstances had occurred? That fool had fallen off the stage himself. Moreover, it seemed that he was quite seriously injured. Miss Amanda Mountbatten, as the granddaughter of the Earl of Mountbatten, holds a noble and mysterious status with little information about her circulating in the outside world. She had expected Zhang Ting to be surprised upon learning her identity. However, Amanda was left disappointed. Now, upon hearing the other party's self-introduction, Zhang Ting had already guessed some details when he saw Amanda appear behind the Earl of Mountbatten, although he could not confirm at that moment that Amanda was indeed the other's granddaughter. Every incense stick's burn time, a massive sword shadow would solidify in the spiritual formation, prompting the 3 reedied old Taoists to strike together, the giant sword rumbling as it fiercely slashed towards the formation set up by the monks. Yet it was ineffective. Ibude's robust body resembled an aircraft carrier sailing through tumultuous seas, the violent waves far surpassing any ordinary warship, as the bodies of the saber-toothed tigers were directly crushed into meat paste. What qualifications does a murderer like you have to appear in my home? Guan Yuan smiled, her words indeed venomous, making others mistakenly believe she was being warm towards Lu Yaoyao. When she notified this batch of reporters, she suddenly recalled the set of photos she had kept in order to frame. No matter who becomes an emperor, there will always be times when their plans are flawed. The bureaucratic mindset has gradually taken root in people's hearts over the years, but this is not a good thing for the development of the world. Is being an alchemy apprentice really that impressive? Princess Aimee said coldly, suddenly tearing open her. The scene was indeed eye-watering, but that alchemy apprentice certificate was undeniably captured. Lu Hong was well aware of the inner thoughts of the palace attendant trying to curry favor. He was not a person of high principles, nor did he harbor any biases against eunuchs, though he had killed quite a few. Was this intentional? Su Jinxing shot an annoyed glare at the pretentious Hua Yuan, feeling as if 1,000 MMP were galloping in her heart. This high bamboo shoot looks very tender and should be delicious. I don't know how to cook it. Su Jinxing looked at the high bamboo shoot in the shopping cart, picked it up, toyed with it in her hand, and said lightly. Next came the large vehicle chassis like luxury minibuses exceeding 10 meters in length and 2.5 meters in width. At that time we will know his performance. Hema did not elaborate further. Sometimes the facts are the most convincing. He shared the layout he had discussed with Lung Yao with these 2 people. Having narrowly avoided a fatal blow, just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Captain Wu Ren suddenly saw the pain rushing towards him from the left, his eyes widening in shock. Although he still harbored some unclear feelings towards Jiang Jin, he knew that Jiang Jin bore the mark of the 3rd brother, and it was best to draw a clear line. Seeing the tears welling in his eyes, Jiang Jin felt a pang of heartache and quickly kissed his face to comfort him. Even though he did not particularly like Lung Yao, hearing this made Lung Chaos' expression darken. Last time Siler had hurried back from the capital and indeed mentioned having seen Lung Yao there, but he had not brought up. Before him stood an old man and a 3-year-old child, both of whom had died suffocated by thick smoke. When Jiang Jin changed into her clothes and came out, Su Jia approached her, saying he wanted to discuss something. I returned from the martial world with difficulty. I believe I can gain all the power and regain magical teachings. A more bizarre thought surged. Spending money is simply about spending it buying happiness and enjoyment. So as long as the mind and body are joyful, the money is well spent. Mu Yichen suddenly whispered in Qin Mu's ear, then nodded at Anna and took his phone to go out. Yes, the servant obeys. Poor Sierra at this moment obediently complied with her master's orders, developing a habit of calling the one surnamed Liang the cold-faced simpleton. Later on, when the cold-faced simpleton transformed into a son-in-law, she bit her own tongue several times for this title. Alas, that is a story for another time. A suburban town outside London. An earl's manor. The Grand Castle's main gate. Zhang Hua had just parked the car. Zhang Ting stepped out to find Connie, and Wang Hui already waiting. Mr. Zhang, have you had lunch yet? Not yet. I'll go ahead and ask the kitchen to prepare lunch. Zhang Jinrong walked toward the dining hall inside the castle. Zhang Ting strolled across the manor's lawn, with Bao Yongqin and the two women following closely behind. Likewise, He Hao had pinpointed the location of the elite warrior and eliminated him with an XCC round. Its specially forged steel projectile, devastating in power, capable of piercing concrete, rending steel plates, and reducing the warrior, hiding behind them, to crimson fragments. Blood rained down like spring drizzle, speckling the earth in macabre blotches. Seeing Lu Lia's shyness, Yan Ming imagined a ripening apple before him, and even caught the faint, sweet fragrance of fruit. From the expressions on Yan Qing and Liang Qianshan's faces beside him, Yan Ming realized it was no illusion. The scent was real, vivid, and unmistakable. Xiao Xiao, are you all right? Did you perhaps encounter some malevolent spirit? Mu Jinsi asked, frowning with concern. Who on earth had suggested this gathering? She longed to leave immediately. Out of sight of Madame Xiao, Mu Jinsi reached over and pinched a fold of flesh at Xiao Xiao's waist, twisting it hard. Pain contorted his ethereally handsome face into a crumpled bun. Lucky Star, being newly deployed by He Hao for high-velocity launch, became an underdog contender. His subjective control minimal, as he easily fell into passive manipulation, either released or slain. Wave after wave of darkness surged before Hua Feng's eyes, relentlessly threatening to consume his consciousness. Searing agony racked his body, sapping the strength to grip his spear. Yang Rui hadn't expected Qi Yang's question. He scanned the map for a long while before pointing to a spot north. Upon receiving the news, Emir Zhang Xiaofeng, senior leaders of the Dark Headquarters, and clan elders from every major family within the Dark Legion all wore identical expressions of outrage. In an instant, astonishment flashed across every face. Her entire body jolted, as if struck by electricity, then trembled violently. That scorching sensation upon contact with the young master's breath yielded unexpectedly to a cool, soothing relief, diminishing the pain markedly. Come with me. The Immortal Mansion's sentient consciousness swept its hand, and both it and Lin Tian vanished before the crowd's eyes. Xiao Tian opened his eyes troubled. He knew Miss Nine held considerable authority in such matters, and decided it best to consult her opinion. He gazed at the empty bed, imagining her lying there, her cheeks flushed crimson, too shy to meet his eyes. I'd be happy to join you for dinner, but yesterday you treated me. That seems rather unfair. Upon hearing Dongfang Yi's decision, Luo Yixuan grew increasingly guilt-ridden. She had feasted on his lavish banquet the previous day, and received not one but 2 pairs of shoes. Hadn't Dongfang Yi suffered a tremendous loss? Unable to bear it any longer, Yan Fei resolved to end the farce swiftly, so everyone could eat, sleep, and rest. Rather than squander time fighting, wouldn't it be better to sit together, sip tea, and converse peacefully? Yang's mother grilled him thoroughly. Name, age, height, occupation, annual income, details about parents, siblings, past relationships. Every fundamental question. When she learned Luo Jingyang was an orphan, her brows furrowed deeply. In his sleep, Zhang Minglang grew increasingly restless. I kept the light on, watching his face intently, the sharp, heroic contours of his features striking even in lamplight. Yet his brow remained tightly knotted, drawn into a tense, agonized knot. 15 days passed before the army, halting and advancing in fits and starts, finally reached the Fox clan's territory. Unlike Blackwind City, the Fox clan's domain consisted of scattered villages nestled deep within dense forests, easily defensible and difficult to assault. Amanda Mountbatten came directly to inform Zhang Ting of this matter and did not stay any longer. As Miss Amanda left the Earl's Manor, Zhang Ting had Bao Yongqin escort her out. Zhang Ting looked out the window, feeling puzzled as to why Miss Amanda would tell him this. Sir, Miss Amanda has gotten into the car and left, Bao Yongqin said. It was past 10 at night. Zhang Ting was preparing to wash up. After carefully examining himself and ensuring his mind was completely clear, he cursed himself for being foolish and quickly sought for Feng Hua and Feng Wu. However, it sounded too thrilling. The onlookers had completely disregarded the dangerous aura emanating from Duan Yihong, and many couldn't help but burst into laughter. Amidst the joyous clamor, it felt as if the Shizhou mansion had truly won a great victory over the Songjiang army. However, behind the festive atmosphere on the city walls, several black-clad guards who truly understood the situation wore serious expressions. Xiao Qingtian gazed deeply at Xiao Yi, feeling a sense of gratification. After a long moment, he couldn't help but sigh. In the past, Xiao Yi would never have spoken such words or helped him share the burden. One must know how terrifying the formation of Master Zhou Tian was, yet it was easily broken now. Of course, Qin Sinyu's intention to have a child with Su Lin was something Su Lin did not disclose to the Divine Machine Taoist. It was his personal matter and certainly could not be revealed. Zhao Hong released his hands and bullets fell to the floor, the crisp sound resonating like a strike against the heart. Despair and helplessness, all that remained was a blade without an edge. This sword, though a new twin sword, held no combat power. What use was it to me? The security of the high-end hotel provided some reassurance to Peng Haoming, who secretly laughed at himself for being overly sensitive. When we disembarked, the boatman told us that if we had time we should stay and experience the night in Wuzhen, for one cannot truly say they've been to Wuzhen without seeing it at night. Reflecting on the future direction of the Supreme, Qian Chang continued to observe the third item dropped by the boss. All right. Peng Haoming could only helplessly agree. Under the eaves one must bow. If he wanted to make a fortune, he had to endure. What? I reached the finish line at the same time as her. How is that possible? Are you sure you saw correctly? Geilo queried from the side. Haha, Mr. Long indeed keeps his promise and has not brought anyone else. A stranger dressed in a black trench coat with a sinister look on his face appeared before Long Sheng. Another measure of age lingered between his lips and teeth, yet his experiences did not match his years. Now he could care less about that. First he needed to eliminate the enemy at hand. With the death of his people, he could only regard it as their sacrifice for the Heavenly Stone sect for their great dream. He did not wish for this. His heart answered most honestly in that moment, because now the high city no longer loomed high above, inaccessible to the heart. He would smile when happy and frown when displeased. Even in silence his emotions were genuine. At this moment the people at the Monster Research Institute were still unaware of the approaching monsters. Due to Mizuki Yuki's praise they also forgot to turn off the sonic wave emitter, leading to the tragedy that followed. Even though Lindy was full of complaints since he had already crossed over whether he wanted to or not, he had to live with this identity, and thus these debts had to be dealt with. Throughout history, heroes and champions have fought through countless hardships, not hesitating to let bones pile high and blood flow like rivers. What were they fighting for? Canned luncheon meat and malt extract could be considered the most luxurious nutrients of this era. Malt extract was usually consumed by the elderly, while canned luncheon meat was suitable for young and old alike. Guanyang's favorite food was canned luncheon meat. At this moment a man in black entered the training ground, approaching the elder and whispering a few words in his ear. Elizabeth Hospital. No. 30 Gascoigne Road, Yao Ma Ti, Hong Kong. Boss, we have arrived. Zhang Hua parked the car. Zhang Ting, Milesi, and Leona got out, having already spotted the hospital. As Zhang Ting and the others just entered, the female nurse at the hospital was the first to recognize Mr. Milesi and then identified Mr. Zhang beside him. Immediately someone came to greet Zhang Ting and his companions, while another rushed to notify Director He. As Zhang Ting and the others entered, Ning Chong hesitated outside for a moment, but ultimately stepped into the Su residence, stopping beside Lu Bo. With a look of guilt he gazed at Lu Bosbach, struggling to utter the words he wanted to say. Ling Wei and Lu Qinglan walked at the forefront, maintaining a distance of half an arm's length between them, not once glancing at each other. They both understood well that they would only be adversaries. Murong gritted his teeth watching her. For now he would tolerate her antics, waiting for her to retrieve the imperial seal before making his move. It had been 2 months since the Lin Qingdan incident. During this time the old man had not troubled Han Feng, and no news of any battles had surfaced, bringing Han Feng a sense of peace. Xie Bian probably did not initially intend to get involved. He must have thought that Zhong Wan lacked any capabilities, which is why he advised her not to get involved. Little did he know that Zhong Wan would pull out the ghostly surprise, prompting Xie Bian to wash his hands of the matter. Previously he had planned to let someone else take the stage, but Li Xiaojun did not believe that anyone possessed the kind of memory that Kai Er had. Wei Chun was momentarily taken aback, but then saw Murong Yu winking at him, instantly recalling the incident where Murong and shot down Huyan Tua with an arrow during the day. Not thinking much more of it, he took the tablet and examined it closely. 2 minutes later he smirked slightly and put down the tablet. Unlike Su Cheng, who was clearly anxious, he appeared much calmer, seemingly not worried at all. Chun Tao glanced at Aunt Zhou, who wore a smile, realizing that she was merely curious. La Meishi usually has a lot going on, so. Chun Tao was halfway through her explanation, but found it hard to continue, frowning deeply. One must admit that Helian's victory was indeed heavily reliant on luck. If even one aspect had gone awry, it could have led to a completely different outcome. Fortunately, his physique was unique, and every time he returned to the City of Eternal Night, he would receive treatment for his injuries, otherwise he truly would not have been able to last this long. Mu Tingchen watched the two as they joked, and played around, feeling quite uncomfortable. Just as he was about to intervene, the old master brought the madam and Lin Wan in. You all come back without telling me in advance. I could have asked for leave to stay home a couple more days. Complaining, but unfortunately the child in my arms looks too much like Tian Cheng. If only he resembled Qing Huan a bit more, it would be better. However, as long as the boy does not take after Qing Huan's temper, it's fine. Yi Ji gritted his teeth. No matter what, he could not take that blow. With this hit, he might well faint on the spot, and any plans would be out of the question. Therefore, regardless of whether it was a test or not, Yi Ji had to retaliate. The soundproofing in the room was quite effective, isolating all the noisy disturbances from the outside. A beauty embraced an ancient zither, the gentle and ethereal sound of the strings mingling with the wafting fragrance, the flickering candle shadows creating a mesmerizing atmosphere. Thank you, Doctor. Will this affect my future fertility? Ling Wei was still worried about this question, continuously inquiring. At that moment, the severely injured and unconscious young man was breathing more out than in, teetering on the brink of life and death. I heard you went to see Uncle Wu, Zhong Hao said, rubbing his forehead with one hand while reaching for a teacup with the other. I have heard about this matter. It is said that to sabotage this marriage you made a bet with the envoy of Chang'an composing poetry and shooting eagles, creating quite a stir. You did well in this matter. I shall reward you handsomely, Zhu Yijuan said. June 22, 1974. Saturday. Summer solstice. Early in the morning. Upon waking, Zhang Ting realized that the temperature in Xiangjiang was already quite warm. Last night, after visiting Governor McLaughlin, Zhang Ting prepared to go to the White House Detention Center this afternoon in the capacity of a non-official justice of the peace. At this moment, after getting up, Zhang Ting first went to the swimming pool to enjoy a comfortable swim. Sir, the Miss Bao has arrived. In a moment of urgency, Ren Jian kicked, fiercely shattering the frosted glass of the bathroom door. Rushing in, he saw Ouyang Ziqing lying fully clothed in the bathtub. The laurel tree could not be cut down. It was that every time Ho Yi struck, he only cut as if with a knife, and when he retrieved the axe, there was magical power that healed it. Luo Lai remarked, his information is indeed well informed. In fact, Luo Lai had begun to suspect Shan O among the people he had interacted with. Shan was the most likely to leak information. If he were to be discovered now claiming he came from another world, he would probably be eliminated. They were here as pioneers for reconnaissance, not to provide experience to Qinfeng. Just as the waiter walked away with the order, Gao Ming looked up and saw Lin Yi entering with a young man. The two were chatting and laughing, intimately resembling a couple. A flash of golden Dao patterns appeared, followed by a surge of colorful rays of light from Kong Xian's palm, flowing into the 3-foot Qingfeng sword. Amidst the buzzing sound of the sword, the Qingfeng gradually transformed into 5 streams of light, swirling in Kong Xian's palm. As soon as the duel ended, Fang Yichen, preoccupied with his own thoughts, ignored the various cheers and occasional boos from the crowd. After all, he had already experienced the feeling of being watched countless times in the Junior Mercenary Club last month. Finally, as the divine cloak on Xia Yiyu dimmed to the point of losing all luster, this overwhelming cosmic power was fully borne by Xia Yiyu. That's exactly what I wanted to say, Yi Ziming said coldly, while on the other side the security personnel on the plank were also closing in. Several onlookers, peering curiously from the side, buzzed with gossip like mosquitoes. Manager Huang turned around with an annoyed glance towards that direction, causing the group to quickly disperse, pretending to be busy with their work. In fact, the moment the plaque of the Jinshan Wangfu shattered, the soul of the Jinshan Wangfu shattered along with it. Shiran, did you go to the hospital for an examination? How did it go? Is everything all right? Came the anxious voice of Shuni from across the line. Originally, Lu Shiya only speculated that these people still had a burden of flowers, but he didn't expect it to be true. He breathed a sigh of relief. Even one would be enough to save the county magistrate's life. Just as Lin Feng was about to step into the third ring of streets, 2 men, each half a step into the divine realm, suddenly flew over and blocked the way in front of Lin Feng and the others. In less than half a minute, the two fought fiercely for nearly 100 exchanges. The more Zhang Zhen watched, the more pleased he became, yet he felt that the injured Jide Li was growing weaker, missing several great opportunities, and now showing signs of defeat. In any case, it just won't do. My attitude was resolute. Why did he feel the need to meddle in my past? Even if he didn't he know that it was very inconvenient. At around 3 in the morning, Lin Fan held Wan Qing in his arms, watching her flushed face. Though she looked tired, she still wore a satisfied expression as she drifted off to sleep, a slight smile gracing her lips. Seeing him hang up the phone, Xia Ling felt extremely anxious and hurriedly arranged for a helicopter to rush over while simultaneously calling Xia Juming. Zhao Hui had been attending high school at Yinchuan No. 1 middle school for over a month now. Unbeknownst to her, it was already mid-October and the weather had turned quite cold. She missed her mother, who was far away in Beijing, but she had no idea when her mother would come to Yinchuan. The villa at Qianshui Bay is nestled on the mountainside. It is now deep into the night. First Baofuda arrived, followed by Liafu. Both of them were surprised to see each other, as they had not anticipated that the other had already allied with Mr. Zhang. Baofuda, Liafu, the reason I brought you here is because of this matter. It is inconvenient for me to appear personally this time. Of course, if you succeed, it will be your merit. Zhang Ting looked at the two of them. Baofuda did the same. Qin Yuan initially showed a moment of confusion, as if he had thought of something, but soon his face revealed a hint of wild joy. Luo Yun casually crossed his legs, his right hand rhythmically tapping on the armrest of the chair, his handsome face always bearing a slight smile. However, Helian Xiong and Yang Yinhuan could not manage to smile at all. Mr. Ling, what are you? Chen Lan had a strange feeling, wondering if she had mistakenly walked into the wrong restroom. The token trembled lightly, and then a beam of light shot out from the token and re-entered the protruding part. Bastard, let's fight them. The earlier burly man thought for a moment and gritted his teeth, clenching his fist. Moreover, the core disciple of Fengma Valley, Long Chan, appeared to be about 24 or 25 years old, a graceful and handsome youth with a cold expression emanating an air of cynicism, looking not much different from a spoiled heir of the secular world. Then you can be considered one of my assassination targets. After saying this, Hey Wu Chang brought by Wu Chang into the teleportation portal. Do you feel unwell? Are you sick? Qin Ting suddenly panicked, quickly reaching out to feel Kingson's forehead. Old ghost, what are you doing? Why are you sticking talismans on me? The vampire frowned and asked. Even if you weren't beaten up, I can't be sure that you actually fell into the sea by accident. Perhaps you encountered something good on the way and then got greedy, which led to your fall. Lin Yang controlled Li by rushing towards the middle lane. He understood that only by destroying the opponent's crystal tower could he win this duel. Meanwhile, Elder Mahua controlled Daji, elegantly casting skills in preparation for battle. In the judges' seats, Feng Zhijing crossed his arms and casually leaned back against the chair with a hint of astonishment in his eyes as he watched the stage. Receiving unanimous praise titles such as Holy Monarch, Benevolent Monarch, and Wise Monarch were thrown at the Forbidden City as if they cost nothing. Woo-woo. Lin Pingping cried, holding me tightly, her nails digging into my back. Within the restriction, a great fire blazed. Outside the restriction, even if it was merely a few inches away, it would definitely not ignite the trees and flowers outside. This delicate control made many people furrow their brows, their gazes frequently sweeping over Gu Chuanxiu. Upon reaching the realm of Yuan Tiangong, cultivation techniques had become useless to him, yet he wanted to test whether Qi Yin was truly as talented as he claimed. I really won't buy it. Although you are handsome, you can't force a sale. Ji Yin quickly waved her hand to refuse. Li Yu also hadn't figured out how to handle this tricky matter and simply decided to ignore him for a while. Wu Yinfeng's words were sensible, but I wasn't sure whether this was his intention or Lin Pingping's. From the maid's mouth, I learned that the main performer of the house's theater, Yun Yang, had previously inquired about my whereabouts. Among them was a young man with sharp eyes, 2 black dragon horns on either side of his forehead, and a chiseled face, giving off a rugged impression. From his perspective, he could see the white and red strands of fate condensing in the void. This was the destiny of these scholars, but unfortunately, it could not be fully utilized. In the marketplace, after shaking off the probing divine sense, Li found a sparsely populated inn and immediately requested 3 upper-class rooms. What's wrong? Yang Ming asked, curiously, feeling somewhat puzzled. He thought he hadn't made a mistake regarding this revenue model. After all, screen advertisements accounted for a large portion of cinema advertising revenue. Zhang Ting worked a day at the Galaxy Investment Building. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhang Ting took a car back to the hillside villa at Repulse Bay. On the way, he received a call from the villa's butler. Mr. Weili has just arrived. Mr. Weili has come to the villa. Could it be something very important? 40 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce stopped and Zhang Ting got out of the car heading towards the garden. Hey, let me think about how it was back then. Old Jiu had a wicked smile on his face, and before Bai Li Piaoxue could react, one of his hands had already mischievously slipped inside her clothes. Once again, Mori Xiao absorbed the black flame in her palm. As the fireball formed into a sky-blue sphere, she forcefully closed her palm, extinguishing the black flame, while absorbing the magical energy, replenishing her own firepower. When Wei Yuanzai came out of the room, the first thing he saw was a pair of shining eyes filled with anticipation. However, the light in his eyes dimmed instantly, and the expression of expectation vanished. Old Jiu felt that this was simply a rebellion of the apes, seemingly about to overturn his rule, which annoyed him greatly. He mentally cursed the players who provoked the Titan Great Ape, thinking they were just asking for trouble. Uncle Yu, what is the current situation with HX? Don't you know either? On the way to the Yu family, Old Jiu furrowed his brow and asked Yu Kuan beside him. Thus he made the other party feel awkward and then resolved this embarrassment just to probe the situation. Am I going? This question kept appearing in her mind. Clearly she hadn't committed any heinous deeds. Oh, why did she end up in such a situation? Today can be considered a loss for me, but it would be a joke to think I would leave without a fight. Having said that, Li Zhongling intended to flee. But how could the 3 let him off? Luo Shenghua drew his sword directly, and a flash of cold light appeared, changing the atmosphere around them, as if winter had suddenly arrived. You shut up, Yao Tian. This is not the place for your nonsense. Qin Lan interrupted Yao Tian, scolding him in anger. Lin greeted them, but received no acknowledgement, leaving him feeling a bit awkward. Actually, they knew each other. It was Hua Ying, who seemed quite familiar to him due to the incident with his sister. The elder brother nodded. He knew very well that realizing this transaction was extremely difficult unless someone was willing to act as the intermediary and persuade their father. The sports car did not linger for long, hitting the gas and speeding away, leaving a trail of dust behind. Scorpion was not one to just talk. His dagger had already slipped from his sleeve into his hand, wielded in both hands. Sima Chen held Shun Xingyan's hand and led her to a milk tea shop. She liked buying her a cup of milk tea. At Zhang Danian's place, he discovered that Kong Shengming was dead set on saying something about this matter. Let me introduce you. These are my 2 younger sisters, Yao Aoxue and Yao Aojuan. This is Wu Fei, you can call him brother. Mentioning the ashes and smoke as Hua thought of the 3rd princess' ghostly mother, it strengthened her resolve to definitely save the 3rd princess. He flashed forward and was already in front of Su Xiling, staring at him with a pair of icy blue eyes. The matter has just begun. Indeed, it was being realized step by step according to his plan. when he smilingly presented the agreement for them to sign. Despite some verbal discontent, these newcomers did not dare to resist. In front of their strong figures, these newcomers appeared as mere children. As a result, Su Huang received the letter, glanced at it roughly, and commented on Zhui Ying's intention for a decisive battle with 2 words, foolish. To provoke Zhui Ying, Su Huang personally wrote a lengthy reply, which he had the messenger take back. While the Xintian sect, soul refining sect, Yuntian sect, and demon god sect were busy, the person they were truly looking for was within Huishao City, casually wandering around and looking around. Half Mountain Villa in Qianshui Bay. Second floor study. Zhang Ting had not yet rested. Thinking about his plan to establish a private university in Xiangjiang, Zhang Ting felt a surge of excitement. He knew that not only would he be creating a university to nurture talent for himself in Xiangjiang, but also to set up some laboratories. In addition to the university and the corresponding laboratories, although these would require a significant amount of funding for Zhang Ting, it was still quite necessary. He thought to himself, isn't blockchain said to have no limits on its defenses as long as the number of people is sufficient? No one can decipher the cryptocurrency keys, right? So far, the Lin family had not sent anyone to support the Lin family branch in Beilu City. This was evident as she noticed her grandmother's face turning noticeably grim, indicating that she was indeed feeling anxious. That's just how it is. That good for nothing can do nothing but household chores. He wouldn't earn much even if he went out to work. Chen Ting raised her voice. After mumbling that sentence, she turned and left, keeping her head down as if afraid that Li Yang would see her face. The next day, when the sun was already high, he lazily crawled out of bed. Just after finishing his morning routine, he opened the door to find Pang Yi standing in front of him, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Zhong Dad and Zhong Mom were engaged in polar and marine research, so they were mostly either in Antarctica or at sea. He had just sent a message to a media friend he knew, and they immediately replied, assuring him to rest easy, as someone had already taken care of it. Any news regarding you would undoubtedly require careful consideration before hitting the internet. He, will you still be involved in the upcoming matters? Ross asked, noticing that he seemed distracted. However, his intuition suggested that heights of several hundred or even thousands of meters were highly possible. What astonished the advisors was that the higher-ups in the military were accommodating all requests. Personnel and supplies at the base were rapidly increasing, and the original scale of the base seemed cramped, with engineering troops already beginning to expand its size. Chen Luobin gestured to Eugene Feng, indicating her to come out and manage things. However, this time Eugene Feng did not follow Chen Luobin's indication. She stared blankly at the swaying chandelier hanging from the ceiling, seemingly oblivious to Chen Luobin's gesture. Hearing Wu Qing's shout startled both me and Yu Air, and we quickly ran outside. Once outside, we felt relieved as Nian Air was chasing Wu Qing. Xia Yu secretly glanced at young Manny. Shaking her head, she thought that even if Manny agreed, her family might not allow her to stay at their house. Okay, I will definitely come over when I have time. Chen Luobin turned around and waved at Li Bing, a smile spreading across his face. Emily pointed at Xiuqi, but was so furious she couldn't find the words. Even Robot, who was protecting her, showed an angry expression. Walking down the street with a shopping mindset, Gao Shou couldn't help but feel a sense of disconnection from reality. The Demon Emperor and God King Aisha Yu were locked in a stalemate in the sky, and at that moment a deafening explosion rang out, startling both the Demon Emperor and God King, who instinctively released their grips and retreated to observe the situation below. The God King also flew out from the Xingtian divine artifact, using divine sense to survey the circumstances below. A gust of cold wind swept by. Except for a few highly skilled individuals, everyone else felt a chill run through them, sensing an aura that emanated from death. Did that man actually possess such presence? Yi Tianxia's eyes had already landed on the refrigerator behind Chen. He rushed over in a few strides, flung open the refrigerator door, and grabbed a piece of frozen raw beef to stuff. Your teacher Reyes should have been directly taught by Lei Chan, potentially surpassing his mentor. More evidently, he inherited Lei Chan's hatred towards Lu Xian, which is why he has always targeted the descendants of Lu Xian's disciple Fengjia. Lu Xian said slowly. Jin Feng Building, a high-end commercial complex in the central district of Xianjiang. In the morning, Wang Jiqiang was removed from his position as the general manager of Taiping Electric Fan Company. After handing over all managerial affairs to Lu Jiaming in the afternoon, he left the company. At this moment, night had already fallen. Wang Jiqiang stood in the living room, allowing himself to gaze at the night scenery of Victoria Harbor not far away. Before this, he had been following Li Shang. The Qiankuan bag contained little mysterious crystal, mostly gold coins, and some medicinal herbs and mystical artifacts. A group of players entered the Adventurers Guild, but Yi Qingqing and the others did not see the iconic elf girl. Instead, there was only a balding old man in slippers sprawled on a chair, sound asleep. If it weren't for running into you, I would have cooked it tomorrow morning. After saying this, Jin Feng lay down, covering her face, and began to cry softly. After cleaning the wound, removing necrotic tissue, and stitching it up, the injury began to flare up again after a few days. Ziming Stone. That aged voice rang out once more, and suddenly an old man with white hair appeared before the group. In front of these memorial tablets, 3 bright yellow incense sticks were still burning in the large incense burner. It seemed that someone came here daily to clean light incense and pay respects. Li Ronghua was taken aback, realizing he felt somewhat unwell. After thinking it over, he concluded it must be the wind chill, having taken care of Li Qiui, who had a cold, and he had also been exposed to the cold wind the previous night. It's actually a Blevel mission. Yi Qingcheng was momentarily stunned. If he remembered correctly, Nuan should have said that with his strength he had a chance to complete a Blevel mission. Moreover, prior to this, that guy Li Fengchun had almost completed a Blevel mission, so after the initial astonishment, he quickly regained his spirit. Though he couldn't see the surroundings clearly through the shadows of the nearby mountains and forests, Yin too made a careful judgment and led the team towards the highest peak ahead. When she woke up, she felt the ache in her body. Before she could turn around, the man's hand behind her had already wrapped around her. Miao Chun was highly efficient in his work. Since he decided to let Lei Luo and Ye study abroad, immediately he acted without hesitation and swiftly arranged it. But the old man's intuition told him that the power of this lightning law was somewhat different from the surrounding laws. Zhang Yimiao received a message from her mother, and she realized that her mother had indeed changed. She was starting to care about her. God knows that what Zhang Yimiao desired the most was her mother's concern. However, Hao Bai looked perplexed, unable to understand why such a question had arisen during the comprehension test. He Lianxuan seemed to also realize the seriousness of the situation, and without a second word took Su Linga and hurriedly drove towards the Mo family. The audience stared blankly at Zhang Wei, who was stepping on the sword hilt before erupting into even more enthusiastic applause and cheers deafening the air. Zhang Wei twisted his neck, pressing his long sword against the neck of the scarred man, and coldly said. As the tip of the large knife passed through the circle formed by the steel wire, Chenzing quickly stomped his foot. His foot landed exactly on the edge of the 5 emperor coins on the ground, causing the copper coin to leap up, and then Chen Xiang kicked towards the coin. Let's go. Stop dawdling. Let's first meet those people and help spread the news. Beidou pulled on the reins, turned the horse's head, and ran towards the city. The most calm and indifferent were probably Zhong Tianyu and Ouyang Shao. Each of them had different expectations in their hearts, holding on to a final glimmer of hope. Li Haonan was the president of the Dynasty Empire and also the godfather of both the Black and White worlds in Southeast Asia. His demeanor was commanding, with a grand aura and a steady expression, exuding a formidable presence, as if possessing a magic that could captivate hearts, evoking an inexplicable feeling of submission. Although this spell had little practical effect in actual combat, it was excellent for concealment. Upon seeing that the Taiping Electric Fan Company had stabilized its position in the global fan market and began to venture into the research and development of other electrical products, Zhang Ting noticed another truly lucrative project. Arcade machine. An arcade machine is a commercially operated game device placed in public entertainment venues. It can also be referred to as a large-scale gaming device, originally originating from the coin-operated entertainment machines popular in bars, restaurants, and entertainment venues in Country M. In a broader sense of coin-operated machines. Unfortunately, Xie Hao was unaware that the gentleman he considered humble had sent an urgent letter to Xie Jian on the very night he met Xie Lan. The letter expressed his admiration for Xie Lan, proposing marriage to her, and he hoped that Xie Jian would agree. Qin Zhongyan had always acted straightforwardly. I just want to find him. His clothes are still here. Princess, how could this be possible? Guogua said calmly, then she looked at Hearing Zhang San's words, Chao Gai suddenly realized, but upon reflection it made sense. These past 2 years Zhang San and Li Si had been practicing martial arts alongside the brothers of Liangshan, but they had mainly been serving Chao Gai, so it was time for them to go out and train. Following that, Gua Honglei picked up the long knife and rushed forward without hesitation, kicking the bandit, attacking Zhang Feng in the chest with a swift and skillful movement. After thinking for a while, Duo Luo couldn't come up with a good idea. Just as he was pondering how to make Ro Nu more comfortable in his arms, Ro Nu suddenly opened her eyes. In the royal tent of Shigan, he sat with his beloved concubine Su Mia, but since Su Mia had been wearing a veil for years, even Gu Jin was unclear about her appearance. At this moment, he and Yang Luqing were surrounded by 2 faint silver oval light spheres, protecting them from the impact of the flames and the harm of the aftermath. She generally disliked socializing, and usually it was a struggle, but now with her husband's life uncertain, exhausted in mind and spirit, she had no choice but to attend and maintain decorum. He was unclear about the situation on Victoria's side, but he knew that Jian would definitely regard the 9 Lives Lynx as a hypothetical adversary. He went to the northern suburbs of Yinjing, bought 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, beat up a bag snatcher, and then went to the Purple Rose Hotel in the northern suburbs. Everyone in the circle knows he's a flirt. What do you think he went there for? The hunter said. This resulted in the Zhao Yi army rarely recruiting soldiers, and even when they did, the scale was small, usually only enlisting a few strong men to replenish losses in battle. Lu Yu pondered extensively but couldn't figure out the reason, and had no choice but to temporarily set aside his doubts, keeping them hidden in his heart. On one side, Wang Chen successfully bought the castle with cash, while on the other side Nua, who was in dire straits, having only 40 million, and could only seek help from his father only to be scolded mercilessly. Fortunately, it wasn't face-to-face. If it had been, he would certainly have received a severe beating. Lin Xiao, you are amazing. You scared the opponent away with just one move. Dong Mei and Dong Ling came forward, each holding one of his hands, praising him joyfully. In a hurry, Yi Haochuan executed the dragon emerges from the sea move, and a powerful, domineering, and vigorous true energy surged forth. Now that Huainan's taxation has been changed to the collection of physical goods, the source of cash mainly relies on the monopoly of salt and tea. Brother Shui, I believe this matter has potential, and I hope Brother Shui can lend a hand. Old Master Qian suddenly said this. Naturally, Old Master Shui on the opposite side understood the implication of Old Master Qian's statement. King Zuixian understood and promptly arranged for these gatekeepers to return and recuperate, then took Tai Fu Rong to the room where Princess Jialan resided. Chun Xueli and Wang Chun had a teacher-student relationship, at least on the surface, but in reality their relationship was more than just that. Perhaps they could even be considered friends. Otherwise, Chun Xueli wouldn't speak to Wang Chun in such a joking manner. Haha, you're dancing. Where did you learn this? Seeing her cute appearance, Shen Siyuan couldn't help but laugh. June 30th, 1974. Morning. Zhang Ting met with Wang Jiqiang. He had lunch and then took a nap. After waking up, he went swimming at the pool. Zhang Jinrong approached and said, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Weili has brought someone over. Did Weili bring someone? Could it be his friend from Country M? You greet them first, I will join you shortly. Zhang Ting said as he left the swimming pool. Even in the face of the imperial family's clandestine influence, they remained unafraid. This is not an ancient era where one family held absolute power and kings ruled the world. The Holy Empire, despite its name, is essentially a coalition of noble families. Molin's 4-star improved spell had a power fluctuation around 60, nearly equivalent to a standard 6-star spell. Even with the enhancement of the staff, it was difficult to exceed 100. Gu Yuan quickly announced the end of the competition, and a lecturer from the medical school skilled in curse removal rushed to the platform to cleanse the deadly curse infecting the student and reattached his head. The Heavenly Emperor took over the Heavenly Court, establishing the divine path, drawing the souls of deceased immortals and powerful mortals into the divine list, officially bestowing them as deities to supplement the positions in the Heavenly Court. Are you really poisoned? I'm so sorry. Ru Huan exclaimed in panic, suddenly remembering the azure pill Mo Ran had given her, hurriedly reaching into her bosom to retrieve one and placing it in his mouth. Well, there are 3 hidden spaces in total. Fang He immediately confirmed the result without any hesitation. Cheng Tianyang was momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, shaking his head in disbelief. Yet in that moment of crashing and bouncing, Henry was directly knocked back, spitting blood, while the snow eagle beneath him suffered severe injuries, emitting painful cries. Upon seeing the names of the deceased, Gao Feng's pupils began to constrict before widening again. Each name, each incident was a troubling piece of bad news. It seemed that King Kaiyan's Iron Throne was indeed very unstable. According to normal behavioral logic, their actions would reflect that they should know how to make the right choice. The soldiers screamed in agony as they jumped off the wooden walls, rolling on the ground and calling for their comrades. Though this would drastically reduce the meat supply, at least it prevented them from starving. Hua Shu knew that the visitor was Qing Rang. He did not turn around, his hands searching along the city wall, touching the red bricks. I once hoped to escape from here as far away as possible, but never thought of destroying it. This is a buried thought in his heart. He knew it would evoke guilt in Qing Rang, yet he could only express it. However, this sweet revenge was like a hidden dagger among flowers, contrasting with the sweetness of happiness and warmth. The pain of that stab hurt even more. In the pitch-black night sky, the light of the stars was obscured by black mist. Amidst the swirling winds and remnants of clouds, an immense thunder pool rapidly formed. Yu Zichen, who was deeply engaged in communication with the Buddha statue at Puqing Temple, suddenly sneezed, unaware that his loyal subordinate had begun to favor Qing Rang. The group continued southward, arriving at Tiger Hill, located in the northwestern corner of Gusu City, 5 kilometers from the city center, boasting a history of over 250 years and renowned as the top scenic spot in Wuzhong, where King Helu of Wu built the city. Jieging fell silent. On one hand, she indeed believed the person before her, but on the other hand, she had to consider the safety of humanity. Zhang Xiaofeng was right. Zhang Kaiki relied on the Jixing brokerage company, while Zhang Shuyan would not gain an advantage in internal resource competition unless she left the company and sought another sponsor. Otherwise, she would always be overshadowed by Zhang Kaiki. However, leaving was not that easy. Upon seeing Wang Yulei attire, which was completely at odds with the title of entrepreneur, Yang Qing felt somewhat uncertain. Zhang Ting had just discussed so much with Governor Ma Lihao, hoping for the governor's office to provide policy support. Now that Ma Lihao had agreed, his problem was resolved. Zhang Ting pointed to the map of Xiangjiang hanging in the study and said, Governor, here in Kowloon, we will establish Kowloon Academy. In the new territories, we will found New Territories Academy. And in the area of Hong Kong Island, we will create Xiangjiang University of Technology. Among these, Xiangjiang Kowloon Academy is inclined towards humanities and social sciences, as well as the art. Sukin held the pearl in his hand, smiling slightly, exhibiting a demeanor of an expert as he fought with just his feet. Rumor has it that Sukin, who created the Drunken Fist, was no less skilled with his legs, easily defeating several well-trained guards of Singalinkan. In the second match, winning against the Knights was not entirely unexpected, yet it was still beyond the experts' predictions. It emitted a white glow, one end connected to an infinite past, the other to an boundless future. However, Lu Xie's casual adoption of policies from future military districts, when heard by Cao Cao, inevitably took on a further meaning. It further weakened Cao Cao's control over military power. Listening to the increasingly indistinct noise around him, Yuan Sheng raised his hand and stifled a yawn. What he could do now was only to secretly send someone to protect her. He couldn't directly intervene in this matter. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. For Chu Xiangnuan, under coercion, thought of solving it herself, not seeking his help. In just a few words, they pinned the theft on Yuan Sheng with not a shred of solid evidence. Even Xinjia, who was watching from the side, felt embarrassed for Yuan Shui. The rapeseed flowers were thriving. A vast expanse of yellow blossoms danced in the wind, their fragrance filling the air, refreshing to the senses. Here, any reporter who obtains even a single piece of news, no matter how questionable or fabricated, as long as it holds value, will receive generous rewards from the editor. At this moment, on the massive platform directly ahead in the square, 6 figures appeared simultaneously, namely Dean Xia Chongkong and the 5 elders. Indeed, Super Basketball from now on, any ability can be displayed without the need for basketball rules. The only condition for victory is to throw the basketball into the opponent's hoop. I have always lived in a world filled with selfishness, Zhang Jiahao said earnestly, looking down at his opponent with a disdainful smile. If I am kind-hearted, they will think I am easy to bully. After being bullied once, there will be a second time. After Han Xiu finished the call with Warner, another call came in, this time from the internal line of the company. However, this was also a helpless move by Xing Hongfan. He couldn't just watch his father, who held the rank of commander, endure such immense pain without intervening. She initially wanted to hang up directly, but was worried that Xiao Mukin might have truly hurt his leg. Thus, driven by concern, she ultimately answered the call. As the chilling growl of the beast echoed, Xiao Fan shuddered, feeling something within him fly away, leaving him with an emptiness in his heart, as if he had lost something extremely important. If heaven shows no mercy, I shall retreat into the mountains, with her ignoring worldly matters. And Weiqi replied languidly. At that moment, Yu Xinyuo trembled all over, her heart entangled in a way she had never experienced. Her face was filled with urgency. With no time for further thought, she turned and stepped inside. Having arrived in the capital, she did not contact Xiao Fan immediately, but during a drinking session, she was caught by him. Don't worry, you won't have to dance anymore. Brother has endless riches and glory waiting for you. Li Jijun's Xiao Lang chatted with the Empress Dowager for a while, who then suggested he visit the other consorts more often. Xiao Lang managed to brush it off. July 12, 1974. Friday. At Hong Kong's Kai Tak International Airport, a sudden increase in security measures was evident this morning, with the presence of military personnel at the airport. Compared to usual, it was clear that the airport was under significantly tighter scrutiny today. In a separate VIP room at the airport, besides Governor MacLehos and his wife, there were also Chief Secretary Lo Paksh, Financial Secretary Ha Tinky, and several legislators and important figures present. The steaming coffee sat in front of the two, the rising smoke slightly obscuring their faces, making them appear somewhat. A group led by Tam Jing and Ouyang Jinping raised objections, stating that tobacco should not be promoted. Ouyang Jinping even discussed the dangers of tobacco from a medical perspective. Hui Feng did not expect Zhu Wen to be so malicious, throwing dirt on him. He was so angry that his face turned red, and he could not utter a word. Hidden to the side, Yu Chan gritted her silver teeth in frustration. She felt terribly wronged this time, and wished she could beat up this worthless thing. After the person left Rong Yen's side, seeing Feng Longtang having another child made him immediately think of Rong Nua and Tang Zong. Nonsense. You accuse the other party of poisoning with just a few words, which is utterly baseless slander. Do you really think you are the chosen one? The second elder's heart tightened, and the words slipped out. However, later studies on surnames revealed that the Jin surname had branched into Jin from Guangdong and Jin from Goryeo, adding countless complications for researchers. Shui Atten, invigorated by the battle, responded, "All right, Ainyo will compete with Brotherly," after saying that she was about to break through the encirclement and directly target the disheveled general. Shin Qing fell silent. She had never shared her experience with the roadblocks with anyone. Since Sun Yi could speak of it, it must be true. Sister Lu Sin observed the situation, here looking at Zhang Cheng, who wore a helpless expression. She called out, and then silently expressed her meaning with slow mouth movements. Though Leonardo was confident, he was not arrogant. Seeing Baburu so self-assured, he felt a twinge of doubt. Suddenly, as he was slicing Liang Yu stopped his actions, gazing at the celestial stone with a puzzled look. However, Shangwan Jinrui, upon seeing this, chuckled lightly. This could work too. A rogue is still a rogue, possessing a certain demeanor. The sword was indeed the one reforged from Luo Hao's ancient sword. Now it was nurtured as a king's weapon. Therefore, they did not want Su Suqing to come here knowing that Lu Qian was in danger and worrying about what negative effects might arise. In Lu Fan's view, sending out these video clips would only serve to create trouble among the various star systems. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed in Lu Fan's heart, melodious and enchanting like a lark singing. Wu Tianhao casually tossed the person, who landed heavily on the ground, rolling several times before stabilizing his body. 9 curves Yellow River Formation, open for me. Seeing the situation was not right, the 3 celestial beings shouted angrily. The brilliant light seal shot out, and instantly the room was enveloped in a misty haze, causing Li Xiaofan to feel an exceptionally powerful aura erupt. Returning to the dormitory after taking a serious shower, he thought for a while, hesitated for a long time, but still did not write a will. I believe I can endure, I can only endure. Unless something unexpected happens, he would not only lose the opportunity to enter the canyon and seize fortune today, but even his life would be threatened. Because that legendary master Jiang killed Han Sheng with a single blow, it would be very normal for him to take over the Han family from then on. Only the 4 walls remained with no furniture whatsoever. Furthermore, Lin Yi could determine from the angle of sunlight streaming in that it should be a basement slanting down along the staircase. Here golden core experts were as common as cabbages. But this did not mean golden core experts were worthless, as this situation had gathered all the best talents. As the granddaughter of the Earl Mountbatten, Amanda's birth signifies a status unlike any other. While the father of Ifalida and Sylvia is currently the governor of Hong Kong Maclehos, he pales in comparison to a lord like Mountbatten, who holds immense influence in the Y country. Mrs. Maclehos is clearly trying to curry favor with Miss Amanda, hoping that her twin daughters can form a closer relationship with her. Even if Maclehos leaves Hong Kong in the future, Zhang Lan is unwilling and reluctantly prepares to take off her windbreaker to give it back, intending to let Qing Ming try on the clothes again. Your Majesty, last night I saw a ghost. May I request that the Emperor arrange for a Taoist or wizard to come to the palace for a ritual? Concerns and strategies brewed in Lin Fei's heart. Apart from Yihua, who completed that task, no one else could discern any difference from the painting. It was simply a hint for those assigned the mission. Yihua approached the mural, knocking and probing, but could not find any mechanism on it. Could it merely be a hint? The actors cried when they were to cry and laughed when they were to laugh, vividly portraying the bittersweet, sour, and bitter experiences of the characters. Despite the same storyline, the arrangement required considerable effort, and the dialogue was deeply poignant. Yihua chuckled. This kind of magic was perfect for dealing with powerful melee combatants like Black, for what better way to describe magic than as flexible and adaptable, able to handle any situation. Any spell has its use, at all depends on whether one knows how to use it. Your purpose in escaping marriage from Gu Shao is to find the 10th Hall Master. Upon realizing this, Yi Bao was shocked, followed by profound sorrow and anger. In the brief moment from appearing to approaching, Yihua had already given the Emperor Demon enough time to react. Facing the thrust of the dagger, he suddenly raised his right leg and collided his knee against it. His knee was covered with a layer of iron which may not withstand heavy weaponry, but it was sufficient to block something like a dagger. Where is this? Su Yin struggled for a moment, stood up, but the ropes behind him were imbued with magical power, making it impossible for him to break free. Not necessarily. Su Yin tried to release his divine sense, but as soon as he did, an unnamed force pressed him. Although he had never handled something like this before, Carl had at least taken a biology lab course and knew that the most taboo in experiments was to act on one's own. It was essential to follow the established protocol step by step. Though he did not want to immediately kill Zhang Dehai and the others, and currently had no power to overturn them, how could Zhang Mingyu quietly walk away after the humiliation his family had endured during this time? Most of the apprentices listened in a daze, half understanding, while only a very small number of exceptionally talented apprentices seemed to discover a new world, thoughtfully beginning their own naive reflections in this direction. Though he was unwilling to admit it, Ning Xiu's poem was undoubtedly superior to his own, both in the choice of words and in the overall structure and intent. It outshone his work considerably. Seeing Zhang Mingyu suddenly raise his voice, Gu Qiu's heart trembled, and she no longer dared to bring up this request, even hesitating to speak, like a frightened rabbit diligently focusing on driving. I slowly nodded. The pain at this moment still failed to awaken me. Accompanied by Chen Meiqi and the driver, I arrived at the nearest hospital for stitching and bandaging, receiving the assurance that the issue was not serious. These were merely ordinary nights. As far as Carl knew, the most powerful nations like the Holy Hylar Empire, the Holy Fran Empire, and the Holy Jose Empire possessed technology to domesticate and cultivate magical creatures. Zhang Shichen did not wish to pay them any mind, as she treated his words as mere background noise, yet when her gaze fell upon the photographs on the table, she could not help but fixate on them. The photographs on the table depicted a family, but from these pictures one could clearly discern their living conditions. Galaxy Investment Building. Top floor office. Zhang Ting stood by the window gazing outside. Although most of the company's affairs are now handled by General Manager My Lizi, Zhang Ting still goes to work regularly. Aside from that, he keeps an eye on the stock markets of Shangjiang Country Y and Country M, as well as the fluctuations in the price of gold and gold futures. Boss, the coffee is ready. Leuna brought over the brewed coffee. Zhang Ting turned around, and to his surprise, This more terrifying feeling of dread made him instinctively stifle such emotions. Pock! A mouthful of blood and phlegm was spat onto the ground. What is going on? After a lifetime of battles, this one feels the most unjust. It all happened so suddenly that he didn't even see clearly who had thrown him out. Moreover, what is this situation? He barely took a few steps before reaching the end of this street. At the end of this road lies an area of void. There was nothing to see. It was a dead end with no way forward. He wanted to learn a trick or two from the upcoming competition to impress girls and secure a worry-free future. In the distance, heavy footsteps and labored breathing were heard. Jiang Tingting was running over. The six-eared macaque turned around and transformed into a large tree, then into an eagle, and finally into a ferocious tiger. Seeing this, he felt quite satisfied as he indeed surpassed the skills of the Tongbi. The people nearby were in a flurry calling out and trying to revive Xia Ping, but he did not wake up, so they took him to the hospital. The people from the Six Realms looked on in shock, realizing that the celestial light was coming from the direction of the planet. They knew that there were no celestial envoys left there, so how could there be such a commotion? Su Lijing held the third long spear and asked Master Yi. Master Yi was still reminiscing about Su Lijing's two recent moves, lost in thought and not paying attention to what Su Lijing was saying. The beam of light as thick as two fingers pierced through the tree embraced by several people and struck a stone about half a person's height behind it, causing it to explode, and the beam of light vanished. After 5 or 6 days of travel, the snow began to diminish and the path became increasingly difficult to traverse, filled with rocky ravines and the presence of wild beasts. It was evident that they were nearing the vicinity of the Antarctic Circle. Holding the large axe in his hand, Sheng Yaojin said nothing as he swung it at the approaching middle-aged man on horseback. He harbored intense hatred for this man, thus launching into the first move of the 36 axes of heaven, one chi, piercing the sun and moon, followed by the second move, life and death, both enigmatic. It seems that Jean Curson Jewelry Store and the Cartier brand have indeed reached some form of cooperation, the middle-aged man, who previously speculated about the potential collaboration, continued. Moreover, this child's father is special. The Emperor Yongning is the ruler of a nation, and she must consider this carefully. Under the tangled grass lay an old man with white hair, emaciated and frail. There was also a hunting rifle beside the old man. He glanced back at the rearview mirror and saw that the man had awakened but was pretending to be unconscious. One of his hands held a phone ready to dial. Just as he took 2 steps, a shout came from behind, and before Xie Dongya could turn around, he was violently bumped into and fell with a cry. This fellow glanced at the table and without hesitation threw in 200,000 chips. Those following him included some who folded, while 2 with pairs had 1 fold, and the other matched the 200,000. This was their 3rd time visiting Old Sun's residence together. As soon as they reached the door, they were stopped by armed guards. The once lush green trees had already turned into withered trunks, the leaves long fallen. Looking around amidst the thick layer of snow, a few branches of withered wood stood alone. Amanda had just turned 17, and she already felt that this young Chinese man Zhang Ting was exceptional when she first met him. After arriving in Xiangjiang, her impression only deepened. For her, helping Zhang Ting with these tasks was not only for him, but also for herself. Before leaving, Zhang Ting made no concrete promises, and Amanda did not receive the answer she desired. For Amanda, being young meant she still had plenty of opportunities ahead. In truth, this was quite simple. As long as one could sense natural energy, they could control it. The reason was that while pursuing the evil soul master, she had heard of the prodigy Yi Jianyu from the Yi family. She had initially been on guard against Ji Yuan, and even in her unconscious state, she still held a glimmer of hope, revealing her true intentions. To her surprise, upon learning of this, he genuinely saved her. However, upon seeing that the person accompanying them had changed from Luo Yuan to Mu Lianying, she felt a tinge of disappointment and sadness. Zhu Qing was the most trusted guard of Zhu Yin. Informing him meant informing Zhu Yan. The reason Zhu Yin did not wish to speak was not to appear strong or to investigate herself, but because her elder brother was usually very busy, often residing in the palace. As a trusted imperial guard of the emperor, he could not be distracted from his duties, so she did not want to burden him with these matters. After saying that, she jumped down from the carriage, returning to her own, pondering this matter quietly. Li Jipan was more restless than he had imagined. It seemed she genuinely did not want to marry the southern prince, but he wondered what conditions she could offer. Ban nodded lightly. This was a common gesture among the Uchiha clan, nothing special to discuss. Just as she uttered 3 words, a strange rustling sound emerged from the nearby woods. Fu Lang clearly sensed someone watching him, but paid no mind, focusing instead on adjusting his cuffs. His expression was one of disdain as he casually picked a bottle of perfume and sprayed it on himself. They were all loyal subordinates of their respective leaders who had already pledged allegiance to Mo Chun, thus it was only natural for them to be absorbed into his ranks. Chu Nange started the engine and hit the road. After driving a few hundred meters, several vehicles suddenly sped past her and came to a halt in front. Suddenly they recalled the earlier events, their minds shaken as they hurriedly searched for the 2 demons shrouded in purple energy. They also remembered Ning Qianxuan and Li Linger, wondering if they were safe. Were those 2 demons still around? Lan had no idea how much surprise and astonishment her competition had stirred, nor did she realize how much envy and jealousy she had attracted. She happily sat in her room, sipping tea, finally resolving a lingering concern. Yet she noticed his eyes were slightly red, and his expression as he looked down at her was tense and filled with excitement. Senior, let me take the punishment for Jingxian. Xian Yuan Xinghao believed that Jiang Jingxian was a disciple who had secretly escaped from the Jiang family and had been discovered by them, thus facing punishment. The kick just now was no mercy from Chu Feng. He clearly felt the force rip through the old man's body, yet it healed instantly, the flesh becoming as tough as stone. When actual contact was made, it felt like kicking a steel plate. Lu Wu was still digesting the existence of the weapon spirit, and upon hearing more about its power, he was further astonished. At the same time, he vaguely sensed something unsettling, but couldn't articulate it yet. That unspeakable thing instilled fear in him. What could it be? Lu Wu was once again taken aback, his expression changing drastically. His face had certainly endured many transformations, and it was a relief that it hadn't stiffened into a block. Yang Shihua felt particularly wronged, wanting to break free, but found herself unable to. Tears welled up again as she looked at Zhou Mingjian with a stiff neck. The cool water felt like a soothing balm, instantly calming her agitated heart. Mi Yiqing looked up to see the sun directly overhead. It seemed to be noon. With a sigh, she thought to herself that since she was already here, she might as well make the best of it. She had to meet the president of the Empire Building today, otherwise she resolutely would not return. Hedgie Trading Company, once a third or fourth-tier player among century-old foreign firms, rapidly rose to prominence in the 1960s, becoming a dazzling star in the stock market, a transformation triggered by the renowned businessman Qi Dezun from Hong Kong. Qi Dezun was born in southern Rhodesia, Africa, and graduated early from William College on the British island. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Shixian, realizing that they could not continue this topic. Yanxi was someone who could talk about anything, and if they went on, he would be unable to handle it. Aunt Xiao did not refuse the proposal from Wan Xiaoru. She merely nodded slightly and turned to leave without saying. At that moment, Wan Xiaoru and Haitang exchanged glances, and after a brief connection of their eyes, Haitang hurriedly followed Aunt Xiao. That's right, you want to trick me into giving you my fish head soup and my foolish brother. You think you can walk out empty-handed? Considering your age, it'll take one of your arms today. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this door. What's going on? A shocked Xiao Yifei suppressed his inner confusion and refocused his attention, preparing to investigate. Xiao Moyu was heavily struck back, crashing through the wall behind him, shattering the furniture in the room. Lin Xiao asked gravely, noticing the expressions of those around him. He knew something had definitely happened, and there were signs of a struggle with many people injured. Both of them deeply desired to develop a closer relationship with Qin, yet even not minding an intimate connection, hoping to gain his protection. After the tide receded, the hurricane had calmed. At this moment it seemed that only his voice echoed through the heavens and earth, yet this time he did not carry any seductive intent, but instead magnified the sea creature's fear of death, using the soul-controlling technique. Lin Xiao smiled as he could tell that this fire was not aiming to deal with him, otherwise he would have acted long ago. While speaking, he cupped his hands in greeting to the generals beside Dong Zhuo, such as Niu Fu, Li Ju, and Fan Chou. Looking again at the lottery section, the position of the supreme treasure chest had disappeared. In its place were 3 large characters sold out. Since the Jin state was able to recover the Qi state without bloodshed, the Wu state could also achieve the same result if they employed the right means. Yang Feng knew his situation. If he entered the Bodhi tree and couldn't suppress the demonic heart, he would become part of the demon clan, and he could not take that risk. Zhao Li wore a cold expression and said calmly. There was an unmistakable air of arrogance that permeated the atmosphere. Zhao Li did not care about where the vital point was. The opponent appeared to be purely composed of light, so it should not matter where he struck. He could strike wherever was convenient. The reputation of Duan Jiang still instilled fear in the hearts of the Chang people, even after more than a decade. Upon hearing that Duan Jiang's son Duan Zong was leading troops to aid Beigong Boyu, and others frowned. He was busy with the establishment of the studio and preparing for the film he needed to shoot, keeping pace with Fu Hanjing. Just a quick glance confirmed to Andrew that the Norwegians and Danes were indeed leading their forces, with over 2,800 Viking longships, making that clear. Perhaps the only solace for the Japanese army, who were aware of the situation during this artillery strike, was that Colonel Suzuki Kenji wasn't present. Otherwise the highest rank among the surrounded Japanese troops would have been that of a major. Jansen could see from his position the figures of a Gon and his manager walking towards the outdoor parking lot from the first-floor corridor. That eccentric leading man paused just before exiting the corridor, seemingly saying something to his manager. A person's ambition is not formed in a day, it accumulates gradually over time. Historically, Li Jiaqing was exactly like that. After listing the Changxiang Real Estate Company, he acquired the Hueringsing building, which caught the attention of Shunbai and others, leading to the gradual formation of his ambition. Even so, at the beginning, Li Jiaqing did not dare to imagine swallowing up the then Hutchison Whampoa. Instead, he hoped to absorb the Kowloon warehouse under the Jardine Matheson Group. After a long planning, Shun Yin suddenly stepped forward, punching and kicking the fat man who had just harmed Yin Yin. Unable to suppress his anger, the man restrained by the police had no chance to resist and could only howl. When a few people saw her coming, a chilling aura wrapped around their spines, binding their hearts and causing them to forget the pain. We've reached the restroom. You can go in, class leader. Ruan Minyan suddenly raised her voice, pointing at the restroom sign ahead and shouting. However, it was all too late. That fleeting, intoxicating spring air made her unconsciously indulge for several seconds. It has been snowing day and night for the past few days. Today it finally stopped, and it's a rare, auspicious day. The noble families throughout the capital have come to pay their respects to the Buddha. Even before the royal family, the Xingqian Academy must show some respect. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingjia's face darkened. I have finished the tasks in the company, and I came to check on things. By the way, Chun Yin, this piece of land must be strictly examined. There must be no mistakes. After all, this is the first time. Ji Yunyang's face was cold, but his words were very serious. Wu Dong deliberately changed this practice not because it was difficult to act elsewhere, but because if they acted in other areas, the targets would be too obvious and easily detected. Are you still thinking? This kind of question should be answered immediately without hesitation, with not ugly. Ruan Mianmian gritted her teeth, frustrated by the lack of resolve. Zhao Bin really did not want to get involved in the arms business, but for that piece of land, he was willing to do things he would. She is clicking on the entire body of the demon lord one by one. The Prince of Pingxi said in a low voice, feeling frustrated and unable to comprehend. Since Nangong Yuan was confirmed dead, Nangong Yu has matured a lot as she no longer acted as mischievously as before, but instead became more mature and steady, considering everything for the family. Thus, in order to maintain everything as it was, just as it always had been. No, she hoped for change, but without disrupting the status quo. Holding on to such a wish, Yoshida Kazumi arrived at the place where she had agreed to meet the young man. Now is the time go. Shang Guanyin noticed that the giant snake was moving with great difficulty and gave the order. Several people rushed out from the hidden door, with Shang Guanyin and Tan Dongmei leading the way, while Song Tingju and Tian Yu and Han Xing each carried a bag of explosives behind them, rushing towards the giant snake. Otherwise, the standards would be messed up. If we have no standards, then the mercenaries taking the tasks would also be quite confused, unsure whether they should take on the task right. Maloyu forced her. Anna looked at Malwa back, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and clenched her fists. Due to the need to take over and manage the properties in the bride price, Yusen stayed in Dongjiang City for a few more days. Looking up at the sky, Rhaenys pondered once again and realized that Wei Yuner's method was not without merit. After all, who would dare to bully the son of that family? Just not bullying others was already a blessing for them. And the cunning Wu Sansi, who had schemed for a lifetime, never imagined that this prince whom they had always trampled upon would take the risk to rebel. Internally, he also pondered what method to use to completely put his mind at ease, otherwise it would always be. Since Yunair was unwilling to go and meet Wang Kai, she would not go out at this time. Although she had not shown herself for a while, it was precisely because the other party was watching her that it was done to make them lower their guard. What kind of gaze did Bao Xianlong direct at Zhang Ting? Zhang Ting recalled that it reminded him of the way his grandfather looked at him in his previous life. Now the gaze of Bao Yu and his wife towards him was also quite different. As for Su Haiwen, the eldest son-in-law of the Bao family, and Wu Guangjing, the second son-in-law, their looks were somewhat complex, neither welcoming nor unwelcoming, making it hard to describe their expressions. Zhang Ting was unaware. Even Yin Jifei, who was busy eating, noticed his own changes. Just as the heavy stone in his heart fell, he heard Yao Xier calling, causing countless black lines to pop up on his forehead. According to my orders, when did I instruct you to touch the granary? Qin Jingshan pondered for a moment, genuinely unable to recall giving such an order to the governor, suspecting it was a fabricated excuse to escape blame. After all, with his son having his leg broken, he felt a great humiliation. If he did not eliminate Lin Shun, it would be like a thorn stuck in his throat. Lin Shun and Yen Ryu were locked in fierce combat in the bathroom, which had already become unrecognizable due to the tussle between the two masters. Don't say I didn't warn you, this girl is truly formidable. If you want to be humiliated, feel free to challenge her, Xia Haoyin said, without a hint of dissatisfaction. This. How could a lady of such humble status like her dare to be compared with someone of her caliber? After setting up numerous bamboo baskets and back baskets, Su Wanyang finally exited the space, utterly exhausted. Haihei Wuchang was slightly taken aback upon hearing Bai Wuchang's words. Oh, Bai Wuchang never spoke about others behind their backs, so why did he say so much this time? Zhang Qingfeng stared unblinkingly at Zhuijin, simultaneously making a gesture to prepare for combat. After listening to the rogue's complaints, the guard waved his hand, and the troops surged forward immediately, surrounding the carriage in a tight circle. Everyone knew she was promoted by Bai Zhu, who had a blood relation with Bai Sanchu, hence she was treated exceptionally well across all departments. Alright, if any of you have good ideas, feel free to find me at any time. Zhongnan set the tone. If it doesn't work out, then it's just fate or calamity. Oh, everything is uncertain. No need to worry too much. Things will straighten out when the boat reaches the bridge, said Yuan to the Taoist, showing no signs of concern. Outside Bilaodo Chi Xuani met with the Yellow Spring Great Serpent, which had transformed into a 3-zhang tall man suppressing its aura covered in wounds, especially its eyes, which contained immense power that made one reluctant to look directly. Zhongzhou Island ultimately collapsed, submerged by the surging waves. Watching these two men start to act childish again, Chi-Chi and Bulma exchanged glances and sighed simultaneously, then silently picked up the vegetarian skewer beside them and took a bite. Wow, it's not just obvious, even a fool can see it. Cheng Nuo exaggeratedly touched Cheng Yan's nose, who displeasedly dodged away. After gathering the 9 treasures of the heavens, Long Qingchen's days returned to tranquility. Having just broken through to the immortal realm, his cultivation wouldn't be able to advance further in a short time, thus, he was the most leisurely among the entire dragon clan. Shang Wanyun had not rested for 3 days and nights, feeling utterly exhausted. Since Xian Can and the Chai family trio no longer pursued him, he too stopped to catch his breath, waiting for his strength to recover before plotting his escape. The few of them remained stalemated until darkness fell, each unable to make any progress against the other. Liang Hua originally volunteered, willing to open her heart to let her speak about the desecrators, but due to her long, unkempt hair, her appearance was not appealing, and she was naturally voted down. Fortunately, Yin Yi and Bai Zhu only held hands when on stage and separated when it was time for the photo shoot. Where has that beast gone? Upon seeing the magical creature disappear in an instant, Song Zhang was startled and stealthily took out several high-level spirit talismans from his storage bag in case of an unexpected event. The villa at Qinshui Bay, Zhang Ting had just returned. At this moment, reflecting on the 2 collaboration conditions proposed by Bao Yugong, he was still somewhat astonished by Bao Yugang's boldness. If one were to say this was not due to the relationship with Bao Peihui, Zhang Ting felt it was utterly impossible. Connie, have the butler come over. Connie want to call Zhang Jinrong. Mr. Zhang, is there something you need? Zhang Jinrong approached and inquired. Notify my Lizzie. Or rather, she must have already sensed something amiss and used her own method to awaken the suppressed consciousness. Only that powerful figure named Yuan Ba was the most cunning and fickle, kneeling before Ding Hao at the first moment, kowtowing and begging for mercy, fawning over him, willingly becoming a slave to the demon, allowing Ding Hao to command him. Jia Jia can kill in an instant, even when striking the shield. Looking at the shield soldier turned into fragments by the fireball, Cheng Feng broke the waves and couldn't help but marvel at Qin Kuai's terrifying damage. At that moment, behind Sun Sheng, the magnificent statue suddenly radiated light. An endless divine light flew out from the statue, coalescing in the air into the shadow of a celestial being. However, with so many people at this table watching him, it was unlikely they would cheat, and moreover, the money on the gambling table was not substantial enough to warrant such actions. Hong Zhong was utterly speechless. The other party had been too extravagant, casually tossing out 10,000 in silk and jade. At this price, even as the young master of the Hong family, he couldn't afford it, and he couldn't help but feel humiliated and furious standing up directly. The fierce figure had a cold expression, and his gaze was exceptionally chilling. As his 8 spider-like arms crawled in from the ground, his eyes scanned all the people within the first-level palace. Everyone knew that Barbara and Gariani were not on the same path, so Andre and Yeli found it strange. Ding Hao also collected the young ghost car into the galaxy ring, and then controlling the Wanjia bracelet with his mind, he saw a ball of white light pulling him back along the same path, flying out from the modeled door as the endless abyss vanished. She had many means, but no specific techniques. Many times it was just a reflex of her physical instincts. Yin Tianzuan and Yu Hua Tianzuan also took note, planning to gather more later. After all, Yin Tianzuan had already agreed, so there was no rush. Sun Guang had reined in most of his power, using only about 1% of his strength to play ball with Peter Parker, which allowed Peter Parker to barely keep up with his speed. Damn it, this is kicking someone when they're down. Xiao Mai shouted angrily in the sea of consciousness. The so-called truth wanting to bring the murderer to justice was critical, but it paled in comparison to He Xinyuan's life. As long as a fight broke out here today, it would be a loss for you, and with the 2 stains of bullying customers and issues with the dishes, it would all fall on this Chinese restaurant. Although he wanted to, the first time between him and Gu Qianqian absolutely could not be in such a situation. Without saying anything or asking any questions, Pei Jingshi, who had been shot in the arm, greeted the old man and was about to leave in the car. Once it's built, there will definitely be some shameless people taking the opportunity to squeeze in. When Shiyu recalled how she was pushed out of the elevator, she felt furious, wishing that all those who squeezed in would be trapped inside the elevator. Uncle Long's theory of the hollow moderating the balance, reopening the brilliance of the sun and moon, calling forth the true spirit of human nature. At this moment, another man beside Pearson heard this and looked at Qin Xian with envy. I shyly bit my lip and giggled unexpectedly, meeting the somewhat curious gazes of Ming Yi and Qin Linai, then instantly wiped the shy smile off my face, but the blush still refused to fade. Chao Ting glanced at Chu Tianqing, and as a father, complex emotions overflowed from his eyes. He wanted to speak, but found no words. Thus, with a helpless look in his eyes, he quietly watched Chu Xiao's lonely figure disappear from his line of sight. Bao Yu has 2 publicly listed companies. One is Longfeng Investment. The other is Asia Shipping. Both were successfully listed before 1969. This time he is going to sell nearly 2 million tons of old ships from Global Shipping and Asia Shipping to the Cosmic Shipping Group. This must be announced externally as it concerns the interests of other shareholders. Additionally, HSBC is also affiliated with Global. Before she could finish her words, she saw the old demon. Instantly, she was stunned, unable to complete her sentence. He succeeded, and a layer of green light reappeared around Bachelou, who began to bleed profusely. Seeing herself teleported to the city return point with few people around, the old demon let out a long sigh of relief, thankful that she always kept a city return scroll on her. Otherwise, she would not have thought of such a way to return to the city. Earlier, the most ferocious tidal wave from Xianyi Academy could not break the magic flame chain prison, yet these sword energies expanded it outward. A massive ghost wolf slowly appeared before everyone along this path, its size at least twice that of an ordinary ghost wolf, with a more fierce, bloodthirsty gleam in its eyes. Sanling, do not come over, do not come over. Princess Taiping retreated with no way out, cornered against the wall, and could only speak to stop Li Longji. Yet her jealousy was unclear whether it was directed at Yin Yuheng Dudu or both. She cared about Yin Yuheng, and even more about Dudu. In fact, not only Dudu but even Bailey Yanqing herself lacked a sense of security, otherwise she wouldn't have strived to become stronger or be so unrestrained in matters of the heart. Although the location of the base has not been publicly disclosed, Night Moon has started making significant moves recently. Finding the base is quite simple. Xia Tianyu has put in considerable effort and finally entered the area where Night Moon's territory is located. Since it is a graveyard, the so-called enemies are far more than one. The moment a dragon man set his sights on the beautiful Cheng Lin, Xia Tianyu did not look back, and a silver light erupted from his silver pupils, a violent silver flame that directly surrounded the powerful dragon man. The total kill count ratio is 7-5, yet the majority of kills are concentrated on Gao Lin and the plane. Gao Lin's stats show 4 kills, 0 assists, and 0 deaths, with 168 last hits. Though he has 1 more kill than the plane, he has 2 fewer assists. It can be said that both are evenly matched, neither superior to the other. Just now she felt Xiao Yuhu becoming extremely cold, a suffocating breath pressing on her chest, causing her blood to surge. The moment Xiao Yuhu's words fell, she could no longer hold back. A mouthful of reversed blood surged out from her mouth, her gaze vacant, and her body crumpled down. This is common knowledge. It is impossible to repair it in just 2 days. She had clearly told him that the principles of the teleportation array had some clues, but did not say that the principles of the teleportation array diagram had been fully understood. Just as everyone was in an extremely tense state, suddenly the lights in the corridor went out, plunging the entire corridor into darkness. Firstly, as for the live stream of the network, some contestants may choose to perform quite special actions. By the way, I forgot to introduce you to the King of Slaughter. This is your grandfather Tang Chen, an on-scene generation talent of Haotian sect, a 99th level title de law, who is already half a body. Chen Chu said. She seemed to recall yesterday when Yi Chen looked at the starry sky and spoke those words of assurance. However, now he was protecting the one behind him, a proud figure like a long spear piercing the heavens, daring to face dozens of true Dao experts from the Su family fortress without fear. Seeing Hong Ying looking at herself with a complex expression, the sun released Fong, raising his left hand, high, a beam of silvery light, shining brilliantly, dazzling to behold. Li Jiaqing and his wife were well aware that without the support of Standard Chartered and HSBC, Bao Yugong could hardly become the king of the seas. Since the 1950s, a Standard Chartered began to support Bao Yugong, and this continued even more so in the 1960s. In addition, Bao Yugong's global shipping company has nearly 200 affiliated subsidiaries, many of which related to shipping are actually joint ventures with HSBC. Lin Yu gently pulled with his fingers, and the peachwood sword embedded in the rock wall flew back into his hand. With a swift strike, a huge wound appeared on the back of 11 Knight, gushing out blue liquid. Even if one cannot cultivate the path of immortality in the future, one can still ensure good health and live. Having planned the itinerary for the next day, Zhang Yuan took a basket and set out with Chu Yu. It was the harvest season, the autumn air was crisp and pleasant, and even just wandering around the mountains would be delightful. After that, apart from attending lectures at the academy for half a day, Gu Jinning spent the rest of his time at home, passing the time with storybooks. He initially thought of undoing her hair and restyling it, but felt it was too deliberate, ultimately abandoning the thought. He found a brocade cloak to drape over her before they stepped out together. The noise was so loud that the door of the room was pushed open without anyone noticing, and Lan Xingyan, sitting in a chair, remained oblivious. Though eager to study, the timing was not right. Mingxin swallowed the soul, soaring into the sky, heading towards the area with the most mountain tribe warriors, and unleashed a sweeping sword energy. It seems that if nothing unexpected occurs, the broken spirit sword should currently be located within this palace, just as I ponder how to find its whereabouts, when Zhe Sang, unbeknownst to me, had already approached me within arm's reach. However, at this moment His Majesty still harbored feelings for Linger. Even if I wanted to stop it, could I really change His Majesty's mind? Inside a residential house, Li Zhisher looked at the sheepskin scroll hanging on the wall, nodding with the bamboo stick. Wu Song looked up and saw a person walking out from the Yikomu family. It was Kong Jieji, who had brought him to meet Yikomu today. Is this mocking the rules I set? This may sound somewhat confrontational, Shenlang said. But to the person in front of him, he shook his head. No, I find it profound. Oh, I am a soldier too. To be continued. I struggled to recall the music that brought this sound, but could not remember until a slight pain in my arm reminded me of a reality. I am still a patient. Yet that sound continued to linger in my ears, refusing to fade away. Wu Xiujuan was the only person in the Qian family who truly cared for him. For her sake, Qian Li had endured the exploitation by the Qian family. This was not a sudden transformation of Li Zhisher into a good person, but rather an idea that arose in his mind based on the morning's events which he wished to try. Of course, Li Zhisher's heart was not as leisurely as it appeared at this moment. His thoughts had already sunk into the bracelet on his right hand. I heard it's a terrifying necromancer. He attacked the Holy Knights and lured Lord Alloway here. He must have used dark magic to destroy this place during the battle with Lord Alloway. Someone shouted loudly. Fu Yao feared he would die, leading Xue Yinyao to directly take the male lead script, ultimately triggering a redo of the mission. However, Tuanzou's power was deeply rooted in Konoha, making it difficult to uproot him at this moment, so they decided to hold off for now. Watching Su Yanfei follow Su Xiaojin into the Sushi Hall, while Yin Wu had also entered the inner hall under the protection of Zhong Sha, and Yin Tiaho, the onlookers gradually dispersed, and Han Jiayu worried about Yin Dui, Xue hurried back to the inn. Time quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, it was August 30th, 1974. Friday. Early in the morning. Zhang Ting got up, went swimming, and had breakfast. Zhang Ting took the newspaper and sat in the car heading to the Galaxy Investment Company. He ascended to the top office of the Galaxy Investment Building. After sitting down and sipping the coffee made by Leuna, he said, Leuna, ask Mike to come over. At that moment, Mike was already there. Su Cha in a daze heard this and obediently swallowed what was in her mouth, her muddled consciousness unable to discern what she was eating. After sending Lu Bai off on the way back, when Xian Ning suddenly mentioned the travel abroad that Sin had also brought. Half a month later, the younger brother was also brought back. The family of four along with a dog lived in the CU villa, bustling with activity, while CU rarely stayed at home. The investigation team quickly contacted District 1, but they were unclear as well, only saying that the person sent over couldn't be reached. The inability to conceive was a thorn in Xiong Yi's heart. Now so bluntly brought up by Yu Dai Yun, a surge of anger rushed to her head, and disregarding everything, she immediately pushed Yu Dai Yun away. Yu Dai Yun could have dodged, but she knew that if she argued with the princess, Shunming Su would definitely not. The huge feathered arrows of the Broken City crossbows were violently repelled by Luo Yunzhan's powerful true chi, spinning endlessly in the air, with some even shattering midair falling apart. Shi Bei had nothing to do so. He called Old Kong to bring him a bow and arrows, and together they went. As for Wei Tongguang, no one asked him if he wanted to go hunting, not even giving him a bow or arrows. It was as if he was invisibly disregarded by these hunters. When Sheng Wanyang saw Zhang Mingfang, he could no longer hold back and shouted towards her. The doctor nearby reminded him that the matter of childbirth must not be delayed or else the child would be in danger. People in the 9th district were cursing the Japanese for causing trouble while cleaning the streets when they heard the broadcast warning of approaching zombies, and immediately the agitated mutants rushed out. Stop being foolish. You have bowed 9 times to the senior, activating the mechanism, which means the senior has accepted you. Then that's good. Feng Yunshao's heart knot was untied, and he instantly felt much happier. Nan Gong Miao felt like a deflated balloon. The old man was right, she was no longer a secret. Many were watching her, and if not for the presence of old Nio, she would have been doomed. Stop wasting words. Do as I say. Su Jian knew the guards meant well, but this matter was truly urgent, so he did not accept their good intentions. Lin Kuan, Kuang Qing, Shin Tu Feng, and others all shouted out simultaneously, turning to rush down. Ding Hao unhesitatingly agreed to the annihilation battle, and everyone from the 2 factions who saw this message was stunned. A blood-red name appeared on the challengers list. Sun Kai looked over as enemy soldiers brandished their swords, fiercely pursuing Li Huan, who was running ahead. The scene left everyone shocked and speechless. After meeting his father, Ding Hao directly sent Lei Xiaoting's family to the core of the Western continent, which was the Underworld King's Hall. With a thought, Ding Hao caused the Underworld King's Hall to undergo a transformation, turning the dilapidated hall into a magnificent and towering structure. Mu Yun clenched her teeth and used the torn fabric to bandage her arm, while Tian Dai Wu tossed her a bottle of medicine without looking back. He Huilan was the first to reach the door as she reached for the clothes hanging on the rack, but her hand couldn't stop shaking. With Gao's presence, she couldn't chat much with the Da He family, so she smiled and said, "Rest assured, A Rong is my sister, I will take good care of her." She always kept a Rong in her thoughts. Perhaps after returning from this prayer festival, everyone would know she was the candidate for the priestess of the Silver Wolf tribe. The Taiping Mountain Villa. At the Qi Dezhan residence, Qi Dezhan was sitting in the living room of the villa smoking after making calls to Li Chashin, Wei Bide, and Xiaoboyan. One cigarette after another, and perhaps due to smoking too vigorously occasional coughing could be heard. However, the maid dared not remind him. Under the influence of the cigarette, Chi Dezhan became increasingly alert. An hour later, Li Chaxin was driving his Mercedes-Benz. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Su Qian heard the wind chimes at the door from the second floor indicating that Zhou Qiang had arrived. From the outside, the house looked unremarkable, but once inside, Jin Shirin discovered it was a 2-courtyard residence. Is this it? How did you manage that? Su Fan stared in disbelief at the people lying on the ground. His grandfather said he went to Kyoto to find Su Peng out of pity as Su Peng had ignored her for so many years. Fang Si had been thinking about the black pig she saw in the morning and started searching everywhere for vendors selling piglets. Not only was Su Qian thinking this way, but also the designers and celebrities from the fashion industry attending the event wanted to get to know her. But only Yi Chen knew that the assessment of his awakened level might not be so precise. Adding contact information with the other party was similar to the last time when transferring the bet. Su Qian's attitude towards Sun Ling's invitation was in the fan circle terms a black transfer road, and after the incident with Xia Fan, it had turned back to black. Suddenly she thought of something, raised her glass, stood up, and sincerely toasted to Jin Yinghui across from her. Absolutely impossible. Li Jian stubbornly shook his head, but in his mind, he was already fantasizing about the taste of candied hawthorns. After saying that, Zhang Yuanhao casually waved his hand, and a multitude of fortune vines wrapped around him invisibly, his eyes shimmering with a strange golden hue, like flames dancing in the night, roaming between heaven and earth. This was a dazzling world, grand yet not lacking in elegance, majestic, yet filled with an ethereal aura profoundly moving. The power of the laws of destruction seemed to begin eroding the spatial restrictions within the chamber, or rather the formation here could no longer bear the radiance of the 4 extremes lock blade array, producing rippling waves and showing signs of collapse. Everyone watching felt an eerie power of devouring, as if it wanted to absorb their very souls. There stood an ancient stone statue filled with cracks and dust, resembling a person kneeling on both knees, making strange gestures with its hands. The statue's face had been eroded by time to the point of being unrecognizable, yet it still emanated an air of mystery. The so-called illusion technique, also known as the round light technique, often seizes the 5 senses, transforming the heart through pain in hearing, sight, smell, touch, and taste. This emperor acted like a blind and deaf person, completely unaware of matters he should not know and oblivious to things he should not see, leaving his surroundings seemingly clear. The waitress sized up the marquee, and Li Yunhui, her face suddenly turning red. She quickly nodded, took the 3 identification cards handed over by Li Yunhui, and prepared their room. But when he turned to look that way, his expression suddenly froze. Not far from the divine fire, the slayer had reappeared, looking at him with cold eyes. Chun Yukin's delicate and beautiful face turned from green to white, in anger, pointing at Wu Hao with trembling fingers, unable to find a response to his shameless words. All major sects have records of the existence of the Age of Gods, yet none of the ancient texts documented the reasons for the annihilation of the Age of Gods. The true reason must be related to the calamity of the gods mentioned by Bai Sheng. 12. When walking in high heels, the posture should be correct, with toes pointed straight ahead, hips tightened, and the upper body straight. This can help avoid uneven pressure distribution, thus improving the phenomenon of leg and foot swelling, promoting blood circulation, and keeping leg pain at bay. Chi Dezun, Li Chaxin Wei Bide, and Xia Boyan deliberated for over an hour. Finally, they reached a consensus. First, they would publicly deny the rumors about Heji International owing a substantial debt to Europe, specifically the claims regarding a significant amount of Swiss francs. To prevent this news from escalating and affecting the overall operations of Heji International, Chi Dezun and the 3 decided to hold a press conference in the conference room of Heji Building tomorrow morning to refute the debt rumors. She did not miss Minx's departure, rather, having witnessed too many collapses and farewells, her emotions finally erupted and could no longer be contained. Of course, Chun Ling replied without hesitation, then added, however, I hope we are no longer in such an awe. Due to his low magical power, which remained at a mere 800, the instructor primarily taught defensive techniques. Yet defense alone cannot defeat an enemy. To conquer adversaries, one must engage in offense. There is no other way. The so-called execution he spoke of rested on a significant premise. This was a sorcerer who endangered the world and harmed humanity. Those unfamiliar with the matter displayed a disdainful expression upon hearing the 2 sounds, mistakenly believing Chun Ling had crushed someone's bones. At this moment, these star beasts had completely surrounded Xiao Tai, leaving no gaps and making it impossible for him to move an inch. Mother, this matter is not urgent, but allow me to consider it. Yang Fan could only resort to stalling tactics, continuing to delay. Before Su Qing could answer Ming Ye's question, she saw a flash of silver light. Instinctively, she embraced Ming Yi and turned only to feel a chill at her back as her body lost strength and fell backward. Song Ryu responded crisply with a yes, intending to turn and seek out someone, but considering that they were by the pond, and there was only a drunken man in the pavilion, she worried that he might fall into the water in his dazed state. Moreover, just now it seemed she heard him refer to himself as master. Though his methods were exceedingly cruel, they were also the most effective approach. This sin ultimately stemmed from her, and she could never escape the condemnation of her conscience in this lifetime. Laming's gaze was resolute as he instantly summoned his ghost thunder, exuding an overwhelming combat spirit. She could not help but recall her youth when she married Yu Shueshan. Due to the vast disparity in their statuses, she couldn't even have a basic wedding. First, she washed the wooden barrel with clean water, then opened the hot water pipeline. However, instead of hot water, a pale green liquid infused with a strong herbal fragrance flowed out this time. Go ahead, since everyone is here, let's clear the air. I want to see what you are really up to, said old Lady Lin, taking a sip of her hot tea with a sly tone. Upon realizing this, the ape spirit let go of all reservations and unleashed all the power it could muster, often sending a monster flying with a single punch, rendering it incapable of fighting. After a satisfying look at his equipment, Wang Li found that his gear level was nearly maxed out, and he was about to become invincible. The only commonality was that in every shard Ning Ji had a calm, yet eerie smile in her eyes. I was not asleep, instead I lay on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. By around 11 at night, I suddenly, straightening my posture, I suppressed the turbulent undercurrents within my heart, while outwardly focusing on the skewers in my hand, glancing covertly at Tang Wanwen from the corner of my eye. What did you just call me? Chun Jing's voice, almost biting the tail of his words, was filled with anger and ferocity. Bai Yu was furious, yet Chen Mu appeared completely unfazed, still feeding the fish without a care. Though unaware of how Lawyer Li and Supervisor Liu came to know each other, it was evident that Supervisor Liu held a high level of trust and respect for Lawyer Li. After exchanging a few pleasantries and patting Lawyer Li on the shoulder, he retreated. August 31st, 1974. Saturday. Hutchison House No. 10, Connaught Road, Central Hong Kong. 830 M. In the main conference room, Chairman Chi Dezun, Deputy Chairman, and CEO Richardson, Business Director Xia Boyan, and Government Affairs Director Peter Wei sat at the head table. In addition, the accounting department of Hutchison International was present. As Su Muley spoke these words, a peculiar thought flickered in her mind. Was the face beneath that mask one she knew all too well? She stiffened. Just who was her opponent? Her adversary wielded a weapon rivaling the Jingwang spear, a divine armament forged personally by Dongwang Ju and recently reinforced by him, a peerless treasure rarely seen even across the primordial cosmos. Within the luminous screen, the fire serpent slowed after shattering the second azure shield. After a brief standoff with the third, it pierced through. As the zither's final note faded, Zhao Suxin rose to return the instrument, her eyes faintly glistening, though Li Moru failed to notice. Cold Star River longed for the so-called treasure they spoke of, yet he dared not claim it. His ambition lay in unifying the entire continent. As the regent prince spoke, he deliberately emphasized his tone, as if determined that every soul present would grasp his meaning without ambiguity. After returning to the courtyard, Su Muley found Ji Baifeng standing obediently before the wall in silent penance. Seeing this, Zhang Ming and Qin Chong nearly dropped their jaws to the floor. Could Mo Shina truly be adjusting that penniless student's clothes, as though he were her lover? Inside the cave residence, Luo Yin sat cross-legged upon the stone bed. Sensing the subtle shifts within his body, he swallowed the spirit-condensing pill given by Gu Xiaowei and began fully cultivating the first layer of the Saint Derivation Golden Fan immortal art. Zhang Chujing possessed an unusual trait. No matter what she did, her face always bore a gentle, radiant smile. Qiu Sun wore a sleek black short jacket left open over a plain white t-shirt. The moment he stepped out of the car, his commanding aura became impossible to ignore. His sharp silhouette and the tailored jacket lent him an almost surreal impression of extraordinary height. Feng Wuhing inwardly shuddered. The visit to the Lingwu clan had been far less harmonious and tranquil than it appeared on the surface. The eerie calm concealed surging undercurrents and lethal intent. We were all ensnared in Indi's illusion moments ago, but now it has shattered. Everyone is safe. There is nothing to fear, said Ziyue, offering a faint serene smile. Upon arriving at the academy, Feng Minghuai dashed down from the carriage. Wang Yifei stood at the gate in immaculate scholar's robes, bidding farewell one by one to fellow students who had gathered to offer congratulations. Is it truly possible? His cool, distant gaze wandered as he lifted his head, glancing around, and for a fleeting instant, a haunting, melancholy smile flickered in his pupils. He felt no fear. To Lu Yuan, so long as he held Ningxue's life and death in his hands, he would forever command the initiative. The bright Qin and dark Qin celestial emperors perished beyond the heavens. The bright realm and dark realm have changed sovereigns. The 9 lords of great Qin wage war upon one another, and northern Qin has fallen. The minister bowed respectfully. As the two men exchanged banter, they suddenly noticed 2 teenage girls standing beside them, eyes sparkling with infatuation. The Sun Moon holy cult had held its own against the orthodox martial sects of the Central Plains for decades, an undeniable testament to its formidable strength. Every generation's cult lord was a master of unparalleled martial prowess and extraordinary strategic acumen. Why are all the devastatingly handsome men such scoundrels? Xingyu was one, and so was he. Why do all the paragons I encounter turn out to be heartless rogues? Has true virtue vanished from this world entirely? How could I possibly begin? I cannot find a single flaw in you. A statement that sounded like praise, yet within this game it carried profound, biting irony. Since last Friday, it has already been a week. Although the executives of Hutsai have publicly denied any internal financial instability, both Hutsai International and its listed subsidiaries have been significantly affected over the past week. Moreover, the stock market in Hong Kong continues to be in a downward trend. In recent days, investors holding shares of Hutsai International Group have been selling off their stocks in droves. Among them, Ma Lizhi has secretly bought a considerable amount of these stocks that were thrown away by retail investors. Hearing Zhao Zuping's words, Lu Jianhong felt truly touched. This was the second time since Zhao Xueping arrived at the provincial party committee that Lu Jianhong dined with him, and with family members present, Zhao Xueping openly acknowledged his relationship with Wang Lina, which was enough to prove that he did not regard Lu Jianhong as an outsider. Although Lin Chen's achievements were outstanding, they were not gained through true strength, and such a high reward recipient left Zhong Peng feeling somewhat frustrated. The last time I went to Duoming Slope, I had little ability, but now my skills have grown considerably. Therefore, the road to Duoming Slope should be much easier this time. He was well aware that facing a 9-headed serpent was far more challenging than 2-headed earth dragons, especially when he was up against a 3-headed serpent at the peak of the Tianyuan realm, which was simply life-threatening. The 18 Arhats charged forward, instantly breaking through the demons' defenses, and then they launched a full-scale assault, leaving the demons in disarray. While the two were conversing, his divine sense once again picked up the warning from the 7-colored illusion crystal as 2 concealed and unfamiliar powerful auras quietly entered his vicinity. At present, the blood demon curse and the dragon vein were mutually restraining each other, and this spiritual intelligence was naturally bound and unable to escape. It is evident that the relationship between the two of them is complex. Who would have thought that everyone believed that Li Shu was schemed against by Jian Riyao, while in fact he and Jian Riyao had collaboratively designed such an astonishing chess game. The deep-sea monster with blood-red eyes stared hungrily, exuding a strong smell of the sea and malevolence. The teams that conceded were waiting for the final results at their positions, growing anxious as the results were still not forthcoming. Especially those independent cultivators, each of them was on edge, fearing that someone might seize their territory. Upon hearing Qin Mainyang say that her memories had all returned, Niarong was so excited that he nearly jumped up. At this moment, Hong Jun's feelings were extremely complex. The order that Chong Ming had once given him was to kill Xie so that the Phoenix clan could regain control of Chang'an. However, he gradually realized that in front of Xie, even with Li Jinglong by his side, he was simply no match for him. Niarong looked at this doctor, insisting on giving him the silver in his hand, but the doctor was unwilling to accept it at all. In ancient times, if one was over 16 without finding a spouse, she would be considered an old maid, yet Ing Chun had reached 20 without anyone proposing to her. Western restaurant, the old place. Shen Rongrong remembered the Valentine's Day 2 years ago when they went to that Western restaurant and happened to meet her cousin Fong Weinan and sister Li Jiqing. Over 3,000 lives, all disciples of the mixed Yuan Dao. How could you bear to do this? Uncle Du Zhong said, heartbroken. Yang Jiaying was naturally also affected by Wei Jingshan's unpleasant howls, as she smiled quietly occasionally, using a maraca to accompany him. Seeing Yang Jiaying's expression of enjoyment, Wei Jingshan became even more confident, thus, he howled even harder. Xian, thank you. If it weren't for your companionship over the past 5 years, I truly wouldn't know if I could have persisted until now. During the times they spent together, it was only when looking back at the lost years that one realized how much had been missed. Luo Muley walked to her side, her gaze involuntarily lingering on that stone bed where she had once awakened. The Zhu Higao family operates a small Chinese hospital in Xiangjiang, primarily serving ordinary citizens of Xiangjiang. Some patients even take their medication and go home. Now, the elderly lattice bone fracture is quite serious, and it seems she will need a long time to recover. Zhou Huimin has just started 2nd grade and does not board at school, needing her mother to take care of her. Currently, Zhou's mother is taking care of her elderly mother day and night, and Zhang Ting knows that this is too much for her health. Moreover, this matter has even attracted the attention of Kong Ling's father, who was eventually persuaded by Kong Ling to allow the outsider Ling Xiaotian to stay. Yi Qingcheng pretended not to notice, but her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. With a thought, she took out a box of ointment from her yun ring and directly used her telekinetic power to throw it at Xia Sun. The Qing dynasty fell, followed by Yuan Shikai, and then the warlord government took over. In February 1932, Japan supported the establishment of the puppet Manchu Kuo, and the Qing loyalist Zheng Xiaoshu came to Gabiku, inviting him to be the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau in Xinjiang. He said that Puyi had become a puppet emperor for the Japanese, and he could not bear such shame. After long being calmed down, he thought to find the police first, but he did not know anyone here. He could only call Chongquan. The sun outside gradually rose higher, casting rays of light that were clear. In the pile of ashes, a faint light seemed to flicker. It was weak and not quite real. The opponent's position clearly indicated a desire to use the robot's hook for a preemptive strike. Aside from Chun Wen, any hook they used would surely explode. I can never forget the way Shi Lang looked at me during that time. How painful and helpless it was. For many years afterward, whenever I thought of that day and his gaze, I would be overwhelmed with heartache and tears. Although Tian Xian was hiding, quite obviously the wariness in his eyes was still noticed by Gu Fengyun. Upon receiving the dagger, Yi Qingcheng gripped the handle and slid it across the wolf's skin. This time she succeeded, and it was as easy as cutting through tofu. That's just something I've forgotten. After all, there are too many things that come and go, I can't remember them all, said Hong Jun, the clan leader of the Hong family, with a cold snort. She is currently. Shui Wuyue seemed somewhat reluctant to say where Alona was. Rather than being unwilling, it was more that she didn't know how to explain it to Qin Ji. During breakfast, Jia Qi's gaze towards Zeet was quite strange, while Zeet continued to respond with polite smiles, making the Earl feel very uncomfortable. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but the stone he chose was a bit expensive, and he feared that if he told her, she wouldn't want to believe. One couldn't help but marvel at how luxurious this mansion was. After walking for a while, Chen Lin was certain that the cost of the decor here was comparable to the price of the entire land and villa, not to mention the antiques, calligraphy, and artworks scattered throughout. However, today these officials appeared quite calm. Since the Son of Heaven had made his intentions clear, they stepped aside and waited quietly. At this moment, they only hoped that the court would not change its plans. Moreover, it was evident that Lu Jun had once again achieved great merit. Who would dare to oppose him at this time? Du Yuan slightly bowed and respectfully said, "Good morning, Yi Beitan." After speaking, he handed over the military command of the Yu family to Yi Beitan, and then, accompanied by Chu Jifeng, strode into the western hall of the Wolf Fortress. There were also 10,000 troops under General Mei Hongmin, but the discipline of Mei Hongmin's troops was lax, and incidents like Zhou Zongshuan's killing the innocent to claim credit had occurred. Zhang Ani could guess that if these men were allowed to investigate freely, they would surely take the opportunity to extort and blackmail, dragging him into trouble. Xiao Riyao sighed. "Forget it, I feel pain to sell a few thousand of the new goods for a price of 10 to 20,000. It's all your fault." Xiao Riyao gave him a light slap. "Is someone attacking Yun Chen's Sea of Consciousness?" Upon hearing Lin Chuxia's words, both Qing Long and Ruan Kanqiang's expressions instantly became serious. They knew that the Sea of Consciousness of cultivators who did not specialize in spiritual power was very fragile. If attacked, it could be extremely dangerous. September 30th, 1974. Monday. Today is the traditional Mid-Autumn Festival. In Hong Kong, there is no holiday. However, for some Chinese people, this day is still quite significant. Early in the morning, Zhang Ting finished breakfast and returned to the Galaxy Investment Building, asking his butler Zhang Jinrong to prepare the Mid-Autumn feast for tonight. However, he left work early in the afternoon to visit the hospital and check on the elderly woman's condition. "Mr. Zhang, it's indeed." The spicy flavor made the old man cough, and he spat out a mouthful of black liquid. It can enhance cultivation, significantly replenish vital energy, and even prolong life. Luo Habin. He was not mistaken. Upon seeing Chen Zihua heading to the other side, he immediately turned around to intercept him. Chen Zihua estimated that sending the ball forward at this moment would be more assured than the previous pass to Su Su. Though he couldn't guarantee 100% success, it was worth a try. The immortal Smoke glanced at Kurun and said, "So it's Miss Kurun. This trip to Yangzhou must have brought you considerable gains," referring naturally to her supervision of the supplies. Mu Rong Yinqing was stunned, staring blankly as the person turned around, revealing a face under the moonlight that was not Yin Wuyo, but a slender-faced man. What did you just do?" Lu Qian unexpectedly did not feel ashamed or angry at Luo Heben's flirtatious act. Instead, she raised her hand to touch the spot he had touched, asking in confusion. His former master, the iron-blooded King Li Qing, once told him that the success of an emperor does not lie in how clever or how skilled he is in battle, but rather in the attitude he holds towards human lives. The gambling god could not be calm. He hated his reckless arrogance, thinking he should never have allowed Guan Feitian to act recklessly, nor should he have looked down on Yi Fan and Meng Yao. Therefore, before disaster strikes, he must resolve the hatred of the past. Watching the situation in the venue, Long Ao Jun's expression flickered, his sharp eyes darting around. Suddenly, his expression shifted, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Although the worry-free tree did not understand the four talents formation set by Qin Jifan, its powerful magic allowed it to grasp the essence of all methods, whether Buddhist or Taoist, ultimately leading to similar outcomes. Then Lu Yu wrapped the transformed gold paper around the tree trunk. After testing, Lu Yu found that ordinary weapons could not leave a mark on the gold paper, even under his maximum force chop. Even with the strongest stab, it could only create a dent, not pierce through. However, since no one had seen the Blackwood clan's demon people just now, it indicated that they had retreated from this side. Yet Lin Yi and Shui Mulian believed they couldn't have gone far. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the god of light moved towards Yi Feng, while at the same time a cross sword shimmering with white light suddenly appeared in his right hand, piercing through the air with a sharp sound aimed directly at Yi Feng. Then how did Mu Ronglan suddenly appear here? Hadn't she left the cave after being rescued by her brother Mu Rong Detect? Then why hadn't she left the Tuoba tribe? Just now she was still in a dream, thinking it was just a spring dream, but unexpectedly woke up to discover she had truly lost her innocence after the fierce impact. How could she accept that? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu also found it amusing. This old medicine man was truly interesting, as he seemed completely unaware of the presence of two innate realm experts. But in reality, what difference does it make for him to say it? Among these people, the majority supported Yin Jun, while only a handful supported Yin Leijiao. On one hand, Yin Leijiao was too arrogant and had offended some people. On the other hand, everyone enjoyed seeing an underdog emerge and topple the reigning champion. The host of Qingyi Temple and the leader of the Earth Immortal sect looked quite curious. This bizarre Taoist could actually defeat one of the four great masters, the True Words Mage, in one fell swoop, which was simply unimaginable. As October arrived, the weather in Xiangjiang became more comfortable than in September. The daytime temperature had dropped below 30 degrees Celsius, hovering around the low 20s. October 4th, 1974. Friday. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhang Ting finished work as usual. However, instead of heading directly to his hillside villa in Shallow Water Bay, he took a car to the Xiangjiang Chinese Hospital in Kowloon. In the end, there was a sudden sharpness in Su Zhiyang's words, causing some elders to shudder slightly. Upon seeing the approaching figure in a black robe, the guard couldn't help but smile. Due to the chaos in the Jiexing mountain range, it was rare for anyone to enter or exit at this late hour, yet with the auction's booming popularity, many people still came, even in the dead of night. Qin Yingwe felt a surge of joy at the prince's change in attitude. It seemed her idea had brought him a sense of clarity, truly providing him with guidance. He shifted from being indifferent and carefree to genuinely valuing the situation from the depths of his heart, without even realizing it. Although they managed to break through the encirclement of the official troops, they did not shake off their pursuit. The cavalry continued to closely follow them, and the distance between the two sides was shrinking. To Zhang Jia's surprise, on the day of the speech, the large lecture hall was packed to capacity. After discussing the topic of having a second child, the conversation shifted to entrepreneurship, specifically the wedding company founded recently. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled, his blood surged like roaring thunder as he quietly murmured, swiftly naming several individuals. Surrounding Lin Yi for his protection was Chun-Li from the Street Fighter world, her graceful and enchanting figure clad in a fiery red qipao that accentuated her curves and sparked the imagination. Xiao Yan's voice resonated from all directions. While evading the blood shadows, he still had the leisure to speak, but the words he uttered caused Su Yan's expression to drastically change, hatred burning in his eyes. He obediently shut his mouth. He lacked Xiao Yan's speed and knew that a single drop of blood could mean his demise. Hua Xingsan found her summer vacation unbearably dull. She spent her days at home feeling downcast, unwilling to go anywhere, either watching television or sleeping. The painting was hazy and dimly lit, yet its high quality was evident. However, to this day, President Xiao had not revealed who the artist was. After running 4 to 5 miles, Xue Xiao finally slowed down, and Ji Yun had adapted, no longer as fearful as at the beginning, eager to try riding by herself. If Lin Songjiu had nowhere to go afterward, she could arrange for Lin Songjiu to be a jewelry model for her family. Through the camera on his phone, he clearly saw that just as that guy was about to pick up the money, the two bills vanished into... It's not that serious. Ada felt they were worrying too much. Qin Yu wasn't that bad. Just as Zhuang Yuan was secretly resolving to make a stand, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder as an arm casually draped over it. The fact that Lin Wei could learn alchemy in such a short time and produce high-quality pills indicated her immense talent. The thought that she might actually surpass him in the future made Lu Yan's heart ache even more. Before identifying the origin of this string of Buddhist beads, I hope you can focus on this task here. Kazami Ye looked at Aoi Neo, not revealing to Yamamoto that she had already forgiven her, but the system indicated that the task was complete. Similarly, as long as he acknowledged Aoi Neo's charm, it didn't matter if she didn't believe it, the task could still be accomplished. Based on her experiences in the inner quarters during her youth, this matter was likely not as simple as it seemed. Lady Yun was favored by the young master, and some people in the manor would surely find it hard to sit still. In Taiping Mountain Villa, the private doctor who had recently treated Qi Dezun received a call from the old housekeeper and immediately took his simple medical kit to the villa. Dr. William, please take a look at Mr. Qi Dezun's condition. The old housekeeper personally escorted the private doctor into the master's room. When Dr. William saw Qi Dezun lying on the bed and took out the blood pressure monitor to check his blood pressure, at that moment a portion of consciousness that belonged to Yu Chai Tenjuro fully recognized the other's name and background. For instance, when Wu Sheng presented the project and results through a table right in front of her, the series of beautiful numbers, seemingly enhanced with musical notes, danced before her eyes, creating a melody that resonated with her increasingly tense breaths, evoking a thrilling scene of gaining hundreds of billions. Miss Su, if you're fine, I'll get back to my work. The prince is still waiting for me. With that, Lin Feng quickly exited with his, Your Majesty Empress, I come here to request a favor from you. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Daoqiang spoke with a serious expression tinged with respect. Lu Wei shook her head, saying the one who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. In truth, the fate had run its course. No words could change that, and Lu Wei understood this, so she would not interfere at this critical juncture. Chicken thigh meat, when cooked in curry for a long time, remains tender and flavorful, never turning tough, and everything was proceeding smoothly, akin to a rally car that had just surpassed the most dangerous stretch of road. A straight path lay ahead, and all that was needed was to step on the gas and dash towards the finish line. Ing Zheng explained the general situation of this secret realm to the other 8 emperors, including Wang Yao. Mu Chunyu could already envision Meiji and her cat lying together on the balcony basking in the sunlight. Brother Qingshan, do you think my brother would do something so foolish? He would never engage in drug trafficking even if it meant dying of poverty. Why has this matter fallen upon him? Ling Xiang murmured, her heart filled with resentment. If one were to truly enter nightmare level, and if it was discovered that one was causing chaos without special approval, then that person could be said to dine underground with their family. You are my brother, how could I not trust you? The trust Ling Xiang placed in Ling Hao provided him with immense, especially since old Master Chio's health was deteriorating day by day. He worried that if old Master Chio found out he was disobedient, it could lead to dire consequences. The Tianyin crystal tiger's fury burned fiercely, and the failure to kill its enemy with a single strike only exacerbated its volatile emotions. I certainly don't remember. But what does this have to do with me attending the class reunion? Qingshan, just say it outright. Ling Xiang disliked beating around the bush. At that moment, the glutton devoured a large chunk of magma and awkwardly rolled on the ground to reposition itself for more eating. With no solid connections and unable to find a better receiving organization, everything relied on oneself, if not now, when. After they left near the corpse of the Tianyin crystal tiger, several ice-blue wolf-like creatures stealthily. He felt that if Lord Ma San or Daoist Wuji were truly to return for revenge with the long sword in his hand, he could certainly ensure they would not return. The man in black also mentioned Longling, but now the relationship between Longling and me. Upon thinking this, I sighed. I still needed to resolve the trouble with the Dark Church. What a pity if Yi Yinshu hadn't taken a leave of absence. Su Cheng would have witnessed the loving interaction of the twin beauties from the 7th school. A boy with shoulder-length hair and an ordinary appearance lamented. Every time my dad says he'll take me, he always ends up breaking his promise. After saying this, he pouted adorably. Last night, Li Chaxin and Xia Boyan left the Qi Dezun villa and went to the office in Heji building. The two talked for a long time, even inviting other senior executives of Heji to attend a secret meeting lasting until deep into the night. For Heji International, and even for Li Chaxin and Xia Boyan, the current moment is one of life and death. Wei Bait arrived and met with Li Chaxin and Xia Boyan. He received something from Li Chaxin. Now that's more like it. Come and have a chicken leg. The landlady was satisfied, placing the chicken leg into Zhang Jing's bowl. After organizing his thoughts, he slowly revealed to Jiao Chan the tragic circumstances of her character in the original work. He seized this slim opportunity and once again sprinted forward, his legs moving with a flurry as he ran desperately. Along the way, Lin Cicier found herself lost in thought, returning to the city and then taking a taxi home. In fact, morning assemblies are not held every day. They are generally determined by the emperor's diligence. Hongji is considered a very diligent emperor, holding morning assemblies roughly every 3 days. However, consecutive morning assemblies are not unheard of. As everyone looked on, they noticed the Shantian stone also illuminated with stars, a total of 3, and the third one flickered intermittently, as if it might go dark at any moment. Upon returning to the Four Kingdoms city, Shanaikian first sought out Lilijiu, asking him to arrange for a medical officer to examine his body. Although he had mingled in the court for decades, he had never transformed into a pure politician. To be precise, he had always harbored a sense of disgust towards the officialdom. Thus, throughout his time in the great Liao Shaofeng, had very few friends and close associates. Noticing the unusual movement, the flame demon with a broken spear still lodged in its body suddenly howled, and the 3 flame demons that had reached Edward halted in their tracks, swiftly turning toward the large pit. However, now their planned target was already aware of the existence of this plan, causing Yuminka to become anxious. The middle-aged man in green indeed noticed the expression on Yang Zhuang's face. He felt somewhat uncomfortable. But upon hearing that it had been personally inspected by Senior Su, he hesitated for a moment before allowing the 4 to enter. He did something he had never dared to do before. He got into a fight, and it was a big scene with someone on the opposite side. He could not afford to offend. If roughly estimated, there were at least 500 people, making it impossible to distinguish between those who came to watch the fun and those who came to fight. After hesitating for a moment, Sun Jing decided to keep all these thoughts to herself, planning to tell Zhao Ming when she saw him in the evening. Perhaps if she told Zhao Ming face to face, he would be even happier. At this moment, as Sun Jing thought of the smile on Zhao Ming's face, her heart felt particularly sweet. At this moment, the Tianjiang martial soul on Mu Chun had completely vanished, and he was sitting quietly in the center of the 9th level, as if he were asleep. Your face is red, Wang. He didn't bully you, did he? Liang Jing asked with concern. Chuning smiled at her, sincerely grateful for her inquiry. She slightly shook her head, tightly holding Liang Jing's arm. Perhaps she was holding on too tightly, causing Liang Jing to cry out. I listened to the sound of fragments crashing inside. Holding the cup in my hand, I closed my eyes. The existence of the 9 tripod already posed a significant threat. If the human path's fortune were further controlled by the emperor reaching a true level of I am the state, then there would be no hope at all. Good. Ho Tao was eager to retaliate against those who had previously spoken arrogantly, and the cheers were Liang Jinghui smiled, and said that previously their team had only them, so they often went on missions. But now it was different. The Special Forces team had increased, and their tasks had relatively decreased, so they were not as busy anymore. 2. Mountain Village Road, Wanchai, Hong Kong. Hong Kong Yonge Hospital. Last night Chi Dezun was quietly brought here by Private Dr. William and the old butler. He was immediately arranged in a separate VIP ward at Yonge Hospital. After examination by several attending doctors, it was confirmed that Chi Dezun's body had multiple ailments, including a condition triggered by sensational news reports that caused acute distress. According to the diagnosis from multiple attending doctors, Chi Dezun needs at least. At the moment, Tang Chun and others discovered the Azura Hunt fierce killings were also taking place in the other two tunnels. Perhaps it was because most of the top assassins had gathered in the tunnel where Tang Chun and his group were that the overall skill level of the assassins in the other two tunnels was comparatively lower. A massive palm print instantly formed, striking with an unstoppable force towards Jin Yen. Indeed, within the imperial level you can also reach a higher tier. Li Zun was affirming the power of the Xingyun kingdom. It's just a younger brother, why do I feel this way? Hua Shuefei was puzzled. She took a few deep breaths, closed her eyes, and her heartbeat returned to normal. At the same time, it also indicates that for these classmates, remaining silent was the choice of the majority. Their decision to observe was a display of cowardice, yet also a normal reaction. Guan Jintian remained silent, vigilantly observing his surroundings, while Jian Wushuang occasionally glanced at Tang Chun, unsure of what intentions he held. The two hosts were somewhat surprised. They vaguely heard the sound of the wind and noticed Gan Jing showing some emotion. They hurriedly changed the topic to let him start his performance. In short, in real combat, the new recruits made countless mistakes, and these errors left them without a second chance. Meanwhile, Sun Mingqi was naturally more mature, joking with her subordinates merely indicated that she still retained a hint of youthful playfulness. Sensing the power of this punch, everyone's expressions froze. Would Tang Chun be sent flying by a single strike? Good. Cheng Jin over there only said this one word, and then hung up without saying anything else, leaving Su Yuan bewildered, not understanding what Cheng Jin meant. Was it a leave granted? Or did I make him angry? Just thinking about these made Madame Chen's heart heavy and uncomfortable, but she could not speak to Liao Xiuzhang about it, fearing it would scare the child. Since the new president of the Sea Clan Alliance has been elected, shouldn't we invite this irrelevant former president to... Zhu Junlin once again loudly questioned everyone present. Pan Lin almost laughed to death, but from then on just call me domestic goods. After leaving the company for an event, and still not close to mealtime, she asked me this domestic product to help her buy a few bags of egg tarts to treat everyone, so I had no choice but to walk into a supermarket. Looking at the wound on my left arm, blood still oozed out. I walked back to the car, rummaged through it, and found a box of tissues. Then I walked back to the dam and wiped my arm with the tissue. The more than 10-centimeter long cut, I gently touched it with my finger and examined the depth of the wound, which was about 1 centimeter deep. After hearing this, Su Shuang and Zhang Shiping, having no accurate concept of the number of refugees, were uncertain whether their financial resources could support it, so they remained non-committal. Yen Qi was indeed clever, she guessed it right, and Xiao Hanyan's face changed at that moment, fearing that Yen Qi would ask further questions. After all, she never wanted to mention what happened that night at the Jin family again. She tugged at Mu Yi's sleeve, requesting assistance. Yin Yuan returned to Ziyuan City around 10 o'clock at night. He got out of the car and headed straight for the house rented by Lu Xia. However, he found that Lu Xia was not home at all. At this time, Lu Xia was actually not at home. The lights were on, but no one was there. It was eerily quiet and silent all around. After the others left, Han Feng was still filled with agitation. He first slashed fiercely at the low shrubbery with his knife, then threw the knife aside and sat down on the ground in frustration. The hall of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. 9:30 in the morning. The Hong Kong stock market officially opens. A number of ordinary retail investors immediately surge into the stock exchange. I want to sell Hyson International, said a middle-aged man in a suit. Sir, the current stock price of Hyson International, 32 Hong Kong dollars per share. From last year's peak, when Hyson International was 44 Hong Kong dollars per share, it has dropped to 32 Hong Kong dollars per share. Chen Yonghui was half convinced, because when they were talking just now their eyes were fixed on him. Therefore he believed they were certainly discussing something related to him. At this moment the train was stopped in front of a toll station parked by the roadside, surrounded by several official vehicles from relevant departments such as industry and commerce and health. More than 10 individuals in various uniforms were inspecting the situation around the truck. For a moment everyone looked horrified, and their fervor for cultivators grew even hotter. Are there any suitable options? Princess Duanjing asked, while Qing'er below had already blushed and ran out. Around them those surrendering cultivators looked on in utter shock, trembling in fear, not daring to make any larger movements, worried about angering Tang Yan. At the same time, Zhang Shuru recalled that when he left the station master had suggested he could stay a few more days in the provincial capital, which made him change his mind. Big Brother Bingfeng, can you continue to lead us to victory? Some players began to wonder in their hearts. We all said our goodbyes. Lin Jing was about to think of ways to keep us, but who would have known Lin's mother returned at this moment, her face full of anger, a stark contrast to her earlier gentle demeanor. Yuan Yu also felt quite jealous as she wanted to know what they had learned outside in the past month. Therefore, she called the three of them to her office and inquired about some training-related questions. Then she asked them to write a reflection report for her. Upon careful observation on the silver bridge of the Alexander III Bridge, beautiful flowers in various shapes and gorgeous decorations and lamps were embedded. Clearly, it was merely an ordinary action. There were no sounds filled with ancient charm around, yet the movements inadvertently brought by their master made them feel as if they were in a courtyard transcending millennia to witness the classical sentiment of meeting over tea. Was this old Tian too generous? Yuning felt he must have some ulterior motive, just couldn't figure it out for the moment. Yang Linglan expressed satisfaction with everyone's reactions. She raised her hand and said, "Everyone please be quiet. Those needing cosmetic surgery should line up to my left, one item for one part of surgery." Yang Linglan loudly pointed to her right. If one looked closely, they would notice an invisible chain of spiritual power surrounding his body, forming a shackle cage firmly trapping his body within. The cage shook as it visibly compressed down step. The questioned person breathed a sigh of relief. He shouldn't have spoken earlier, and fortunately, he had some wit, otherwise being stumped by an outsider would have been embarrassing. With the fake ticket incident, Su Xiaoxiao's trending news was a continuous wave with the heat, simply unable. Glaring defiantly at the person opposite for a while, he finally saw the other frown, seeming quite helpless as he raised his hand to rub his brow. Li Xian secretly felt pleased, leisurely picking up a nearby teacup, taking a sip actually to conceal the corners of his mouth that couldn't help but curl upwards. Nailin Shuiao let out a long shout, and behind him stood three individuals, the Sea Emperor of Shiyuan Dongfang Bai, and the Thunder Buddha, their figures flashing as they blocked in front of Zhang Han. Seeing this scene, the old grandmother smiled meaningfully and focused on leading the way, no longer speaking with Zilong. 1. Queens Road, Central Hong Kong. HSBC Building. General Manager's Office. Dressed in a suit, Shen Bian held a cigar, gazing out at the distant Hysan Place. It was clear that the internal debt situation of Hysan International was far more serious than he had imagined. At this moment, Shen Bian already possessed a formidable weapon to take down Hysan International. That was to compel the creditors to legally demand the liquidation of Hysan International. However, those soldiers took a while to gather, allowing Zhu Rong to charge out from the tent and immediately prepare his troops to face the enemy. Little did they know, before their forces were fully organized, cries of battle erupted from the flanks, and in the darkness of night, they had no idea how many Han troops were advancing. Above the back of the chair floated a line of red soul markings. It was none other than Black Knight Arthur Ding. Our opponents looked very grim, and I could understand why they felt that way. In fact, just moments ago our situation was reversed. We had been the ones leaving the room with thumping chests and heavy steps, unwilling to spare them a glance. Hearing the man's question, Kier nodded, and these two were He Yuguang and Kier, who had just scattered from Shun Yi through the spatial wormhole. At this moment, because of Kier, they were being jointly attacked by 4 men from the Earth Spirit sect. The addition of the Ogre Assassin immediately turned the tide of battle. 3 against 3, we could still maintain the initiative, but with 3 against 4, we would immediately fall into a disadvantage, especially considering that the newly joined assassin was a level 14 expert. Shen Yi. Upon seeing Shun Yi's sudden appearance, everyone let out a sigh of relief. He Yuguang, Mei Lu, and Lei Ying, hearing the commotion outside, also walked out of the thatched house, looking at Shun Yi and the unfamiliar man. At that moment, everyone had their own tasks. After a brief discussion, they brought Chang Wuyu and Hong Yin in. As for Wang Yang, despite many knowing of his previous fame, he had not stepped into the game for over a month, and thus was unaware of many developments. The fact that Cheng Yiming would entrust such an important task to him left everyone puzzled and astonished. In response, Yun Yang was indifferent, allowing the 7-colored jade pearl to control his body as he slowly approached the layer of light. With a mother's heart for her child, Yang Qing Snow rushed forward to embrace He Yang, who was like a falling star. "No, I know the esteemed elder Han Chen's position in your heart. Even if I were to blame you, what could be done? Previously, our Tianwu continent had faced a tremendous crisis. Had it not been for the sacrifice of our ancestors who ascended to the divine realm, burning their divine soul power to set up the heavenly star formation, our human race would have long been enslaved by others, and the severance of our bloodline inheritance would not have been an exaggeration. For the He family, such good fortune required no urging from He Yang. He Ling Yun, as the clan leader, was naturally overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly went to celebrate, not caring about disturbing the temperamental alchemists in the dead of night. In response to her words, I could only smile wryly. This matter could really only be dealt with at night. How could one expect to find a penny during the day? And how could one possibly steal earthworms? With Pisces to the left and Cancer to the right, the two moved like swift hunting dogs, silently weaving through the forest. In the blink of an eye, they reached within 5 meters of the camp and quietly hid in the grass. Which building and what number? This puzzled Mu Qingyan, for he did not even know which building Yi Qingxian resided in. The only reason he had come here was that Xiao Yingxua lived in this building. Upon hearing this, Su Chun felt a stir in his heart, a warm sensation rising within him. Zhus troops, having turned the tide and survived the catastrophe, scattered across the battlefield. Some were searching for wounded comrades, while others collected armor and weapons as spoils. When they encountered surviving soldiers from the Fei regiment, they swiftly ended their lives with a single blow. Qi Dezun looked at the young Chinese man before him in shock, unable to react for a long time. Mr. Zhang, are you not afraid of HSBC and Shunbai for doing that? Qi Dezun asked. In Xianjiang, HSBC is equivalent to the central bank. Shunbai is about to become the new big shot of HSBC, making him the future financial lord of Xianjiang. Now Zhang Ting acted this way, surprisingly unafraid of HSBC and Shunbai. Young master, I finally found you. Bai Wei rushed over from somewhere, pressing Luo Qinghan down onto the wheelchair, a glimmer of relief passing through her eyes. Not even 1,000 rocket-propelled grenades could destroy it. He began to ponder again, who exactly was he writing the diary for? For the future, for the past, for an era that might have arisen from an illusion. Yesterday Zilin returned from the Three Worms Academy and mentioned that Xiao Yuan needed ice blocks, implying she seemed to be planning something. Who wants to be reborn with you? He Huan pouted and buried her head in by Li Changfeng's embrace. The team doctor did not take it seriously after all the match was over, but he still agreed to Lampard's request and extracted some urine for testing. Mo Xian watched Luo Qinghan's astonished expression and lifted Su Qing's chin, kissing her lips. 3 nights ago he had happened to pass by and saved that adorable boy. Unexpectedly, he had added another collectible for himself. What's wrong? And Min was suddenly alarmed, focusing all his energy on the attack, forgetting that this event had occurred and the figure in his sight had suddenly diminished by more than half. From this angle one could see that beneath his dark eyes was an endless repression of blue, as if all the hate and disgust was buried deep within. At this moment Mrs. Gu was lying in bed, blinking her big eyes at the bedboard. Gu Yi looked at a document, but often glanced at Mrs. Gu. He couldn't focus on his work as long as she was there, always wanting to check on her. Zhang Fan smiled. This jade pendant was something he had recently refined with the purpose of helping the wearer wash their marrow and clear their veins. Ordinary people would not suffer from illness after wearing it for a few years. Unfortunately, at that time we just wanted to temporarily trap Gu Su there to facilitate our escape, but unexpectedly, it ended up harming him. Yufeng sighed. Do they have any relatives or other friends? It was yet another indifferent question. He was suddenly startled, cursing silently in his heart. Just as he wanted to turn around, a sudden blow struck his head and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed onto the cold ground. Slap, slap, slap. A few more slaps landed on Su Jin's face, causing her face to swell rapidly, the imprints of the slaps clearly visible. Accompanied by Luan Yan shouting Du Yuan Song, crossed the staircase corridor and arrived at the room where A.O. Ing was currently staying. He closed the door behind him, and the shouting abruptly ceased, leaving the world feeling suddenly tranquil. Mrs. Gu, need not worry about the meal, someone is paying for it. Gu Yi said no more and directly hung up the phone. Continuing the conversation would only lead to revealing the truth, and Mrs. Gu would certainly pursue the matter relentlessly. Bitch dog servant, I want to see how long you can withstand the effects of the poisonous wolf grass. Agatha grimaced in pain, yet she still pretended to act nonchalant. Yen Xingyu opened the car window and looked at Bai Lishang, who appeared exhausted. It seemed she was truly worn out today. And ran, I am not negotiating with you, but stating a fact. This matter is settled. You must report to the Lung Corporation within 3 days. The old man's tone was not to be questioned, and he hung up the phone. Wu Jiangwang's thoughts are indeed not wrong. For a Taoist sect like the Qinglian sect, many disciples harbor a desire for seclusion. Once the sect is taken over by the court, it will also be a form of destruction for them. Xing, he sighed deeply. October 11th, 1974. Friday, 10, Summer Street, Central Hong Kong. Hysan Place. 8 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, many reporters had already gathered outside. On Wednesday, Hysan International announced through a press conference that a shareholders' meeting would be held today to address issues such as Hysan's debts. This news drew significant interest from many media reporters and investors in Hong Kong. Among those invited were the usual courtesans and dancers, most of whom had humble beginnings. Although their backgrounds were not entirely pure, they were clearly identifiable. However, these 20 dancers possessed remarkable martial skills, raising suspicions. Yen Sanyang regretted not joining the Deming mansion at that time. She had only considered her secretive mission, not wanting to attract the attention of officials and citizens, but this low-profile approach ended up causing her significant trouble. At this time, Su Zhan was leading the army in conquering cities and establishing great military achievements through hard work, and no one dared to dissent. Although Niu Jindao was reckless, he could not help but admire Su Zhan's intelligence. Save you. What trouble have you caused now? Morong Yuyan showed no sign of panic. It seemed that having such a precious younger brother had resulted in her often cleaning up his mess. Unfortunately for you, I can assure you that even if I stayed here for a year or 10 years, the divine power within me will not run dry. After saying this, Li San began to chisel away at the metal of the ship's cabin door with a flat chisel. Yanyan, open your eyes. 30 seconds later, Shangwan Yunfei came to Dongfang Yanyan's side and gently spoke. Anyone with eyes could see that this move was to reappoint someone to the East Palace. In the past, many in the court had clamored to remove the crown prince, yet now Li Chengxian had once again secured his position in the East Palace. After just a few attempts, Yin Su immediately discovered that she could not steal Xiao Zhan's innate skills. The moment she tried, the 1,000 transformations would resist, making her attempts fruitless. After multiple failures, she had no choice but to give up in despair. Even so, we cannot be certain that the person attacking the Divine Temple is using an innate skill. It could be that he is employing a similar offensive artifact like Master Muranxin right. Although opposing the high priest, the elderly male snakeman priest appeared quite humble. How much do you want? Niao Wushuang adjusted her spiritual power to her throat, altering her voice completely. Bai Ling cast an approving glance at him, recognizing that he was not as foolish as the Lord had claimed, being able to think of his voice during the first transaction. In a standard matchup, Nunu is a character focused on farming, controlling resources, and ambushing. Initiating ganks is naturally his strong suit. The prince and princess arrived, yet she was completely unaware and did not go to pay her respects, which was truly a breach of etiquette. Returning to her courtyard, she changed out of the heavy ceremonial robes, and the Zhai crown washed her face hastily, and then lazily lay down on her soft bed, not wanting to move again. However, most of this area consisted of sprawling grasslands, with actual arable land being quite scarce compared. Her fair jade hand slipped beneath the man's shirt, slowly moving upwards, gliding over his strong abdomen until it rested against his chest. Zhang Lanyin somewhat enjoyed the atmosphere of the dance hall, but as she looked at the colorful and seemingly outdated fashionable youths inside, a sense of superiority arose within her. He turned to closely observe his companion, who was watching the competition with him. While there was no visible change in appearance, he felt that the other person exuded a peculiar aura. A pair of sharp eyes scanned him as if they could see what color underwear he was wearing today, making AI Lolly feel somewhat uneasy. Shun Fan's arrogance, towering and aggressive with ambitions laid bare, was fully exposed at this moment. How could HSBC possibly swallow 33.65 of Hysan International shares for a mere 150 million Hong Kong dollars when the company is valued at 3.4 billion? Isn't that akin to robbery? Over 100 million Hong Kong dollars could indeed be raised by many prominent families in Hong Kong. Yet they were unable to act like HSBC. After meeting with Lung Ziqian again, Yuan Jinxiao refrained from recounting the details, for it was beyond the comprehension of ordinary earthlings. Even Yuan Jinxiao had hesitated repeatedly over whether to heed the words of the treasure fox and persuade Lung Ziqian to abandon her physical form. Just as Ji's mood was exceptionally good, any respect she had recently developed towards Li Sun faded away. At that moment, she saw Han Limi suddenly stand up and press the detonator with force. Though Huang Wan knew an explosion would not occur, she still involuntarily flinched at that instant. Merely resisting the mental explosion and mind control did not prove particularly useful for Duoluo. This could not simply be explained by the proactive cooperation of the spirit sword. It was fundamentally about Zhong Yin teaching Mingji how to wield the sword. The speaker known as 12 stood beside his brother 11. Like Daxiofan, they were survivors of genetic mutation after being transformed by the Eternal Life cult, but they were too difficult to accept in certain aspects, thus remaining the cult's final trump card, seldom utilized. Perhaps seeing their kin becoming prey to other animals, the giant army ants of the Air Force Corps were filled with fury and dove down to attack. Sang Mulian was sweeping the field. The autumn winds had blown many leaves from the trees, scattering them. At that moment, Li Sun genuinely swallowed hard. His fingers naturally played with a strand of hair, allowing the soft texture to glide through his fingertips. Can they really find excuses to avoid us? I spoke, seemingly countering Afei's words while also perhaps venting my frustration at Yuan Yin and the others. I couldn't clarify it myself, though I felt something was wrong, but what exactly was it? The veil that once obscured her face had now vanished, revealing her previously stunning beauty in this painting. Su Lin had long been wishing, hoping that one day Shin Chengren would speak to her as he once did, treating her with the same. After the imperial physician arrived and took Princess Tayan's pulse, his expression darkened as he glanced at her, and cold sweat began to flow down his back. Now Su Lin did not want to speak. He had no way to force her and could only calm her emotions first. As for the matter Su Lin referred to, perhaps he could ask Gao Zhan later. Master, are we to bear all the blame? Why don't you tell the crown prince the truth? Akai was still inquiring, sometimes thinking her master was too stubborn, clearly suffering, yet feigning strength. Very well, I shall follow your wishes. Let Yang Changyun be exempt from punishment and restore his position as prime minister. I will not pursue the actions taken that day. If you have any further requests, feel free to speak. They aim to prevent me from dealing with Yang Changyun, then let me comply with their wishes as long as Feng Hua remains in. Murong Shui looked shocked as she gazed toward the source of the voice, but all she saw was darkness. She could not imagine the expression on Princess Caillou's face, yet listening to her voice, she could guess what scheme was at play. Meng Changsheng's gaze was somewhat unpredictable. he dared not confirm anything at the moment, for he had not witnessed the culprit. He simply felt that these auras were somewhat familiar. All these changes seemed to have happened too quickly. Just moments ago I thought I had successfully swallowed Heiji International Shunbai, but unexpectedly it was as if a new challenger had emerged. Stimulated by Zhang Ting, she couldn't bear the shock and fainted in a fit of anger. General Manager, the female secretary called out. Mr. Shun, Niu Bijian Zhan Ma Deng Shi Yuhan. As Shi Huaya and the others witnessed Shun by suddenly faint, they hastily rolled up a few pages torn from the ledger, the exposed corner of paper still covered by her fingers. As previously mentioned, although Power has been performing well this season, he is not indispensable to the Mavericks. This statement also drew strong support from Heat fans, for no one is more qualified to make such a remark than Mourning the Kidney Warrior. Thus only some cotton clothing cloaks and a few uncommon snacks and tea boxes were sent to him, along with the news that someone was being sought as a good match for him. You? Ugh. Hiss, I won't let you. Hiss. Aming, stung by the spice, could hardly articulate his words, his tear-filled eyes glaring fiercely at Lin, and though his weakened state diminished his threat. At this moment it seemed that this Pei Yi was just an ordinary teenager, not only excessively young, but also seemingly not from Yunlang Mountain. I had just been quite pleased with my military studies, but it turned out he hadn't cared at all. He simply praised me modestly to comfort my thoughts. While those new fans from Chicago were teasing, in fact, there were quite a few instances of a 0-2 comeback in the series. We won't stumble in the same place twice. At the post-match press conference, when a reporter asked Xu Yong why his desire to win was so strong tonight, Xu Yong finally responded to Green's trash talk from a distance. When he first discovered the traces of that thing, he felt a sense of retreat. He had hunted for half his life, having killed a few leopards and tigers, yet he had never seen such a feline with such a stride. In an instant, Yin Xiaoming swiftly enhanced his fusion power, conjuring a giant poisonous needle capable of matching the oncoming flames, with dozens of needles shooting out rapidly one after another. To experience that moment where all emotions are subdued, all loneliness grounded, and all time halted, as the myriad trivial matters of the world are entirely set aside, waiting for the blue smoke to be exhaled. When the man tried to apply more pressure, Lu Qi curled his lips into a slight smile, uttered, "I'm not playing with you anymore," and with a push of his right leg he retreated, halting after a brief slide. However, by the time he reacted it was already too late. Sword lights surrounded him, just 4 or 5 zhang away, appearing like a tangled mass from afar, yet upon closer inspection, no two trajectories overlapped, and they did not clash with one another. Moreover, attacking one of them would cause the others to move in unison, maintaining their formation. Judging by their attire, they also appeared to be religious priests, but their status should be higher than that of others. Yi Kong frowned, slightly scrutinizing it carefully, confirming that it was an ancient sacrificial language taught to humanity by deities. It is said that as long as humans chant it, they can communicate with the gods. Su Yang waved at Su Jiu, then ran back in the direction he had come from. After running quite a distance, he waved at Su Jiu again, before finally leaving. Upon hearing this, the students followed Duan Zan and the others forward, while the enforcement team dispersed, trailing behind these students. The demon spirit assassin suddenly retreated several meters, pointing a finger, as a pale beam of light met the blue wave of energy, causing the wave to dissipate instantly. The demon spirit assassin believed he had succeeded, but in reality the fighting spirit dissipated before reaching him. The right martial guard was outside of his jurisdiction, but as long as Yu Jiulu recognized the bigger picture, he could easily cooperate to reclaim the old territory of the 6 towns. Moreover, there was the prince's order, so there was no need to worry about this person causing any complications. Shunbai seemed to have lost his former gentlemanly demeanor. Without greeting anyone else, he directly left the conference room, accompanied by his female secretary. This time he had believed he would succeed, just as he had in the 1960s, when he directly consumed Hexian Bank and swallowed Hanjing International whole. However, he did not expect to be defeated by the Chinese Zhang Ting. This defeat had a considerable impact and blow to Shunbai. Just now he had come over with determination. Now, with his strong physical condition and the frustration in his heart, he was able to unleash an even more formidable strength. Jie Fanbing did not continue the pursuit, but retreated to his companions, forming a battle formation to face the enemy. Furthermore, his deep sense of loyalty and righteousness for Su Yao, continuously opposing the Taoist master, was clearly in consideration of the past kindness from the Northern King. Mainly, they had been running film crews continuously since the Blue Life and Death Love began, and sometimes it was not just one crew that needed managing. In reality, the only true long holiday was during the New Year. Outside the formation barrier, the man in the black robe was still releasing powerful magical fluctuations that bombarded the barrier. After all, most who reached the authority level could briefly wander in the flesh through space, and when they reached the 3rd authority level, they could survive continuously. Truthfully, Zhen Lizi excitedly went to call for someone, but after entering it took a long time to bring them out, and Li Tang almost believed this foodie had betrayed him. He did not want to end up like most couples who after marrying lost their love, leaving only a dull familial affection. Chun Xianyang noticed that Li Xianlin's body had indeed recovered, and the side quest, too, could be considered completed though the reward had already been claimed in advance. Li Tang did not expect that she was not coming for a romantic drama, but rather wanted to discuss the script for the next television series. The coldness beneath was growing stronger, and Chu Tian had to remain vigilant at all times or risk becoming an ice statue again. Then Chu Tian vanished while the elder with the long beard secretly followed him. After Chu Tian had left a certain distance from the Wood Domain Divine Palace, he immediately created a barrier to trap Chu Tian. Had it been before, they would certainly have thought so. Only in this way could they explain Feng Yi's performance. Du Feng acted impulsively, so when Xue Pan rushed up, he covered his head with both hands, thinking it would only be a few. Zhou Miao Miao said nothing, tears streaming down her face, while Maja frantically grabbed tissues from the car to wipe her tears. Zhou Miao Miao rejected Maja's tissues and stopped the car at the roadside, taking out a tissue to wipe away the tears that had blurred her vision. At this moment, brilliant light surged forth, and the figure in the starry sky was that of a middle-aged man in his 40s, yet he had already attained divine status, having lived for an unknown number of years. In that figure, a pair of silver wings shone brilliantly, and he had a single horn on his forehead bearing some resemblance to the feather spirit. Even if the earth underwent an anomaly, the superpowers that emerged mostly hovered between the mortal and celestial realms, with few reaching the heavenly immortal level. Although the Zhengqing Emperor was physically weak and now merely sat beside the dragon throne, his demeanor remained undiminished. Chen Xinri's delicate face grew increasingly flushed, her pearly teeth lightly biting her lip as if she wished to speak, but could not find the words. Kill! A loud roar erupted from the ancient spear, its color becoming even more dazzling in an instant. Everyone caught a whiff of a bloody scent, and the spear's momentum grew increasingly overwhelming. As long as you tell me I can eat 10, not just one. Ying picked up the pig trotter and devoured it eagerly. Xian Yuansu was a well-behaved child in front of the Flame King, which is why he received a bit more favor. Hearing that Li Yi was willing to let him go, Gongsun, Huiqian had no reason to refuse. His wrinkled old face looked like a blooming chrysanthemum. Thank you, Governor Li. If I mess things up again, I will just die in the base and never step out again. PG International has entered a new period of rapid expansion, successively acquiring renowned old British companies, such as Whampoa Dock, Watson's Quan Yik Warehouse, Dehui Baoyang Company, Taya Company, and Chichang Company. At its peak, the affiliated and joint venture companies numbered as many as 360, engaging in businesses spanning real estate, finance, insurance, hotels, shipping docks, warehouses, cotton and wool, textiles, automobiles, foreign liquor, soft drinks, pharmaceuticals, and import-export trade, becoming the largest commercial institution in Hong Kong at the time. Zhang Kai gazed at her intently, sometimes doubting if she was truly a traitor, yet she was undeniably a traitor. If not for everyone being certain that they had directly arrived here through teleportation, and with instructor Yi still present, perhaps no student would be willing to believe that this was the method to the secret realm. That day they witnessed the extraordinary treasures within the Ink Valley, and it is no exaggeration to say that those treasures could drive the entire Nine Nether Emperor to madness. Fong Lian nervously followed behind Ji Xinglan, fearing that those animals might charge at her. Since the user is human, in the expansion and synchronization of the spirit, their sensory perception remains human. Without appropriate containers to restrain them, users cannot concentrate, and there is a risk of losing control. However, Xia Qiqi could not understand why Yunqi's gaze constantly lingered on her. What was going on? How long will it take for your strength to fully recover? Anthony pondered, pinching his chin. He selectively avoided the previous question regarding marriage, which he deemed a significant matter he was reluctant to consider. With a portion of incomplete martial will and a fragmented martial soul, he acquired a power that enabled him to seize control of others. Seeing Su Pengpeng's unwavering loyalty, Qin, he was somewhat surprised. However, he had sensed that this fellow was not as simple as he seemed. Now, after being scolded by Yamamoto Takeo, he could only leave Mice establishment in a dejected manner. While everyone believed that Jing Marin dressed up for the emperor, she herself only longed for the prince to glance at her. The northern government troops had been attacking the city for half a month without success, and Huang Fusong had no choice but to resort to the old method of holding out, causing the food supplies in Guangzhou City to become strained once again. Not long, about 2 days, I have to go once every year to call my son. Jing Xiangyang glanced deeply at the elderly lady in front of him with white hair. Unexpectedly, the one who reacted the most was not Dong Miaoyi, but rather Ba Fujin, who turned to look at Li Seer. I think you can see that Qian can no longer withstand any further blows. If you do not love her, please do not provoke her. You should know how much harm Su Ziying has caused her. For her sake, who truly loves you, please do not push her to the brink. Yang Ling spoke earnestly, his gaze calm as he looked at Xiao Cheng. Did she forget her own pain while torturing you? Xiang felt helpless, as she did not want to harm Jing Shu, but with this retaliation, she felt powerless. Seeing her agitated expression, Qi Hui tried to reassure her, but Xiang's eyes gradually reddened as she bit her lip and looked deeply at her husband. While waiting for everyone to enter the palace, Xiang sent someone to inquire when Jian Feng would enter the palace again. Just as she murmured, Jian Feng arrived, urged by his family. Mr. Lu took me to a Western restaurant in the embassy district. The environment here is elegant and tasteful. He found a window-side seat and handed me the menu. He signaled for me to order. Due to the previous rush, I hadn't had time to bring Xinyang along, and now that my mother has been laid to rest, Chi Hui has also appeared publicly on formal occasions. Although there are still many things waiting for him to do, finding time to take my sister to our mother's grave to pay respects is not difficult. Lao Shirley mentioned that when Zhang Ting acquired Hanjing International, which involved over 100,000 formal employees, Connie and Wang Huai were truly astonished. Even though the two women knew Hanjing International was a large corporation, they did not expect its scale to be so immense. Sitting beside Zhang Ting, Bao Peihui gazed at him with admiration in her eyes. Zhang Ting reflected. Historically, in 1979, Shunbai had handed over Hanjing Huangpu to Li as if it were given for free. Atop the mountain, Ji Lingxing harbored no such frivolous thoughts. At this moment, he resembled an immovable rock, steadfast against the scorching sun and gentle moonlight. At this time, a team not particularly grand, but comprised of elite soldiers clad in armor and wielding long blades set off from Shangyuan and had now entered Gaishan's territory. The person with blue hair who walked in from outside was indeed recognized by Li Mo as belonging to the demon clan. Luo felt that they did not know the members of the Tree clan, so it was better to wait until they reached Hailon. He was genuinely afraid that Li Mo, facing the impending inner demon tribulation, would utter some nonsensical words. CBU felt a bit scared. If the torture devices in the cell angered these demon clan members, they would not have a good out. Ji Lingxing was tugged by Shiyu, yet he remained unmoved, shaking his head like a ruffian in the marketplace, saying, "No one in the Ji residence dares to disturb my peaceful dreams. A girl like you would be whipped in a wealthy family, yet I, being kind-hearted, won't hold it against you." This mysterious eunuch Hai was incredibly loyal to Fang Qingxue. Knowing that even a sneak attack could not harm Qin Ming, he had no choice but to resort to this final method, willing to perish alongside the invaders. One reason was to deplete the power of the cultivation world, another was to strengthen my own forces, but the primary reason was that the power within me was uncontrollable and was actively radiating outwards. Huajiao sensed a wave of malevolence. Just as she had relaxed for 2 days, her life had once again become. Su Guangyao had been living in fear these past few days. Regarding the matter of Qin Meihua, he was taken aback upon investigation, leaving him startled and anxious. Yan Ishi did not intend to trouble them, but rather hoped they would truly gain something. He lay on the bed with no love for life, his mind racing for ways to bring Chen Song back. No need to apologize. I still need to know what transaction Lin Xiong and Zhou Qiui reached and how much money was involved, Chen Song said with an indifferent expression but a very firm tone. Until the sun completely sank below the water's surface, the rosy golden hue gradually shrouded the deep blue veil, while the stars in the sky jostled for position, playfully blinking. It turned out that the two had already colluded. Chu Linghong accidentally stumbled upon their affair, and they forced her to commit suicide by jumping into the river, claiming that Li Chao was born of Chu Linghong, leaving no witnesses. So what are you really thinking, Fan? Shui Shanshan wanted to hear Shu Fan's true feelings under the influence of alcohol. Even if she cared, seeing old Liu's haggard, sorrowful face would elicit her heartfelt understanding. Having said that, Lu Qingxi noticed the dark circles under Chen Song's eyes. She looked somewhat fatigued, but was overjoyed. "Zai Xiu, I just found it. Should I throw it away again now?" Bai Jin smiled as she looked at Zai Xiu and said. This meant that Shen Qi was not returning to the Chuanzhou government office by long carriage, but rather that someone had picked him up. He recognized this weapon, which was of mid-grade bronze forged multiple times from high-quality steel. Zi Xiangrong stepped forward to defend, while Mu Chuanting could not find a breakthrough and was hurriedly forced to act as two people pursued from behind. The other party had explicitly mentioned the name of this demon beast in their speech, placing it before the third-tier fierce beast, clearly indicating that this spirit-eating spider was the true culprit behind the destruction of the camp. The moonlight tonight is particularly beautiful. Lao Shirley nestled beside Zhang Ting, gazing at the moonlight outside. Thinking about how Zhang Ting had forcefully seized Heji International from HSBC, she wondered whether they would face a storm of retaliation from HSBC and Shunbai next. "Sir, you directly intercepted Heji International from Mr. Shun and HSBC this time. I wonder if HSBC will retaliate against you next." "Surely, don't worry." Unfortunately, Chen Hua and Su Kan were completely unaware of their mistakes and became. Xiao Anan lowered her head, feeling extremely dejected. All her sorrow stemmed from the fact that she was not a boy. If she had been born a son, her grandmother would surely have adored her. Hearing this, Xiao Yao couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he had just concluded that the scarred brute was sent to deal with him, it was still merely speculation. The super soldier was a super weapon developed by Zhang Hua using advanced technology from the United States after extensive human experimentation. "Old Chen, what are you talking about?" A middle-aged man behind Li Tsin face snapped. This man was the head of the business department, the business director. The creature lost the restraint of the golden chain and instantly soared into the air, flying deep into the cloud sea. At first, Xiao Long did not feel anything unusual, but when he suddenly heard Luo Tian's words, his heart jumped. The power of the heart lotus earth fire was no less than the water spirit fire absorbed by Dideo back then. If it were just that Dideo would still have the strength to fight, but alas, she had made a pact with the demons. Every inch she approached the heart lotus earth fire made her feel as if her primordial spirit was cursed, rapidly being imprisoned. After spending some time with Li Tsinfei, he left the Li family and headed to Kowloon Mountain. Besides Li Tsinfei, no one knew where Su Fan had gone. You flatter me, fellow Taoist. Fortunately, I succeeded in the refinement, otherwise you would surely have some critical words to say. Yuan Yuling smiled and immediately teased. The two had long been stunned by the scene before them. Until Shi Min Jing moved rushing towards them, the terrified master and apprentice screamed and hurriedly ran outside the temple. When Tian Xuanzi appeared, the demon saint had already recognized him. Little did he expect that the Taoist he had been drinking with today was the target he had been seeking. Tian Xuanzi, who concealed a celestial artifact. The cavalrymen's iron hammers and iron whips were replaced with lightweight sabers, and they were even too lazy to. Upon seeing the enemy, they merely swung their blades at the horse's neck, charging forward with their mounts, which could instantly sever the heads of the fleeing enemy soldiers with their sharp blades. Boom. The opponent also released a fireball to block it. The two clashed again, their long swords intertwining, switching positions. Tian Xuanzi frowned. Judging from the previous encounter, the pseudo Tian Xuanzi indeed possessed similar strength to his own, but the attacking style was wilder and more unrestrained. At this moment, I suddenly heard the voice of the old witch in purple clothing. She asked the mysterious old man, "Senior, what are you looking at?" Upon hearing this, I instantly felt a million grass mud horses galloping in my heart. I screamed internally, "Oh no, this is going to be disastrous." Today is not like in ancient times when countless great practitioners held teachings. Even those with quasi-saintly Tao abilities are rarely seen. Let alone having the chance to listen to the Tao and its teachings, the old mother of Lishan is extraordinarily delighted. This was also the reason why Long Fei asked so many questions earlier, to keep Shui Min in a state of contemplation about the technique, so that when he saw the ball spinning, he could immediately relate it to his spiral sphere. The onlookers heard this remark. Although they didn't quite understand, most of the men guessed the general idea and burst in. Go find a door, or a window, anything that can lead outside. Yang Yi desperately held onto the broomstick, shouting loudly, while the four continued to search for an exit. Yang Yi, however, did not dare to go anywhere, only cautiously staying in the dark, carefully sensing the eerie aura, and using the broomstick to strike any threat. October 12, 1974. Saturday. The hillside villa at Repulse Bay. Last night Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley chatted until deep into the night before resting. When Zhang Ting woke up, he felt the sun shining into the room. Lao Shirley had already risen early from the guest room next door, not letting Connie and Wang Hui wake each other. When Zhang Ting got up, he saw that it was already past 10 in the morning. Zhao Ningning seemed unaware of the other's unusual demeanor. Her smile remained as usual, and her expression calm, even more relaxed than before, actively toasting the editor-in-chief and Wu Tianyuan among others. Sigh. During this second battle against Go Chun, I witnessed with my own eyes those chosen as substitutes for Go Chun tragically perish one by one within the chessboard. Qin Yuchuan thought very simply, marrying her meant she was his wife, and treating her well was a natural obligation, as natural as needing to eat and wear clothes. The plump adoptive mother felt deeply guilty, spending a considerable sum to uncover the murderer and severely punishing the perpetrator. As the two passed by a pond, Zhao Ningning tossed the stone in her hand into the water and washed the dirt and blood from her hands at the water's edge. After speaking, the supreme Heng Yuan transformed into a streak of light and charged directly at the Eternal Emperor. The two engaged in fierce combat, their energies colliding repeatedly, illuminating the sky and the ground, releasing powerful force that startled those in the distance who wished to watch, making them flee even further. Sheng Jiai observed Qin Wanjun carefully while she spoke, noting her expressions, but ultimately said nothing, merely echoing a sentiment. Son. Luo Qinling's face was full of tears as she stretched out her hand, wanting to grasp Qin Hu in the sky, but he was close yet far away, and she could never reach or touch him. Zhang A was speechless and had to summon a carriage and a coachman to take Zhang Hua to the cemetery. No wonder I always felt that something was missing when using Yasuo's skills. It turned out that the system had always given me a cut version of Yasuo's skills, Feng thought gloomily in his heart, but now he didn't know what to say. After all, the system was the boss. In truth, she had been unnerved by Ji Yanli's gaze, and her instinct was to avert her eyes, but in the end she forced herself to endure. I fear not, unless I become a physical entity, but the cost of that is too great, unworthy of the effort. I advise you not to attempt it lightly. Pei Wushang shook his head and said. Since his number was the last in this group, his track was also the one closest to the audience seats on their side. Chu Wanan looked at Chun Guang, suddenly pondering whether this director Chun had fallen for a scam. The dojo was vast and boundless, each step wide and grand, shrouded in mist, adorned with ancient patterns that had not faded even to this day, still radiating brilliance. The faces of the scruffy old man and the youth in the Dao robes suddenly changed, or rather vanished entirely. After speaking, Lu Shi pulled the hood over his head, wrapping himself tightly, leaving only half of his face exposed. Don't say such disheartening things. Let's go back and seek our master to see if he can save you. the man in black immediately rejected. Master Qinglian was frightened by Ji Qinli earlier, which led to such a decision unexpectedly aligning with the thoughts of Dugu Qiubai. Unfortunately, before Duan Wei and the others could rush to Huaxiong, other guests appeared and surrounded them. Was Lin Wayne really in this ghostly place? The youth found nothing nearby, and upon looking up and surveying the surroundings still found nothing except for the scattered fragments on the ground. The only thing left here was a large hole filled with seawater. All right, no crying, no crying. Let's go, it's windy on the mountain, don't catch a cold. Qi Hing wrapped her cloak around her and led her to the carriage. If these two pure gold statues were not a gift from Mr. Li and his wife, then who could have sent them? Initially, Shen Yin was somewhat surprised. He loved gold watches and cherished gold itself, which was an unchangeable part of his nature. However, he suddenly thought about the privacy of his home. Had his personal matters been exposed by the media? If that were the case, what a disaster it would be. When Shen Yin picked up the other newspapers, he found that they were all about his family. In fact, on her way back, she had already clearly remembered that the male classmate who had deceived her about the seating was the same boy who had spoken on behalf of the new students at the opening ceremony. Zilong smiled faintly and nodded to Huizheng Tian, saying, Master Hui, you are too polite. I shall take my leave first. With that, he cast a glance at a few people and turned to leave. A desperate whinny from the left broke the silence, and the once towering iron statue collapsed unexpectedly, revealing Yang Yan's figure. Clearly it was a serious matter, yet with his meddling, why did the atmosphere feel so strange? Whether it was a tiger or a dog, one could only determine after releasing them from their cages. A hound may exert itself to no end, yet it could still end up in the pot. As for a tiger, anyone wishing to take a piece of its skin or flesh must first consider their own strength. Old friend, you haven't run into MOMO, have you? Sha Fan tugged at the collar of his robe and asked in a deep voice. They were house sparrows raised with money by the local gentry, and they would never turn against their benefactors. However, those house sparrows raised with money could never become eagles. Suppressing her laughter, Ai Shued gently shook her head. It was only now that she realized this enigmatic man had such an adorable side. Isn't it because I was afraid you would get hurt? Nangong Zhao mumbled softly, not daring to speak too loudly. The clan had long engaged in trade with smugglers from the Ming dynasty, and most of the clan members were proficient in both Korean and Chinese. Behind him, a group of clan members from the Zhongyi clan kept bowing in deference. The scene fell into a sudden silence followed by a wave of uproar. Wentworth Cedric and others were immediately met with accusations from the entire Hufflepuff house. After returning to Li Muji's side, seeing that she had no intention of taking the earrings, he merely glanced at Cui Yun's hands, indicating her to continue keeping them before slightly nodding to the man in blue and turning to walk forward. However, if he was trying to gain sympathy, she could only say that if he ventured into the entertainment industry, the title of Best Actor would no longer belong to anyone else. When Shen Chongqing first arrived in this world, he felt somewhat out of place, but over time he gradually got used to it. Lin Shen looked at her seriously. Although she worked at the same company as him, her price was quite high, and he truly couldn't afford to hire her for an ordinary script. Furious, Lin Xiaoer stamped her foot, took her milk, and left. Lin Wei Yang slammed the door shut, not bothering to dwell on the matter. As he spoke, Qin Yong suddenly shifted and freed himself from the ropes binding him. Qin Yong dared not linger and fled towards the Kongtong sect's gathering hall. Once Xing Tong left, the sword of the earth swiftly ascended, disappearing into the clouds as if it had never existed, only to reappear when its master returned. The terrain of the Lanakila Mountains was quite complicated, with caves or jungles encountered every few dozen meters. Xing Tong was no exception and went in to explore each one. No way. Didn't Li Ma say he had to work while studying every day? How could he be busy enough to come here? Hearing too many belittling remarks is not good for a child. Instead, it can undermine their confidence and raise the bar for their own comparisons, making them feel they cannot measure up. Fu Yixing remained silent, his restless heart keeping him from settling down. Save her. I said it was impossible. Moreover, with the current situation being so dire, how could he muster the energy to care about such things? October 13th, 1974. Sunday morning. After Zhang Ting got up, it seemed even cooler outside, possibly due to the location being halfway up the mountain, which made it cooler than the city. He didn't swim, just took a stroll in the garden. He saw Zhang Daniu, who had rested here last night, already up. Good morning, Daniu. Zhang Ting sat down as it was not yet breakfast time with Connie. The burly man then clasped his fist towards Hao Run. I am Lu Long, it's an honor to meet you, Hero Hao. He was a peak warrior at the void refinement stage, and the martial artist he admired most in his heart was the celestial level warrior. The entire formation had the shape of a circle on the outside and a square on the inside, with a general stationed at the center of the formation, while the peripheral forces were layered in defense. Xian Yuanhong suddenly felt a powerful force forcibly invade his body, causing it to expand, then expand further, and it continued to grow. He even felt a dangerous sensation, as if his physical limits were reached, and he could shatter into pieces at any moment. The second wave of the charge also failed, and this time the casualties were even more severe. Over 20 soldiers had died, and the injured numbered over 100. Impossible. Feng Xiaoro said instinctively, but then noticed the expressions of the others in the room were off, especially Guang Yaozi, whose mouth could fit a roast chicken. She quickly lowered her head. As he spoke, Long Ming stood up from his chair, walked to an iron cabinet beside him, and took out a key from his pocket to unlock the large padlock on the cabinet. Sheng Qiao stepped forward a couple of steps, exuding an overwhelming aura directed at Su Jiangchen, looking as if he could strike at any moment. Zhang Sheng and Murong Zhongtian did not know that the King of Birds had already died. The person who closely resembled the King of Birds was not the King of Birds, but his fraternal brother, the Qing Tianfeng Wang. Lu Lang came to the Wuliang sect to deliver something, and of course, he wouldn't miss the opportunity at hand. For talented individuals dashed out of the hall like a whirlwind, and only when the figures of the talented ones completely disappeared from everyone's sight did they realize. It's him, he is the player who has taken down all the first accesses. A male player was the first to shout. It was none other than Huang Honghan. Nan Huaijin was well-versed in the doctrines of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, and had a close friendship with Master Xingyun of the Fo Guang Mountain, almost every year going up the mountain to discuss the essentials of Buddhist teachings with him. Are you not keeping one for yourself, Mr. Lu Shan, who was usually cold and composed, rarely showed any fluctuation in his tone. In Chuxia's new house, Lin Baohua and his wife were cleaning the empty room with Chu Xia and Jing Jia. After letting them in, the elder Zhang couple returned to the east room, citing their age and need for an early rest, saying they would talk about anything the next day. Once I make a profit, new things are likely to come out, and who knows, the speed might reach over 35 knots. Shigaoji, knowing Morgan's preferences, deliberately elongated his tone. Since he had never interacted with Ling Zue before, he was unsure of his temperament. Qiu Yilan pondered over her words, momentarily unsure of how to begin. After the incident at the branch, the mountain had been in contact with Dong Shanghai, but Dong Shanghai was severely injured at that time, unable to articulate well, and could not provide any instructions. Hu Qing knelt on the ground, not expecting Han Jian to be so easy to talk to. Suddenly, he was momentarily taken aback before getting up and following Han Jian to the temporary camp by the roadside. Perhaps it was the last flight to the Elizabeth, as there weren't many people on board. Counting Yi Tian and the staff, there were only a dozen or so, and after descending into the cabin, it did not feel crowded. Go Xian also raised his teacup and drank it all at once. If it weren't for the injury he sustained some time ago, he might have swapped all this tea for wine today. However, this time was different. Long Yi was the future reliance of the Qi family for the next 100 years. He had finally earned Long Yi's favor, and if it were to be ruined by this useless son, he would become the center of the entire Qi family. Generally speaking, banks primarily serve the function of deposits and savings, providing individuals and businesses with a secure and reliable savings mechanism. Such deposits can accrue interest, thereby increasing the wealth of the depositors. Subsequently, banks offer loans and credit services to assist individuals and businesses in meeting their financial needs. Borrowers, be they individuals or companies, can utilize loans for long-term needs, such as purchasing homes, vehicles, and education, or for short-term needs like operational funds and expanding production. Li Yuka's expression momentarily froze, his eyes reflecting a hint of regret. After a moment, he rested his hands behind his head, leaning leisurely against the pillar, saying, "Who told you to always claim I'm not as good as that guy? When a person is angry, they tend to do unexpected things," he said with conviction. In other words, the enemy is using these troops to impede our 8th Route Army's efforts to reclaim lost territories. Ganyu placed her hand once more on her chest, declaring, I am a hybrid of human and Qilin, possessing half of an immortal's bloodline. During the war against the demon gods, I contributed to the Emperor and Liu Yue. Of course, this guy had previously made everyone lose their temper with his instantaneous wormhole transport, leaving them too intimidated to speak ill. Reflecting on the touching brotherhood between Curry and Chili, the handsome lad quietly resolved not to let anyone disrupt their bond, leaving Luo Zuer to him to handle. She never raised her head, thus missing the deep gaze that nightly cast upon her. As long as it's not about mutually assured destruction, currently no one in the known universe can rival Wang Ji. Carl glanced indifferently at Snow, and even if it came to mutual destruction, no one could match him. Wu Gang said, "We can go back now, let's sit down and share the fruits, and after sharing we can head home." Yifei lightly brushed his forehead, wondering where Li Erniu had gone off during the daily education class. He could have come back to deliver a message before Yifei lightly brushed his forehead, wondering where Li Erniu had gone off during the daily education class. He could have come back to deliver a message before going to put on his gear. Li Yulian took out a tissue from her pocket, then squatted down to pick up 2 bones from the dust, slowly walking towards Fei Xiumei, who wanted to retreat, but found herself unable to move. Of course, one drawback that cannot be overlooked is that the shape of this cross-section also rotates along with the growth of the tree trunk, and additionally, its width can barely accommodate her figure, and the length is similarly constrained. This was the first time Deputy Minister Lan participated in a battle meeting with Long Yi and the others, bringing only one assistant. It was easy to guess who this so-called assistant was. However, whenever such thoughts crossed his mind, Yi Zimo would recall the decisiveness and determination with which Gu Yuxing had broken up with him. "If you want me to believe, it's simple, unless you bring him before me." Sunda thought to himself, once he appears I will trample him into the ground, so you can see who the real man is. After accepting Zhao Qin, Tiantong also discovered that Zhao Qin's talent was not exceptional, but fortunately he was diligent and hardworking. Yes, everyone present bowed respectfully in response. Even the usually unruly Xianqing Yun appeared humble and respectful. Though he had only glanced at it for 2 seconds, for someone who boasted a photographic memory, he had already memorized that number with remarkable clarity. However, if this were to be shared, those who had never witnessed Lin Tianyou's medical skills would undoubtedly find it hard to believe. Most importantly, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Tianyou was merely a worthless scion of a wealthy family, and considering this, they would find it even harder to trust. With an abundance of food available, everyone naturally did not wish to compromise their appetites. They each sat down and began to enjoy the meal, having no mind left to care about how raucous the curly-haired one was. Late at night. It is now past 3 in the morning. ICAC office building. At this moment, inside an office of the ICAC, Bao Fuda is smoking. On Monday, Bao Fuda had already received news from Zhang Ting. This time it was his opportunity to leave the ICAC. Although Bao Fuda and Lai Fu had wanted to leave before, Zhang Ting insisted they stay at the ICAC. Now Tang Yun was unaware of what Xiao Lang and Xiao Qi were discussing, but the next day, Xiao Qi did let them go. Knowing that the spirit snake poison dragon had collected the fire-preventing divine shield into the Tianxi Ru E bag, he turned his gaze towards the still somewhat shaken poison queen, pointing at the Buddhist beads on his chest. The meaning was self-evident. This face was given to me by my parents, and I cannot change anything about it, but I will strive for everything else. Qin Hao smiled and turned to leave. After changing clothes and thinking about going downstairs, perhaps asking Hu Qiyin might provide some insights. With a thunderous boom, Huang Kuei's gun barrel struck the ground, producing a deafening sound, and the fragments of stone on the ground erupted, shooting into the air on both sides. However, as he suddenly approached, the scent of dragon saliva enveloped her senses, completely shrouding her in this aura, and his tilted gaze upon her was like an infrared beam, causing her eyelids to twitch when his eyes narrowed. It was indeed the man who had awakened her to get off the bus back then. Xiaohua abruptly broke free from the man's grip, retreating back onto the bed, vigilantly staring at the doorway. However, at that moment she noticed that there was a lighter on the bedside table. Yuling has an agreement with you, only then will I allow her to go with you. If you cannot protect her well, I will not let you off. Wu Shuang's gaze was cold, completely different from how she treated me. Take him to the heavenly prison and wait for the emperor and the regent to return for further handling. Thus she merely ordered that Xiao Lu along with Xiao Qi be thrown into the cell with strict guards assigned. I carefully looked at this handsome, sleeping face, reluctant to wake him. Waking up to find the beloved man by my side filled me with immense happiness. The three followed by Yu towards the battlefield, where they saw an open-air circular arena reminiscent of the Colosseums from ancient Rome. People in Longhai have heard a saying, even a dog from the Grand Marshal's mansion will eat people if it comes to that. Moreover, with the troublesome Tang Ning present, thinking of that 200 million in compensation made Li Xinyue want to bite off her flesh, but unfortunately, there were simply too many people around Tang Ning. The main gate creaked open, dust swirling in the air. Behind the door was a courtyard overgrown with weeds. The originally exquisite and grand stone screen was now covered with a thick layer of dust, and the top was overrun with lush weeds. After death, his soul dissipated within the falling air. Behind the door was a courtyard overgrown with weeds. The originally exquisite and grand stone screen was now covered with Duan Yun, and he both held a sense of caution. However, after listening for a moment, they unconsciously became immersed. Subsequently, Wan Mengsheng's gaze was no longer hazy but filled with divine light, his beard swaying in the wind, looking exceptionally carefree. The originally disheveled appearance was completely gone, replaced by an aura of independence akin to an ethereal immortal. May the ancestors bless me. May heaven protect me. Gu Yanran clasped her hands together, gratefully bowing towards the sky. Zheng Xiao smoothly entered the imperial city, following the path in her memory, arriving at the emperor's residence, Weiyang Palace. Bai Shui did not know when she had run to the edge of the pool, drinking water with a gurgling sound. Upon being spotted by the ant, she chased after her, only to jump back into my arms. Dong Ling slightly raised her eyebrows, and lo and behold, the attire of Hui Ju before her truly rivaled that of Ji Gong in terms of his disposition. ICAC building. When Bao Fuda and others brought Shun Yin back, they had just stepped out of the car, and many reporters outside had already captured the scene. Throughout it all, Shun Yin merely cast a glance at Bao Fuda. However, Bao Fuda showed no fear. After all, his identity and current position were precisely meant for such matters. Bao Fuda was taken to an interrogation room at the ICAC for a private session. Listening to F.A. Lud's laughter made me uncomfortable. In a fit of anger, I did not flee but turned around and unleashed the divine technique I had just prepared, Mighty Buddha's Hand. My hand kept extending, and with a loud boom it collided with the giant mountain that was rushing towards me, which continued to exert pressure, leaving a crowd of people exchanging glances. Eventually, in a moment of helplessness, Zhang Biren had no choice but to call upon a few high-ranking officials according to their titles. She had often relied on meals to build relationships, yet despite her efforts they were nowhere near even being considered. Perhaps there was an unspoken connection. Within 2 seconds of Hu Chang entering, Fan Deshang emerged from his bedroom rubbing his eyes. He was quite surprised to see this unexpected guest, and upon recognizing Hu Chang immediately brightened up with a smile. The second young master and Nanai were only there out of a whim. The carriage had also been sent for by the dark guards from another courtyard, so logically not many people could be aware of this matter. The only thing he knew was that when he stepped out of the room the attitude of those around him was noticeably more respectful. After Yang Mani spoke, several people's gazes fell upon Chen Luobin. Chen Luobin sensed that the atmosphere was off. Could there be some prank hidden beneath the red cloth? Curiosity ultimately triumphed over Chen Luobin's calm demeanor as he pulled the red cloth. The answer revealed itself before his eyes. However, although Yuzu thought this way, he was not one to shy away from trouble. Just as he was about to open the car door and step out, he was abruptly pulled back by Chen Luobin. Without caffeine and cholesterol, is this still the American way of life? Bob chuckled as he licked the grease off his fingertips, looking at Robert. As the heat wave collided with the perfectly aligned hedges surrounding the area, it immediately dispersed in all directions. After another round of reprimands, Zhao Xian revealed the truth about Fu Yan's instigation of Zhu Bo, as Zhu Bo had forced himself to co-sign. Chun, who was furious, his inner demon raging as he watched the black giant fish flick its tail, attempting to submerge into the lake. Without a second thought, he hurled the silver spear in his hand with all his might. Huaner keeps repeating a few phrases. I am the 9 Lotus Bodhisattva. I am the 9 Lotus Bodhisattva. The emperor treats outsiders harshly, and I want all his princes to perish. Concubine Tian could no longer hold back, collapsing to the ground in tears. This child's illness fluctuates between mild and severe, and the medicine never seems to work. I pray and fast for him every day, beseeching the heavens for mercy. Concubine Tian's voice trembled. Her soft, delicate hand was enveloped by the emperor's sturdy palm, bringing warmth to Mo Ruzi's heart. Her cheeks gradually flushed with color as she obediently followed the emperor out of the palace. In the world of death, there are indeed firearms, but they take on forms produced by the Zanpakuto or the return of the blade. For instance, Soifan's Bankai and the first Espadas resurrection serve as excellent examples. She had been hoping for them to be together for over a decade. From the moment Yin Mumu was born, Mo Kiru viewed Yin Mumu as her own daughter-in-law. Now that they were finally together, how could she not be excited? What more do you want? Just wait to sit in prison. Liang Tingdong waved his sleeve, already impatient. At 7:45 p.m., the opening whistle blew, signaling the start of the UEFA Champions League quarterfinal second leg match between Real Madrid and Arsenal. The Changjiang Industrial Group building. In the chairman's office, Li Jiaqing, dressed in a suit, is working. A knock is heard at the door, but before the female secretary could go to open it, the office door was already pushed open. The person who entered was Zhou Qianhe. Zhou Qianhe noticed that the boss was still working and seemed unaware of the big issue at hand. Boss, something major has happened. Qianhe, calm down. Yak now understands that this accelerated filming is actually overexerting the actors' bodies, and they won't report it to the union, yet they must be complaining internally. He has grown quite close to Zai's, having known him for 2 years, transitioning from dislike to wariness, and now to familiarity. Yak does not understand why he has undergone such a change, especially knowing that Zai is engaging in illegal activities. Looking across the 3 realms apart from Li Kuafu, there is nothing and no one else that she cherishes so deeply, so how could she allow these people to enter and hunt Li Kuafu? Rationality tells her this is inappropriate, yet in reality, she finds herself sinking deeper, unable to muster even the slightest strength to resist it all. In fact, she secretly hopes for everything to continue this way. Once Jin Yuan got into the rhythm, Manchester United clearly felt the pressure on the flanks increase significantly. Ever began to struggle against Jin Yuan's breakthroughs. In the 49th minute, this was Jin Yuan's first dribble attempt of the second half. Xiao Wen clearly saw that guy flying in an 8-limbed dance in the ancient sea, and after just a moment of watching, he nearly lost focus and quickly averted his gaze. These days are concentrated voting dates for the head coaches and team captains of major national teams. Jin Yuan is unsure of the situation and does not wish to know. For now, what he wants to do is spend this Christmas Eve with his family. To bring out the younger generation of officers, he has taken along Li Jingqin, Qiong, Cheng Yaojin, Luo Shixin, and Wei Qi Jingda among the young generals. Firstly, his direct mentor is Shun Minhe, an elder of this sect, so he is not worried about not having someone to teach him. Secondly, with his current strength, he naturally does not fear the preliminary assessment. Although Qin Shuang has never had much to say to Bu Jingyun, their relationship is not particularly close. In contrast, Nie Feng may be closer to Bu Jingyun as he knows many past events from when Bu Jingyun was still a Tai. However, both dungeons have been cleared by the pirates, which is not a good thing for the world government and the navy. Jun Hai side, this man, his relationship with her has become incredibly intimate. They are husband and wife, and he is the father of their child. Who would have thought that one day she would be able to enter Bo Yekin's home and have a meal face-to-face with him? Although Xiao Yun has difficulty understanding the warnings from Li Nanfeng, she feels that something is amiss. How could it be? Having such a bar is a truly great existence. No one would belittle you, it's just that you have heard it. Out of pity, she unknowingly offered comfort, unable to bear seeing others in sorrow. The sound of the wind in the forest rustled the bamboo leaves, covering the footsteps of that person fleeing, as the wolf, relying on its keen hearing and sense of smell, barely kept up. If she had really aborted the child back, then would her life have never appeared at all? She does not understand what Shun Yeding's insistence on recognizing her is truly for. Is it simply because she married into the Jun family, and Shun Yeding hopes to establish a connection with them? Or is there some other ulterior motive? Cheng Xiao's face showed 7 parts restraint and 3 parts smile, maintaining a polite distance, which was a courteous rejection. The light in the room was on, and on the bed Bei was covering her head with a quilt, unable to see her face, presumably already asleep. The greatest nightmare for bankers and the banking industry is a run on the bank. For Sanders, one wave has not yet subsided before another rises. Suddenly, hearing Bao Johan mention this matter, he felt a rush of dizziness. He stood up from the boss chair, then sat back down. Sanders had worked in the banking industry for many years and had experienced the banking crisis in Hong Kong during the 1960s, making him quite experienced in such matters. That was true. As soon as she finished speaking, 4 or 5 men came in for interviews. After all, with so much money at stake, everyone was eager to give it a try. Xia Jinjin lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling where a golden dragon, vivid and lifelike, caught her eye. Zhao Zhong was not one to break promises. Having pledged to Mu Guiying, he had no reason to go back on his word. I will probably continue to educate him about magic, Xiao Liang said, extending his hand, as a thick, straight wooden stick appeared in his grasp. We must find the priceless person before sunset. What are the conditions? Jello asked eagerly. He had only heard of such targets and had never seen them with his own eye. Perhaps Sam's fierce words touched the nerves of the 4th-generation Rakage. After careful consideration, he realized that Sam was basically correct. And Jiyu glanced out the window and noticed Bai Wanru was also looking this way. She smiled at him, causing Jiyu to momentarily catch his breath and quickly follow by Kaching. If the stones cannot cleanse the central plains and restore balance, it is like a great river, Zhu Sun exclaimed, clapping his hands. He pointed to the Mengjin ferry, his chest rising and falling rapidly, revealing his agitation. He focused his gaze and noticed a large gap among the folded documents. Picking up the top document, he indeed saw a neatly folded piece of paper. He opened it to take a glance. In Principal Nia Hongyu's office, she hung her windbreaker on the rack, her impressive figure becoming even more apparent, making Jiyu instinctively avert his gaze. She took out a contract and handed it to Jiyu. She tried to discreetly pull her jade-like hand away, but the man held it tightly. However, she still smiled cheerfully and said, I still have matters to attend to today. Young master, you might as well leave your name, and I will visit you another day for guidance. At that moment, the earth began to shake. The sounds of falling stones and dirt mingled with a rumbling noise echoing in the wind. The explosion triggered a series of chain reactions within the volcano. I suddenly felt the temperature of the surrounding air rising, and a faint rumbling sound came from behind the distant stone wall, like thunder. In front of Dong Haoyu and Dahlia, she was the younger sister in need of care, but when facing Chi-Chi, she became the older sister taking care of others. Beneath the mask, aside from the scars that created a somewhat fierce appearance and its abnormal coldness, a pair of pitch-black eyes appeared somewhat hollow. The previously declining trend in car sales had halted, but there was no significant rebound. Finally, when we arrived at a vast natural platform, we were immediately stunned by the scene before us. After writing their names on the 3-life stone, the accounts Feng Yu and Bu Xie officially confirmed their bond. Xian Yuanche embraced Mu Rongqing Ran, tilting his head to reveal a smile like a spring breeze as he looked at Song Shui, and said, My beloved wife has caused some offense. I hope for your understanding. And after saying this, he horizontally lifted Mu Rongqing Ran and turned to leave. Things will turn around when they reach their extremes. Duan Lang deeply understood that a moment of triumph often hides more danger. Only those who remain vigilant and cautious can achieve the realm of inner sanctity and outer kingship. A gentleman does not tread on perilous ground, is probably the meaning of this. To be honest, she was eagerly hoping for things to escalate sooner rather than later out of a desire for excitement. Chun Juan relit the lantern and saw Li Zhixiang struggling in the river, seemingly discerning his position. He swam away, finally feeling relieved. This was thanks to the Liu family for dropping stone beasts into the water. The sediment in this stretch of the Wusong River was severe, and the flow was slow enough to avoid washing people away. The Huifeng Bank building. In the conference room, Bao Peihui and Bao Yugong followed a senior executive of Huifeng Bank to the door of the meeting room. Since Bao Peihui was not a director of Huifeng Bank, she had to wait in another office. Bao Peihui's status was different, and the Huifeng Bank executive seemed to value her highly. Miss Bao, please wait here for a moment. Mr. Bao and the others are unsure how long the meeting will take. Feel free to ask if you need anything. While 2 tables were dining heartily, a familiar aroma wafted from the 3rd table. There sat Xiao Shui alone at a table with a steaming bowl of braised beef noodles in front of him. To the 2 observers outside of Ian, his speed was almost ghostly. Even Gu Yuexian couldn't guarantee that he could evade it. All he could do was protect his eyes and vital areas while defending against the next attack. The imperial concubine Shin Shufei opened her eyes and said in an ethereal tone, "Your father commanded me to be confined for 3 months. How can I remain calm?" He was somewhat worried. Lying on the ground like this, the cold energy of the earth was invading him. His body was already weak, and he feared he would develop a high fever at night. Listening to this, Su Qing's originally tense and worried heart calmed down instead. She wondered why, despite breaking someone's arm being such a huge matter, no one in the village was scolding her sister. Instead, they were all cursing the Sun family. Ding Lei felt uncomfortable about the green hat he was wearing, but didn't show it. He casually asked, "Fellow townsmen, are there still stalls here? In fact, I didn't really want to let him go. I haven't repaid a single debt. Who could be satisfied with that? But I want them to see that I, Guochang, am honorable and different from them." "Thank you for your kindness, Prince Xia, but she is from the Qing Wangfu, and the Qing Wangfu will naturally protect her," said the Qing Wang, who had just arrived with Mo Li and overheard Prince Xia's words. However, just as Tung Shi felt she could move, the sword she had been holding in her hand turned at an angle and swept horizontally towards Yen. The frugal class leader only wanted to improve his family's living conditions. He was willing to do any dirty work to get promoted, charging forward whenever there was danger. Upon hearing this, Chun Weiwei's eyes lit up. She immediately kissed Xiaoling's lips and gently pushed her down. Gradually, the room was filled with the muffled hums from Xiaoling and the inadvertently seductive sounds from Chun. "How about that? Strong enough, right? You're so shocked that you can't even speak," said Xietian with a strange smile. In fact, it was merely people's curiosity at play. The less one says, the more curious and suspicious people become. On the contrary, when you say it, their curiosity dissipates, and there won't be as much news afterward. Upon hearing this, Old Li nodded repeatedly in delight. He had been waiting for something like this for nearly 60 years, and now that day had finally come. How could he not be excited? Even without being told, Song Qingzi could tell that the 2 younger sisters in front of her had a deep bond and a considerable backstory. Ren Ping, with a hint of suspicion, had already begun dialing Zun Yuanyuan's office phone. Although he had no prior contact with this high-ranking executive vice mayor as the director of the police bureau in the main urban area of Luling, it was impossible for him not to have the vice mayor's phone number. Additionally, a fascist-flagged organization had emerged in Germany promoting the spirit of brotherhood and the unity of mankind, while repeatedly issuing corrections to the distorted doctrines of Hitler. After the banter, everyone was wondering what kind of bold character could inform their father that a second marriage could still lead to new offspring. Li Hui did not immediately answer Wang Feng's question, but carefully surveyed the surroundings, especially around the teleportation array. Top floor office of the Inha Investment Tower. Zhang Ting was reading the newspaper and running simulations of the British and American markets. It was nearly 11 o'clock. Tang and knocked and entered. "Boss." Tang and entered brimming with excitement. Earlier that morning, Zhang Ting had learned that Huifeng Bank and Henggang Bank shares had plunged. Afterwards, Baofuda, accompanied by members of the ICAC, had taken Shun and others away for investigation. Tangan was elated now because the decisive moment had arrived. As for Cui Bin, the accused, he had already made his confession. Now it was the judge's turn to deliver the verdict. Before they could send anyone out, someone from outside came to report that Kuai Xianren, an attendant at Yuanying's side, was waiting at the hall to request an audience. His ears pricked as he listened to Ouyang Ruox's movements. After her hand left him, a face leaned in close. The warm breath immediately brushed against Ning Baobei's ear and the hollow of her neck. He mumbled with his head bowed, "No, it is," then quickly lifted his face to meet the gaze of the emperor and the empress. Before long, the carriage came to a halt. But Jingyi refused to get out, clutching the carriage's handrail and struggling desperately, crying for help. The commotion drew every eye in the parking lot, as if watching a spectacle, yet no one moved to offer assistance. She had no inner skill to begin with, and could not make out what the two were saying. Now this scoundrel had come to disturb her. How could she possibly show him mercy? "Why did you meet him behind my back?" Furious Mu Qinyu gave Jiang Jingluo no chance to explain. "Had I not allied with you today, perhaps we would not live to see tomorrow's sun." There was no direct answer. Instead, he countered, "If you can help me finish these pastries, you will have already done me a favor. How could I not express my gratitude?" Cui Lu smiled as she spoke. When Su Jin first met the girl, she judged her to be sharp-tongued and simple-minded. She paid her little heed. If the girl persisted in making trouble, so be it, but when someone came calling at her doorstep, how could she let them go unpunished? At that moment, the dice came to rest. When the numbers were revealed, everyone gasped. It was clear these people were easy to get along with, but to In Feng's disappointment, he could not penetrate the depths of their cultivation. "I will issue the order at once. From now on, they will be your guards," Shangguan Honglai said with a laugh. Bailey Luochuan took it and gently draped it over Lin Qinghua, looping it around her shoulders. He freed her tresses from beneath the cloak. Su Guli had never seen such a terrifying look in his life. In that instant, his legs went weak. He suddenly wondered whether they had never truly known this sister, a sibling born of the same mother. Yet he could not comprehend who in Qingcheng possessed the strength and audacity to strike at him so silently. She swept her gaze behind her, uttered a sentence in the Shiliang dialect, and the two men who had been standing at her back stepped. "It is possible, Lu. Of course, it could also be that the 5 of us have lost our memories of her. In any case, do not dwell on her. Hurry to room 402 and find the puppet. Chen Feng said this with a grave expression. Lin Xinghua looked at Yi Changtian and cried, "If you meet with misfortune, do you think I would go on living in cowardly existence?" The words made Yi Changshan's heart tremble. "The blood flame flowers I can give you, but you must not press on further," Zui Wei said. The colossal python shimmered, and dozens of blood flame flowers swept toward Yi Changtian and the others. Zhang Qian took 10 blossoms, Wu Panpan took another 10, and the remaining 40-odd flowers were all handed to Yi Changtian, who accepted them without demur. When Li Xinyan kept silent, it was tolerable. Zhang Bushi forcibly suppressed herself and kept from crying aloud. But the moment Li Xinyan spoke, Zhang Bushi could no longer hold back. Her shoulders trembled as she wept, and her reddened eyes made her look deeply wronged and pitiable. Huifeng and its subsidiary Hengxin Bank account for nearly 70 of the depositors' funds in Xinjiang. As a result, other Chinese or British financial institutions in Xinjiang wishing to develop must turn to loans, which can only be borrowed from Huifeng Bank. Over time, the influence of Huifeng Bank naturally grew. So why would Qi Dezun prefer to borrow at high interest from European banks, especially Swiss banks, to develop overseas companies? Ultimately, it was because he did not wish to be controlled by Huifeng Bank. "Don't be like that, you are my best grandma," Mo said, shaking Lan Yuer's arm while acting cute. "I arrived just in time. The ground is icy cold, and if I had been any later it would have been too late." Han Shui said, feeling a bit scared. Xiao Xinren's courtyard had been uninhabited for a long time, and in such weather it was like an ice cellar. Qi Ning and the Zhao family had already collapsed on the ground. If it went on for too long, something serious would really happen. Originally, the players on our side were holding the worst idea of letting the hostage hang once, but when hanging once turned into the possibility of being deleted, many people's faces revealed a dilemma. It was precisely Qiao Qing and Mo Huaxing, as well as Feng Yang and Han Shui. The four of them silently landed on the rooftop of Meiyu Building. Qiao Qing made a gesture, and Feng Yang and Han Shui flew down. Before long, each of them dragged 2 unconscious individuals out of Meiyu Building and directly tossed them into a nearby deserted alley. Just like Su Tianqi, even when separated from his mother, he still decorated his room in the same style as when they lived together. Su Zuiyan finally realized that Yi Kaiqing was deliberately stimulating him to make him more alert. His anger instantly extinguished, but he was still unhappy that Yi Kaiqing had provoked him earlier. Li Qinghuan initially wanted to inform directly, but then thought since Brother Jiang has not yet agreed to be the honorary leader of Yixiafu, why not take this opportunity to provoke him a bit? "Aren't you supposed to be working tonight?" After dinner, Su Zuiyan looked at Yi Kaiqing, who was still idly wandering at home with a face full of suspicion. He thought, isn't the night usually when this guy is most active? Why are you staying today? The heart-wrenching cries of Gu Zhang's mother and Gu Zhang's continuous screams filled the air. At this moment, the Gu family mansion was very quiet. There should have been many people nearby who heard the commotion, yet none came to check the situation. What left Yi Feng dumbfounded was that the fierce sword energy slashed at the giant ant, yet instantly dissipated without inflicting any damage or obstruction. "Aren't you very busy? Why did you come here? I didn't see you eat anything." Being dragged into the car by Qin Lang, Yili suddenly realized that Qin Lang hadn't eaten anything at all, just kept serving her dishes. Since he didn't eat, why did he come to the restaurant? Yin Ruoxing felt that she was just jealous that she could get close to the divine Dr. Yi Xian. With a cold snort, she left proudly with the disciples of the Beast Control sect. No one would associate such a person who had a deep-seated feud with the Hidden Moon sect with the spies of the Hidden Moon sect. Zhang Yinzu secretly thought himself lucky. It seemed that a Saxon really couldn't recognize people, and it was right not to let her in at the beginning. Shen Changsheng was somewhat puzzled because it was clear that this demon clan powerhouse was specifically targeting him. Of course, this person could not really kill him. He was deliberately speaking such violent and unreasonable words, pretending to be this rude just to humiliate him. Due to the flood season, the river was rushing, and Chun Xiao was uncertain if there would be a beach and pebbles after the water receded. When he asked Su Guang, he didn't know either. Amidst the rising tea mist, he spoke with an indifferent expression, as if discussing the affairs of others. No wonder the Russian Empire could not enter. First there were traps, then trenches, and behind them were the Ming army, each holding bows and arrows in defense, making it indeed difficult to advance. The study on the second floor of the villa. Just now Connie and Wang Huai had organized tonight's evening newspaper and delivered it to the study. However, Zhang Ting did not have the time to read it. Now casually picking up a newspaper, the front page news features the photograph and report of Shun Yin being taken back for investigation by the Ikax Baofuda and others this morning. Additionally, there is news about Huifeng Bank and Hengxian Bank, where a large number of citizens from Xinjiang have flocked to their branches. It can be said that although this force is currently very scattered, it cannot accomplish much for the master. Xiong Yin revealed a hint of guilt in her eyes. Shimin Jinlian, wrapped in her nightgown, opened the door and went out. Just as she descended the stairs, she saw Zhan Bai had also opened the door and stepped out, both wearing expressions of gloom. Seeing his subordinate say this, Lin Jingying furrowed his brow and asked, "What strange things? Tell me what. After he slightly recovered, he sent people multiple times to search for his whereabouts, yet found no trace of him. Almost always he had worn the blood jade linglong on him, so how could it be displayed in such a place now? Could it be that John Bai has actually put this linglong jade up for sale? Or did he lend it to Mr. Smith for display? In a frenzy, it finally caught the familiar scent. Upon detecting this aura and seeing the familiar figure, it immediately let out a loud cry and sprinted like a bolt of lightning towards the man in red lying by the river. Speaking of the current situation, those strong energy fields could very likely be sources of energy generated from spatial transformations arising during the interweaving of two spaces, while Shi Gandang was inadvertently influenced by these energy fields. Later this influence became hereditary, which is why it passed to Shi Lei. At this moment Jiogo frowned and said to Vice Officer Li, "Vice Officer Li, let's not beat around the bush in front of the real person. What is the reason? Who exactly is backing the Amei sect? I can clearly see the greed in his eyes, and I also know how tempting a broken sect pill is to someone who has been stuck at the peak of the Do Huang realm for many years." Chun Sheng sent a text message notifying Chu Yun that the newlyweds had already met. Moreover, the atmosphere was quite subtle, as if something were about to happen. In his investigation, Ling Feng seemed to be merely a low-level waste with no mention of any knowledge of array techniques. What? Louis did not tell us. Wang Qi felt a bit sorry for Su Yangyang. Wasn't it said that they would stay in the province? Of course, this was merely his own thought. The first thing he did upon receiving news was to go to Chu Minghua. As soon as the words fell, the madman trembled, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy from the martial king realm erupted. Then his figure flashed and rushed directly towards the Ling Feng ahead. This is also why Ling Feng did not take action when Yang Feng spoke this way. He had experienced death. Seeing that Lin Shen did not stop him, Du Peng finally sighed in relief and continued to ride away on his electric bike. After what happened over there, he had indeed grown a lot, becoming more steady and less flamboyant. Thinking of this, Zhao Ying unexpectedly hugged Lin Chen tightly, displaying great intimacy and even kissing him on the cheek, leaving a striking red mark. As previously mentioned, Long Niling was indeed a person of exceptional talent, otherwise he wouldn't have managed to suppress the other 8 sons as the 9th son. Aren't you the dashing and handsome one, a medical prodigy? Anyone wanting to accompany you on a journey around the world could probably circle the 6th ring road 8 times. She did not answer him directly. Upon hearing this, Qing Mo's face was filled with worry. Something must have happened for Ting Xian to suddenly change like this. Xiao Lung gripped his phone, his feminine black eyes like an overturned inkstone, thick ink staining, yet showing no sign of convergence. Zhang Ting knew that under normal circumstances acquiring a 30 stake in Huifeng Bank was utterly impossible. Even securing 20 would likely demand an exorbitant price. But now was different. Now was the perfect moment. He had not initially proposed acquiring 20 precisely because naming a higher figure, such as 30, would grant him greater leverage in negotiations with Huifeng Bank's executives. In Mei's heart, such ambitions had once seemed impossibly distant. After all, attaining the rank of first-tier alchemist alone was an extraordinarily arduous feat, let alone contemplating loftier, more remote aspirations. Moreover, the automatic defense mechanisms of the Huainan royal mansion were peerless, and its nearly 1,000 elite death soldiers ranked among the most formidable warriors in the realm. Fortunately, Ji Yun appeared to be in good spirits and showed no impatience at his arrival. Above the cloud layer, the sun had yet to rise on the distant horizon. The hour was the deepest, most profound darkness before dawn. All of them completed their tasks simultaneously. In Chuing, drained by the heavy toll on her psychic ability, felt dizzy and nauseous, and losing control for an instant staggered backward. Quan Hung exhaled a long, turbid breath, then in the next instant caught a fleeting crimson silhouette flash across the dead man's dilated pupil. Fierce combat raged throughout the inner courtyards and chambers of the Chui family compound. Both sides suffered casualties. Though the estate guards held numerical superiority, the 2 leaders, Wu Xiang and Jiang Yi, cut through their ranks with masterful swordsmanship, felling several foes in rapid succession. Before Fu Yao could react, Hua Siyue's lips crashed down upon hers in a torrent of fierce, unrelenting kisses, biting possessively at her lower lip. Su Nanan maintained his own office and laboratory at Duquesne University of Foreign Languages, overseeing numerous graduate students. Noticing Su Mu's gaze fall upon him, Jiu Yu offered a faint smile and said, "Yuan Long, you have finally arrived. Elder Chen Xingzi sought me out shortly before his peaceful passing." Though Su Yuxing's face bore a gentle smile, his narrow phoenix eyes lifted slightly as he gazed upon the man, glinting with quiet displeasure. Yet the man seemed utterly indifferent, merely offering a faint detached nod, without contesting Su Yuxing's words. "How long must we wait before it can be activated again? And may it be triggered within this spatial domain?" Zheng Zhong pressed urgently. "Damn it. Are we truly going to follow our younger brother's plan? This feels deeply unsettling," the monkey muttered uneasily. Upon hearing those words, Mu Zhengyao recoiled inwardly. His eyes narrowed sharply as he waited poised for what came next. After Dong Tian finished speaking, his gaze shifted toward Zhang Jingdong, a man clad in an expensive, impeccably tailored suit, whose presence was further accentuated by the Audi parked outside, lending him the unmistakable air of a wealthy tycoon. The perspective of Eames shifted ceaselessly, until at last it locked onto the central grand hall of Yunli Immortal Palace, surveying all from above. His gaze swept methodically across the inn's occupants, a cook, 2 waiters, a shopkeeper, and 2 kitchen assistants working in the outer kitchen. That day dawned clear and bright. Zhang Xiaofei sat in the command center of the Super Victory team awaiting updates from Mai Liang and Katoda, who were conducting the artificial solar guidance operation. Reflecting upon it now, he realized his master had always treated righteous humans, immortals, and demons alike with gentle jade-like benevolence. But once any being fell outside those 3 categories, his master's demeanor would instantly turn ruthless and savage. Zhao Lon's phone rang, and he snatched it up without hesitation. At this hour, only one person would ever call him. A slender thread of luminous gray light stretched taut between them, one end anchored at Li Yan's forehead, the other cradled in Lun Yangho's palm. After walking roughly 2 or 3 li, they reached the city center and halted before an extravagantly adorned pleasure pavilion. "Old Xiao, is it you who has returned?" Another man suddenly called out toward Zhu Yan. "Die." A low, resonant voice echoed forth from the blinding golden pillar of light. At the very instant those words reverberated, the ambient temperature plummeted violently, and a bone-chilling gale, as if summoned from the 9th netherworld, swept across the air. No. 1. Queens Road, Central and Western District, Hong Kong. Huifeng Bank Tower. A luxurious Mercedes-Benz sedan halted at the entrance. Out stepped Bao Zhan, who had just returned from a meeting with Mr. McLeish at the Galaxy Investment Tower. "General Manager, we have arrived." Bao Zhan entered the building and took the private elevator to the floor just below the penthouse. Emerging from the elevator, he passed numerous Huifeng Bank executives and other senior administrators along the corridor. "Shill, was it you who called saying your water heater broke and needed repair?" Master Dao Ranshot Gu, aiming a sharp glance, and loudly posed the question in a different dialect. Wang Xinlong and Yin Feng recoiled in shock. The impossibly sharp blade of the Xianyuan sword hovered merely 1 millimeter from Wang Xuanlong's forehead, drenching him in cold sweat. Xiao Hua broke into a cold sweat. He had long anticipated precisely this outcome, the very reason he had hesitated, reluctant to fully recount his ordeal all at once. A flash of light shimmered at his waist as 3 talismans materialized in Chui Feng's palm: a bursting flame talisman, an earth spike talisman, and a thornblade talisman. These were the last remaining 3 among the 11 talismans Zhong Billy had gifted him. Seeing even Biao Gu, a figure renowned for his arrogance, ferocity, and overwhelming strength, bow his head and surrender, Li Ning's legs gave way. He collapsed to the floor with a dull thud, staring blankly at Wang Xuanlong in scathe and unwavering, and at Biao Gu humbled and defeated. His world seemed to shatter into darkness. Both men tumbled backward onto the ground in terror, frozen for a moment before scrambling to their feet and shouting at the top of their lungs. "Brother-in-law, our captain said, if you can't process it here, we'll take it to Qingdao and have it made in a foreign factory." Huzi cried out. Zhu Chong strode forward to stand before Yi Siki and smiled. "I may lack ability, but they do." With that, he raised his hand. The crowd surged toward Yi Siki and all the fragmented intelligence he had gathered over the years regarding the Dark Continent. The sentimental sect master casually took the scroll, unfurled it, and glanced over it. Initially dismissive, but as she read further, her astonishment deepened with every line. He swallowed hard, and anticipation flickered across Xie Qiao's eyes, his face alight with exhilaration. The 2 sides swapped lanes. Titan approved of the decision. He and Dashu were both utility players, evenly matched, neither easily bested nor readily slain. When the compressed biscuits were first produced, they were tested on refugees from Liangxiang. Everyone praised them as delicious. A subtle sweetness from the added sugar made them utterly irresistible. Helian paused, then replied yes. She had already devised her response. In an instant, her 30-zhang serpentine form transformed into a handsome young man. Only a slight bulge at the abdomen betrayed her true nature, yet it was subtle enough to escape notice. Gu Piapiao nodded, then offered a faint smile. Yet the moment Han Chen flashed through her mind, a sharp pang pierced her heart. Still, she knew she must return, for there her family awaited, cherished and protected. Lu Zheng first retrieved the surveillance talisman he had left behind, then swept its recorded contents with his divine sense, confirming that Luo really had never emerged from within. Later, during the great upheaval, when primordial ferocious beasts assaulted humanity, sect cultivators joined forces to eradicate them. Today, fewer than 1 in 10 remain, and the beast sealed here may well be a survivor from that ancient age. The crimson-eyed bandit chief had originally aimed to strike at his opponent's head, severing it would have ended the battle. Sharp observation, you're absolutely right. It merges the leaping technique with the heavy impact strike. Thus, even the otherwise negligible leap amplifies the devastating force of the impact. The male trainer declared proudly. Though inwardly convinced Zhang Can had no motive to betray Wu Juling, safeguarding the imperial family brooked no margin for error, so Shang Wanwaner accompanied Wu Juling all the way to Zhang Can's door, where the two quietly crouched beside the windowsill. 10. Harcourt Road, Central Hong Kong. Hutchison House. Office of the Executive Director of Wei Peter sat in the office reading a newspaper, specifically the report on Brian Powell's resignation from the Independent Commission Against Corruption. He knew Shun Bai would almost certainly be ousted from Huifeng Bank. Even last Friday, before the Hutchison International Shareholders Meeting, Wei Peter had believed that Sir Dennis Jessel would inevitably lose to Shun Bai and Huifeng. Li Baoqing cradled the bundle of cash and walked slowly head bowed. His brother must not be home yet. Wang Li's injuries were severe, he'd surely be rushed to the hospital. Yes, now was the time. Her former employer had treated her well and even offered severance upon the company's closure. So when he recommended this opportunity, Xiao Xiao decided to take a look. Dating wasn't merely inconvenient, marriage might entail genuine risks to one's life. Bo Yanqing gave a faint disdainful snort, flicking his extinguished cigarette onto Yan Qi's trousers. Yan Qi caught it, effortlessly rolling the butt between his fingers before dropping it into the ashtray, his eyes crinkling with a knowing, unspoken smile. A flash crossed his mind. The small card pasted on the grayish-white utility pole he'd passed that afternoon while searching for temporary work. And admittedly, part of his irritation stemmed from having his private moment so rudely interrupted. Director Wang was furious. Over the phone, he ranted briefly, then assured Meng Chang'an that he would personally investigate the matter. Most likely someone had grown envious upon seeing him move into such fine lodgings, and incited the portly Lu. Though they had never officially become a couple, an unspoken tenderness had long taken root in both their hearts. Yet, just before university enrollment, Gu Yaqing vanished without trace, erased as if deliberately from his life. After all, he was a CEO. He couldn't resort to tantrums or forced entry, especially not in public. The manpower and resources previously invested in acquiring the Jiang family enterprise had gone entirely to waste, further fueling the discontent among shareholders already dissatisfied with him. Dong dong dong. The crisp rhythmic clack of the night watchman's wooden clapper echoed along the increasingly deserted road. It was the hour of Z, and many windows had long since gone dark. Wang Zhonghai showed no sign of slowing, when suddenly a voice thundered across the air, like celestial lightning reverberating in every ear. I spoke gently only because they're elderly and frail, Xie Ziqing retorted defiantly. Surely there's nothing. The moment the throat-sealing worm left his body, Gu Qing felt immediate relief in his throat. After several deep shuddering breaths, he fully regained his composure. As for the residual toxin left behind by the throat-sealing worm, it posed no immediate threat to him. Shang Rong seized the opening, twisting her wrist deftly to slip past the puppet's fist, then locking onto its wrist. She followed through with its momentum, and the instant its punch exhausted its force, she wrenched her wrist downward, executing a flawless joint lock to subdue the puppet, simultaneously driving her right heel hard into the spine 3 inches below the base of its back. Investigate, thoroughly. Dig 3 qi beneath the earth if you must. I demand absolute clarity. Something here is deeply amiss. Shi Jingtian declared coldly. The next morning, nearly every member of Dormitory 106, the explosives specialists, appeared at the canteen bearing visible injuries, drawing astonished glances from all the knife-wielding chefs. Then from the fathomless abyss rose a towering godlike figure, majestic as a deity of the sea. In that instant the heavens ruptured as though torn open, a torrential rain cascaded down like a celestial waterfall thick with the briny tang of seawater. Within a single finger snap, the lowlying terrain around Juelong Ridge vanished beneath floodwaters. It's not a doll. It's Monokuma, your headmaster. The black and white bear, supposedly obliterated in the violent explosion, reappeared once more atop the podium. Later he met Yao Jian, who accompanied Zhang Fuxing to Tian City to assume the role of Imperial Grand Tutor. Seeing how earnest and pitiful he was senior brother, Yao gave him travel funds and helped purchase iron ingots. This Psyduck is a natural sovereign among its kind, not only possessing exceptional aptitude for water-type techniques, but also wielding formidable psychic powers. Whether Wei Li Chaixin Xia Boyan or Wei Peter, they all possess ambition and capability. Yet the true question lies in how one commands them. Historically, Li Jiaqing failed to command his white executives. Only McLeish truly served him with loyalty. Even Malcolm R. S. M. Smith remained with Li Jiaqing for only a few years before departing. Ultimately, these Western executives were unwilling to serve him at all. Now chapter. As for Qin Fun's wait upstairs, he had used that time to purchase herbal ingredients. Drawing upon his profound understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, he could easily formulate a colorless, odorless powder. How am I a lecher? The character portrayed is the lecher, not the viewer. Is television not made precisely to be watched? Sun Qian retorted. The elder observed the entire scene silently, then cast a subtle glance toward the youth beside him before folding his arms and closing his eyes in tranquil meditation. You must wait for me. No one else shall take it. It is mine, wholly mine. Luan Huaqing cried out ecstatic, like a miser beholding a mountain of gold ready to fight to the death. Still as inept as ever, even the Wangshu sword cannot redeem your worthlessness. Xian Xiao sneered coldly. Might I ask senior fellow Lu what bloodline flows within me? Qin Yu pressed further. This was the truth he truly sought. Suddenly the Tao Tai let out a thunderous roar, shedding its earlier lethargy, and leapt off Mo Katie's back. Moreover, why was the weather so scorching? The sun blazed fiercely, a colossal searing cauldron suspended high in the heavens. Even beneath a wide-brimmed hat one felt roasted alive. After lunch, Lung Feng-fearing Lady Li's anxiety insisted on returning to Qingshi town. Though Bian Simeon pleaded with him to stay, she ultimately asked Lu Xuanzhu to escort him partway, only until he cleared the most perilous stretch of mountain path, after which Lu would turn back. The shock troops and Hedong soldiers gradually converged. Fearing accidental harm from the shock troops, Iron Armor Xiao shouted aloud, "Shallow. Utterly shallow." "I utterly disagree with Chu Bo's aesthetic," the Internet Cafe Collective declared, adding that they shared no common ground. Indeed, enforcers like Lei Hao Luke and Zhang Ermin, who regularly operated in Central City, would undoubtedly dominate any prison combat tournament. Yet behind closed doors they would be scorned, much like a League of Legends world champion entering a local Internet Cafe league. To the east of the arena stood a flowerbed. Mo Wen sat upon the black leather throne, observing the proceedings on stage with serene composure. To hell with who cares. Except for the old master, no one dares bar my graduation. It won't work. Chu Bo paid no mind, waved dismissively, and strode away. This reunion was ostensibly about catching up, but his true motive was to gather all classmates, lament their divergent paths since graduation, and subtly highlight his own success. Luxury car's prestigious reputation, designed solely to capture Ji Yinran's attention. Why not simply requisition Qianying's aircraft and park it at my home waiting for them to arrive? As I laid the traps, I muttered self-deprecatingly to myself, then froze speechless, hands suspended midair. When Yiqing lifted his head, he found himself already at Lingqing city gates, and dawn had broken fully. The Jinhui fulfilled two distinct functions: direct Imperial Guard duty and investigative arrest operations. Functions so divergent, they effectively split the organization into two separate branches. The Shibir Khanate was unbearably frigid. Endless icebound wastelands, vast expanses of permafrost. Zhu Hozhao simply could not bear to send Ming subjects there. "Don't worry, I'll just borrow your computer for a moment." Chu Bo smiled, rising to approach the Internet Cafe Collective's terminal. Yet clearly Wu Suawei, self-proclaimed heaven-chosen one, possessed extraordinary fortune. By the time Who accelerated to the site, he found Lu Lin seated calmly atop the white-head eagle, gazing at him with open curiosity. October 20th, 1974. Sunday. Morning. No. 1. Queens Road, Central Hong Kong Island. The chairman's office. Yesterday was Saturday. Normally senior executives and staff of Hui Feng Bank would be off, except perhaps at select branches catering to distinguished VIP clients. Even Chairman Sandars himself had taken the day off. Su Ruogu immediately sat cross-legged, uncorked the jade vial, and a wisp of frost-laden mist rose gently from within. With a slight tilt, a perfectly spherical, translucent blue pill rolled into his palm. The total number of vessels exceeded 300, combined landing forces and naval personnel numbered at least 200,000. Elder Lin was one of the few remaining elders of the Lanshan sect. Zhu Jing had once been the foremost disciple of the outer sect. The steward belonged to a third faction deliberately aloof from the power struggles within the Lanshan sect. Tang Sung and his companions were no less formidable. Though only Sun Wukong had attained the Dao ancestor realm, he alone could hold off several peers, and even triumph over foes of higher cultivation. Su Zian wrestled inwardly, her voice trembling as she finally uttered that single word, a surrender born not of weakness, but of survival, shedding dignity as Hong Xiao had done before her. This spatial rupture initial stage formation master turned out to be a youth whose face still bore traces of youthful naivety. The sudden shedding of his grotesque blackened skin created such a startling contrast that all present were instantly captivated. Even He Mu, who had once deliberately targeted Tai Zhang, betrayed a sharp flicker in his gaze. "The madam has brought the Shu Mountain Sword Sect's entire army onto our Kowloon immortal land," exclaimed a Dao ancestor in astonishment. After all, acquiring such a miraculous art in exchange for merely 2 antlers worth of divine deer blood was an extraordinary windfall. Wang Sini realized she had lost control entirely. Rising to her feet, she discovered the spot where she'd been sitting was soaked, and the pale sofa, now damp, had darkened dramatically. Metaphorically speaking, this Dao seed served as the official credential granting eligibility to break through into the 5th dimensional realm. Without it, one was irrevocably disqualified. Once again, this season mirrored the last. UEFA pitted the English Premier League against Serie A while quietly advancing teams from La Liga and Ligue 1 into the quarterfinals, and even further. Derry extended his right hand, grasped the other man's left, and faintly activated his Qilin flame, dispelling the chilling aura with effortless ease. Then he strode out of the distribution hall toward Charlie Bess. Then the cry rippled outward layer by layer until even the common folk beyond the court joined the ministers in reverent acclamation. Wang Mo felt as though he had just glimpsed salvation upon seeing the Goblin Grand Prophet, whose serene, benevolent countenance and refined features radiated quiet wisdom. A gang leader bellowed orders, but their mounts were mere ordinary war horses, hopelessly outpaced by the blazing fire horses. Coupled with their overwhelming numerical disadvantage, they were all crippled within 3 minutes, groaning helplessly on the ground. Zhang Ping glanced at the sky, sun already sinking behind the western hills, and noting the exhaustion etched across his troops' faces after a full day's labor, he nodded in agreement. Thereupon, both sides withdrew their forces back to camp. Kong Mengong sprinted straight to his residence, briefed Kowloon Man on the broad outline of events, then dragged him toward the martial arts training chamber. Having agreed to meet in 10 minutes, Kong Mengong would never arrive late, and thus give Xiao Suo grounds for complaint. He would arrive early, never tardy. Strange, I was watching television on the sofa yesterday. When did I return to my room? He stared at his pajamas, puzzled, because he distinctly recalled wearing casual clothes upon returning home yesterday. Yet when exactly had he changed into sleepwear? Master, this is precisely how the matter unfolded. Your unworthy disciple failed. Young Master Zhou and young Master Lu were abducted by the bandits. Zhang Yi bowed his head, deeply consumed by remorse. Outside the imperial capital, noble kindergarten Qin Chu arrived to find teacher Rui Rei and the others already waiting. The marketplace is a battlefield. To know oneself and the enemy is to secure victory. Wei Bide is just such a man, an elite of country, why a director at Huifeng Bank trusted by its senior executives, and a longtime employee of Heji International. His testimony could win Seng Dashi's trust. But had it been someone else, matters would have been different. When Mei Lisi negotiates with Huifeng Bank, now the bank perceives him as wholly aligned with Mr. Zhang. After carrying Lulu back to the car, Xinyue climbed in as well, and I drove them toward Lulu's home. The atmosphere in the car was awkward and silent, which I found acceptable. Oh, let my relationship with Xinyue fade like this, I thought. For example, your own child, Magu, is the one who can give her happiness, isn't he? He pronounced the name Magu with grave weight. All eyes turned to the moonstones. Those faintly glowing stones captivated the onlookers. Feng Yu had tended to Mo Ningxuan day and night for many days, continuously infusing spiritual energy into her body, yet her complexion was scarcely any better than that of the patient Mo Ningxuan. I clenched my fist, thinking that if I had not been so careless before, Long Wu would not have escaped. Linger nodded as if she understood, then suddenly Sleepy leaned against my shoulder to rest. I began to gasp, my mind conjuring the thought, if I took a cleaver and hacked him into pieces, would he twitch? No matter how many matters occupy you, one must always make time to see people. Nie Yuanqing smiled and kissed her. The dwelling here was low and dilapidated, barely sheltering from wind and rain. This was Zhang Dai's home. Yi Tian walked in and a young man came out. Upon seeing Yi Tian, he could not help but be surprised. You Shiyata still fiercely defend your elder brother Gu. I am so jealous. Yu Shiyang feigned sorrow. Xiao Ziqian, watched by Mu Shue without a hint of embarrassment, a curve at his mouth revealed a similarly blissful smile. Fortunately, the shock from the spatial core struck the mind, and Li Si had once cultivated mental power specifically. Though his practice had waned, he had not abandoned it entirely, and thus he easily resisted the assault of the spatial core. When Gu Zian spoke of his hairstyle, Hongdo instantly forgot what had just happened, and reached to touch her hair, then withdrew her hand before making contact. Does he truly take me for a novice who knows nothing, deliberately tricking me into selling the first armor at a low price, or even giving it away as a reward? Unexpectedly, Ding Yi agreed decisively, and immediately went to the landline, dialing Peng Changia's old private number. She dialed correctly. The number had never changed. As for Su Ran, he remained absent-minded through the entire night. Whatever had occurred, he treated people and matters around him with indifference, so much so that Yin Heng could not help sending Ji Mingxi a private message to gossip about him. Li Machun gently laid Yi Linghui on the soft bed, looked at her with indulgent tenderness, pressed a warm kiss to her forehead, then went to the bathroom, drew a basin of hot water, and carefully cleansed her, so she might sleep more comfortably. He no longer harbored hatred toward Yi, yet now he felt an inexplicable exhilaration when he trod upon dolls, as if pinning a detested rival to the ground and stamping upon their face. Jiang Fan had been stationed here recently, overseeing the progress of the wind power construction. He had specially prepared Mongolian delicacies for them, arranging a ceremonious feast, a whole roast lamb, with a carefully chosen Mongolian chef ready to carve and perform for them upon their arrival. If the leak truly originated from within Huifeng Bank itself, would that not mean the report is likely genuine? At the thought, Li Jiacheng's face darkened, and a wave of weakness washed over him, causing him to slump onto the sofa. Sir, are you all right? Zhuang Yueming had accompanied Li Jiacheng for so many years that she knew her husband's temperament intimately. Madam, I'm fine, Li Jiacheng said, striving to steady his emotions. Why would the haughty Xixia proactively sign a friendship pact with the Tian Chao and willingly present annual tribute? Does this not amount to an indirect submission to the Tian Chao? Such situations are common. After all, not every war grants people enough time to return to the city and take. As for whether the Xiao Xianquan will be dissected by Tang Ning or used for biological experiments, that was no concern of his. From Tang Ning's bearing, she did not seem like a maniacal monster. Of course, his phone still held several messages from Yushan and Nangong Weiwei, and even 2 missed calls from. I picked up a few pieces, but I'm not certain about them, so I thought I'd have you take a look, big brother. With that, Wang Haoming laid the 5 porcelain pieces out on the ground one by one. I worry as well, but what can be done? Who truly knows what the emperor intends? He dotes on Suyi yet refuses to make her his consort. If this continues, I fear something ill may come of it. Yin Ro said. But Xiang Yi thought the mouse must have swum through fresh water before emerging from the crevice. In other words, crossing the stretch of lake ahead would likely lead them to solid ground. After struggling for who knew how long, Xiao Song finally relinquished, breathing a few weak labored breaths. To compensate, Lu Zijian, Li Chun asked his elder brother for a villa on Dayu Mountain and gifted it to him for recuperation, while promoting Lu Zijian's only grandson Lu Juanxing to deputy general manager of Haunting Security. Lu Junqing's martial skills were personally taught by Lu Zijian. His agility and spear technique were commendable, and he had once been an instructor at Haunting Security. Hei Kume produced from her waist the device she habitually carried, assuming a posture of readiness. Facing a master like Inwe Xiahua, she dared not act rashly. She was not on the same plane. At the sight of the 5 projected demon gods manifesting together, the remaining orc revenants said nothing and turned and fled. With such scant cultivation, even a prodigy could only forge limited items and deploy limited stratagems. There was an advantage, but not overwhelming strength. Father, lend him some. Eunuch Wei runs errands for your majesty. If he truly profits, would it not still belong to your... Shou Ning said with a smile. If Yi Qing had stood a chance of transferring to the elite class, he would certainly have opposed it. Now that such a possibility is gone, of course, he will not concern himself with someone unrelated. The grizzly tore at the python's flesh and bone. The serpent's bones lay in the bear's jaws like candy. Directly before the platform stood the main hall, its seats filled with distinguished guests. To the left and right behind the platform, about a zhang away, constables kept watch, and beyond them thousands of onlookers crowded in to gawk. To verify the suspicion, the eunuch ordered Jin Guanan to take his Chaosian detachment and try the door, but no matter how they called, no one answered. The cold seemed to seep into the corridor. The passage appeared as if formed of ice. Who leaked it is no longer important. Given the current condition of Longong, what is your judgment? Qing Kuan asked. Very well, I will not teach you. But one more thing, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. If you fail, what will you do? Miao Haojia suddenly grew solemn. When the slow time effect ended and Mo Yang had cancelled the option to leave the pirate world, he did not linger on the so-called upper 3-color supremacy aptitude, nor the rudimentary demon tree. Instead, he fixed his attention entirely upon the second item. October 23, 1974. Wednesday. Shinshui Bay, the Bao residence. While Mr. and Mrs. Li Jiaqing went to invite the feng shui master Kai Boli, the entire Bao family was gathered for breakfast. At the head of the dining table sat Bao Yugong with his wife, Huang Xiuying, seated beside him. To Bao Yugong's left sat his eldest daughter's husband Su Haiwen and his wife, to his right Wu Guangjing and his wife. Bao Peihui, the latest to rise, had just arrived and taken her seat beside her grandfather. I'm holding something back, Zhou Xingyun whispered telepathically to Mo Nianqi. They were competing in the preliminary round and had to exercise restraint, ensuring no one detected his true strength. Mother, what do you mean? Why would I very likely die at Elder Qin's hands if I merely go to Moon City to join the commotion? Lu Yi asked, stunned. In fact, the team leader periodically relayed updates on this situation to both Yi Luo and the base, so Yi Luo already had a full grasp of the escort team's current state. How fiery! Chu Ling frowned deeply, his brows knitted into a sharp, mountain character. Rarely drinking, he was instantly choked by the potent liquor, his face flushing crimson. Beneath his vivid crimson hair, his sullen eyes gleamed with an unervingly sharp gaze, an expression Lin himself was unaware of, yet one that sent chills down the wanderer's spine. A crisp autumn breeze swept past, and Nico tucked her chin inward. Though Mother Mo had bought her long pants and a warm coat, she still insisted on wearing her short skirt, all for a laughably absurd reason. Is that true? Nian also gasped in astonishment. Had the old man somehow traveled to Earth in his dreams? Seeing Saigao weeping uncontrollably, the centenarian elder couldn't help but sigh. He hoped the inscription above did not read "Scratch Me." Hongwu murmured softly to himself, then unfolded the note. Cough, cough. Excellent. Defeating your opponent grants you an energy core of equal rank, enhancing your cultivation. The envoy's voice carried a faint trace of embarrassment. In an instant, the whisk-like strands of his duster, crafted from some unknown material, lashed out and anchored themselves firmly to the city wall. Pastor Horton sensed that this Viscount did not, as the temple's high clergy had assumed, overflow with gratitude for the temple's pardon, nor did he display any awakened reverence for the Sun Temple's divine glory. The room's furnishings closely resembled those of before, perhaps deliberately so by Qiao Qiao. The quilt lay neatly folded upon the bed, dusted with a fine silvery layer of neglect. Ron stretched his neck, eyes locked unblinkingly on Li Xiang's every movement. He wanted to see the very moment it happened what gift Li Xiang had prepared for Hermione. Though Harry disliked Li Xiang, he too burned with curiosity, eager to know what gift Li Xiang had chosen. Constantine, do not forget your purpose. At last the cardinal could bear it no longer. The two clashed midair. A thunderous explosion tore across the heavens, blinding flashes of radiant light, searing Trunks and the other's eyes. Even Shirjinchio's own fans grew exasperated, flooding online forums to declare that celebrity has nothing to do with us. We don't know him. It was already too late for words. Both faction leaders' identities had been fully revealed, leaving no margin for error. This was now a battle of absolute life and death. As for Bardock Sun, you knew he was deep in a critical phase of cultivation, certainly unwilling to depart for planet Vegeta, and Earth still required formidable warriors to hold the line. Just moments earlier, Wu Cheng had probed the other's presence with his spiritual sense, and in turn been sensed himself. Though contact lasted only an instant, Wu Cheng swiftly retracted his spiritual awareness. Yet Sadako continued walking steadily toward the room. The sacred beans dissolved on their tongues, instantly restoring their stamina. Standing side by side, they recited the fusion incantation in unison, hands rising and weaving intricate patterns through the air. Chen Su could clearly see that Elder Gua struck his own legs with tremendous force, yet showed no reaction whatsoever. The sight made Chen Su frown faintly. Qinshui Bay Mid-Mountain Villa. Zhang Ting returned by car. Just after he stepped down, Zhang Jinrong approached and said, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wei Bide has arrived." Zhang Ting nodded. When they reached the garden, Wei Bide was already there. The two went directly up to the study. Wei Bide began by addressing the sudden board meeting Sangdashi had convened that afternoon. Among other matters, they discussed Huifeng Bank selling 20% of its shares. The void was grotesque and fearsome, like a lattice of blade scars. With Lei Ye's level of strength, a single misstep into them would tear him to pieces, so he could do nothing but remain obediently where he was. After Sun Hao landed his strike, he no longer kept his head low. The earlier panic and fear were swept away, replaced by an iron-blooded killing intent and a grim, murderous aura. For a plane to advance, it could only refine Shinbei that shared the same origin. There was no other path. Thus, those who refine Sui-rank Shinbei rarely go on to create planes. The reason Li Mingting created that plane was evidently a command he received after his last resurrection. In that instant, Qin Gu gaped, his face flushing with embarrassment. His prior humiliation and scorn of Leng Shui had been met with a stinging rebuke when Leng Shui revealed a Xianjing. In such an immense expanse of the eastern domain, losing the direction one sought is like searching for a needle in the ocean. What is going on? Liang Hua frowned and asked with displeasure. Everyone had tacitly taken only 40,000, which meant more than 1 million remained on the table reserved for Liang Hua, Dxian Yo Bian, and Tian Tian. Tian was in no hurry to claim his share, for he knew his portion would not be overlooked. Huang Shangan wore a pleased expression. Oh, such entertaining bidding contests were precisely the sort that fetched astronomical prices. If both parties let their tempers flare, his commission would surge like a torrent, and he would be delighted to witness the spectacle. At that moment, Sa Feng merely swung his great blade, and a rift like a chasm rent the space between them and me. The three were forced to retreat, powerless to resist. Ding Jingshi seized the intact corpse, leapt from the car straight into the street, heedless of the startled onlookers, and began to examine it on the spot. "It's fine, I can wait," Yin Xiao said firmly. He had secretly vowed in his heart to forge himself into a proper... At the thought of it, he paradoxically managed a rueful smile. Unconsciously, he brushed the phoenix feather mask on his face and wondered inwardly, as Han Yunshi not hated him enough yet. Just one more time. Iche frowned. Before he even reached, Lan Xingshue's hand had already closed on Bei Ke's wrist. "Stop. Brothers, please stop." At that moment, the worldly-class telepath finally spoke. The two released Guofu's arms, and flanking Han Bin on either side, readied themselves to strike. The only plausible explanation was that up to now they had neither planned nor conceived of applying the technology of this domain, or perhaps they had simply never noticed it at all. The extract contained a murky admixture of various substances, emitting a slightly numbing bitter scent. Ahead, My Lang was at the wheel. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the rearview mirror and the loneliness reflected there. A fragile body, a sudden sting at his chest. Recalling the great heaps of iron he had seen earlier in Nyasteria, he drew a breath. This explained why he had always been reluctant to return to Turanist. La Mu and the others would likely confront a dreadful foe, a true demon from hell. For a moment, the three widened their eyes again, staring at Han Bin in stunned disbelief. Their looks were as if they beheld a monster. The middle-aged man before them was none other than Chao Li, the one who had once saved Han Bin and guided him in the Hong Kong United Dock Company, located in the northwest of Tsing E Island, Hong Kong. In 1973, Whampoa Dock merged its dock and ship repair services with Swire Dock to establish the Hong Kong United Dock Company, investing in the construction of a new dock on Tsing E Island. Originally, Whampoa Dock, located in Hung Hom, Kowloon, no longer exists. Now, if Zhang Ting wants to see the Whampoa Dock, he can only go to Tsing E Island. Zhang Ting, accompanied by Bao Peihui, ascended to the labor. The West Queen Mother merely glanced at him, her expression unclear, before turning to step into the snow-laden peach grove. As she brushed past the flowers and willows, Mosey Li followed behind, feeling puzzled, yet saying nothing until he realized she was headed for Yuzhu Pavilion. Thinking of this, Yi Chun hurriedly ran to the apple tree, inspecting this thriving tree with its sturdy trunk. The third generation smirked slightly, while Kakashi looked on with some confusion, yet he felt too shy to ask. Even the surrounding air seemed to be unable to bear it, emitting a creaking groan. Oh, undoubtedly this was the moment he had to get serious. Song Jiji had no choice but to tightly clutch the movie ticket and follow closely behind him into the screening room. Even on a Saturday, a day of rest, there were very few people attending the midday screening, especially for such a cliched horror movie. Aside from Song Jiji and Shun Lang, the screening room was empty. The delicate fibrous texture, though frozen hard, was still sensed by her. Picking it up, she discovered it was a piece of fat. Yichen couldn't help but murmur to himself. Did that fortune-telling old man predict his love life? If so, was he destined to be forever alone with love, never yielding any results? The entire logistics department was deserted. Recently, the work pressure in the logistics department had been light with few instances of overtime. Only the sales department seemed a bit busier. She was dressed in sheer gauze, her snow-white skin faintly visible, and just leaning casually seemed to exude a myriad of charms and irresistible allure. Song Jiji glanced at Jiang Lan's design sketches, most of which featured clothing in the style of distressed jeans along with some tops that had many rips or were simply torn by hand. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuelin felt a surge of anger that distracted him slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ge moved in. A momentary daze appeared on his face as his spirit was inexplicably infected by a sense of solitude, causing the numerous palm strikes in midair to come to a halt. Miao Ran quietly kicked Zhang Qingfang, still recalling the uncanny timing of Zhang Yun's appearance. Considering Liao Jun's attitude, she truly didn't want Zhang Qingfang to be too reassured too soon, who knew what truth lay behind this tragic story. Charlie did not linger. He had another purpose for coming to China. Since things were already settled here, there was no need to stay longer. He gathered the agreement and took his leave. Good. When Mu Xiaoxiao mentioned Zhang Jiming, Lin Tianxu also felt that he might have overthought things. Even if something were to happen to him in that cursed place, the formation would still be the best gift he could give to junior sister Zhang, so there was no need for hesitation. Fu Yidhua and Guqi immediately frantically collected, not stopping until they were 4 to 5 miles away, then veering off to one side. Meng Anyun suddenly realized that this mysterious elder was the supreme authority of the tribe, the position of the Grand Elder, which she had heard from Ting Yuan. The beast stage was a standout in the beast world, rarely seen, but when they did appear, it signaled that significant events were about to unfold. Although these industries were trivial for the great families that had survived the apocalypse of the zombie calamity, Su Qingyun nonetheless targeted them. Kai Meyer, who had already left, turned back upon seeing this scene and couldn't help but curse under her breath, feeling cunning and despicable, while also thinking herself foolish for not realizing such a great opportunity sooner. Does Xiangjiang have shipyards now? Yes. Even on Qingyi Island, there are more than 20 shipyards. Just like the Qingyi Bridge, which was funded for construction, these shipyards on Qingyi Island have all participated. However, these shipyards are merely small-scale operations, likely producing only ordinary fishing boats or small vessels capable of producing ships with a maximum load of just a few tons or a few dozen tons. As for those weighing tens of thousands of tons, Han Shuer became what she is now due to the decisions made by Gong Changdo that altered the course of her life. The Shaodian War Corps has always adhered to the principle of survival of the fittest. Can such a young general who brings shame to the Shaodian War Corps still continue to serve as a general? Tens of thousands of Tang troops set out from the rear fire city, establishing camps and resting their horses, planning to launch a vigorous attack to capture Yangshan City the next day. The wax seal was not large, about the size of a mountain walnut, its surface smooth and tightly sealed, showing no cracks or holes. Yet with a gentle shake it felt as if there was something inside that swayed slightly. Brother, you really are impressive. Not even the past great wizards could cure this child, Xiong Lai said, patting Song Jianli's shoulder. Luo Hao wore a specially crafted talisman, disguised as a qi-gathering talisman, on his chest. To demonstrate, he used only the initial stage of third-tier true qi, maintaining a strength consistent with most team members. Why contact them? Even if you add them all together, there might not be 1,000 of them, Ho Junji asked, puzzled. Ningyu slowly opened his eyes, feeling the pain in his chest pulsating. A wave of dizziness struck him as he forced himself to stay conscious, enduring the pain, to enter a state of cultivation. Gradually, the energy of heaven and earth began to converge at the injury on Ningyu's chest, repairing it at a terrifying speed. Initially, he thought he was prepared to accept any dazzling challenges, but on the first day, he completely surrendered, desperately trying to establish connections, hoping he could be a bit gentler. Making sweeping generalizations is not a good habit. Come on, you have a long way to go, Old Du said with a chuckle as he walked out cheerfully. Perhaps due to the division of work tasks, the original laboratory did not delve deeply into the study of ability spectrums. Chen Xian couldn't derive an accurate ability spectrum from scratch in such a short time. Feng Yang still couldn't comprehend this matter was truly fantastical, as if something incredibly significant. It must be noted that they would be facing the ruler of the Vortex Nation and the elite ninjas of the Vortex clan. Next came various bids, with you adding 10,000 and me adding 20,000, ultimately culminating in a final price of 800,000. Yamaki Yajuru finally got his hands on the 6-foot hook jade. To be honest, if it were just facing an ordinary Chunin Hinata Junyan, would feel no pressure. Is this guy not sucking blood? Then what is it sucking? Yang energy, yin energy. Could it be as simple as inserting a tube and scaring itself? He was quite perplexed. At that moment, the four individuals drew circles downward with their hands, eventually stopping above the character. As for Shui Wui at this moment, he dared not think of anything at all. He suddenly realized he had a fatal weakness, being overly cautious, indecisive, and sticking to conventions. On the other hand, Yin Yu's personality was completely opposite to his. After taking a glance, Feng Yang found it quite satisfactory. As for the demon suppression mirror, its functions were similar to the machine sword, but it also had an additional ability to make ghosts unable to escape. At this moment, the spiritual energy vortex gathering above his head continued to flow into his body, gradually enhancing his aura. That day, if the ceremony had not been interrupted, perhaps Heather Lynn would not have had to die. Sha Man laughed to herself, recounting something that brought her immense joy. According to Zhang Ting's plan, Wei Bai left Heji International to become the first head of the shipbuilding company. So who will take up the position of the first head of the newly established steel company? Zhang Ting thought of someone. Li Chaxin. Currently, Li Chaxin is still the vice chairman of Heji International and one of the three pillars of the company. However, historically, this Li Chaxin was not simple. In History 19, Gu Qingli lazily leaned against the headboard with Yi Yuan in her arms, one hand stroking his smooth and soft hair, while the other supported her chin, looking every bit like a lord. Xiang Guipin was afraid of Huang Mama, but not the emperor. What kind of logic is this? As long as she pleased the emperor, wouldn't the entire harem be at her mercy? Why did she act like a mouse at the sight of Huang Mama? Is the emperor joking? When have I ever been unable to endure such grievances? Luo Ge mocked. On the other hand, Xiao Yin was becoming more and more excited, thrilled by the feeling of facing an opponent. Mu Ziqin did not dwell on it, and directly shifted Western District, Hong Kong. Huifeng Bank Tower. A luxurious Mercedes-Benz sedan halted at the entrance. Seeing the fierce man knocked out by electricity, Rong Yan's stunning face darkened, and he turned to look at Xiao Xiao. Thinking of the alluring charm of the beauty who had been so proactive just now, he began to feel a surge of emotions, thinking to himself, was the dog emperor foolish? Shouldn't such a bewitching creature be cherished every night? Although slightly diminished in handsomeness, he exuded a greater sense of firmness and authority. Tall, steady, a young commander who made, although slightly diminished in handsomeness, he exuded a greater sense of firmness and authority. Tall, steady, a young commander who made ordinary soldiers dare not meet his gaze. Originally, Nurse Zhou was unwilling to leave. She was the wet nurse of the third prince, and as long as she was on duty, the third prince could not be out of her sight. Now that place had been devoid of human presence for 1,000 years, a hidden oasis amidst the continuous snow-capped mountains unknown to the world. Although this sudden enlightenment did not lead to a breakthrough in his cultivation realm for him, this benefit felt like a rebirth akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Who exactly was the man at the Divine and Demon Plaza, leaving behind such a grand gift? He knew that among these people, Feng Hong and Qi Yuanyang held the highest positions. Although Li Zheng and Hong Dongyang were also in high places, they were not yet qualified to make decisions, while Yin Yan's status was even clearer. She stood here due to her connection with Yin Feng. Hearing the alarm suddenly blare in the cabin, followed by a change in tone before swiftly disappearing, Long Yun suddenly realized that the situation was dire. He instinctively thought that all the aircraft in the sky would encounter trouble. Only then did Zhu Wang and the other three come back to their senses. They entered the enclosed space resembling. Due to the resource scarcity within the northern region, these talents found it difficult to achieve much, but if they could receive the strong support of the Huanyu Merchant Alliance, they would undoubtedly be able to fully tap into their potential. Facing the crisis, Mao Long tried to appear as calm as possible. He darted to the window, gesturing for the two to move to the opposite side, and after a moment of thought had to admit that Ivanov was right. Unlike the Syrian Free Party, which triggered a civil war with its enigmatic strength, the Free Party, which had occupied the Iraqi regime for many years, had also struggled in the Middle East for many years, but had not achieved substantial development. The bottles and jars piled on the ground were countless. If an archaeological expert were to rush in, they would likely have a heart attack from excitement just by picking up any random item. Moreover, the Hua family had previously had a deep connection with the demon sect, and Hua Lanxin seemed to have been born from the demon sect, being the aunt of Paexian. 10. Summer Tuen Mun Road, Central Hong Kong. Hysan Place. Office of the Executive President and General Manager of Hysan International. This is the new office after Wei Li took over on behalf of Zhang Ting. Since the morning of October 11, 1974, when Wei Li first entered this office, he has been busy with company matters. Hysan International Group is vast, comprising a total of 360 companies with 84 of them overseas. Elder brother, I cannot swallow this anger. It must be that their family has taught them this. How despicable. Zheng Ling's eyes also reddened. They could never oppose Long Tianxing at this moment, especially since the incident was instigated by Wu Sheng using a goo insect to control Xu Yun. God knows during these past days he relied on the imagined smile of Zhong Shuang to support him through. Now that he truly saw it in an instant, his parched heart seemed to be nourished by sweet spring water. Yang Xiao is dead, Lu De is also dead, and the remaining henchmen have long lost their ability to resist, all huddled together in despair waiting for their fate. After a brief exchange with Shui family head and Shui Yu, they hurried to Jiang's commercial firm to clean up the mess. Once we swallow this 50,000 yuan military fund, I'm afraid that the Mongolian dog emperor will be scared to the point of wetting himself upon hearing the leader's name. Haha. Wei Yi laughed heartily. Wu Mian recalled that a few days ago teacher Lin mentioned during sword control training that, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. He was clearly speaking to the Shuangfeng, yet for some reason, Xu Yuan felt as if he was speaking directly to her. That's right, as long as there is anything we can assist with, madam, please feel free to ask. Chen Ji echoed. Last time in the secret realm, due to showing off and rushing in, he got knocked out by a cow and was thrown out of the secret realm. Gong Sun Heibai, dressed in white robes, lay on the bed with his eyes tightly closed, his complexion ashen, breathing faintly, as if he might pass away at any moment. The man's figure paused for a moment, then he swiftly turned over and mounted his horse, waving the reins as he galloped away, kicking up a cloud of snow dust. Lord Yi, since he is your student, he should know that you are injured and should not worry about outside matters. You have already thwarted the rebels, and the capital is now safe. All you need to do is rest well. Zhao Yang said expressionlessly while sitting in a nearby armchair. With Jun Wuxia's instructions, the spirit master could only choose to remain inactive, but he had already decided to secretly send someone to monitor Sidu Heng to prevent him from committing any heinous acts. Even the matter of gambling for that piece of insect jade was not initiated by Huosini, and it was entirely forced upon him by the Liu family, leaving him no choice but to agree. Substitute for the northeast corner, Zijin said in a deep voice. The soldier in the northeast corner had just died, and without his defensive formation the defenses had weakened. Zijin immediately mobilized personnel to reinforce that position. The hand of the princess consort of the Lian Wang lightly tapped the table, and for a moment she could not think of a solution, her face showing signs of distress. Gambling on stones is like gambling with one's life. If one bets correctly, they can earn tenfold or even 100-fold, and becoming rich overnight is not a myth. However, if one loses, they may end up losing everything. Fortune and misfortune alternate rapidly, and this is a psychological preparation every newcomer to the stone gambling world must make. As soon as these words were spoken, the remaining few instantly burst into laughter, their smiles revealing both wickedness and malice, especially the way they looked at Huosinian, which could only be described as brazen. Although Ji Yun knew he was no match for them, he did not want to sit idly by. He reached out, and the Qingmu Tianjian on the ground instantly flew back into Ji Yun's palm. With the sword in hand, Ji Yun finally felt a slight sense of comfort. However, Qian Jiao was unaware, but everything happening outside was crystal clear to Wu Xiner inside the room. On October 27, 1974, Sunday, when Zhang Ting got up to wash up and donned a coat to head down to the villa's yard, he saw Mother Zhou pushing the elderly lady in a wheelchair for a stroll. Upon seeing Zhang Ting approach, Mother Zhou greeted him first. "Auntie, let me push Granny for a while." Now Mother Zhou increasingly recognized Zhang Ting's prominent status in Xiangjiang, yet her attitude towards him and her mother seemed to grow more respectful. "If it were me, I certainly wouldn't believe it, but because it's you, I would rather believe it. I hope you will celebrate your diamond wedding with..." Hua Jingran smiled as he gently brushed Zheng Bingbing's hair. Emotions do not dissipate with aging, rather they deepen. And Rong Hui smiled gently, saying, "Since Mother is so generous, it would be better to agree to what concubine E requests." Since concubine E feigned ignorance, she was happy to oblige and do a favor. It seemed impossible to convince her mother for the time being. After all, the Kamingafage ceremony had not yet been performed, so she probably wouldn't be betrothed anytime soon. Since senior brother wants to explore, I will certainly accompany him. However, he couldn't help but glance at Wei Yang, Bai Ryun, and Lan Xian. What about them? If they all go along, they might just become a burden. After hanging up the phone, Ling Fei was still trying to process what just happened, her mind filled with the words of the reporter. The saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Zhenxing looked at Zheng Bingbing's silhouette, pondering how fortunate she was, not knowing how much happier she was compared to herself. Her own life had been so miserable. I hope it won't be miserable anymore. Thank you, Boss Li. Please convey my thanks to your master. Ding Jiushi knew that. Ding Jiushi silently thanked Qiao Xining in her heart, believing that her mother could hear and see her. Tearing off the mask from her face, Dan Hengping disdainfully pushed open the car door and got out, where two men were already waiting for him. Just the howl of Mu Qingsu was enough to induce unease, let alone someone renowned in that field. The combination of these two factors amplified the effects exponentially. Xiao Ming lowered his hands and slightly clenched his fists. At this moment, she stood in a bedroom, the antique decor appearing somewhat somber. She raised her head and saw a photo hanging above the bed. Zhou Ji's face turned pale, his fingers gripping the chair so tightly that his knuckles turned white. At this time, even the frog beneath Qian Zenkin's feet had its eyes wide open. The rebirth was indeed a treasure to it, allowing for a second life. Go Rixin listened, instantly filled with resentment, squinting at Xiao Ming's feet, itching to claw at them, his claws opening and closing while scratching at the edge of the cat nest. Yishi noticed that the village houses by the lake had started to light up, beams of light flickering like formation patterns, the unnamed great power weaving together, cascading into the lake, while the whirlpool gradually weakened. The Sword Dao Hall was filled with many people, but upon witnessing this scene a stir arose. Those who had been sitting cross-legged all jumped up and took defensive positions. The outer disciples occasionally clashed with the disciples of the Guixian sect. When Guixian learned that Yin Yeqing had not only avoided becoming crippled, but had instead thrived with improved strength, he suddenly went quiet, seemingly receiving some news, becoming calm. She stood barefoot in the jungle waiting for them to slowly approach. They gazed at her, their eyes filled with gentle looks. If the bird was merely injured she could manage, but if it had been bitten by a poisonous snake, it would be a different matter. Ran Hiu initially thought that the habit of flirting verbally was a new hobby of Wen Xinyuan lately, until he proved it with his strength. As the carriage came to a stop, he held Ran Hiu and swiftly walked towards the mansion. In response to Jin Xiren's inquiry, Su Feng deliberately spoke in front of everyone, saying, "No need, you don't need me to change clothes to participate in this match." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the air instantly became tense. On October 30th, 1974, Wednesday, early in the morning, Zhang Ting got up early, draped in a coat, and descended from the upper floor. In the villa's courtyard, he felt the mountain breeze blowing in, which was somewhat chilly. During the day, the highest temperature in Xianjiang was just over 20 degrees Celsius, and in the morning it was around 10 degrees, considered relatively cool. When Zhang Ting saw Mother Zhou pushing Grandma for a walk, he realized that Nyonyo had already been sent to Kowloon by the bodyguards. Only a lewd guy like Yang Fei could think of sending a powerful martial artist to perform on a pole in a bar. As for the old demon Qian, although he was alarmed by Lu Xian's strength, what surprised him the most was that Lu Xian was not the strongest in the Danyang sect. He thought of Li Yan's three masters. A lamp. The light accentuated a pair of eyes, which were crescent moonlight. The owner of those eyes was smiling at this moment, exuding a serene joy. When the countdown reached 0, the liquid electricity in the shattered energy chamber spread rapidly, expanding to envelop the entire laboratory. The sparks from various instruments, the thick smoke from burning, and the deafening explosions forced the four Tomb Raiders to reshape the terrain once more to block the oncoming heat wave. Dongfang Han laughed. "No worries, rest assured it won't work." He appeared confident. After Zhao Tianyu's arrival, not only did his awareness and speed of power increase, but his five senses underwent significant changes, with his vision improving greatly. He could clearly see the figures moving not too far away and the drawn waist knife. Kill them all. With an angry roar, the spear squad moved in front with single blades behind to protect the gunmen charging toward the remaining pirates. This technique of combining long and short weapons for mutual protection and offense was taught by the injured pirate Xiu Baisha. With the Zixiao sword in hand, he thrust the sword tip hard into the ground. At that moment, a sword shadow flew out from the Zixiao sword. This sword shadow possessed overwhelming power, causing the void to tremble wherever it passed. As the sword shadow flew out, the celestial demon's chains struck outward, directly binding themselves to the treasure mirror. However, the iron-blooded and imposing aura about him made Chao Xingyang vaguely guess his identity. With half a month left until the People's Congress, Han Dong planned to visit various departments to increase his visibility. After the elections of the People's Congress, Han Dong prepared to take action. Ling Feng broke through the defenses of four players in the midfield with the ball. Unable to handle it, Blanco fouled Ling Feng, giving the Chinese team a good opportunity for a free kick just outside the penalty area. Ling Xing's breathing suddenly became rapid. The words spoken by the Taoist brought her increasing shock. However, this move was not easy to learn. Even someone as strong as Wei could only understand the method temporarily. To apply, it required rigorous training. Although it seemed like a casual glance that was quickly retracted, she still found that gaze somewhat piercing. Yes, I recognized her right away. But it has been years since I last heard from her. I never expected to meet her here today. We had a good relationship in the past, and now that we've finally met, I can't just ignore her, right? Wei Hua also replied with a smile. The Inheritor of Light clearly states that cultivators have a high likelihood of being unable to enter dreams. If someone is fortunate enough to enter, congratulations. From that moment on, no matter if the cultivator wishes to enter dreams in the future, as long as they sleep, they will enter dream cultivation. Many humorous questions were posed by the reporters, such as the relationship between Ling Xing and Yun Hao in real life, and which was better compared to her previous acting partner Li Sungi. In fact, Zhang Ting no longer represents merely his own interests, he embodies the interests of those present, including executives and staff from Xiangjiang Real Estate, the milk company, and more. Now he must also consider the interests of hundreds of core executives at Hanjin International, thousands of management personnel, and the interests of over 100,000 employees, as well as the underlying issues behind them. Zhang Ting recalled that historically Li Jiaqing had taken over the reins from HSBC and Xinbai. Long Gu was stunned by such a crazy plan, he had no choice but to acknowledge it. He repeatedly apologized to Li Er, stating that he was merely a maintenance engineer and could never conceive of such a plan that combined both destructive and constructive elements. Seeing Lu Yuan left speechless, the surrounding monks looked on with surprise and admiration, all gazing at the handsome young man who had suddenly stepped forward, clearly not expecting him to possess such remarkable eloquence. However, for the past 7 days Yu Jing had not appeared, forcing him to seek other explanations. After much contemplation, he was still at a loss, feeling that anything was possible, yet nothing was certain until he arrived at the Shao family's villa, still completely perplexed. Ding Zuan, you are forcing my hand, Su Mu said, taking a few steps forward until he stood before the office building of the Tianhai City Ability Association. The method for establishing a base is simple. When the multifunctional drone arrives at a planet, it leaves behind a seed of black matter for base construction, which then utilizes its various modules to analyze the planetary environment and begin autonomous expansion. Feeling the necklace with his hand, Du Ka hesitated for a moment and gently shook his head. Seeing Du Ka backtrack, Zhou Jiping immediately revealed a face of disdainful mockery and attitude that transcended language. The two of them launched an all-out assault on Long Yuan, moving as if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, perfectly coordinating, as if they had a mental connection. One would attack, while the other would defend, or one would strike fiercely, while the other held back, or they would combine forces from both sides, leaving Long Yuan in a flurry as he took several hits. Yi Zixuan was immensely excited. Had he not been in a rush to save Lin Bingxin, he would have wanted to refine the spiritual energy from the 4 remaining Longyang stones in his possession right then and there. The meaning behind Ouyang's words was clear. Since the special forces were ineffective, they should spend more money to hire formidable individuals to deal with Qinjun. Unfortunately, this space-type ability user wouldn't allow him to do so. Yu Hao looked around the room. It was just a single room about 70 to 80 square meters in size, containing only a bed, a sofa, and a coffee table with nothing else. Retracting his hand, Yi Chua smiled and spoke, but this time he used Chinese. Hair cannot be permed, cannot be cut, and cannot be touched. His expression was very serious, indicating that if the stylist didn't follow her wishes, the shoot couldn't proceed, leading to a suddenly tense atmosphere. During its peak, the combat effectiveness was such that if fully realized, it was not merely a matter of 1+. Returning to the members, he sat down, and at that moment, by Ma Jun's racing heart finally calmed slightly. Just moments ago, when he was about to express his thoughts on stage, his emotions had been too intense, and he could only remember thanking everyone in general, but the specific details escaped him once he stepped down. Because Chao Jiangwo's visit to Hangzhou was for official business, he was dressed in military uniform throughout the process, but once he got home, wearing a military uniform felt somewhat inappropriate, so he changed into the casual clothes Nye Dan had prepared for him. Continuing to flip through Chao, you saw the moments when he had brazenly interrupted Zheng Han and Chun Baikuan as they stood together in the pavilion discussing plans for the National Day trip, along with Zheng Han's messages on social media. Zhang Xiaozhu looked at that face, which belied its age. One could hardly believe that this person was 60 years old, as he appeared to be only in his 30s. November 1st, 1974. Friday. 10. Haifeng Road, Central District, Hong Kong. Hysan Place. Early in the morning, many reporters from various newspapers gathered outside the building. These reporters had received a tip-off in advance that after Zhang Ting acquired Hysan International, Wei Li would represent Mr. Zhang to manage Hysan International for 3 weeks before holding an important meeting with the group's senior executives. This meeting of senior executives was unprecedented. Has Ma Sambao eaten the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? How could he make so many people kneel and call him grandpa? The usually stern private tutor couldn't help but look at Ma Sambao with new eyes, even giving him a thumbs up to express his admiration. In the end, the latter merely tolerated it due to the blood relationship between him and Xinan Chuan. That was the nectar of the gods. Just one jar could leave a person drunk for 3 days and nights. Although half of it had already gone into that senior's belly, who knows when his father would sober up. With a stylish turn, Huasi turned his back to Lin Jinliu, and the other's one hand supporting a crossbow, aiming a scope at 100 feet distance, and within moments he had already shot 2 bolts into the jungle. The power of the crossbow was so great that it left only shadows in the eyes of the others. He believed that his judgment in reading people would never be wrong. Although some appeared tall and robust, they looked lifeless and lacked vitality. You want to follow me? A grown man accompanying me for prenatal education? Su Luo was somewhat dissatisfied and insisted on going alone. Thus, when they saw Lin and in the front row, especially when Ling Su and Bai Jiao Jiao respectfully offered tea to Lin, and everyone widened their eyes, unable to suppress their murmurs. It indeed had very little power left, constrained by this magic locking array, and it could hardly use any techniques. Initially, it planned to attack with demonic energy, but unexpectedly this girl was completely unafraid. What is Qinjiang? Xuehua slightly opened her eyes, as she hadn't gone out in days, and was unaware of what had happened to Zhou Ge. If that's the case, then my previous suspicions might really be true. Evelyn suddenly frowned. However, she also knew how deep and difficult the relationship between Chun Tianyi and Tang Yu was, and she couldn't destroy their bond, even genuinely wishing well for this pair of star-crossed lovers in her heart. Wait a minute, there are 2 outsiders in the mansion who have not been here long, and they are not servants. Could it be that amidst the cries of agony, the Blood Angel killed 8 players in one go and her name suddenly changed from white to deep red, marking her as a red name? If the old man with the goat beard weren't so foolish to directly take on the god-slaying sword with both arms, it would be extremely difficult for Zhang Taibai to subdue him. At most, he could only gain the upper hand. European kings also had to go through the divine right of kings, and for a long time they were limited by the church and the pope, unable to embody both political and spiritual leadership. Tian Ci and Tang Yin sat in the back with Tang Yin gently resting her head on Tian Ci's arm. Everyone remained still as they were waiting for the 8 llamas to come out. Lubu was puzzled about what trick Jia Kuei was up to. Could he be planning to use the defeated soldiers from Hedong to break through their own formation? The flight that Zhang Taibai and the others were on was actually heading to Monterrey, but had to make a stopover in Mexico City. Uncle, what exactly happened? Su Che asked. He must have experienced some psychological shock, otherwise he wouldn't make such a decision. Why didn't he react so strongly before? Fang Mian scolded himself harshly in his heart. He was being so pathetic. It was just a date, just going shopping, watching a movie, and having a meal together. Was it necessary to be so nervous? My grandmother passed away 3 days ago, Su Shihong suddenly said, giving me a start. The villa in Deepwater Bay. The Li family. A luxurious Benz sedan stopped at the villa entrance, and stepping out was Li Jiaqing, who had just finished work. Since last week, Li Jiaqing had invited feng shui master Kai Boli from Xiangjiang to resolve his feng shui issues. Kai Boli believed that Li Jiaqing needed to move away from the Deepwater Bay villa. There were 2 potential destinations. One was the Taipingshan villa area. Since the opening of Xiangjiang, Taipingshan has been renowned. Go back and tell your master that I have agreed to this matter, and she can rest assured at the Xiao family, someone will come to find her. A voice drifted slowly through the air. No problem, since young master Xiao has spoken. If I disagree, that would be like refusing to cooperate, Sun Bing said with a smile. Buzz. As soon as his will's fragment emerged, it radiated a terrifying wave of power, a unique aura belonging to transcendence sweeping outward. Watching Shunbian fall to the ground again, she let out a cry. This fall was even heavier than the last, and her scream was especially tragic. Shunbiue felt pain for her. In the shadows illuminated by the flames, the members of the Jackal Leopard clan transformed from the form of jackals into humans, each one a fierce and terrifying brute. From the tone of Zhang Li's earlier words, it was clear she was not one to easily compromise or back down. Now, with her relationship with the country's ruler still unclear, it was even more unwise to offend her lightly. As for Feng Hanmo, he was equally someone one could not offend. The emperor quickly pinched the center of his brow, feeling the fire that had just been suppressed flare up again. Among all, perhaps only Zhang Li felt excitement rather than fear upon hearing that voice. She had no idea that her call of Lu Jie had triggered the summoning spell. To awaken Lu Jie and bring him back through the summoning channel. After saying that, without waiting for his response, Zhang Li walked over and leaned against the rock. Though she longed for it, her body seemed not yet fully recovered. Gu Che held her and kissed her for a long while before finally placing her in bed, turning his back to her. Su Yang hurriedly took out a pack of cigarettes, handing him one, while taking another for himself. Seeing his tense demeanor and recalling what Ing Jia had educated her about, Zhao Shuangshuang's face blushed even more. Online discussions about the tomb of the national general from Galu village have now turned to a trend of support, no longer filled with the slander and insults it once faced. Only a few martial artists from the Heavenly Dao sect knew these matters, but they had all perished, and with the Heavenly Dao sect gone, outsiders were even more unaware of the affairs of the 10,000 Buddha Zen sect. If they spoke out, no one would believe them. Moreover, it would provide the 10,000 Buddha Zen sect with an obvious excuse to seek revenge. Wang Yang approached, standing before Wu Dalong. The dogs initially wanted to follow and protect Wang Yang, but were reprimanded by him. After saying this, Gu Qian walked away unsteadily, his back, making Qiao Iran feel an even deeper pang in her heart. Why do you look down on people so much? Qiao Iran sometimes indeed thought of pairing the two of them together, but after seeing Feng Ruolin's mother, she gave up on that idea. He left a clone in the first imperial city, which possessed the imperial source he had left for Ling Shui and others. Now he received information relayed from that clone. Ling Shui and the others had already embarked on the ancient emperor's path and reached the first imperial city. What Wang Hang said was reasonable, as the assassin's instinct is to be cautious. When it was first moved here, I never expected it to sprout now. Mo Chen walked to Hui Yao's side, looking at the tender leaves in agreement. November 2nd, 1974. Saturday. Last night, Zhang Ting discussed with Lao Shirley and Bao Peihui about the site selection for Heji Steel Company and Heji Shipbuilding Company, being Lam Island. However, Zhang Ting needed to personally inspect Lam Island. Yesterday morning, he arranged with my Lizi Ma Shimin Li Caixin Wei Bide and others to take time on Saturday morning to visit. Now, after waking up from a nap, Zhang Ting noticed a hint of ferocity on Zhao Lei's face. Although he sympathized with the drunken man deceived by Hu Yorong, it did not mean he was willing to take the blame. Indeed, being stopped by a sweaty uncle felt quite unpleasant, and at least Xingu Weilai felt uncomfortable all over. Even Lu Xinyao did not know what kind of scheme Zhao Lei was plotting, and being a medical student herself, she was well aware that there was nothing wrong with the medicine prescribed by Manager Wan. While crying, she kept saying things like, "Bainikin, do you no longer want Weilai?" and similar remarks. Initially, Wang Bin was unwilling to divorce, while Zhang Xiaoxia could not bear a son. The Wang family's estate was securely resting on her son's shoulders, but then Zhao Lei emerged claiming to be able to cure Zhang Xiaoxia's illness, which understandably made her somewhat dissatisfied. Chen Tao naturally could not reveal the true situation of the massage to him, as it involved Feng Chenla's privacy. Seeing his serious expression, Zhao Luya couldn't help but chuckle softly. That smile blossomed on her beautiful face like a blooming begonia. Under the streetlight, it became even more captivating, beautiful enough to quicken one's heartbeat. Chusi immediately perked up as there were shovels and picks in the garden. With a wave of his hand, he led the others to dig. Whether it was the former Peking opera troupe or the current mature theater troupes, there has always been a competitive relationship among fixed roles, and it was common for them to clash from time to time in their quest for performance opportunities and to become famous roles. It is certainly the heavenly inspiration emperor who, in order to avoid war, rejected the plea for help from the Zhe kingdom, leading to the downfall of the Zhe kingdom. Every natural disaster represents a certain underlying rule of existence in the world. Birth, aging, illness, and death, along with joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, are all part of what all living beings must experience. The red glow on the giant eagle's claw grew even hotter, like a burning iron aiming to crush Jiang Chang'an's defenseless head. "Hello, sir, we are not yet ready to open for business. Could you please wait a moment?" A polite young man looking no more than 20 said to Lin Yi. Even though these scenes were quite thrilling and had nearly died from the excitement several times, the experience felt incredibly real. Yet it still felt like it was dreaming. Tang Mushi followed Lin Feier into the bedroom, where Lin Feier stood with her back to Tang Mushi, her hands tightly clenched. They had only moved to Jili Mansion for 2 days when someone dared to speak such nonsense in front of her general. Unaware of their own recklessness, if it weren't for the fact that they were once part of the mansion, they might have had their tongues cut out and been beaten out with a military baton. Su Guangji glanced at her. The words spoken by this girl seemed overly pragmatic in this place where loyalty outweighed everything, yet what she said was also a fact. Tang Mushi sent a message early on to go to the airport to pick him up, and after receiving approval, she set off driving a Santana. The young clerk looked horrified. Could it be that this evil god discovered he wasn't dead and specifically came at night to finish him off? However, if one could encounter a suitable partner, it would indeed be a rare occurrence. If they fell in love, it would be a blessing from the Bodhisattva. Thus, Gua Xiaoyan, relying on his background, transformed himself into a pasture for his fallen spirits, hunting extraordinary beings to acquire more souls. All of this originated from the fact that the identity of the flame was that of an abyssal demon. Even if transformed into an abyssal deity within the abyss, it would ultimately not be recognized. Huang Xiaoying instructed the maid to brew ginger tea for Bao Peihui to drink. Bao Peihui drank the ginger tea and soon fell asleep in her room, feeling drowsy. Huang Xiaoying looked at her daughter with some heartache. "Sir, how did Peihui catch a cold just after going out with Zhang Ting?" "Zhang Ting must have gone to Lama Island for an inspection. The sea breeze is quite strong right now, and Peihui might have caught a chill from it. However, Zhang Ting is a person of great importance, so well, the inaugural ceremony is about to start. If we don't leave soon, we will be late." Although every time Li Yalan and Colonel Madoka met they would argue fiercely, Tessa did not want their bickering to ruin this special day. "Let's fly first and talk later." And Ifeng thought for a moment, and then looked for a secluded place to hide the warship or simply abandon it. Originally, according to Shun Kuei's plan, they should continue to conceal their whereabouts even after arriving at Xiaoguang Immortal City. However, the Blood Fiend sect leader was the master of a sect, and had always been arrogant and aloof, disdainful of hiding from a nameless wandering immortal. This displayed an imposing demeanor in Xiaoguang Immortal City. Of course, the moment the video appeared, Charles people immediately had it blocked. They indeed fled in a panic, but they had bravely held the battlefield for more than half a month with their lives to support Isavile. "Master." Icarus greatly enjoyed the rare affection from Li Yalan, his face momentarily flushed. "Qingxian, what happened between you earlier?" Yang Feng discreetly pried apart the hands that Cui Qingxian had intertwined with his arm. Wang Lifeng saw by Yunan's tearful eyes looking as if she wished she could suffer in her place, which filled her with disgust. Though she was gravely ill, her mind was clearer and calmer than anyone else's at that moment. "I've comprehended the dual cultivation path. As long as you join me, your cultivation will soar," Li Peiqing said with a smile, his eyes betraying no hint of modesty. "Absolutely perfect." After finishing her appraisal, Jiexing Linqing unexpectedly gave Li Yalan a thumbs up. "Wow, how did we start getting handsy?" Pinching here and poking there, a glimmer of fervor flashed in Jiexing Linqing's eyes. After shakily taking out a healing pill and swallowing it, Yang Xiao felt slightly better. He had lost too much blood this time. Pinching here and poking there, a glimmer of fervor flashed in Jiexing Linqing's eyes. After shakily taking out a healing pill, and his face finally regained a little color. What a pity it would be if the four of us couldn't go together. Sigh. Forget it, I need to pack my bags. That's it, goodbye. The other end fell silent. When he arrived home, Chinsi was already asleep, lying on the sofa with a thin knitted shirt draped over her, sleeping soundly. The lights were on in the room, and Lon, he was nowhere to be seen. It was late, so she must have gone to bed. Multiple marketing accounts and entertainment reporters simultaneously released what they claimed to be solid evidence pictures of Iche and a man in bed. Although the face that appeared somewhat resembling Zhang Iche was a bit blurry, it was still not difficult to identify similarities. Aren't you all going to school? Sei still couldn't believe that there were no interstellar passenger ships here. After Sun Xiaoyu went out, she didn't go to her sister's place, but instead headed to a nearby roller skating rink, watching from a distance as Hongjia was tidying up the place. He thought about how for the past 4 years Tsunemo had been spending time with another man where he couldn't see, and it was hard to guarantee that feelings wouldn't develop over time. At the very least, that person named Edward would. The carriage slowly approached the city gate, passing through the thick city wall passage, the moat city, and the corner tower with armored guards standing majestically on both sides. Unlike the scrutiny outside the city gates, upon entering one could distinctly feel the pressure, rigor, and coldness. November 6, 1974. Wednesday. Today is a working day. Zhang Ting left work early in the afternoon as Dean Zhuhagao and Qin personally came to the Qianchuan villa to check on the old lattice condition. After being taken from Xianjiangzi Country Hospital to the Qianchuan villa for recuperation, the old lady has been resting quietly during this time. However, as her attending physician Qin needs to pay a visit. Moreover, Zhang Ting's identity is different. Zhuhi. No, it would be better not to have children, as she would likely focus all her attention on them. As for the god of the Beisho world, he is already dead. It is exceedingly difficult to deduce who killed the god of the Beisho world, as there are many interferences and numerous tributaries of fate. Her sister Sinla must have directly pushed her into the bridal sedan without any instructions at all. Right. The young man in a blue robe looked angrily at Ting Lei, who was battling a cheetah not far away, then took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke. Since this path is not feasible, In Luo naturally has other methods. After all, her goal is to completely ruin Jiang Chu's image in Qin Muxin's heart and take her place. Ling Feng, who was initially somewhat anxious, felt that Ning Rongrong's words made a lot of sense after hearing them, as Ning Rongrong is indeed his good sister. Shizhu looked at the ice silkworm on the altar, swallowed hard, then grasped it in his right hand. Gao Yuan controlled his breathing to a minimum, even trying to breathe less. He was afraid that the bubbles from his breath would confuse that monster. Gao Yuan needed to devise a thorough plan, otherwise the oxygen would quickly run out. If this stalemate continued, even if Gao Yuan didn't die in that mechanical hand, he would perish from lack of oxygen. Shizhu's expression grew serious as he glanced at Sima opposite him, looking at Zhuge, Qingyun in confusion, unsure of what the other party was thinking. Upon hearing this, I felt a chill run down my spine. In truth, I did not know what was going on, or it seemed a pity that the blood snake had escaped. But why did I always feel this chill? The neighbors surrounding the door, who were originally curious about the sudden appearance of the Liu and Yang families, gradually understood after hearing the responses from Zhao and Siwen. Some harsh words came out, and my attitude was no longer as friendly as before. However, I did not hold it against her. I first took a glance at her car and found it to be a red Audi sports car, severely damaged at the rear from my collision. When Princess Qinghe and the others saw Yongla, their expressions slightly changed. Yongla came from the Yong family, and both she and Su Qi were objects of their secret jealousy. They had little interaction before, but now it seemed that Yongla's appearance was an attempt to befriend Princess Qinghe. Grandmother aunt was Xia Qingxiao at home at that time. Xia Chujun took a deep breath before calmly asking. Zhang sat there in a daze, not speaking, carefully listening to the sound from the television with a vacant look in his eyes. Yi Mingfeng never expected that when she called Mo Xiaonan, it was purely to demand an explanation, not intentionally seeking help. The atmosphere appeared harmonious, but was tinged with a hint of gunpowder. Lu Cixi was supposed to be the one who elicited sympathy, yet in the end, she was the one who was abandoned. I sat helplessly on the ground, tears streaming down silently. From now on, I could finally be free, be with Luo Angi, and no longer face those threats. But why could I not feel happy at all? Why was I crying? Takuya looked at her in surprise, his expression saying, "Wow, I didn't even dislike you. What reason do you have to dislike me?" Even at the moment of his death, he wanted to kill his family members in the game to complete his revenge. His will to survive was strong. Even with such a suitable teacher, he was unwilling to take the risk of becoming the other's disciple. The Hong Kong governor's office's policy toward illegal immigrants was not static, but rather fluctuated, tightening or relaxing in response to shifts in the international landscape or conditions on the mainland. To Zhang Ting, however, this fortress-like approach felt unwelcoming. He advocated for a more lenient and humane refugee policy. Hu Baiquan and other Hong Kong residents likely believed that Hong Kong as it stood could not sustain such a large influx of people, making this defensive policy seem to them the most pragmatic choice. Though these two options may sound identical at first glance, they typically yield markedly different outcomes. The former usually results in homicide or accidental death, whereas the latter is commonly referred to as suicide. As he pressed his body against hers, he hesitated for a moment, but the deep visceral longing to draw near overwhelmed all restraint. He surrendered to the wild beast within and ultimately took Mrs. Gu by force. As for Chen Jing, he held the title of client manager, though whether this was merely a nominal post granting him salary without duties remains unknown to me. After his 18th birthday, he Xiao formally met with Yuan Zifeng. 16 years earlier, Yuan Gungun had fallen from his horse in an accident, and he Xiao had at that time made a solemn promise. Liang Jian stared at her speechless. In all the days he had been there, this was the first time she had smiled at him, and it was a smile so natural, so unguarded. She was in truth quite unjustly treated. The palace where she now resided was scarcely distinguishable from the cold palace. Not a soul passed her door, not even birds stirred nearby. To save effort, and perhaps dispel ill fortune, she simply poured her wastewater directly outside her threshold each day. Inside the auditorium, a long row of tables stretched across the hall. Government clerks stood behind them while shareholders gathered before them asking questions left and right. The staff assured them, "Our town mayor will soon address you with a full explanation." Li Xing bent down and placed his hand upon her forehead. It felt feverish, likely due to excessive alcohol consumption or perhaps a chill-induced cold with mild fever. When Mu Wang saw it, her eyes lit up. That single glance from Mrs. Gu was enough to make Gu Yinshin feel the grilled sausage had been worth every penny. Only when she felt the stinging heat bloom across her cheek did she stare at Xiao Yunan in utter disbelief. After all, it was late spring. The summer solstice loomed tomorrow, and such seasonal transitions with their abrupt shifts between warmth and chill rendered one especially vulnerable to wind-cold ailments. Im Lucheng, just joined today as a junior attendant. Must be my fiery luck for emergency cases right off the bat. Usually it's quiet as a tomb. Lucheng followed Zhou Ziyu into the changing room. No matter what, she would become the fifth prince's consort, and trample beneath her feet every soul who had ever scorned her. As the pickup truck traversed varied terrain, Huang Shuyuan noticed no pronounced jolting or noise. That day, Generals Chun Heng and Zhang Ying oversaw the transport of supplies from Shaokai County across the Huai River to the south. 5 days. Why wasn't more grain stockpiled? The leader frowned. His instincts screamed impending disaster. Lin Jingnan, lord of the Southern Martial Alliance, felt a vain pulse at his temple. He longed to strike his nephew with a cudgel, and then double the blow. Upon hearing of yet another project, they immediately mobilized their forces and rushed straight to Tawaching, launching full-scale construction without delay. Clearly their intention was to deploy these weapons, if ever they fell behind, as leverage against Greater China's lunar city, thereby preserving a precarious balance of power. She cherished it deeply, wearing it constantly. Only yesterday had the man failed to notice, allowing her to slip past unnoticed. Just now her sweeping gesture had been made precisely with the wrist bearing the bracelet. Its absence was instantly apparent to Su Jianhong. Lin Qinghua had long pondered how best to win Yuan Ming's trust and acceptance of her goodwill. Meanwhile, Gu Jingyu sought earnestly to locate the anonymous donor, to express his profound gratitude. Their thoughts converged seamlessly. "Nan Feng," Su Chu called out, and only then did Nan Feng emerge from his reverie, turning his gaze upon her. Zhong Xiuan has been trusted by the people of Country Y and the governor's office since the 1960s, to earning him the reputation of being the second Zhou Xinyan. Unfortunately, Zhou Xinyan lost the trust of the governor's office in the 1960s due to a misalignment in his allegiances. However, it is possible that under such circumstances Zhong Xiuan began to gain the trust of the governor's office, allowing him to replace Zhou Xinyan. Yet Zhong Xiuan leaned more towards the political scene of Xiangjiang, while Zhou Xinyan held significant influence in both political and business circles. According to the current Hubei, Yuan Jingfa noticed that Yi Ling did not inquire about what ranking was required to receive rewards. He was merely concerned about the specifics of the rewards. He couldn't help but smile knowingly. After a while, the shop assistant who had chased after them mumbled bad things about Su Wan retrieved the hat, and there was no trace of Su Wan at the shop entrance. Subsequently, Yi Ling informed Dong Weiqing about the situation with Xiaoyun without any concealment, sharing his thoughts on the future development of Xiaoyun in detail. Living in the heavens, tending to tea trees daily, picking tea leaves, and learning the essentials of tea making, he was indeed busy to the point of being quite content. The gap between him and Jean Yenner was negligible. The Russian attendees were pleased, but Uncle Bo was not happy. "I believe in Fanqing, but by destroying evidence in this way, Fanxing's suspicion will only grow. Therefore, the police will come tomorrow to take Fanqing for questioning." Su Qingran tried to maintain an air of noble dignity. She could not allow herself to be overwhelmed by jealousy in front of Shang Yaoing. Mu Yunxing directly led Su Nua out of the filming location without removing her makeup. After all, it was a modern drama, and it didn't matter much whether her clothes were changed or not. Every time Qixia asked him, he would say he was busy with official duties dealing with matters between the demon and monster realms, and had to go to the heavenly court to report to the heavenly emperor. Truly busy indeed. Li Yin understood her. She was not easily trusting of others, yet she held high expectations for each person she trusted, which is why she ignored the malicious words spread by outsiders, but would get angry if her friends were teased. Su Nua looked at her somewhat coldly, even staring at her, without wishing to shift his gaze, embodying a demeanor that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Of course, if he knew the true identity of Duan Cho, who was now the leader of the Xiantian sect, despised by the various factions in the southern border, and that his actual cultivation level was not even at the Tribulation Transcendent stage, just at the mid-level of the Dragon and Tiger realm, he would certainly think differently. He feared that such actions would delay certain historical processes and negatively impact the future, but now it appeared that these thoughts were indeed overly cautious. For everyone knows that before the Dao Dan, the more one goes against the heavens, the closer the condensed Dao Dan is to the heavenly Dao. If one could condense the legendary golden core, it would be akin to touching the edge of the Dao, genuinely possessing the qualification to become a powerhouse. Is it still not clear? Ha ha, farewell. Li Hongxin laughed loudly, but in truth, he was well aware that Chun Yi had indeed not obtained the dragon spirit. Since Chun Yi had not acquired it, could there be anyone else besides Huang Qing? The old man did not waste many words, briefly introducing the rules of this auction before starting. Since items up for auction are to some extent rare treasures, many of them no longer caught Chen Yi's eye at his level of cultivation. Upon seeing this, Yi Linglong immediately stepped aside and followed behind Chen Yi. After they left, the area buzzed with discussions. Madman, madman. Di Shi Xian Kuan forcefully broke free from Qing Sang's arm, shouting loudly, and then directly reached out to grab, pulling back the battle spear from afar, which flew back and directly pierced towards Qing Sang. Before him, the fifth elder forcibly burned his life force, exhausting 30 years of accumulation in one breath, reaching the realm of half-step mythology. Chun Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. He was now at a dead end. Since the two forces from Qinling had joined hands, he naturally needed to seek assistance. However, the celestial beings were not so reliable. The reason Chun Yi acted this way was merely to create greater chaos, and the ally he sought was Shui Xinyue. November 11, 1974. Monday. Today, a legislative resolution regarding the counter-encampment policy will be held at the Legislative Council building in Xiangjiang. Zhang Tingxian finished his breakfast and took a car to the Galaxy Investment Building. After giving the stock information of Xiangjiang to Kaixi Zhang, Ting took a car to the Legislative Council building. 8. Jiashun Road, Central Xiangjiang. Now at the Legislative Council building. Previously, Zhang Ting had visited here once. This time he had just arrived. Edge. His sudden direct words stunned Chu Qinyang, causing his expression to freeze. I have heard that Elder Dongyan has already attained the cultivation level of nascent soul. If he advances further, even elderly would not be his opponent. How could he willingly give the position of sect master to senior brother Yenin? There will surely be a fierce struggle then. The disciples on the left clearly favor the sect master lineage. This is not something you need to consider. Hearing her words, Mo Yu's brows not only did not relax, but instead furrowed even tighter. At that moment, a user with the ID of a girl in the barrage area made a rather strange comment. Due to the swelling around the ankle of the injured foot, walking required support, let alone going out to play. Though the swelling has reduced somewhat over the past few days, and the foot can bear some weight, it is still quite difficult to walk alone. When he woke up, both the king and the queen felt refreshed, having not slept so soundly in a long time. He felt a deep sense of wonder towards the copper coin. In fact, it merely involved reciting the calming spell a few more times on the copper coin. Yes, he managed to stabilize the injury, but recovery would take time. Although his senior brothers and sisters were watching over him, Yao Xian remained vigilant about Chu Yan's condition. Hearing Chu Zhizhi's retort, he simply responded briefly. The soldiers who had previously led the way communicated a lot with Zhou Chen, thus they hoped that such exchanges could be useful. It should be noted that the chilling cold here, even Zhou Chen could not be immune to. Those with surfing experience likely guessed the situation Yi Chun was about to face. It was highly probable that he would separate from the surfboard and fall into the raging sea. Where have you been? I've been looking for you all day. Sifeng Bailing saw Xing Lian in the room. His eyes lit up, and he immediately walked over. Having not slept all night, I thought a lot about Shimu and Siyi. In the end, I still felt that I should preserve the feelings, as giving up without trying is not my character. Watching Taozi fly away in the Phoenix warplane, Xing Tianyu knew that the operation was about to commence. The opponent's sword was clearly not an ordinary item. Coupled with this surge of energy, its power would significantly increase. Even though his sword had been enhanced by Elder Qian, the quality of this steel sword was too ordinary. He feared that this strike would still leave a dent. The Tiger Beast Dragon initially thought that the Kowloon Tianwang sent him down the mountain to battle with the Scripture Seeker. Instead, he received orders to descend the mountain to consume time and delay proceedings. Thus, after leading the Dragon Beast monsters down the mountain, he began to set up camp and perform plays opposite. The only problem is that the summoning level of the Soul Shepherd is intermediate, requiring the Ignaz formation for the summoning. Therefore, from this perspective, his combat power should be comparable to the demigod Baros. Even if underestimated, it cannot be too weak, so it is not considered for now. Over the past month, everyone's overall abilities have significantly improved. Ziyuan's greatest progress is her observational skills, which seem to be innate. She is truly a genius in reconnaissance. For some reason, I felt particularly excited tonight, not as tense as when I was first attacked, but rather eager to engage in battle with my opponent. In such a scene in front of hundreds of students, she simply could not teach this waste a proper lesson and could only swallow. Now that the meeting has concluded, Zhang Ting did not stay any longer. He stood up, shook hands with my Li Hao Luo Bishi Xiaodingji and others one by one, then shook hands with Jian Yueqing and Shi Weixian. Now that the meeting has concluded, Zhang Ting did not stay any longer. He stood up, shook hands with my Li Hao Luo Bishi Xiaodingji and others one by one, then shook hands with Jian Yueqing and Shi Weixian. Having just seen Mr. Zhang opposed to the blockade policy, Zhong Xuan felt quite embarrassed. Yi Qingping frowned slightly, but said nothing, at least not outright denying his existence. As he gazed at the incoming green giant palm, Gu Yao's right hand horizontally held his sword, while his left palm flatly pressed against the blade, creating a dazzling sword curtain that enveloped him. In any case, Ji Yun's friends from all aspects worked hard to whitewash the situation, portraying her as an utterly wronged victim. She turned off the television and quietly went upstairs. Upon entering the bedroom, she heard the sound of water splashing from the bathroom. Indeed, according to his habit, the first thing he did upon returning from a business trip was to take a shower. Desperately covering up her panic-stricken expression, she used the excuse of wanting Wu Hao to take her to a different place to play in order to leave. Yunge naturally could not return. The special operations team, led by Li, had given her 2 days off, and if she did not return after 2 days, they would come to retrieve her personally. Moreover, Yang's actions, although aimed solely at Shui Qingqing, posed a great danger. If not handled carefully, not only would Shui Qingqing be unable to become a princess, but the entire Bai family would suffer as well. Seeing that the two wanted to escape, Qiao Sheng threw the loose silver from her pouch to strike their knees, causing them to stumble and fall to the ground. A piercing cold wind swept through, prompting Jiang Xiyu to tighten her coat and bury herself deeper in her scarf. Can we duel in the game? Of course, it's just for fun, Ma Yang suddenly said. Sister Yang Ying went to the capital to shoot a magazine, while Yang Yunfan was also in the last few days before the final exams at school. When Gu Nanmo opened the door, he saw such a scene. Gu Baiyan, with his shrewd black eyes usually sharp like a businessman, was now exuding confusion and helplessness. Last time in the woods, Tang Sini had already been pinned down by Lung Yunfeng once. Now being embraced by him again, she recalled how he had pressed something against her last time, causing her to have sleepless nights for 3 days after returning. Brother, we might all be in the same unit in the future. Why bother? Li Erniu remarked. That's unlikely. Doing this is too irrational. Why not escape from such a good opportunity and instead stay here? Is he crazy? If the young lady does not mind, Ji can let her stay at the Ji residence for the time being. No need to serve as a maid or servant, he said, stuffing a silver ingot into Lian Yan's hand and helping her up. Shay Siming leaped lightly, his gaze piercing, easily dodging Liner's attack. Upon hearing the judgment that there were tombs underground in this area, many netizens immediately proposed differing opinions, which received widespread agreement. Among them, the Qi Wang, Tan Wang, Zhao Wang, and Gu Wang were all absent. The Lu Wang had withdrawn his fief several years ago. Currently, he had only himself as a cultivator, while the rest were mercenaries used as cannon fodder. For this operation, they had not brought any heavy weaponry. Thus, even including himself, they were no match for Hong Tianzi. Love can sometimes be incredibly complex, entwined in countless threads. Yet at times it is also strikingly simple, a clean break. At this moment, regardless of factions, people were packed together, and a knife thrust in would merely result in blood spurting, whether from enemies or allies. Having such thoughts was not due to Shun Liang's pessimism, but rather his clear understanding of the situation at hand. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, he would fight to the death and never give up. However, the probability of achieving this was exceedingly slim. If one were to regard the Jardine Matheson as a giant, then the Kowloon warehouse and Hong Kong land would be the giant's left and right arms. Zhang Ting first devoured Hong Kong land, which was akin to severing the giant's left hand, and now only the right-hand Kowloon warehouse remains. Thinking of this, Zhang Ting couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. While instructing Leuna to notify Ma Li Si and the others to meet him at the Repulse Bay Villa, Zhang Ting took his leave. Perhaps the War of the Gods is tied to fortune, and the Western Mahayana Buddhism cannot stand idly by. The two founding figures of Buddhism, Jian and Junti, are also seizing the opportunity to snatch fortune. In fact, Zhang Feng had been charging at him from the very beginning. After 2 attacks, no matter how much he retreated, he still found himself within Zhang Feng's range. Besides the flames, the gale, the frost, and us, there are still 3 demon lords from the abyss of terror who haven't arrived. The curse, ashes, and darkness. Are these 3 cowards afraid of battle? The shrill howl of the wailing demon king echoed, prompting the other demon lords to notice this detail. Just now Zhao Yang was not here, and with such a small number of the guard team, if a misfire occurred and a conflict arose with the French embassy, it would be no joking matter. Who knew there wasn't much profit here? If it weren't for the fear of being targeted by enemies, he wouldn't be squatting here. At this moment, the sailor was lying peacefully on the hospital bed. Upon seeing us enter, his mouth twitched slightly as if he wanted to smile, but held it back. As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of dark light burst forth from his body, radiating a sharp energy that caused everyone to avert their gaze. Sharos' expression was calm, neither sad nor happy. Behind him, a massive scorpion tail phantom emerged, sweeping through with what seemed like deadly poison, a mere touch resulting in death. Today I preemptively sent a report. If Chonggang sees that the matter has been leaked, he won't dare to send that letter to the palace anymore. Half a year after that incident, due to an old injury resurfacing, his father passed away. In this world, it seemed that only those two were left to rely on each other. Immediately afterward, under circumstances where the chain man could not react in time, Schwanger kicked fiercely at the chain man's chest, using the chain for leverage. At the table across from them, the two tables of people had been sizing up Yin Ning. Although they were discreetly occasionally there were slight glimmers reflecting off their bodies like light refracted from a mirror. However, as the electric mother body emitted a loud crackle, she barely steadied herself, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Regarding Sun Yes, teasing Gu Qingqi did not respond, merely unbuttoning his clothing to reveal the still. After all, before establishing a brotherly bond with Yin Feng based on the current information available about Li Wanqi, it would be extremely difficult to get Li Wanqi to sign this cooperation agreement. Brother Huangshan, where's my brother? I still have something for him in the car. I need to take it to him. Lu Shixian quickly came up with a reason. Zhao Yuan and He Qinshuan noticed them, but paid no attention. They naturally knew that in the current situation, no one dared to act out, at least not near the empty city, as that would be tantamount to seeking death. The nearby spirit creature, having witnessed this, displayed even greater fear on her face. Although her cultivation was high, when someone entered and exited her dwelling without her noticing, the disparity between the two was clear to her, justifying her fear. Moreover, the master of Song Jiang turned out to be the second military god of Huaxia. What on earth is going on? Has the aristocracy allied with the military? At this rate, he wouldn't take long to break through to the initial stage of the 6th tier, and with 6th tier cultivation, his strength would provide him with a self-protective capability. As long as he didn't encounter an 8th or 9th tier powerhouse, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. Shirao Bay Villa. Li family. Li Jiacheng's dedicated car stopped. He had returned to this new villa. Compared to the Deepwater Bay Villa, this place feels more secluded. Although the scenery here is nice, Li Jiacheng needs to spend more time commuting to the company. However, since moving here, he indeed feels much more comfortable. As the chauffeur opened the car door, Li Jiacheng stepped out and glanced at his wrist. Confirming that there was no one in the house, Yu Cheng Gongye's gaze was drawn to the footage playing on the television. Old Master Long was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. His grandson, although appearing to be on the brink of death, was still alive. Moreover, the injuries didn't seem as severe as he had imagined. Jun Wuxian nodded slightly. Although the prescription was more complex than usual, it was not beyond her capabilities. The only tricky part was that the medicinal ingredients required were extremely rare, many of which Jun Wuxia had never seen. The spiritual energy in the void was abundant, far surpassing any place in the wilderness realm, not only in quantity, but also in quality, akin to ants gazing up at a true dragon high in the heavens, existing on an entirely different level. After returning to the illusion realm, the fox god Shen Jiuqing was conferred kingship under the identity of the demon lord's sworn brother, while Tu Linglong was granted the title of consort, becoming Shen Jiuqing's primary wife. However, the aftermath of the battle during the tribulation transcendence was too intense, and they dared not approach. Once the battle ended, only a few remnants of corpses remained from the outsiders, while the others who had transcended the tribulation vanished without a trace, and Lianer was also lost. If Jun Qing had already turned into a pile of bones, she might not have felt anything. However, looking at that face, which bore some resemblance to her own, Jun Wuxia found it difficult to regard the other as merely a forgotten past. In his youth, Tian Xuanzi was accepted as a disciple by his master and embarked on the path of cultivation and enlightenment. However, due to his lack of talent and the fact that his master was not a great figure, Tian Xuanzi's cultivation ultimately stagnated at the lower tier of the Dao realm. Only then did Shen Jiuqing painstakingly apply the potion, smearing it here and there. It appeared much improved, no longer so gory, but the potion was simply too scarce, still looking distressingly ugly. The village chief of Yulong village was deeply impressed by Du Shenhua's fortune-telling skills and decided to believe his words, leading the entire village to Loxun City. After learning of this matter in the camp, Gui Yuan thought to himself, Luoyang City cannot be conquered by just my family alone. Now that both factions have fled, I fear it would be a loss for me to stay here. He then ordered to pack up and leave. When Cheng Yi and Cheng Yisun heard this, they exchanged astonished glances. Could it be so coincidental that the internationally renowned detox expert Ning Mingyue was her cousin? Feeling Zhang Mingyu's somewhat fiery gaze shifting with her movements, Jiang Shan felt that this moment was the happiest time of her life. As for the house, it had never been sold and was transferred to Pei Xian's name early on, serving as either Pei Xian's property or her family home in B City. It was not that this passage was particularly large, but because spiritual power can be both tangible and intangible. Shang Pusi was currently in a state of void with parts of his body merging into the soil. Clearly, she was not a particularly noteworthy figure, The one who should draw attention was this man, named Mu Jingyan. As the two talked, they went to purchase the items they needed, and after completing all the registration procedures, they entered the security check. Zhao Yun was no fool, combining the rapid-fire gun given to him by Wang Yao and the strange equipment on Wang Yao that was clearly not part of the official military supplies. He understood everything without needing further explanation. Lan Jing'er stood nearby watching calmly as Sheng Pusi charged in and exploded, then took shape beside her. Li Jiaqing felt utterly devoid of appetite upon learning that Mr. Zhang was going to acquire Julong warehouse. He had not even finished his meal. Moreover, he sensed an inexplicable headache creeping in. With a grim expression, Li Jiaqing left the restaurant. He first called Zhou Qianhe, urging him to come to the villa immediately, then proceeded to the study on the second floor of the new villa. Almost 2 hours had passed. The time was around 9 in the evening. This will have to do better than feeling too tense, he thought, recalling that in this era there was neither Yu Meijing nor Debao, and even the Wan Zihong ointment was rarely seen. At that moment, Shakyamuni suddenly spread his hands before his chest and performed a spell. A burst of 5-colored light emanated from his hands, and suddenly a golden scripture banner appeared. The banner shimmered with brilliance, adorned with auspicious symbols, yet within it countless souls roared in madness. The sound was like a thunderclap, and at that moment in Lu Yu's eyes there appeared a silver-haired, snow-browed, arrogantly imposing figure. A monstrous shadow that left Lu Yu shocked. Could it be that the monster had come? Young Master Lu, what are you talking about? Gao Xia wondered, could it be that Lu Ziming was insinuating something untoward? All living beings possess only one soul, yet Princess Xinling's body astonishingly harbored 7 souls simultaneously. Why? Why is this happening? Perhaps John's true deity was genuinely protecting him, for Wudi remained still even as his eyes suddenly erupted with terrifying golden light, simply gazing at the glimmering white light, astonishing everyone present. My apologies, I was held up at home and delayed a bit, neglecting my guests. Zhang Zhaojin extended his hand toward Xiao Han, smiling as he spoke. Wudi's orders had already reached Tulu ahead of time, instructing him to proceed with caution, allowing only a small force to engage in battle, while the Berserker squad was not to be moved. Originally, he resided on the 3rd floor and never took the elevator, always using the stairs. However, having walked too much these days, he decided to consider his legs and entered the elevator. Although Yu Etian had understood, Yishinka did not grasp the situation. Suddenly transforming into 8, this water dragon was unable to cope. Fortunately, there were also water dragon No. 2 No. 3 and No. 4. The transmission disc was a solidified teleportation array, and indeed a super teleportation array. The transmission distance was exceedingly vast, starting from 100,000 miles, capable of spanning millions of miles, or even cross-dimensional transmission. Yun Jing felt this contraption could rival the formidable star disk of the Immortal Clan. Though Yin Manqing did not awkwardly step aside, her heart could not settle for a long time. Her chaotic heartbeat disrupted its rhythm, thump-thump, unable to calm down, yet still stubbornly waiting for Shun Yi to get out of the car. Superman. One of the superhumans who first appeared during the alien invasion in Washington, thereafter operating in Metropolis, resisting during the second alien invasion. Considering how Metropolis had turned out, it would be strange if Superman did not show up. Tong Chao briefly recounted their first conversation, their first contact, and the circumstances of their first date. Although Zhang Liang did not specify who the common enemy was, the Mo family Liuxia, and everyone present understood that Zhang Liang was referring to the Qin dynasty. In order to dissuade Yin Manqing and prevent her from disturbing Shen Yi and Long Yunjing again, Long Yi seized the phone from Yin Manqing's hand and instructed Shen Yi to go downstairs. Long Yunjing had a fierce temper. Once ignited, it exploded like a bomb. Even if she recognized her mistakes, she seemed unwilling to compromise with Shen Yi on this issue. As Yin Manqing finished her words, the gaze Shen Yi cast upon her was not only filled with sparks of anger, but also a trace of astonishment. Niu Bijian is the son of D.L. Niu Bijian, a former director of Jardine Matheson. Born in Tianjin in 1934, he pursued his early education in Canada before furthering his studies at Y Country's Andu Academy and served in the Scottish Border Army. He joined Jardine Matheson at the age of 20, meaning he had already begun his career there in 1954, and now in 1974 he has just completed 20 years. At the age of 32, he became a director of Jardine Matheson and was appointed managing director in 1970. Qing Wei smiled, gently feeling a surge of ambition. With the companionship of brothers and loved ones, what does it matter if the road ahead is long? Every finished product is forged from various precious materials capable of absorbing and storing the essence of heaven and earth, thus possessing a spiritual connection with its master, functioning as an extension of the body. This person clearly targeted Tang Jin, who was frustrated, thinking, am I truly so easy to bully? In the main hall, several deities were enshrined, including the pride of the Toyotomi family, Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Therefore, for safety, Sake Tangjin usually kept these 2 photographs hidden, taking them out deliberately to air them out when he thought of it, to avoid forgetting them and causing irreversible consequences. But they knew that the other party was frolicking in that villa. However, they simply could not enter the villa or see the person. Within a day, the 4 armies had leveled everything. Liu Bei ordered the heads of the deceased governor and general to be taken as military orders and dispatched troops to attack for counties. On the city wall, Liu Biao saw that all 4 armies were missing and felt utterly despondent. Knowing the situation was dire, he urgently sent someone to meet Liu Qi, instructing him to act according to plan. Lu Bu had no time to think about these matters. His gaze was already fixed on the valley's exit as he mounted his war chariot. He knew that the moment to completely end the Roman reinforcements had arrived. Today's battle would determine the outcome. Victory or defeat depended entirely on his next fight. Yin Luan's heart tightened painfully, as if those 2 glances were an invisible icy scissors severing her body and turning her thoughts and emotions into fragments. This troop could be considered a luxurious lineup, with Yin Liang and Pang De being valiant generals capable of facing thousands, while Zhang Yin commanded myriad troops, skillfully maneuvering the weary and broken Yellow Turban army, effortlessly defeating the Han forces along with numerous capable generals. Militarily, they appeared ready for anything. Excluding the fleeing soldiers in the field, Cao currently had available troops aside from 30,000 reserves plus 50,000 archers. Zhuang Xiaohan and Ling Lai had left Ronghua for 2 months, and Ronghua likely already knew that she was now in the capital of Yunghua. Those transparent puppets were almost identical to what the crowd saw in the snowy mountains. Any creature emitting heat would be ruthlessly slaughtered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Shanhe immediately began practicing the Tontian seal while preparing to punch the arrogant Lu Lin. Reflecting on Wang Tianxiang's previously polite demeanor towards Bai Yu, one couldn't help but speculate about Bai Ye's identity. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi called Lin He and Ji Rong to report his safety. Coincidentally, although no one in his family was gravely ill, among his acquaintances one friend's family member was suffering from a serious illness, so he could take this opportunity to visit. Having Chun Jingxin's assistance was quite beneficial. Chun Jingxin was a local, and his father was a sociable person who had found several teachers for their school. In a short while, the more than 1,000 cavalry led by Chu Hong safely retreated into the camp. Only then did the leaders of the White Horse Brigade notice something unusual. Why, amidst the smoke, their own forces were frequently hit, while the enemy suffered almost no losses. At this moment, Lu Yun's figure also flew in through the window, waving a hand, a gust of qi repelling the black. At this moment, Ziluo Lan had already retreated. Had she not done so, her true identity would likely have been exposed before everyone. Historically, Jardine Matheson, as the foremost of the 4 major trading firms in Hong Kong, was exceedingly vast in scale, with over 100 subsidiary companies in addition to Hong Kong Land and the Kowloon warehouse. Its industries were spread across the globe, but Jardine's most renowned joint ventures primarily included Hong Kong Land and Kowloon warehouse. Moreover, the head of Jardine Matheson not only served as the chief of the Jardine Group, but also concurrently held the position of chief at Hong Kong Land and Kowloon warehouse. Luo Jiming spoke as he pressed Su He's hand down on his body, gripping the swollen area. They also knew that their ancestor had not truly perished. They had once gone to great lengths to search for Nost's presence, yet they had never made any progress, for when Yadi sealed Noski in the resting place, no information was leaked. Unable to survive in his hometown, he could only begin to wander, living as a refugee wherever he could find food. The old Black Crow had tried various methods, but was ultimately unable to break free from this powerful force. He attempted various methods to eliminate the fiery explosion, yet all were in vain. What's wrong? Seeing the strange looks from both of them, she lowered her head to check her attire. The old Black Crow exerted all his strength to break free from this binding force, but it was futile. As he felt an increasingly terrifying energy, an unprecedented sense of despair washed over him. Roger, feeling that something was amiss, scratched his head, and then simply collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. At this moment, the Moon Demon King had nearly sorted out the matters at hand, and memories of Wang Yu began to surface. To him, Wang Yu had once seemed insignificant, yet now he was becoming a significant threat. He was brutally struck by the 4th heavy fire punch sent crashing into the ground by Kyo Kusunagi's fiercely powerful elbow. Suko, however, remained unaffected, maintaining a cold gaze. Only when she sensed a hint of pleading in the man's eyes did she cease her actions and tear away the rag from his mouth. Even though Myling usually did not concern herself with such matters, she probably knew what the situation was. Has no one reopened the excavation? Naturally, Wang Pingyu knew that the tungsten mine Braden referred to was the one destroyed by Sita Yu's mother. However, he was unclear on why it had not been reopened for mining. After the car drove into the estate, it halted in front of a 3-story villa. The driver picked up the remote key to open the electric gate, then drove the car inside. White and sea blue intertwined, the wave-patterned attire evoked a sense of modernity. Yu Yingfeng took out a piece of clothing and looked at the sleeve, where there was an image printed on the left sleeve depicting Liuli's beaming smile. Xiao Jian and Jiesia temporarily stayed in Sloan, residing in the Great Hall, awaiting news and beginning to draft an initial battle plan based on the intelligence at hand with Archbishop Awadathan. Bai Yuanliang suddenly recognized this critical issue and became somewhat flustered. While the Blackwing Dragon was not slow on the ground, it could not match the speed of the Dragon Pig. Feeling a bit resentful, Omris did not stay long in the domain of the Thorn Tree God. and soon took his leave, heading to the abyss of despair to hunt some prey for sustenance. If he could unleash the light spear from earlier, perhaps there would still be a chance, but the ribbon was a semi-consumable item, and it would take time to reappear after use. It was unknown how long time slipped away in such silence when suddenly the sound of footsteps abruptly echoed from outside the mountain cave, and as the footsteps grew closer, a chilling aura began to spread throughout the space, revealing a figure exuding a cold presence under the radiant light. Is it really okay for the boss to do this? Do they really need the intelligence we sell? Is this a good thing for us? At this moment, the nearby Tai Bai, after hearing Lin Xiao's words, immediately expressed disbelief, speaking to Lin. This is destined to be another sleepless night. At 6:30 in the evening, the general manager of Galaxy Investment, Mai Lizzie, officially announced the acquisition of Kowloon warehouse, sending shockwaves throughout Hong Kong. Several hours passed. At midnight, to the disbelief of many, the head of Jardine Matheson, Nyo Bijian, held an emergency press conference, strongly reacting and retaliating against Mr. Zhang and Galaxy Investment's plan to acquire Kowloon warehouse. Both parties, or rather the three parties, seemed quite satisfied. Bai Ming then proposed two tasks. One was to assist in renovating the first floor, which was quite spacious, allowing the Qingyao workshop to reopen. Zhao Jin felt somewhat puzzled. He had merely countered a few words, so why was Su Qing so enraged? The crying was so intense that even the school nurse outside couldn't help but remind, they have just awakened, what if they faint again? You all can handle it as you see fit. After breakfast and a bit of exercise, Bai Ming, looking sorrowful, grabbed the tools for gathering herbs, donning the appearance of an ordinary herbalist as he walked out. At the airport, Xia Xian waited in the prominent reception area with several visible bodyguards just minutes before the plane's arrival. Upon seeing Chun Yuntong storm into the classroom with a few boys looking unfriendly, Lin Ruoshi, the class monitor, immediately shouted at them. If it were just people from our own country, it would be bearable. However, to collude with foreign forces to attack our own country is truly shameful and hateful. Such individuals lack any sense of righteousness. This is what the powerful families in control of the government are like. If we do not eliminate such people, the common folk will never live in peace. Afterward, should they immediately raise an army? Once Xiao Zhongru becomes the crown prince, it would not be a good thing for them. The resilient scale seemed inadequate against these fragile, yet energetically charged stone fragments. Noticing in Marin quietly kneeling on the ground, her gaze fixed outside the window, one could not fathom what she was. At this moment, Zhao Wei's helpers also realized that their weapons had not struck Su Yang, but had instead pierced Zhao. Yishao touched his nose and continued calmly, perhaps the one truly afraid is you. I have not mentioned humanity at all, yet you keep going on about it. If you truly have lost your humanity, would you still care about these things? Would you still be concerned for me? Bang! With a series of 8 heavy punches, he felt his body weaken, the cries of pain dwindling until it seemed he could hold his breath no longer. With a leap, he struck twice, and the middle-aged man was sent flying back, crashing against the wall of the private room with a resounding boom. Glancing at the current situation, Lin Fan understood that no issues would arise next, so he directly returned. As the saying goes, enemies meet with particularly fierce looks. Several heads of the Bai Ming family glared angrily at the group from Insha Valley across from them, especially the slender young man in a purple-patterned black robe who led them. Secondly, disseminate this message through various media. This is highly impactful since children's health concerns every household, and whether domestically or internationally, everyone pays great attention to it. Linger didn't mean it that way. Oh, Linger is just afraid. Linger hurriedly grabbed her sleeve to explain, but was interrupted by Mo, who had a tart. Watching all the skeletons before him collapse, Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief, his eyes flashing with a heavy expression. Although all the skeletons in this room had fallen, what about the next room? Lei Zhan personally arrived at BU-1A, and after assessing the situation, immediately ordered the restoration of this planet. Not long after, Li Yun, who was sitting cross-legged in the wooden boat, suddenly opened his eyes. Before him, a blue-green flame abruptly appeared from the air and plunged into Li Yun's sea of consciousness. November 12, 1974. Tuesday. The headquarters of Jardine. Since the press conference held in the early hours of last night, Jardine's senior executive Nyo Bijiang has remained in the chairman's office without returning home. It was only after 8 o'clock this morning that the female secretary arrived for work and noticed the chairman seemed to lack any energy. Chairman, didn't you go home to rest last night? The female secretary had returned home to rest after the meeting last night. After saying this, Lin Nen walked over to the corpse of the scarred man, picked up the handgun from his hand, wiped the blood off on his clothes, and then tucked the handgun into his waist. Throughout the morning song, Wan did not speak a single word to her, indicating his unusual dislike for her. She had experienced in this very realistic world that the demeanor of this princess was strikingly similar to theirs. The arrogant young cultivator in the front row stood up and pointed directly at the Thundercloud immortal. He, my dear girl, you think too much. The lives and deaths of the people in this country have nothing to do with me, and I dislike others touching my belongings. Sitting at the table, Qing Ning appeared indifferent. How could her Mu Ling be up for grabs by anyone else? Ding Minyan no longer concealed anything, telling Mu Yueshi everything she had seen in the hospital. She also mentioned that she specifically visited a psychological clinic, and based on Shu Miking's various behaviors, it was almost certain that her mental state was problematic. Therefore, throughout the afternoon and into the evening, Qinpei's clothes remained soaked, as if they could drip water at any moment. Let's go together, Guahao said as they stepped out of the alley and onto the street. The two waited by the roadside for quite a while, but did not see a single taxi pass by. With a disdainful expression, he spat and cursed, "Damn broken sleeve, stinky broken sleeve," and then huffed, walking away without looking back. Lu Qin squinted at the golden-armored divine general in the sky until the figure dissipated, then withdrew his gaze filled with astonishment. He never expected Zhang Henyang could summon such an existence. This led to him being poisoned by Xia Lula, and Ji Feng almost lost his life when taken to the Great Zhou Kingdom by Xia Luoluo. Regarding Nalan Lingsu's loan request, he neither refused nor agreed, merely evading the issue ambiguously. Nalan Lingsu's parents, Nalan Su and Wang Xiuqin, were certainly known to Yi Wuxia, as the two families had a good relationship in the past, and since Nalan Lingxue was his fiancée, Nalan Su and Wang Xiuqin were in name his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Then they placed a large hat of violating the taboo with martial arts on them, using it to intimidate Emperor Zhao. Jiang Huai lowered his head and pecked at Sun Qing's face, covering her with a thick quilt, and only after she fell asleep did he step outside. This old man seemed to have cut his finger while slicing horse hooves, as blood streamed out between his fingers. It should be noted that although Huayin County has been reformed into an urban district, it is still quite far from the city center, and many people continue to refer to it as Huayin County. Therefore, sometimes we casually call it the county bureau, but strictly speaking, it should be referred to as the sub-bureau. I wonder how to meet the master of cooking, Fang Jianing. In such an extravagant place, these girls are sufficient. I doubt she would personally come here. Ling Qingge pondered thoughtfully, her gaze lowered as she considered how to create some trouble that would draw Jianing out. Of course, there would occasionally be compliments directed at Yang Bin, who had already become a hero in their hearts. Heartbroken. Did something really happen in Jiangling Prefecture? Lu Ernyang, hearing Zhao Xia's words, hurriedly sat down and grabbed Zhao Xia's hand, looking at her eagerly. The fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, petals fell like rain, and the bright red silk fluttered in the light, making the entire Yanlan city seem like a scene from a colorful flower shower. Until the bride's palanquin entered the Yun residence, the last piece of dowry had just passed down the central street, showcasing the grandeur of the scene. The villa at Qinshui Bay. Zhang Hua had just parked the car. Zhang Ting got out of the vehicle and saw Mother Zhou and Niu Niu welcoming him back. "Brother." Niu Niu ran over and Zhang Ting patted her head, taking her hand towards the garden. As Zhang Ting sat down, Connie and Wang Hui brought over the freshly organized evening newspaper. According to the news from the evening paper, most of the content was about Zhang Ting and Galaxy Investment. Yu Qingru glanced at it, not being too clear, so she mainly looked at the price, which was 200 million, far exceeding her expectations. "Well, Yu Qingxian said you had an incident, so I came to check on you," Yu Qingru said with a chuckle. "Take a look at this. If there's no issue, just sign it." Li Jieqi, with a joyful expression, took out a contract and said. As she watched the water gradually engulf her body, her memories began to resurface. After being captured by Pan Air last night, she had already prepared for the worst, even sinking into despair at one point. She was most annoyed by those who frequently attempted to defy fate. What had she done to provoke them to warrant such a... At that moment, an elder from the Du family walked over to a nearby platform, holding a microphone and addressing them. Once the progress bar completed, the content on the display changed from a progress bar to a countdown, which was brief. Only 3 minutes. It did not believe in Zhang Yicheng's absurd claims. If this young man was indeed as ruthless as he described, and Qin Lilu was already eliminated before it could even interfere. This time, even Chen Zhu looked at Tang Xijia in surprise. She had originally thought that the communication failure last night meant that all hope was lost, but unexpectedly Tang Xijia changed her mind. Yu Qingxian angrily stepped on the gas. No, she lifted the lift lever, turning in the opposite direction of the helicopter's flight, unsure of where it was headed. Even though it was just a light motion, it made me feel as if everything around had quieted down, with my heartbeat thumping loudly in my ears. The figure before me, Ling Feng, was a disciple of Elder Wuya, who was none other than Sun Wuya, the elder brother of... Her previous comment about a boyfriend had caused me considerable distress for several days. Later, upon learning that her so-called boyfriend actually meant male friend, I felt somewhat relieved, thankful that she hadn't meant a male intimate friend. Sigh. A barely audible sigh escaped his lips, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Lipstick got smudged. He then pulled out a piece from his bag and stepped forward to take care of it himself. "Mrs. Jing, where's the chairman? Why haven't I seen him?" Li Weihua said this while glancing around. The hunting rifles used by the mountain people were mostly wooden with few iron components. They added iron in the barrel and at the muzzle, but the hunting rifle carried by the thin man looked old, yet was mostly made of iron with precision parts that surpassed the ordinary hunting rifles. "Then you should rest. He'll go make you something to eat," Shun Ruochu said as she prepared to jump out of bed, and Li Yin lived on the 38th floor. Could she have climbed up from below? It was unimaginable, far too crazy. However, on their side, due to Luo Xiao the Void Mage's presence, it was much more convenient. As I walked towards Lin Siyuan, I felt for the first time how far my seat was from the classroom door. I could not forget that feeling filled with overwhelming shame. Su Lily seriously contemplated for a few seconds, then picked up Bei Yuhan and prepared to slip away from the side. November 13th, 1974. Wednesday, 9:30 a.m. Hong Kong Kai Tak International Airport. An international flight from London Heathrow Airport has safely landed at the airport. The passengers are mainly white with some Chinese among them. Among these passengers, a white man in a thick coat appearing to be in his 30s stands out from the other white passengers. The appearance of the apostles changes nothing. The chaos and conflicts in the demon realm continue with no progress in its reconstruction. The one known as the Blast Dragon King Bakel often competes with another apostle, the paragon of heaven, for dominance in the skies. The fanged one spoke, pulling a blood-colored pill from seemingly nowhere and placing it in his mouth. Instantly his body appeared to inflate, muscles bulging and veins coursing with powerful energy. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingli's eyes lit up, nearly revealing her thoughts, but she quickly changed the subject and brought up a battle royale game on the screen before her. Seeing you like this, I was originally planning to rob you of your beauty, but now I must settle for your wealth. A 10-star god emperor rolled his eyes and took several steps back in disgust. Looking at these three items, Yi Qing was somewhat surprised. He was familiar with the other two, but this supervisor identity token from the Slowhand TV was something he had never seen before. Morat thanked them earnestly, his face beaming with joy resembling a child. This is the chair, Mr. Yuan has named it the Peace Chair. Please take a seat and try it out. Unlike the skeletons on the previous two levels, this fellow actually possessed intelligence. He ignored the blade aura, placing his left foot on the coffin's edge and pushing off with both feet, his body crackling like white lightning as he flew directly towards Hong Wanqing. It could clearly see that it was Hong Wanqing who had ripped off its roof. One must admit that as the three souls gradually recovered, the old man's ability to accept new things also strengthened. The Danyang Song, Suit Song, Hua Tu tripods, and the golden 9-core lotus seal deeply touched the softness of his heart and soul. Wood is long and straight in shape, fire is triangular, earth is square, metal is round, and water is wavy. She flicked open her lighter, igniting a cigarette. In this dark space, the light of the stars emerged, yet she still silently stared at Xiao Jing and the others, her eyes filled with a hatred that seemed capable of igniting the entire room. One must admit she performed with great effort, like a very responsible young student. While accusing others, she managed to clear her own suspicions. What she thought was a foolproof plan was suddenly interrupted by Lu Tianming's impetuosity. This night felt particularly long, surrounded by a pitch-black expanse with the occasional sound of insects and frogs adding a touch of liveliness to this unmarked night. This mysterious stone tablet appeared suddenly, startling a mech that was clearing the debris of the house, leaving it. After hearing this, Nelson Barrett and Todd were amazed. A keyword appeared in Victor's mind: barbaric growth. As she spoke, her body transformed into smoke and dissipated into the air, leaving the future unable to be seen. Rong Xiaoqin tightened his grip again, while also biting down hard on her earlobe, tormenting Su Quan until she screamed repeatedly, gasping for breath. Bai Gaoxing was exhausted, not moving at all, leaning against the railing and looking down. He saw that only 2 or 3 pieces of stinky tofu were left in Yuxing's bowl, and when Yi Zi went down, there would probably be nothing left. Suddenly, a series of deep and melodious shouts echoed across the battlefield, growing louder until they transformed into waves of roars resonating in the sky above. Half-told stories have no mother. Yuxing saw the system fall silent again and raised his middle finger. After Bao Yuhan finished speaking, he left the office of the chairman at IHA headquarters. Niu Bijian watched Bao Yuhan depart, feeling a sharper pain in his head. At 4 in the afternoon, the 4 major exchanges in Xianjiang closed. As the current protagonist of the Xianjiang stock market, Julong Warehouse, opened today, its shares skyrocketed from 15 Hong Kong dollars per share to 20 Hong Kong dollars per share, and by the end of the morning session, it had surged to 30 Hong Kong dollars per share. Due to the narrow terrain, even if the Tartars managed to breach a section of the Great Wall and advance towards Xuanfeng, they would be unable to engage in a grand battle. Suddenly, a red gleam erupted from the empty eyes of Yomu, dyeing the sky above Lu Ling red. Fang Zhui glanced at the unsociable old bear, sensing that the charm after acquiring IDG was distinctly different. He felt good and had gained weight. Lin Yin was actually considering leaving, but unexpectedly found himself so entangled with her that it wasn't long before he felt like a puddle of autumn water softening in his embrace. When the master of the Wandu sect cast a gloomy glance, all the disciples of the Qingyun sect, sitting in all directions, opened their eyes, with solemn expressions locking their gazes onto the allied army. Wu Mama was an elegant yet lively person, but since Wu Baiqi fell ill, her smiles had become scarce. After all, as a couple, they had a tacit agreement to reclaim the shares that Dang Dang had been yearning for. Lu Ling had heard of the misfortune spirit body. Whenever there was a threat to its host's life, it would transform into an extraordinarily lucky spirit body, helping its host escape danger. Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon's pupils contracted, fully believing in his wife's words. The Phoenix clan's perceptiveness is among the finest in the demon race. They can often sense even the faintest of auras. Zhu Hozhao appeared leisurely, seemingly oblivious to the shamelessness of Ismail, while also showing that he was hardly concerned about the territory. Yet this demeanor caused Ismail to change his expression. The wet nurse of the crown prince felt her legs go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, her face whiter than paper. She stumbled forward, but upon seeing the crown prince's condition, her eyes widened, nearly fainting, though she dared not lose consciousness in front of the bloodied crown prince. In the ancient and quaint living room of the old residence, Hao Xiuying sat in the main seat, dressed in a deep green silk robe adorned with golden vines. Her slightly curled white hair was neatly arranged, despite the lack of spirit on her face, she retained the elegance of a noble woman. With a face as delicate as a painting and a slender figure like a willow swaying in the breeze, the person in the green attire walked slowly, seemingly bringing a wave of spring with them. Mingzhu pouted, truly baffled, saying, "You said you didn't want to yet here. You are, is this really, oi?" Huoke's treatment of Eightsight was something Su Junyan witnessed firsthand. He meticulously guided him in learning the construction of magic patterns, remaining unfazed even if Eightsight was distracted. "Miss Wang, we can't keep dragging this out. I believe the Prince of An won't be able to hold on much longer. The city gates will surely open tomorrow." A middle-aged man's voice came from within, followed by a chorus of agreement. Upon hearing Zhou Ling's words, the most startled was the old maid, her face changing drastically, as if her blood had been drained, turning as pale as paper. What was happening? Wasn't it said that as long as she declared it was Zhou Ling who sent it, Zhou Ling would cooperate in admitting it? After waiting for a while, the old man noticed that no one was raising the bid and helplessly shrugged, gathering his things. If it couldn't be sold, then it couldn't be sold. It was just as he had expected. "Grandmother." The madman used all his strength to rush over, embracing the elderly woman's leaning body, resting his head on her shoulder. The familiar scent brought tears to his eyes, and his eyelids instantly turned red. This is destined to be another sleepless night. After Zhou Qianhe met with Li Jiaqing and drove away, Li Jiaqing sat in his study, gazing out the window. In the business world, timing, location, and harmony among people are crucial. In Li Jiaqing's eyes, Iha was lacking compared to Mr. Zhang. He thought that Mr. In the business world, timing, location, and harmony among people are crucial. In Li Jiaqing's eyes, Iha was lacking compared to Mr. Zhang. He thought that Mr. Zhang might swallow up Hai International and then acquire another company. At that moment, Chun Yi realized that Qian Yun should be in cahoots with Fei Ling, and amid his frustration, he felt even more resentment toward Qian Yun. Zhou Jian frowned. The punitive force in this secret chamber was terrifyingly dense. He had to activate the power of the seven-star Sharingan to prevent this dreadful aura from invading his body. Knowing that the figure before him was merely the illusory imprint of the Jade Talisman, Zhou Liang still couldn't help but extend his arm, wanting to protect the man in front of him. Everyone's chopsticks came to a halt, all eyes fixed on Long Yin, while Fei Yin appeared to have gained some intelligence, staring at Long Yin in shock, even dropping the pig trotter from her hand without noticing. "As long as you do this and perform the act, well, we still have a chance. If you don't, both of us will perish along with our Yedobebran child," Song Sheng said with a pale face, his gaze steady. This remark, though composed, inevitably attracted Mu Zuf's attention, and she couldn't help but glance at Zhou Cheng with newfound respect. What exactly was that enormous shadow? As they drew closer to Chui Island, a hint of surprise flickered in everyone's eyes. From a distance, he could see a low mountain, which was not high, barely reaching 100 meters. As they continued forward, smoke from cooking could already be seen rising from the village, and people were living there. As they moved further, they could see fluttering flags, a large black banner one side inscribed with dragon, and the other with fly adorned with a totem below. Qin Song looked at her. His expression showed no significant change, but his gaze flickered, and the originally sharp look seemed to soften slightly. Just before the disciples of the two sects had competed, their Western sect had lost as Wazimu, leaving them feeling frustrated. Yet now, just before the disciples of the two sects had competed, their Western sect had lost as Wazimu, leaving them feeling frustrated. Yet now Duan Yes words had given her a great sense of relief. This battle was once again a great victory, not only breaking the enemy's encirclement and ambush, but also launching a counterattack. Gui Jiao looked around, found a rock, and placed the waterfall down, leaning against the rock. Thus, for ordinary people to rise is quite difficult. It requires generations of effort to strive and fight. Du Lier stroked his chin and said, "Indeed, it doesn't seem like it, but you know their family's temperament better than I do. If they say you stole it, then you stole it." The other 8 major doctrines of the Heavenly Sacred Church, along with some millennia-old families within the great Qin dynasty, naturally received the news. Upon learning it, they felt not only shocked, but also understood that a great conflict was about to unfold. If he hadn't obtained the Mountain River Cauldron beforehand, even if he refined 2 sacred artifacts with his initial entry into the 7th realm, he could only provide support in such battles. Killing a demon saint would be utterly impossible. Better to be safe than sorry. Although she had already severed it once and had experience with 3 more chances, what if she failed to sever it again? The policeman I had bitten was furious. Seeing my mother still dared to hold on to them, he shouted, then swung a baton towards my mother's head, instantly causing blood to spurt. Moreover, her relatives had all died at the hands of the Dayao people. How could she possibly cooperate with them? Her Aru had gone to the battlefield for revenge. How could she hold her back? Since it was destined that she could not escape Mu Yingchen's grasp, and there was no time to accompany third young master Mu for fun, it would be better to live peacefully and wait for the opportunity to gain her freedom when he grew tired of her.